Chapter 0001, Disqualified. Lower City, District F32. The colossal display screen hovering above the central square flickered incessantly due to insufficient power, with the numbers frozen at 23:59. The square was teeming with people, all gazing up at the screen, anticipating the next tick of the clock. Ning Fan stood amidst the crowd, outwardly composed, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Every year on January 1st, the upper city selects one outstanding individual from each district of the lower city to ascend. This is regarded as the highest honor for every inhabitant of the lower city, as well as the sole opportunity to alter one's destiny. It is said that the upper city is bathed in warm sunlight, blessed with crystal-clear rivers, and infused with fresh air. Even the dogs of the upper city are said to enjoy clean and nutritious food. Many, however, find this hard to believe. How could the dogs of the upper city possibly live better than the people of the lower city? At last, the display screen flickered to life that a name appeared. Sun Wenhui. Ning Fan's fists relaxed, his gaze dimming slightly. The atmosphere shifted abruptly from hushed anticipation to a cacophony of voices. Damn, who is this Sun Wenhui? What gave him the right? A disgruntled, chubby youth beside Ning Fan nudged him. "Da Fan? Why isn't it you? Why isn't it me?" I pondered the same. Ning Fan's eyes remained fixated on the screen. A month prior, during the selection examination, he had achieved perfect scores across all 9 assessments. This indicated that no one could have outperformed him. In that moment, even Ning Fan believed that he was the sole contender destined for selection this year. Yet, the glaring name on the screen seemed to mock his unwarranted confidence, continuing to flash in defiance. "Da Fan, I've heard something," piped up a bespectacled youth who squeezed through the crowd. Wiping sweat from his brow, his expression filled with indignation. "I heard this Sun Wenhui has some bloodline connection to the upper city." 1/32. Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged upon seeing Sun Wenhui's name. However, upon hearing the bespectacled youth attribute his disqualification to this reason, Ning Fan chuckled, a mix of resignation and acceptance washing over him. "Da Fan, are you all right?" The chubby youth mistook Ning Fan's demeanor for distress. "I'm fine," Ning Fan shrugged. "After all, we don't share blood ties with the upper city. It's not unjust to lose to them. Are those upper-class fools out of their minds? To overlook a multi-talented scholar like you and choose a 1/32 mixed blood?" The bespectacled boy voiced his discontent on Ning Fan's behalf. They were all acutely aware of the relentless effort Ning Fan had exerted throughout his life. Yet, all that toil had succumbed to the so-called privilege of a mere 1/32 bloodline. Had it been them, they would have long since vented their frustrations. "It's fine, Da Fan. If it doesn't work out this year, there's always next year. We're only 18, time is on our side," the chubby youth consoled. "I refuse to believe another mixed blood will emerge to compete with you next year. Your prowess speaks for itself." "No, thank you," Ning Fan replied with a smile. "I don't plan to take the exam next year." The chubby youth and the bespectacled youth were taken aback. Why mother can't wait another year?" Ning Fan appeared deep in thought as he murmured, "I shall become a wanderer." Yet by the time he made his way home, his smile had vanished. The streets buzzed with discussions regarding the results of the upper city selection. The name Sun Wenhui had become the most talked-about topic in District F32 that day. The cacophony of voices gratingly pierced his ears. Upon returning home, Ning Fan approached the bedside where his mother lay, still in a coma. In the lower city, even the act of breathing was perilous. The air was tainted with a harmful substance known as miasma. Prolonged exposure to this miasma rendered the human body akin to an unstable time bomb, poised to collapse at any moment. His mother's health had already deteriorated beyond recovery. Ning Fan's participation in the upper city selection stemmed from the hope that, if chosen, he would obtain the free miraculous medicine distributed by the upper city medicine that could cure the affliction caused by miasma. "Mother, I am sorry." Ning Fan gently grasped her withered hand. "I was not selected." He continued, "It seems those chosen for the upper city prefer to associate with individuals of the same bloodline, even if it is merely 1/32. Honestly, it fills me with resentment. I was the only one in the entire F32 district to achieve a perfect score in all 9 assessments. Yet I was still eliminated." He sighed, "I must become a wanderer. It is the only way to earn money to buy you the miraculous medicine that I understand that becoming a wanderer means venturing into the wilderness, which is perilous. Truth be told, I am quite afraid. I fear I may not return. If I were to perish out there, what would become of you? Nevertheless, if there remains a glimmer of hope for your recovery, I must take this gamble. Mother, I still wish for you to stroke my head and praise me for being a dutiful child. With reddened eyes, Ning Fan spoke to her at length until a sliver of light broke through the window. At last, he rubbed his eyes, rose to his feet, and took up the only gift his mother had ever given him in his childhood, a battered sword resembling a firewood stick, its dark surface exuding an air of cheapness. Mother, I am leaving. Although he knew she would not respond, he whispered his farewell, wait for my return. Just as he was about to step out, he noticed a corner of paper peeking from beneath the edge of his mother's bed. Curious, he approached. Could it be a letter she had written to him during moments of lucidity? As he pulled out the paper, the title caught him off guard, Bloodline Test Report. Ning Fan was puzzled. He could not recall ever undergoing a bloodline test. Yet his name was indeed inscribed upon it. Test subject, Ning Fan. Test result, non-upper city bloodline. A bitter smile curled upon his lips as he acknowledged the truth. He was acutely aware of his lack of upper city lineage otherwise. Why would he have been eliminated from the selection? However, just as he intended to put the paper away, he discovered a handwritten note on the reverse side, also not of lower city bloodline. Following this statement was a large question mark drawn in red ink. Ning Fan stared in shock at the symbol. While he was not surprised to be devoid of upper city lineage, the revelation that he was also not of lower city blood left him bewildered. What then was he? Chapter 0002. The Den of Wild Dogs. With a heart full of trepidation, Ning Fan cautiously opened his door. The funk. Are you really going? At the entrance stood his plump friend and the bespectacled one, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Gazing at these two childhood companions, Ning Fan momentarily set aside his concerns regarding the lineage testing report. I need to ask you both for a favor, he said, licking his lips with an air of regret. During this time, please take good care of my mother. Are you out of your mind? Why are you being so formal with us? The bespectacled one punched Ning Fan gently on the chest. That we, two wild children without parents, have always been treated like family by Aunt Fong. It's only natural that we look after her, isn't it? To Fan, you stubborn guy. Once you make a decision, no one can sway you. The plump friend wore a worried expression. But even for Aunt Fong's sake, you must return alive. Ning-san noted vigorously. The plump friend shook a bag in his hand, releasing a delightful aroma. You needn't worry about Aunt Fong. We will certainly provide her with the best food and care. In a lower city, food is generally categorized into two types. Point one consists of local provisions obtained through hunting or foraging, filling and inexpensive, yet laden with toxins. The other is the food discarded by the upper city. Daily, the upper city disposes of their rejected food or refuse into a conduit known as the Path of Grace. Each sector of the lower city has such a conduit. Ironically, the remnants sent down through the Path of Grace, after undergoing secondary processing, are sold at prices 3 times higher than local provisions. The rationale is simple. Even leftover food from the upper city is cleaner and healthier than local fare. This type of food is referred to as refined cuisine. The bag in the plump friend's hand contained precisely this refined cuisine. Thanks, but I won't overstate my gratitude, Ning Fan expressed gratefully. Once I earn some money. Enough with the pleasantries. Just go already. The plump friend playfully shoved Ning Fan's shoulder. Staying alive is the most important thing. All right, I'm off. Ning Fan nodded earnestly and turned towards the sector wall. He dared not look back, fearing that he might falter or feel reluctant to part ways. At merely 18, he too experienced fear of death, fear of separation. Half an hour later, as he reached the edge of the sector wall, his emotional turmoil gradually subsided. Compared to the inner district, this area was notably more boisterous. Groups of people gathered, their loud chatter often interrupted by skirmishes between factions of unclear origin. These individuals were travelers. Ning Fan scanned the surroundings until his gaze landed on a decaying wooden board. Carved into it were 4 words, Home of Wild Dogs. He approached, and seated beside the board was a young man, approximately 25 or 26, quite handsome, though marred by 3 claw marks extending from his neck to his ears, which somewhat detracted from his allure. Upon noticing Ning Fan's approach, the young man raised an eyebrow. Are you here to seek a favor or to beg for a living? Seeking a favor meant requesting their assistance with a task, akin to being a patron, while begging indicated joining them to make a living. Begging, Ning Fan replied nonchalantly. The kind that fills the belly, Dado? The young man expressed a flicker of interest, scrutinizing Ning Fan from head to toe. What remarkable skills do you possess to speak with such bravado? Is Lin Chuan here? You know Brother Chuan? I don't know him personally, but I've heard of him. Ning Fan, as always, had prepared meticulously for any endeavor he undertook. A month prior, after participating in the selection process in the upper city, he began to delve into the walker teams of Zone F32. Should he fail to qualify, becoming a walker would be his final recourse. Among the myriad of teams, he opted for the Wild Dog Society. It boasted a commendable reputation, abundant tasks, and no financial exploitation. Subsequently, he amassed the fundamental information of all members within the Wild Dog Society and learned that the leader was named Lin Chuan. At that moment, a large hand forcefully clapped down on Ning Fan's shoulder from behind. Are you here to beg? The impact caused him to shrink slightly. Ning Fan frowned and turned his head. The individual behind him stood at approximately 1.70 meters, yet possessed a remarkably robust physique, adorned with long hair and a bushy beard, his gaze somewhat unfocused. I asked that so? Ning Fan inquired. Brother Chuan, this kid came in declaring he wanted a hearty meal. His appetite seems quite large. The young man chuckled. Curse it. Lin Chuan laughed heartily as he maneuvered around Ning Fan, settling himself atop a nearby gasoline barrel. Little brother, I encounter 100 or so individuals like you each year, those who prioritize money over life. Yet, don't expect to fill your belly. Even surviving is a rarity. Ning Fan offered no further explanation, but instead retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to him. Lin Chuan seized it eagerly, and upon reading its contents, his previously lackadaisical eyes sparkled with intrigue. Holy cow, a high achiever? This paper bore Ning Fan's assessment results perfect scores across 9 evaluations. He was the sole individual in Zone F32 to accomplish such a feat. No wonder you possess such confidence. A true talent, Lin Chuan remarked, though Ning Fan discerned a hint of disdain in his gaze. This was a man who had genuinely faced life and death, and he regarded Ning Fan, who relied on his report card to present himself as a so-called genius, with contempt. Huizi, did you participate in the assessments a few years ago? What were your results? Lin Chuan directed his gaze toward the young man named Huizi. Huizi scoffed. Not a single passing grade. I nearly failed against a fool from my cohort. From Huizi's tone, this was not a source of shame, but rather a point of pride. Lin Chuan smiled at Ning Fan. He's currently my vice captain. And then? Lin Chuan tilted his head. There's nothing more. I merely wish to convey that your ability to fill your belly has no correlation to this worthless paper. Then what does it relate to? Ning Fan replied coolly. Oh, you recognize the letters? Lin Chuan rapped sharply on a decaying wooden board. What I require are wild dogs that can sink their teeth into prey, not academically gifted little rabbits. How do you know I'm a little rabbit? Ning Fan's insistence caused Lin Chuan's brows to furrow, revealing his growing impatience. How many days until the commission from Yongbei High? Lin Chuan glanced at Huizi, who responded, 5 days. Kid. Lin Chuan arched an eyebrow at Ning Fan. In these 5 days, we will not venture outside the zone. If you wish to join us, it's simple. Before we depart, use that thing on your back to draw some blood from him, and I shall accept you. Damn it. Why am I always the target? Huizi expressed his dissatisfaction. What? Are you afraid of being harmed by a mere novice? Lin Chuan laughed heartily, stepping forward to stand before Ning Fan. However, if you can't even scratch him before we leave, do not return. You will not partake in the bounty of a traveler. Agreed, it is settled. Ning Fan notet quietly. Huizi continued to mumble under his breath, eager to argue with Lin Chuan for a moment. But in the next instant, Ning Fan suddenly drew the black sword from behind him, aiming a strike at Huizi's left arm. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. Huizi had inexplicably produced a dagger, deftly blocking the black sword. Ning Fan's expression shifted slightly. He believed his strike was swift and resolute, undeniably unexpected. He was a master of 9 disciplines, swordsmanship included, and he had achieved full marks. Yet Huizi, clearly caught off guard, managed to react in the nick of time. Bang! Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his body was propelled backward. The surrounding travelers merely glanced at the scene before returning to their own affairs. Conflicts like this were all too commonplace. Huizi sheathed the dagger at his waist, a grin on his face as he approached the fallen Ning Fan. He rolled up his pant leg, squatting down to look at him from an elevated position. If you had aimed for my head, your success rate would have increased by at least 30%. From the moment you accepted Brother Chuan's wager, you and I are enemies. Huizi's smile was laced with mockery. Are you still showing mercy towards an enemy? Chapter 3. I will visit your home tonight. Ning Fan clutched his abdomen, a faint frown etching his brow. Huizi's words were profoundly shocking to him. Ning Fan had never regarded Huizi as an adversary, let alone contemplated taking his life. Lin Chuan had suggested that drawing a little blood from Huizi would suffice. In Ning Fan's mind, this was merely an assessment, an endeavor to inflict minimal harm while ensuring his own success. Yet Huizi was imparting a wholly new lesson. Then you could kill me. Why do you not? Ning Fan retorted, feeling a tumultuous ache in his belly. Huizi's kick had been severe, yet not fatal. Huh? You can actually draw inferences from this? Very well, scholar. Ponder for these 5 days why I do not kill you. I shall offer you a hint. It is not out of mercy. As Huizi rose, his head bowed. The mirth in his gaze evaporated, replaced by a chilling intensity. This look sent a shiver down Ning Fan's spine. He sensed the genuine intent to kill behind Huizi's demeanor. Why? How could he so easily harbor murderous thoughts towards a stranger? Ning Fan scrutinized Huizi for a long moment before laboriously rising, retrieving the black sword that had been cast aside from the force of the kick, and turning to walk into a narrow alley. Is he simply giving up? Today's youth lack even a semblance of fortitude. Huizi scoffed. Yet Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes, observing Ning Fan's retreating figure. He will return. Huizi was taken aback, then smirked. What is this? Brother Chuan, do you truly wish to take him in if he comes back? How did you deduce that? Is it not obvious? If you had no intention of taking him in, why would you let him strike me? Are you merely seeking trouble? Little brat, how dare you speak to me like that? Are you getting bold? Why are you bullying me? I'm just minding my own business. The two exchanged banter until Lin Chuan suddenly chuckled. Do you think that lad can succeed? Brother, I feel you are insulting me. Having played the role of an eagle my whole life, I cannot be blinded by a mere chick. I believe he can, Lin Chuan pondered. What shall we wager? Huizi's demeanor grew serious. He did not perceive Lin Chuan as jesting. Did Brother Chuan truly believe that a boy who only excelled in exams could harm him? Let us wager my next task's reward. Very well. Lin Chuan clapped Huizi on the shoulder. Let us wager 5,000 salas, just enough for your meals. As Lin Chuan prepared to leave, Huizi hastily pulled him back. Wait, Brother Chuan, on what grounds do you assume I will lose? Because his academic performance surpasses yours. Damn! Huizi was thoroughly dissatisfied with Lin Chuan's response. However, it was precisely Lin Chuan's words that prompted Huizi to take the matter earnestly. His alertness had been elevated to that of an external threat. Yet, for an entire day, Ning Fan seemed to have genuinely resigned, failing to make any further appearance. On the following day, Huizi had just propped up the decaying wooden boards of the wild dog's home when he spotted Ning Fan. Ning Fan sat at the base of a wall, 100 meters away, his eyes fixed intently on Huizi without any movement. At noon, Huizi observed as Ning Fan pulled out a greasy morsel from his pocket, eating while maintaining his unwavering gaze. This was the cheapest food in the lower city, shadow dog meat. The taste was indescribable, a combination of sour and foul, with a tough texture that felt like blades scraping his throat no matter how it was chewed. Moreover, it was laden with toxins. If there were any merits to this food, it was merely its affordability and ability to stave off hunger. That small piece in Ning Fan's hand cost only 5 solars, yet could sustain him for 3 days. After a few bites, Ning Fan expressionlessly returned the remaining shadow dog meat to his pocket, his eyes never leaving Huizi. Huizi felt an unsettling chill. Initially, he could brush it off, but one must ponder, how would you feel if someone stared at you relentlessly from dawn till dusk? What vexed Huizi further was that even after he had closed up for the night, Ning Fan continued to maintain this unnerving demeanor. Hey, Huizi could no longer contain himself and approached. What do you mean by this? What significance is there in staring at me? Ning Fan lifted his head. I'm contemplating ways to make you suffer. Have you figured it out yet? I have. Oh, are you going to take action? Not all. What do you mean? It means nothing. Lin Chuan said, I have 5 days, and today is only the second. I'm not in a hurry, so why are you? Ning Fan rose calmly. Are you leaving? What of it? Are you coming home with me? No, I merely wish to inform you to refrain from sleeping. Suddenly, Ning Fan smiled, looking quite polite. I know where you live. Huizi felt as if he had struck a pillow with his fist. What trickery was this lad attempting? As events unfolded, it became clear that Ning Fan had indeed pressured Huizi. That night, Huizi found himself unable to sleep, genuinely fearing an embarrassing downfall. Fortunately, having spent years in the wilderness, he was accustomed to going without sleep for a day or two. On the third morning, Ning Fan was already waiting at the wall's base. Huizi shot him an irritated glare. As before, even while eating meat, Ning Fan did not divert his attention from Huizi. So what is the plan? Are you intending to sneak into my home and ambush me tonight? I didn't go yesterday, Ning Fan replied with a smile. After you left, I found a place to sleep. Huizi nearly sputtered in fury. But I will definitely go tonight, Ning Fan stated earnestly. In truth, Huizi had a method to ensure victory in his wager with Lin Chuan, rendering Ning Fan completely incapable of causing him harm. That was to incapacitate Ning Fan at present. The dilemma arises. If such actions were taken, would it not signify an acknowledgement of his genuine fear of being ambushed by a mere child like Ning Fan? Pride. The pride of the vice captain. It holds immense value. Very well. I shall await your arrival. Huizi clenched his teeth, speaking vehemently. That night, Huizi lay in bed, his eyes wide open until dawn. As expected, Ning Fan once again failed to appear. Huizi had contemplated the possibility that Ning Fan was deceiving him, yet his fear of a misstep restrained him from taking the gamble. On the morning of the fourth day, Huizi was in a dismal state. Upon catching sight of Ning Fan, he could no longer maintain the facade of Wild Dog's Den and directly approached him. Why didn't you come last night? I fell asleep, Ning Fan replied apologetically. I intended to take a brief nap before executing my plan later in the night, but exhaustion overcame me, and by the time I opened my eyes, it was already dawn. How can you still afford to sleep? Huizi exclaimed in exasperation. This is the fourth day already. I am set to depart the district tomorrow night, and the nearer we approach the deadline, the more cautious I will become. Do you not comprehend this principle? I understand. Ning San replied, seikning enlichtement. However, the opportunity is singular. I must strike only when I am completely assured of success. Otherwise, I would be providing you with a reason to inflict harm upon me. Huizi raised an eyebrow. This lad is not foolish. I grasp your intent. You wish to exhaust me, waiting for my mental state to deteriorate before launching your ambush, do you? Huizi scoffed. Boy, you underestimate the wanderers. Out in the wild, we can endure without sleep for 6 or 7 consecutive days without compromising our combat effectiveness. With your strength, even with my eyes closed, you could not possibly harm me. Understood. Thank you for the warning. I shall not underestimate you, Ning Fan replied with a courteous nod. Huizi glared at Ning Fan for an extended period, ultimately snorting in discontent before returning to his duties. That night, Ning Fan once more assured him of his intent to ambush. Despite having been stood up for 2 consecutive nights, Huizi chose to believe him this time, for he found Ning Fan's reasoning compelling. Tonight is my final opportunity. I will undoubtedly be there. Huizi waited throughout the night. The following morning, as he faced Ning Fan once again, sporting dark circles under his eyes, he erupted. Chow and Ima, you little brat. Why on earth did you not come last night? Chapter 0004. Not wanting you to feel too comfortable, Huizi was infuriated. Although Ning Fan had yet to lay a finger on him, he felt as though he might erupt with rage. Enduring 3 sleepless nights was trivial enough. But as the esteemed vice captain of the Wild Dog Society, being toyed with by a mere boy was utterly humiliating. If word of this were to spread, how would the outside world perceive him? Huizi felt like a fool. How could he possibly navigate the circles of the practitioners moving forward? Little brat, are you attempting to infuriate me to the point of bloodshed with such tactics? Huizi's teeth clenched. No, Ning Fan replied earnestly, shaking his head. What Lin Chuan mentioned was that I must use my black sword to draw your blood. Merely making you spit blood does not count as a victory. Huizi pondered the conversation from days prior. To be frank, he had not been particularly meticulous. The nuances of Lin Xuan's words had slipped his mind. Oh well, I must apologize. If the condition is that you must injure me with your sword, then you have no chance whatsoever. Mid-sentence, Huizi froze. A realization struck him. Where is that broken sword of yours? He noticed that the black sword Ning Fan had been carrying was missing. Huizi sensed something was amiss, yet he could not fathom the thoughts of the boy before him. Suddenly, Ning Fan waved behind Huizi. You've arrived? Huizi was taken aback, but didn't turn around. Instead, he sneered, Kid, such a clumsy tactic, hiding your broken sword and trying to catch me off guard. Huh, I thought you had something more clever up your sleeve. Huizi, I hear you've gone 3 days without sleep. Lin Xuan's voice came from behind him. Huizi whipped around, only to find Lin Xuan standing right behind him. Damn it, he felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. Brother Xuan, why are you here so early? Huizi's face flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed to engage Lin Xuan in conversation. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of a sword in Lin Xuan's hand. A coal-black broken sword. Brother Xuan, how did this come to be? Before he could gather his thoughts, Lin Xuan flicked his wrist, and the black sword grazed Huizi's forearm. Although the wound was shallow, blood began to seep out. Huizi was bewildered. He stared at Lin Xuan, and after a prolonged silence of several seconds, he confirmed that the person before him was indeed his captain, Lin Xuan. But why had he turned against him? Had he not passed the test? At that moment, Ning Fan's voice cut through his confusion. I suppose I should address the question you left me a few days ago. Ning Fan licked his parched lips and remarked, The reason you did not kill me that day, as you yourself stated, was not due to your mercy, but rather because you had a commission today. While killing within the district is not an enormous offense, it certainly brings about complications. Typically, one would be taken away for 7 days of confinement. Therefore, had you slain me at that moment, it would have jeopardized your current commission. Huizi remained silent. Ning Fan had guessed correctly. With only 5 days left before the mission, eliminating Ning Fan would have caused him to miss this opportunity, rendering it unprofitable and unnecessary. This matter was not particularly difficult to comprehend. What Huizi was most concerned about was why Lin Xuan had aimed to strike him. Once I resolved this query, I proceeded to the Blade Wind Group, a faction of wanderers in District F32, comparable in scale to the Wild Dog House. The two were indeed potential rivals. What brings you to the Blade Wind Group? Huizi asked, bewildered. A commission, Ning Fan replied with a smile. I intend to inquire about the cost of injuring you. Huizi was taken aback. Before he could respond, Ning Fan shrugged. I am fully aware that I am not your match. I believed I had seized the opportunity during our last ambush, yet you effortlessly countered it. With only 5 days remaining, no matter how hard I strive, I cannot rapidly grow stronger than you. Hence, I must enlist others to take action on my behalf. The price quoted by the Blade Wind Group is 8,000 sola, but they cannot guarantee that they won't accidentally kill you. Ning Fan continued. Although you previously asserted that from the moment I accepted the trial, we became enemies, and that there is no need for leniency toward foes, I am determined to join the Wild Dog House. Should I contract a hit on the vice captain before my induction, it will be detrimental to our unity. Huizi's forehead glistened with sweat. Had it not been for Ning Fan's revelation, he would never have considered that the Blade Wind Group had almost set their sights on him. Given the relationship between the two factions, if the Blade Wind Group accepted the task, they could very well strike without hesitation. But then what? I confirmed with the Blade Wind Group that the market price for injuring you stands at 8,000 sola, yet my entire fortune amounts to just over 6,000 sola, leaving me a deficit of more than 1,000. A hint of fatigue finally crept in Ning Fan's smile. These past few nights, I have worked as a sorter at the Path of Grace, earning 300 sola each night. After 4 nights, I barely scraped together enough to cover this expense. The wages for sorting at the Path of Grace are not low. While it may lack technical complexity, most people cannot endure the sheer exhaustion. It's unimaginably tiring. You have been consuming shadow hound meat these past few days because, as a sorter, one receives a piece of shadow hound meat every 3 days. Ning Fan smiled sincerely. With free meals, I need not spend my own money on food, allowing me to save my earnings to hire someone to deal with you. Riesius Liebstweetst. Did he really need to express such sincerity? Yet, simultaneously, the resilience of this child deeply moves one. It is important to note that Ning Fan's endeavors extend far beyond merely working as a sorter by night. During the day, he remains vigilant over himself. In other words, this lad has not only been deprived of sleep for several days, but he also engages in strenuous labor at night. While you keep a watchful eye on me during the day, I ponder, should you expose a weakness, allowing me to inflict an injury, I could save myself 8,000 solars. Ning Fan scratched his head, lamenting, alas, you truly are quite formidable, leaving me no openings whatsoever. Therefore, your reason for depriving me of sleep these past few days is... Huozi, overwhelmed by Ning Fan's compliment, could scarcely attend to it. The very thought that I toil exhaustively each day while you enjoy restful slumber at home fills me with dissatisfaction. Ning Fan flashed a toothy grin. You taught me that until I pass the trial, we remain adversaries. Though I have no intention of killing you, I certainly do not wish for my enemy to live too comfortably. Huozi's face turned pale. He realized he had been outsmarted. Ning Fan had been working as a sorter each night. How could he possibly find time to ambush him? It was Huozi himself who had frightened himself into sleeplessness for 3 consecutive nights. This sensation is more discomforting than receiving a few slaps across the face. With this realization, Huozi grasped the unfolding of the entire situation. He pointed towards Lin Chuan. So, you gather the funds, but instead of approaching the Zhanfeng group, you sought out Brother Chuan? I reasoned that rather than letting outsiders profit from this sum, it would be better for our own people to benefit. Ning Fan then turned to Lin Chuan. I informed Brother Chuan that if he disagreed, I would seek out the Zhanfeng group. The outcome, needless to say, is already clear. Lin Chuan accepted Ning Fan's 8,000 solars and dealt with Huozi. At this moment, Lin Chuan tossed the black sword in his hand to Ning Fan. Little wild dog, from now on, let us share the same trough. Chapter 0005. Welcome to hell, thank you, Captain. Ning Fan's address towards Lin Chuan had changed. I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Huizi, with a mournful expression, lamented, Brother Chuan, you actually struck me over 8,000 sola? How could that be? 8,000 sola. Can it truly jeopardize our bond? Lin Chuan maintained a resolute demeanor. Huizi, somewhat comforted, remarked, I knew Brother Chuan would never act over such a trivial sum. Yet, you wagered and lost 5,000 sola to me. Lin Chuan interjected. 8,000 plus 5,000 totals 13,000, equivalent to the price of a level 1 risk commission. Brother, think carefully. Was that slash worth it? Does that 8,000 sola include my share? Huizi inquired, his face flushed. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased. What does that have to do with you? This is a private job I took on myself. Huizi held back an expletive. Yet, the presence before him commanded respect that stifled his words. Lin Chuan turned his attention back to Ning Fan, contemplating the young man's request. The financial incentive was certainly a factor, but more crucially, if he declined, Ning Fan would indeed seek out the Windslayer team. Those individuals would not approach the task with the same caution he exhibited. This lad possesses a keen intellect, immense courage, and unyielding determination. He is willing to sacrifice everything to achieve his objectives. Such a person may well be suited to the path of a wanderer, though he requires further refinement. Get some rest. We depart the district at 7 tonight. Lin Chuan dismissed Huizi. With a task ahead, Huizi's fatigue could prove perilous if he remained sleepless outside the district. Huizi trudged home, shoulders slumped. Not sleeping? Lin Chuan observed Ning Fan's lingering presence and inquired with curiosity. Not tired? Not really. During my time at the academy, going half a month without sleep was commonplace. Ning Fan chuckled, scratching his head. Lin Chuan's gaze shifted slightly. While assessment scores held little significance within the Wanderer community, achieving a perfect score spoke volumes of both intelligence and diligence, a rare combination. One could only speculate the sacrifices Ning Fan had made to attain such results. Cool me. Sit with me. Lin Chuan propped up a wooden plank from the wild dog's den and patted a nearby gasoline barrel. The two sat side by side. Lin Chuan regarded Ning Fan's somewhat youthful visage and asked softly, Isn't living well enough? Why pursue the path of a wanderer? This life is stained with blood. For the sake of money, Ning Fan replied candidly. Lin Chuan chuckled, A person of your caliber emerging from the academy shouldn't offer such a utilitarian response, should you? What should I say then? Ning Fan tilted his head. To eradicate the dangers beyond the district and safeguard the tranquility of Zone F32, I am willing to sacrifice my very life. Is that not the standard answer? That is merely the pretentious standard response. Ning Fan gazed in the direction of his home, expressing, I harbor no grand ambitions, nor do I possess the capability to bear the hopes of others upon my shoulders. I merely wish for those around me to live healthily. That suffices. Lin Chuan refrained from further inquiries, opting instead to pat Ning Fan on the shoulder. Every individual who becomes a traveler has their own narrative and compelling reasons to persevere. You are not an exception. Lin Chuan stated solemnly. Heaven will not show mercy due to your resolve, and the monsters of the wild will certainly not. Therefore, to achieve your goals, you can rely solely on yourself. I understand, Captain. Do not call me Captain. We are merely wild dogs scavenging together. Like Huizi, you may call me Chuange. All right, Chuange. At 6 in the evening, 7 individuals had gathered beside the wooden planks of the wild dog's abode. Besides Ning Fan and Lin Chuan, Huizi had returned after waking. The remaining 4 comprised 3 men and 1 woman. Allow me to introduce Ning Fan, my newly recruited pup, Lin Chuan announced to the group. Ning Fan, however, humbly smiled. You are all my seniors. Should I falter in any way, I hope for your understanding. I shall strive not to be a burden. Chuange, when do we leave the area? Inquired a woman clad in a black leather jacket, her tone frigid. The group offered no response to Ning Fan's addition. We can depart once young Beihai delivers the goods, Lin Chuan replied, his demeanor turning serious. This assignment bears a level 2 risk. The reward is 30,000 solars. As per our usual practice, prior to departure, please provide the names and addresses of your family. Should anyone perish during the mission, their family will receive a settlement of 5,000 solars. The living, including myself, will be compensated based on their contributions. Any objections? The others remained unperturbed. Yet, Ning Fan felt a twinge of discomfort. Discussing potential fatalities before the mission commenced felt unsettling. Indeed, travelers seemed to risk their lives for profit. A level 2 risk assignment? Huizi questioned. Wasn't it stated that we were to deliver to the F27 zone? We have traversed this route numerous times. Where does this level 2 risk originate? Yang Beihai asserted that this batch of goods holds considerable value. The level 2 risk compensation serves as a reminder that the cargo outweighs our lives in worth. Just as Lin Chuan concluded his explanation, a resonating rumble emanated from the inner district. A ramshackle vehicle, haphazardly assembled from scrap metal, approached. To call a car would be a disservice. Welcome to the lower city. Whatever is discarded from the path of grace, the inhabitants of the lower city will utilize to its fullest potential. Captain Lin, you've worked hard this time. Upon the vehicle's halt, a burly bald man leaped down, his face adorned with coarse features. As per our agreement, the vehicle is yours should it break down en route. A fee of 5,000 solars will be imposed, deducted from your commission upon return. Understood. Lin Chuan glanced into the vehicle. Is the cargo inside? It is. The bald man replied, his tone growing serious. Captain Lin, this mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. In the F32 zone, I trust you above all others. Do not tarnish your reputation. In the realm of mercenaries, none dare assert the absolute certainty of success in their endeavors. Lin Chuan remained notably indifferent, proclaiming, as long as the House of Wild Dogs has any living pups, I can assure you that this batch of goods will reach its destination. Excellent. With your word. I am at ease, the bald man replied with a reassuring smile. Lin Chuan did not indulge in idle chit-chat with him. Instead, he gestured with a swift motion of his arm. Pups, it's time to board the vehicle. Fortune awaits. Ning Fan recalled his earlier conversation with Lin Chuan that afternoon. Lin Chuan had mentioned that Ning Fan had the option to choose whether or not to partake in this mission. Should he still be unprepared psychologically to leave the district, Lin Chuan was willing to grant him some time to acclimatize. Without hesitation, Ning Fan resolved that he was ready, having prepared himself a month prior. He joined the others in boarding the vehicle, and although it appeared rather dilapidated from the outside, the interior was surprisingly spacious. With 7 of them seated, there remained ample room. Huizi took the driver's seat and started the engine, bringing them before a colossal iron gate. "Brother Chuan, another mission I see?" The guard at the gate greeted Lin Chuan with familiarity. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ning Fan observed Lin Chuan discreetly slip 1,000 salas to the guard. With a beaming smile, tucked the money away and ordered his subordinates to open the gate. With a series of creaks and groans, the iron gate opened just wide enough for their vehicle to pass through. Outside the district, I have finally arrived. For Ning Fan, stepping beyond the confines of the inner district for the first time filled him with immense trepidation. Before him lay an environment shrouded in near-complete darkness. Before he could acclimate, a cacophony of cries erupted from outside the window. "Help me! Please, save me! I'll pay 1,000 salas." Ning Fan was taken aback and turned to look out the window. There he saw a man, nearly devoid of limbs and drenched in blood, desperately wriggling toward the gate. Suddenly, a large hand clapped down on Ning Fan's shoulder. "Welcome to hell, little pup." Chapter 0006. The Laws Beyond the District for Many. The lower city has already descended into a hellish realm. Yet, to the wanderers, they have romanticized this hell far too much. Lin Chuan's hand remained firmly upon Ning Fan's shoulder. "Child, you are trembling." Ning Fan conceded that indeed, his body was quaking. The scene before him starkly contrasted with the knowledge he had acquired in the academy regarding the outside district. The exterior was perpetually shrouded in darkness, teeming with ferocious beasts. Even seemingly harmless flora might conceal lethal threats. These were lessons Ning Fan had learned in the academy. However, no one had ever informed him that there would be so many people in the outside world. So many. Desperate souls fighting for survival. Ning Fan had gradually acclimated to the darkness, slowly discerning the images beyond the vehicle's window. Outside the district walls, countless corpses lay sprawled upon the ground. Occasionally, a few living souls could be seen, barely clinging to life. The individual who had just cried out for help was among the fortunate. For at least he could still utter words. Most of the others struggled, even to draw breath. They lay there, perhaps merely hoping to die in a place closer to home. Ning Fan involuntarily glanced back at the already sealed district gate. To those within the inner district, this gate served as a barrier against the dangers of the outside. Yet, simultaneously, it severed the lifeline of these individuals. "Brother Chuan, shall we not save him?" Ning Fan pointed towards the pleading man, hesitating for a moment before adding, 1,000 salas. Upon hearing Ning Fan's inquiry, the woman clad in black leather merely scoffed derisively. Choosing not to respond, Lin Chuan also remained silent. The vehicle continued its journey for approximately half an hour. Beyond the harrowing sights encountered at the gate, the group had not faced significant peril. Ning Fan's gaze remained fixed outside, yearning to better comprehend the world beyond. Suddenly, the vehicle came to an unexpected halt. "Brother Chuan, someone is obstructing our path," Huizi remarked, deftly producing a dagger from his wrist. The others swiftly brandished their weapons, displaying remarkable reflexes. Lin Chuan, with an impassive expression, leaned his head out of the window. "I am Lin Chuan from F32 District, Den of Wild Dogs. What is the meaning of this, brothers?" Ahead stood a man in his 30s, blood streaming from his right arm. "Need a ride?" The man rasped. 5,000 salas. "Where to?" Lin Chuan inquired coolly. Without hesitation, the man replied, "Wherever your destination is. I will take you there, no detours." "What skills do you possess?" Lin Chuan pressed further. The man raised his left hand, brandishing an oddly shaped firearm. Ning Fan noticed a peculiar change. Upon seeing the weapon, Lin Chuan seemed poised to ask another question, but abruptly refrained. Additionally, Ning Fan sensed Lin Chuan cast a furtive glance his way. It appeared that the hesitation stemmed from his awareness of Ning Fan. "Is he wary of me?" Ning Fan pondered silently, deeming it a plausible conclusion. After all, he had just joined the Wild Dog House, and neither Lin Chuan nor anyone else could possibly establish trust in him so swiftly. "What level?" Lin Chuan suddenly posed a question that Ning Fan found somewhat perplexing. The man blinked, contemplating for a moment. "Single soul level. Get in." Lin Chuan opened the car door. The man visibly exhaled in relief, dragging his weary body into the vehicle. Without needing a prompt from Lin Chuan, the man retrieved a thick stack of salas from his pocket and handed it to Lin Chuan. It was the custom, upon entering the car, one must pay. The life-saving fee. Do you understand the rules? When faced with insurmountable danger, you become cannon fodder, Lin Chuan whispered to the man. The man off retired. Bitter smile, I understand. Ning Fan comprehended as well. Just moments ago at the entrance, he had asked the crowd whether they wished to save the dying man. At that time, no one had responded. Now he grasped the answer. First, there was only 1,000 salas for the life-saving fee, which was far too meager. Second, the man had already lost all combat capability. He was a burden. Third, he lacked even the qualifications to serve as cannon fodder. No one had answered Ning Fan's question earlier, because outside the academy, no one would patiently teach you anything. All you could do was observe with your eyes, judge with your mind, and feel with your body. Yet, what exactly did single soul level mean? Just as Hui Zi was about to start the vehicle, a man in the passenger seat sniffed and furrowed his brow. They're dogs. How many? 5 to 8. Get out, take them down. Lin Chuan's decision was resolute, and the others wasted no time, swiftly disembarking and drawing their weapons. Ning Fan also exited the vehicle, gripping the black sword tightly in hand. In the darkness, a few pairs of glimmering green eyes finally materialized before Ning Fan. Hellhounds! Ning Fan tightened his grip on the black sword. This was his first true battle. The enemies before him were no longer wooden dummies or training mannequins, but creatures capable of counterattacks, with the potential to take his life. Stay in the car. Hui Zi suddenly commanded Ning Fan. As a newcomer to the wild dog house, you observe your first encounter. Ning Fan was somewhat taken aback. However, before he could respond, several individuals had already charged forward. These individuals appeared remarkably in sync, requiring little communication as they each found their respective adversaries. Ning Fan glanced at Hui Zi. Having faced Hui Zi in direct combat before, he felt a keen curiosity about his abilities. Yet, within less than half a minute, Ning Fan discerned a significant issue. Aghavisu. Hui Zi's movements were far from standard. Whether it was a horizontal slash, a lateral cut, an upward thrust, or a forward stab, every action seemed inadequate in Ning Fan's eyes. The swordsmanship he had learned emphasized broad and expansive movements, demanding a high degree of completeness in each technique. Yet Hui Zi had already initiated the next attack before completing the previous one, merely observing what appears to be unrefined movements. Hui Zi dispatched a shadow hound in less than a minute. Practicality. This phrase abruptly flashed through Ning Fan's mind. He now somewhat comprehended the disdainful smiles that Lin Chuan and Hui Zi had displayed 5 days prior when he presented his report card. The swordsmanship he had honed for high scores could at best be regarded as a performance. However, in the realm of actual combat, Hui Zi's attack methods, derived from accumulated experience, proved far more pragmatic. The same could be said for others as well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Changbin. At that moment, the man who had been rescued approached Ning Fan. You are a newcomer, aren't you? Ning Fan nodded cautiously. Your team leader does not seem to hold much trust in you, Changbin remarked. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Nothing of great consequence. Changbin replied, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he shrugged. If there were no reservations about you, given the strength of your team, eliminating these shadow hounds would have been much less troublesome. Ning Fan regarded him warily, and Changbin chose not to elaborate further. Everyone had dealt with their respective shadow hounds and returned to the vehicle. Hui Zi did not start the engine immediately. The man with a keen sense of smell in the passenger seat suddenly turned around and extended his hand. Before Ning Fan could react, he had seized Changbin by the throat. Changbin was momentarily startled, instinctively raising his gun, but Lin Chuan had already pressed his knife against Changbin's groin. My friend, allow me to introduce you to my brother, Wang Yi. Not only is his sense of smell acute, but his hearing is equally sharp. Lin Chuan gradually narrowed his eyes. We saved you for the sake of monetary compensation. Should we discover that you have been sharing unnecessary information with my associates, I will ensure that your remains reach their intended destination, as per our agreement. Chapter 0007. Concealment, do you comprehend? Must I reiterate? Lin Chuan spoke with indifference. No need, Changbin replied, licking his lips. I assure you, I will keep my mouth in check. Thank you for your cooperation, esteemed benefactor. Lin Chuan sheathed his knife, and Wang Yi relaxed his grip. Yet, the tense atmosphere within the vehicle remained palpable. Hui Zi promptly ignited the engine. Ning Fan lowered his head, pondering Cheng Bin's recent words. Within that discourse lay undoubtedly significant information. Otherwise, Lin Chuan and Wang Yi would not have resorted to direct intimidation. Are they wary of me? Were they concealing power? Ning Fan swiftly unearthed the answer. Cheng Bin had mentioned that, given the team's strength, eliminating the Yin Hound should not require such elaborate measures. Recalling how effortlessly these individuals had dealt with the Yin Hound, as if slicing through vegetables, Ning Fan found it hard to grasp the notion of trouble Cheng Bin had alluded to. Is this not their full strength? What is the true extent of the capabilities possessed by the comrades of Wild Dog's home? Why do they choose to hide it? With such inquiries swirling in his mind, the vehicle advanced several more kilometers. Ning Fan had grown accustomed to the darkness. The faint luminescence emitted by the bioluminescent flora sufficed to illuminate objects within a 10-meter radius, albeit not with utmost clarity. Brother Chuan, shall we traverse the snake cave or circumvent it? Huizi's voice shattered the silence. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chuan replied, let's take the longer route. It is safer. Understood. Huizi deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, veering left. The leftward path would lead through the misty marsh. Should we encounter the rotten-faced frog, Xiao Fei, you shall descend to handle it. Very well. The woman clad in black leather nodded coolly, showing no reluctance. In a realm of missions, remuneration was commensurate with effort. The more one accomplished, the greater the eventual reward. Indeed, it was not long before Ning Fan's ears were met with a disconcerting cacophony from outside. Quack, quack, goodness. Xiao Fei flung open the car door and leapt from the moving vehicle. No need to wait for me. Ning Fan witnessed her vanish into the darkness in an instant. Huizi did not spare her a glance, maintaining the vehicle's previous speed. Shortly thereafter, the unsettling cries ceased and a silhouette emerged from the shadows. Long hair, cascading elegantly. A curvaceous figure. Xiao Fei's speed rivaled that of the car as she grasped the door, preparing to leap back inside. It was then that Ning Fan discerned the bloodied object in her hand, a fist-sized orb. Anyone interested in the gallbladder of the rotten-faced frog? Xiao Fei returned to the vehicle, lifting her hand to display the spherical item. Internal digestion, 1,000. Cheng Bin exclaimed, I want it. My right hand is nearly throbbing with pain. This could alleviate the suffering. You do not qualify for internal digestion. It's 2,000. Agreed. Cheng Bin gritted his teeth, yet retrieved 2,000 sola from his pocket. Purchasing the gallbladder from Xiao Fei, without any preparation, he swiftly consumed the bloodied gallbladder in a few bites. As soon as Jaffe finished counting the money and slipped the 2,000 salas into the crevice of her bosom, an irksome sound echoed from outside. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Initially, Jaffe contemplated diving down, but soon her brows furrowed in dismay. Not only her, but everyone in the vehicle, except for Ning Fan, exhibited a change in countenance. How many, Brother Yi? Huizi inquired in a hushed tone. The co-driver, Wang Yi, gazed intently into the dark expanse ahead, his ears twitching slightly. In no time, his expression grew grave. Damn, why are there so many? Wang Yi turned to Lin Chuan and exclaimed, more than 10. Lin Chuan, equally displeased, cursed under his breath. Can we bypass them? It's a hassle. Wang Yi gestured outside. They're encircling us. If we wish to evade them, we must take the snake tunnel. Lin Chuan scoffed, forget it. The snake tunnel is even more troublesome. He then patted Huizi's shoulder. Pull over. Although the vehicle came to a halt, Huizi instinctively glanced at Ning Fan before addressing Lin Chuan. Brother Chuan, dealing with more than 10 of those rotten-faced frogs is quite challenging. Let's give it a try, Lin Chuan declared, stepping out first. At that moment, Ning Fan also caught sight of the creatures they referred to as rotten-faced frogs. He had encountered descriptions of this otherworldly beast in the compendium, yet witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. No, to be precise, it was nauseating. True to its name, the creature's face was entirely decayed, its skin resembling that which had been doused in strong acid, with flesh writhing incessantly. The mere thought that the recently extracted gallbladder had been consumed raw by Cheng Bin without a flicker of emotion filled Ning Fan with a sense of admiration. Such was the tenacity of those who had long survived in the wild. Their thresholds for endurance were remarkably low. These rotten-faced frogs stood taller than a person, leaping forward in an erratic manner. Upon spotting the group beside the vehicle, their jumps became noticeably more rapid. Huizi Dazhuang, hold them off. Lin Chuan now took command with clarity, instructing, Jaffe and I will lead the attack. Let us first unite to slay one. Wang Yi Lao Duan and that financier, Mr. Chung, you provide cover fire. No one responded, yet everyone understood their roles, including the mentioned financier, Chung Bin. As for Ning Fan, he seemed to be naturally overlooked. Brother Chuan, what about me? For the first time, Huizi had mentioned a newcomer's benefits. However, Ning Fan now felt compelled to contribute. Otherwise, if he merely sat in the vehicle, waiting for the task to conclude and for his payment, he might not receive a single soul. I came to earn, not to sightsee. Lin Chuan offered no reply, instead turning to Jaffe, onward. The two moved in synchrony, swiftly charging forth. One of the rotten-faced frogs, upon seeing their approach, became evidently more exhilarated, leaping higher with each bound. Clang! Jaffe unsheathed her Tang Dao, bending low just before colliding with the creature, sliding beneath it. The blade was aimed directly at the frog's abdomen. The repulsive-faced frog seemed to sense impending danger, abruptly leaping upward in a desperate attempt to distance itself from the blade of Tang Dao. Yet, Lin Chuan had already leaped high into the air, positioning himself above the wretched creature. Are you jumping, you wretched thing? Lin Chuan bellowed, striking down with his weapon upon its grotesque visage. Although the blow inflicted minimal damage, it was sufficient to send the creature crashing to the ground. Xiao Fei raised her Tang Dao. With a resounding splash, a copious amount of foul blood gushed forth from the wound in the frog's abdomen. Xiao Fei, with a graceful twist of her waist, elegantly evaded the repugnant spray. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. What a splendid display of teamwork. There was not a single extraneous movement. He had heard Lin Chuan's earlier command, simple and devoid of intricate details. Yet, the two seemed to possess an innate understanding of each other's intentions. In that moment, Ning Fan realized that although he had joined the wild doghouse, he remained profoundly out of sync with the others. Perhaps only when he could cultivate such seamless camaraderie would he truly be considered a cherished pup of this family. However, as Lin Chuan landed, his expression shifted to one of alarm. Xiao Fei, behind you. Xiao Fei reacted swiftly, heeding Lin Chuan's warning without a backward glance, propelling herself forward. She could not ascertain the nature of the threat behind her, but she was certain it was perilous. From Ning Fan's vantage point, however, he could distinctly see the frog's mouth uncoiling a serrated tongue. Damn it! Lin Chuan's countenance hardened. What unfolded next sent shivers coursing through Ning Fan's entire being. Lin Chuan's blade radiated a crimson light, and from within that glow, Lin Chuan's voice resonated with a low incantation. Spirit Guardian. Butcher. Chapter 0008. Give me an answer, cough. Cough. Ning Fan sat in the car, choking on the heavy scent of blood. It was even more pungent than the odor outside the regional walls. Soon, he discerned that this overwhelming aroma emanated from Lin Chuan's blade. Moreover, what did the term spiritual servant butcher signify? Before he could ponder further, he witnessed Lin Chuan swing the knife forward with great force. A blood-red crescent arc sliced through the air. Sizzle. The crimson crescent precisely severed the long, slimy tongue of the putrid-faced frog, which plummeted to the ground, still writhing. Xiao Fei, shaken yet quickly regaining her composure, asked Brother Chuan, "Is it all right? Use it." Lin Chuan turned to the astonished Ning Fan and warned, "Kid, keep what you see today buried deep within." Ning Fan numbly nodded, finally grasping the hidden truths that everyone had been concealing. Others, too, were unleashing their so-called spiritual servants. Spiritual servant, flower dance. With a low cry from Xiao Fei, her tang knife radiated dazzling brilliance. The putrid-faced frog, enraged from having its tongue severed, emitted spine-chilling sounds. Xiao Fei furrowed her delicate brows, her normally indifferent and charming countenance now tinged with impatience. She turned, raising her knife. Mesmerizing? Ning Fan could scarcely perceive the rhythm of her tang knife stance. The putrid-faced frog seemed frozen in time, even its cacophonous cries abruptly silenced. Whoosh! With a flick of her wrist, Xiao Fei sent the filthy remnants on her knife gliding across the ground, forming a perfect crescent moon. Gurgle, gurgle. Cracks finally appeared on the body of the putrid-faced frog. Subsequently, intricate patterns akin to a fishing net began to emerge upon its form. Ning Fan watched in disbelief as the putrid-faced frog disintegrated into a mass of flesh scattered across the ground. Sliced, utterly obliterated, the entire sequence unfolded in mere 3 seconds. This was the essence of a practitioner. Ning Fan believed he had thoroughly understood the practitioners before deciding to join their ranks. Yet now, less than half a day after exiting the region, numerous revelations had shattered his understanding, both of the local laws and their formidable strength. Why had he never heard anyone mention the term spiritual servant within the district? Meanwhile, Huizi had single-handedly dispatched 2 putrid-faced frogs. His spiritual servant was named Shadow. In under a minute, tranquility returned to the area. All putrid-faced frogs had been eliminated. The speed and efficiency surpassed even their recent encounter with the Shadow Hounds. That fellow named Chung Bin had not spoken falsely. With his team as prowess, dealing with those Shadow Hounds was hardly a convoluted task. They had merely refrained from employing their spiritual servants earlier. Everyone had returned to the car. Need more? Xiao Fei held 2 additional gallstones in her hand and inquired of Chung Bin. This time, a bargain. 2 for 3,000. Chung Bin was momentarily taken aback and managed a wry smile, saying, "Beautiful lady, my money did not come from the wind. Do you truly consider me a fool? In just a short ride, I've already invested 7,000. Xiao Fei furrowed her brows, seemingly displeased at the prospect of not earning that sum. Forget it. Just give it to me. Once we reach District F27, I'll sell it on the black market. Consider it my errand to assist you in offloading your goods." Chung Bin, feeling somewhat out of place, decided it best to cultivate a cordial relationship with those in the vehicle, promptly retrieving 3,000 sola and handing it to Xiao Fei. After a moment of scrutiny of Chung Bin's face, Xiao Fei accepted the money and passed over a vial of energy crystal. Lin Chuan's gaze remained fixated on the scenery outside. "Let us continue," he urged. "All right," Huizi replied, pressing down on the accelerator as the vehicle resumed its journey. Ning Fan kept glancing at Lin Chuan, appearing somewhat hesitant. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself and whispered, "Brother Chuan." "I know," Lin Chuan interjected, not allowing Ning Fan to finish. Instead, he countered with a question. "Did I look handsome just now?" "Huh?" Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a question amidst the perilous circumstances. Moreover, the matter he wished to discuss was of utmost importance, directly affecting the safety of everyone in the vehicle. "Do you understand? Why didn't T want you to see us use the spirit servants?" Lin Chuan dismissed Ning Fan's reaction and encouraged him to make a guess with his clever mind. Realizing that Lin Chuan wished to prevent him from voicing his previous thoughts, Ning Fan, although uncertain of the reason, complied with the shift in topic. "While in the district, I endeavored to gather as much information about the walkers as possible, yet I have never encountered any mention of spirit servants in any records. Nor has anyone in the academy ever spoken of that name." Ning Fan frowned and added, "Furthermore, given your earlier warning to keep today as observations to myself, I boldly conjecture that spirit servants are the core secret of the walkers." "You are half correct," Lin Chuan remarked, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "As expected of a top student. What about the other half?" Ning Fan resembled a sponge, eager to absorb more knowledge. "The other half?" Lin Chuan squinted, assessing Ning Fan with a scrutinizing gaze. "Spirit servants are not merely the core secret of the walkers. They are, in fact, the central secret of the lower city." Ning Fan sensed something unsettling in Lin Chuan's demeanor. But in the next moment, a blade was pressed against his throat, Lin Chuan's knife. Though the blade had lost its former crimson hue, it still radiated a chilling aura. "Brother Chuan, you..." Ning Fan was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. "Why? You see, I have always been curious about one thing, and I hope you can provide me with an explanation." Lin Chuan's gaze had turned fierce, while the others in the vehicle appeared oblivious to the unfolding drama, each engrossed in their own activities. "What is it? Why are you in the lower city?" Lin Chuan's voice was low and menacing. "During the upper city selection 5 days ago, why were you not chosen?" Ning Fan swallowed hard, grappling with his emotions. On the 1st of January, the rejected Ning Fan never exhibited any signs of dissatisfaction or anger. Yet, this did not imply that he was indifferent. In truth, he was seething with fury. More precisely, it was an anger fueled by his unwillingness to accept defeat. However, his mother's health condition prevented him from squandering energy on resentment. Now, as Lin Chuan brought it up, Ning Fan felt a surge of agitation coursing through his veins. 9 disciplines. Such an exceptional achievement would surely not go unnoticed by the elitists of the upper city. Those aristocrats also require capable servants to attend to their needs, and your qualifications should be precisely what they desire. Lin Chuan's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Ning Fan could almost feel the metaphorical blade grazing his throat, leaving behind a faint trace of blood. Child, choose your words with care as you respond to me. Consider your answer well, Lin Chuan warned, his finger tracing a circle in the confines of the car. In this vehicle, every individual counts. Should even one person doubt your response, your life is forfeit. Chapter 0009. Eruption Huizi remained steadfast in his driving, while Qiao Fei diligently polished the tang knife. Changbin wore a grin, as if he were watching a theatrical performance. It appeared that in this vehicle, aside from Ning Fan, no one felt the slightest tension. As for Ning Fan, he gradually clenched his fists, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier. The calmness in his eyes finally transformed. It was anger. It was humiliation. It was a sense of injustice. Yet, there was no fear. All this time, Ning Fan had been suppressing his emotions. His face rarely revealed joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. It seemed as though he was indifferent to everything. Yet paradoxically, he was deeply fixated on certain matters. Kid, your gaze has a hint of the wanderer. Lin Chuan scoffed. However, if you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, you shall still face death. Damn! Ning Fan suddenly let out a scoff that piqued Huizi's curiosity, prompting him to glance at him through the rearview mirror. Isn't that my catchphrase? Moreover, as far as he remembered, this kid was rather modest and well-behaved. Brother Chuan, you accepted me into Wild Dog's home because you suspect I am here to gather intelligence, right? Ning Fan lifted his chin, his chest rising and falling with intensity. The spirit servants are a core secret of the lower city. You do not wish for the upper city to gain excessive information about them. Therefore, you brought me in to suppress me outside the district? Lin Chuan chuckled. A bright student, quick to respond. Did you begin to harbor doubts the moment you first met me and witnessed my perfect scores on all 9 assessments? Ning Fan pressed further. Is that so? Lin Chuan nodded. Pretty much. Fool, Ning Fan retorted coldly. Lin Chuan was taken aback. At that moment, everyone in the vehicle turned their gazes toward Ning Fan. This kid, has he lost his mind? Huizi's eyes were no longer focused on the road ahead, but were fixed on Ning Fan through the rearview mirror. Brother Chuan, he just insulted you. I'm not deaf. Lin Chuan snapped back. It's him who insulted you, not me. Why are you yelling at me? Shut up. Drive. Lin Chuan's expression darkened severely. He glared at Ning Fan. You little bastard. I've been a captain for many years, and no team member has ever insulted me. That's because you haven't held a knife to another team member's throat. Ning Fan maintained his composure. Just because I excel academically, you suspect I am a spy from the upper city? Are you implying that Wild Dog's home can only accept those who fail their assessments? Little brat, mind your words. Don't drag me into this. Who are you insulting? Huizi, the driver, felt personally affronted. As Ning Fan unleashed his defiance, Lin Chuan found himself momentarily at a loss. His suspicion towards Ning Fan was merely that, suspicion. If he were truly convinced that Ning Fan was a spy from the upper city, he would have dealt with him swiftly, without hesitation. But what if he was not? Ning Fan adapted remarkably well to the outside district. For a newcomer of his age, merely not wetting his pants was a feat. He was indeed a talent. Lin Chuan held a high opinion of him. You still have not explained why you were eliminated. He remained distrustful of Ning Fan. Why? Ning Fan gritted his teeth, stating, because the one chosen, Sun Wenhui, possesses a 1/32nd bloodline from the upper city. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. They had scarcely paid attention to the selection process. Yet Ning Fan became increasingly animated, all the pent-up frustration of the past weeks erupting in that instant. For over a decade, I have never dared to squander a single moment. I am willing to undertake the most arduous tasks and consume the most meager sustenance. Amongst all in the academy, I am the most relentless. From the tender age of 6, I understood that the toxins within my mother's body would eventually manifest if I wished to keep her by my side. To prevent her from withering away, the only solution was to procure the miraculous medicine. I can practice a single movement for half a month without sleep. I cannot predict how the skills I have acquired in the academy will aid me in the future. All I know is that only through perfect execution can I achieve a full score. I shall not allow any opportunity to slip through my fingers. Only with a perfect evaluation can I ensure my passage to the upper city. Ning Fan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. After all these years, even his mother had never witnessed him in such a fervor. His fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. You ask why I was not selected for the upper city? I have done everything within my power. Yet that bunch of despicable ingrates failed to choose me. What can I do? If my performance were inferior to others, I would accept it gracefully. I would acknowledge my failure. But all my efforts have succumbed to the absurdity of a 1/32nd upper city bloodline. I refuse to accept this. Damn it. The occupants of the vehicle fell silent, with only Ning Fan's heavy breaths punctuating the stillness. Wang Yi turned to regard him, and even the typically aloof Xiao Fei's gaze shifted. Those arrogant inhabitants of the upper city. Wang Yi scoffed coldly. They still view us as mere vermin, convinced that our presence would tarnish their world. Lin Xuan fixed his gaze on Ning Fan for a prolonged moment before murmuring, "Stop the car." Huizi reacted instantly to his command, slamming on the brakes. The vehicle came to a halt. Everyone out. Lin Xuan opened the door and leaped out without hesitation. The others followed suit, including Ning Fan, who still bore the remnants of his smoldering rage. How could years of suppression dissipate in a single outburst? I previously stated, if even one person in this vehicle doubts your words, you are doomed. Lin Xuan scanned each individual, I believe. I do as well, Huizi added second. The others echoed their acceptance of Ning Fan's fervent declaration. The last to remain silent was Cheng Bin. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Cheng Bin was taken aback. Do I also have a say? I stated that anyone in the car counts. Lin Xuan replied calmly. Cheng Bin smiled, then I too believe. This fellow does not appear to be a spy from the upper city. His animosity towards it may even surpass our own. Very well. Since everyone has chosen to place their trust in you, from this moment onward, you are indeed one of my own. Lin Xuan's expression suddenly darkened. However, you just insulted me. I shall remember this debt. And you did point a knife at my throat. Ning Fan retorted defiantly. Lin Xuan spread his hands. You may keep that in mind. Whenever you possess the capability to settle this score, I shall have no grievances. Ning Fan chose not to respond. Now that your suspicions have been cleared, let us discuss the second matter. Lin Xuan's tone grew more serious. Ning Fan frowned. The second matter? Lin Xuan gestured towards the vehicle. Just now, I caught a whiff of something ominous from the car. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Upon hearing this, Ning Fan's body trembled. He understood the implication of Lin Xuan's words. Moments earlier, he had intended to alert Lin Xuan about something, but Lin Xuan had interrupted him, asserting that he was already aware. Ning Fan's gaze instinctively shifted towards Cheng Bin. Not only him, but everyone else had silently encircled Cheng Bin. Cheng Bin surveyed the group, contemplated for a moment, and decided against offering an explanation, instead managing a wry smile. Could you tell me when I was exposed? Chapter 0010. The traitor Ning Fan had already grasped the black sword firmly in his hand. There was something amiss with Cheng Bin. He had sensed it long ago. What took him by surprise was that he was not the only one who had noticed. In fact, everyone in the vehicle had become aware of it. Each member of the Wild Dog House was sufficiently cautious, including Huizi, whom Ning Fan had previously thought to be rather oblivious. You're saying you intend to sell it in the black market of Zone F27? Xiao Fei spoke coldly. Cheng Bin froze momentarily. That was merely a casual remark of his. Was there an issue? However, the change in his expression was finally evident. One often slips when speaking too much. Cheng Bin understood. Since his rescue, the people from Wild Dog House had never once mentioned their destination. Yet he had voluntarily divulged F27 zone. This indicated that he had long been aware of the group's intended destination. Thus, his sudden appearance warranted further contemplation. "Brother, what does this mean? Are you here to rob us?" Lin Chuan asked calmly, gripping his knife. Chungbin scratched his head. "Could you spare me? You understand the rules. I saved you, yet you wish to harm me. That seems rather inappropriate." Lin Chuan shook his head. "Tell me who sent you, and I shall grant you a swift end." Chungbin chuckled. "Just now, you deliberately staged that scene with this fellow, didn't you? To reasonably justify having everyone disembark, fearing a scuffle in the vehicle might ruin it. Am I right?" Ning Fan gazed at Lin Chuan in astonishment. Had Lin Chuan's earlier questioning and insistence on everyone getting out been for that purpose? Lin Chuan smirked. "If the vehicle gets damaged, it would cost 5,000. Well, I didn't expect you to appear so rough, yet be so meticulous. That's on me for being careless." Chungbin raised his hands. "You have too many people right now. Let us have a proper fight next time." Spirit attendant. Butcher. Lin Chuan's knife had already turned a deep crimson. "Do you think you will have another chance?" Chungbin retorted, "I am certain I cannot match you, but I can still escape." Suddenly, the gun in Chungbin's hand gleamed with light. Lin Chuan shouted, "Old Duan, subdue him." Spirit attendant. Spark. Old Duan raised his long staff, and a dense web of electricity manifested in the surrounding air, crackling ominously. However, Chungbin merely chuckled coldly. Spirit attendant. Earthwalker. The soil beneath them began to churn, and Chungbin seemed to plunge into the ground as if submerged in water. "I told you that you couldn't escape. Are you simply unable to comprehend?" Lin Chuan refrained from striking, yet Wang Yi sprang into action. Wang Yi tightened his nose, then, like a weasel, darted toward a specific direction. Spirit attendant. Lynx. A pair of claw-like blades emerged from his hands, sharp and menacing. He leaped high and pounced fiercely onto a muddy patch of ground, bursting through the earth. In an instant, blood gushed forth, followed by a piercing scream. Huizi deftly evaded. Spirit attendant. Shadow. As Chungbin was yanked from the earth by Wang Yi, Huizi raised his dagger and brought it down with force. The blade did not pierce Chungbin, but rather struck the shadow beneath him. A cry of anguish escaped Chungbin's lips. Lin Chuan approached him, knife in hand. "Who sent you?" Lin Chuan tilted his head. "When your life is at stake, there is no need for secrecy." Ning Fan stood in stunned silence, recalling previous so-called sparring sessions at the academy, which now seemed nothing more than childish play. Is this the essence of a true warrior's battle? When Chungbin sank back into the ground, Ning Fan almost believed he had successfully escaped. Yet, the coordination of Wang Yi and Huizi treated him like a mere groundhog, forcibly extracting him from the earth. Now, Chungbin lay on the ground, his back marred by 3 gruesome wounds, the flesh grotesquely turned outward. "Spare me," he pleaded, fear flickering in his eyes. "I'm just a hired hand. Killing me serves no purpose." The prospect of survival was evidently lost. Lin Chuan crouched down, looking down at him from above. "I've told you, provide me with answers, and I shall grant you a swift end, a fair exchange." Noticing Chungbin's gaze wavering, Lin Chuan added, "You're in this line of work too. You should understand the necessity of showing no mercy to foes. Let us be candid. If you fall, take it like a man and leave your life behind. There is nothing more to discuss. If my life is forfeit, why should I divulge anything to you?" Chungbin's expression darkened. Lin Chuan replied with a smile, "Because it could lessen your suffering." With that, he signaled to Huizi. With a cold demeanor, Huizi plunged the dagger once more into Chungbin's shadow. A cry of pain erupted from Chungbin, his face contorted and his eyes bloodshot. Ning Fan observed intently. This attack would not inflict any physical harm on Chungbin. It meant that as long as Huizi chose not to kill him, he could subject him to this torment repeatedly. This was the true essence of being unable to live or die. It was difficult to fathom that the seemingly carefree Huizi could possess such cruelty. "Aren't you afraid my screams will attract monsters?" Chungbin managed to utter, his face pale with agony, yet still clinging to the hope of threatening Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's smile deepened. "From District F32 to F27, to me, it's like a stroll down memory lane." He scoffed lightly. "I'm practically on a first-name basis with the beasts along this path. Go ahead, scream. I'm quite curious to see if any new friends have moved in." Chungbin's expression fell. The fact that Lin Chuan had allowed Huizi to act against him here indicated that he dismissed the nearby monsters entirely. Moreover, the combat prowess displayed by this team certainly lent them the confidence to do so. Without waiting for Chungbin to respond, Huizi plunged the dagger down again. I'll tell you, Chungbin realized he had no chance of survival. As Lin Chuan had stated, there was no longer any need to feign bravery. I am a wanderer from Zone F27. I am without a team. Last night, the Battle Bears team from our area found me and instructed me to wait for you all on this essential route and to infiltrate your ranks. They did not specify what to do next. Chungbin, trembling, explained, "This is truly all I know." Oh, and they also asked me to bring more Solara. Should you encounter any resources on the way that can enhance your strength or heal your wounds, I can purchase them from you. They will reimburse me later. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan gradually narrowed his eyes. Thus far, they had acquired 3 gallstones, all of which were collected by Chungbin. Having consumed one, he should still possess 2. Lin Chuan first searched Chungbin and extracted the remaining 2 gallstones, also seizing the over 6,000 Solara he had left. You people from Zone F27 have rather dubious customs, Lin Chuan said in a low voice, handing a knife to Ning Fan. What is it with the Battle Bears? Why provoke a pack of mad dogs like us? Chapter 0011. Spirit attendants, everyone had boarded the vehicle, leaving Chungbin's lifeless body in a pool of blood by the roadside. Ning Fan sat inside the car, his emotions in disarray. This was the first time in his life he had taken a life. Indeed, it was Chungbin whom he had slain. Lin Chuan had presented him with this opportunity. Although Ning Fan understood that embarking on the path of a traveler would inevitably lead to such experiences, he had not anticipated it would arrive so swiftly and unexpectedly. A wave of nausea surged within him, as if the cursed flesh in his stomach were writhing restlessly. The sour, rancid taste continually crept up from his throat. Despite his dismal state, no one offered him comfort, nor did anyone assist him in easing his burden. Once one chooses to become a traveler, one must forego any expectation of being treated as a child. Lin Chuan's brows were tightly furrowed. After about an hour of driving, he broke the silence within the vehicle. We must be approaching the Ghost Mist Forest, correct? Yes, less than 10 kilometers to go, Huizi replied nonchalantly. Turn right. Let us rest at the cave where we had barbecue last time. Understood. Huizi maneuvered the vehicle to a halt before a cave. Ning Fan noticed remnants of charred wood within, a testament to their previous visit. As Lin Chuan had mentioned, this path was all too familiar to them. During their last mission, they had even leisurely hosted a barbecue feast in this very cave. As they disembarked and entered the cavern, a man named De Zhuang gathered some firewood to ignite a campfire. However, this time they were not there for a barbecue. "We're being watched," Lin Chuan stated, extending his hands towards the flames, his gaze contemplative. "If I am not mistaken, the Battle Bears are already awaiting us in the Ghost Mist Forest." The group fell silent, yet they did not display excessive panic. "We have 2 options. First, we can take a detour through the Snake Cave, avoiding the Ghost Mist Forest. Second, we can confront them head-on." Lin Chuan lifted his gaze, the flames casting a warm glow upon his solemn face. "There are 7 of us. Let us vote. I will express my stance first. Let us charge ahead. Fight. Let us go. I believe it's unnecessary to act recklessly. We have traversed the Snake Cave before. Safety comes first. We lack understanding of the Battle Bears, and a head-on clash could lead to uncontrollable risks." Among the 6, 3 votes favored direct confrontation, while 3 supported taking the detour. This outcome surprised Ning Fan. He had assumed that since Lin Chuan had taken the initiative to declare his position, the others would at least show some respect for their leader's opinion. Yet Huizi, Xiao Fei, and the seemingly simple-minded De Zhuang had cast opposing votes. More significantly, the crucial vote now rested in the hands of Ning Fan, the newcomer. All eyes turned to him, awaiting his decision. Although Ning Fan felt somewhat out of place, he composed himself and said, "Brother Chuan, before we vote, I would like to ask a few questions." "Go ahead," Lin Chuan nodded. "What exactly are spirit attendants?" Ning Fan had held this question in for quite some time. Is it possible to summon a spirit companion? For a traveler, the distinction is profound. He must understand the method of acquiring a spirit companion. It seems Lin Chuan anticipated Ning Fan's inquiry, yet he refrained from providing a direct answer. Do you recall what we saw when we first emerged from the inner district? Ning Fan certainly remembered. That scene was unforgettable. Corpses strewn across the ground. The land littered with the deceased. The earth was stained with dried brown blood. In the wilderness, countless souls lingered. Lin Chuan spoke softly. These souls, after a prolonged accumulation, eventually transform into spirits. Spirits lack consciousness and thought, yet they endure the torment of their final moments. Spirits are the byproduct of gathered souls. While an individual may withstand the pain of their demise, what a multitude of souls converging. Thus, spirits require liberation. Their means of release is through attachment to our weapons. We provide them a refuge within our arms, and in return, they lend us their power. Lin Chuan raised his blade. Within this knife resides the spirit born from the gathering of 6 souls. It is named the Butcher. 6 souls gathered? At first glance, Ning Fan thought 6 was indeed a considerable number. Do not be overly astonished. Consider what is most abundant in the wilds. It is not the peculiar flora nor the bloodthirsty beasts, but the souls. Lin Chuan pointed at Xiao Fei. Her spirit companion is formed from the convergence of 17 souls. She is the only one among us to possess a 10-soul level spirit companion. Ning Fan suddenly turned to Xiao Fei, noticing she was diligently polishing her Tang Dao. That blade harbors the spirit formed from the amalgamation of 17 souls. This implies that without a weapon at hand, one cannot summon a spirit companion. Ning Fan had no time for reflections. Not quite. Initially, spirits only attach themselves to weapons, which is why I mentioned that we borrow power from them. Lin Chuan explained. However, once a sufficient rapport is established with a spirit companion, the weapon merely serves as a medium. Even if one changes weapons, the spirit companion can still be summoned. Ning Fan began to grasp the concept. So, how does one acquire a spirit companion? I cannot answer that question. Lin Chuan chuckled. There's a saying in the Traveler's Circle. When the time is right, a spirit will naturally seek you out. Ning Fan felt a tinge of disappointment at this answer. When the time is right, that seems overly esoteric. Is it possible that it relates to mental fortitude? Ning Fan, undeterred, inquired. For instance, at the brink of death, is one more likely to perceive the presence of spirits? You think too much. Huizi pointed to the 3 claw marks on his neck. During my first mission, I nearly perished outside, yet I did not acquire a spirit companion. It was only on my 3rd outing, as I walked, that a spirit approached me. Truly, it is a matter of opportunity. Young one, do not rush. As long as you survive in the wilderness, one day you too shall possess a spirit companion. Lin Chuan patted his shoulder gently. Cast your vote first. Everyone is awaiting your decision. Ning Fan retracted his eagerness for the spirit attendant and began to ponder thoughtfully how to cast his vote. He understood that his choice would influence the fate of the entire team. After half a minute of contemplation, he still had not reached a conclusion. Lin Chuan, to be frank, I believe your reasoning is flawed. All 6 individuals turned their gazes towards Ning Fan. This young man had just criticized Lin Chuan and was now questioning him once more. Are you attempting a coup, young man? Huizi raised an eyebrow. However, this time, Lin Chuan displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead, he tilted his head with keen interest. Scholar, do share your thoughts. Chapter 0012. Deceived Ning Fan licked his lips, disregarding the skeptical gazes of those around him. Brother Chuan, may I inquire whether individuals like Chongbin are frequently encountered in your past experiences? Lin Chuan adopted a more serious demeanor, stroking the disheveled stubble on his chin. Rarely, he replied, his brow furrowed. Our wild doghouse is renowned in this area for being both impoverished and resilient. Typically, those who contemplate robbery would not recklessly target us. Huizi proudly interjected, indeed, robbing us would yield minimal returns. Ning Fan chuckled softly, but soon posed another question. So, do you not find him somewhat peculiar? An insatiable ghost seeking food is nothing unusual, Xiao Fei remarked bluntly. Ning Fan responded quietly, outside the district, being robbed is indeed commonplace. However, we must first possess something worth stealing. The group exchanged thoughtful glances. Chongbin had infiltrated their ranks with a staggering 16,000 sola. Ning Fan's brow gradually furrowed. Sister Fei, he does not resemble the starving specter you described. To put it bluntly, he might even be wealthier than we are. Xiao Fei did not express displeasure at Ning Fan's assertion. Instead, she fell into contemplation, recognizing the crux of his observation. So are you implying? Lin Chuan glanced toward the vehicle. Ning Fan nodded. I believe we must first ascertain what it is we are transporting. Given Lin Chuan's assertion that the wild dog house was both impoverished and formidable, it was evident that the adversary's interest did not lie in the wild dog house itself, but rather in their current mission. The items belonging to the employer are not meant to be inspected, Lin Chuan declared, his brow tightly knitted. We go. I recall that before our departure. You also found this mission rather simplistic. Yet, the compensation was set according to a level 2 risk, which is rather peculiar. Wouldn't you agree? Huizi nodded earnestly. Yet his gaze towards Ning Fan grew more intrigued. This young man possessed a remarkable acuity. He remembered the minutiae from their pre-departure discussions. Ning Fan continued, moreover. Changbin awaited us on a mandatory route and was well aware that our ultimate destination was Zone F-27. Thus, if there are no traitors among us, who could have leaked this information? Yang Beihai. Huizi sprang to his feet, seething with rage. That old bald donkey dares to deceive me? Quiet down. Lin Chuan scolded impatiently. You're making my head ache with all this noise. Huizi stared wide-eyed, panting heavily, but ultimately complied and sat back down. Lin Chuan turned to Ning Fan. Please continue. Brother Chuan, it seems to me that the contents of the vehicle could fall into one of two categories. Ning Fan raised two fingers. First, the items within may possess an exceedingly high value, perhaps even surpassing our imagination. The risk level might even exceed 3. Lin Chuan nodded thoughtfully. This was not difficult to surmise. However, I personally believe that this possibility is rather slim. If that were the case, Yang Beihai would never divulge such information. The goods are his, and if they were to be stolen, he would feel even more distressed than we would. Ning Fan tapped his fingers and remarked, Of course, we cannot entirely dismiss the chance that he might be colluding with individuals from Zone F-27, but I consider that likelihood to be minimal. Collaborating with others from within is too perilous. In front of Sora, who can truly be trusted? Once the war bear seized the goods, even if Yang Beihai received no share of the spoils, what could he possibly do? It would be akin to stealing from himself. Would he dare to boldly demand an explanation? Thus, I lean towards the second possibility. Ning Fan squinted as he gazed at the vehicle. The contents of that car are utterly worthless. This speculation left everyone perplexed. What does that mean? What are they stealing? What are we protecting? Huizi could not help but blurt out a question. Lin Chuan shot him a glare, then turned to Ning Fan. What do you mean by worthless? If they know that what we are transporting is of little value, why would they take action against us? Brother, ISN to your question essentially the same as mine. Easy muted. Because Yang Beihai never expected us to deliver the goods to Zone F-27. Before Lin Chuan could erupt in anger, Ning Fan interjected. To be precise, he would employ every means to prevent us from reaching Zone F-27. Everyone fell silent. In the flickering light of the flames, it was evident that each person's expression was grim. Are you suggesting that Yang Beihai is targeting us? Lin Chuan said in a low voice. Yet I still find it illogical. We have cooperated with Yang Beihai before and have no enmity. Brother Chuan, let me ask you this. If we perish outside the zone, would this mission be considered a failure for our wild dog society? Of course it would. Lin Chuan answered immediately, then abruptly stood up. I see now. Within the team, some had their eyes light up while others looked somewhat confused. Yang Beihai must have informed the recipient that this batch of goods was to be delivered by our wild dog society. Yet ultimately, we failed the mission. Therefore, even if this batch of goods is not delivered, it bears no consequence for him. Lin Chuan clenched his fists. He intends to keep this batch of goods for himself. Damn it. After a lifetime of walking through the night, I'm treated like a fool. Ning Fan notet, prekisedi. Which is why I said that the contents of that vehicle may be utterly worthless. He knows all too well that no matter what it is, it will never reach Zone F-27. Lin Chuan suddenly turned and strode towards the vehicle. The others promptly followed. However, When they opened the trunk and forcibly pried open an iron box inside, everyone turned to Ning Fan. The box was completely empty. This kid guessed correctly. Yet, there was no joy in Ning Fan's eyes. Instead, a profound worry was evident. Their adversary dared to act in such a manner, indicating they possessed sufficient confidence to leave everyone from the Wild Dog Society stranded outside the zone. Yang Beihai has collaborated with the Wild Dog House, and thus possesses a certain understanding of their capabilities. Despite this, he still exudes such confidence. Chuangu, it's time to return. Huizi's expression was cold as he demanded, "Bring Yang Beihai out and have him clarify the situation." Lin Chuan stared at the box, remaining silent for an extended period, his countenance remarkably frigid. Ning Fan recognized that Lin Chuan was deeply angered. Lin Chuan is a man of principles, and he harbors a profound disdain for those who disrupt the established order. Simultaneously, Huizi's suggestion stands as the only viable option at present. This mission, without a doubt, cannot proceed any further. However, Ning Fan was utterly unprepared for Lin Chuan to suddenly turn towards the group after a prolonged silence of 5 minutes. His expression was as still as a stagnant pool. "Let us rest for half an hour and adjust to our optimal state. Then we shall continue onward." Chapter 0013. The significance of teamwork. Ning Fan was taken aback. It was now evident that this commission was a trap set by Yang Beihai, and there would undoubtedly be an ambush ahead. Furthermore, they were unaware of the opponent's strength, yet their adversaries possessed information about them. Under such circumstances, shouldn't they retreat promptly? Why would one willingly leap into a pit of fire when the danger was so apparent? However, what astonished Ning Fan even more was that the others merely paused momentarily before each finding a corner to sit down and rest, fully clothed. They were genuinely conserving their energy and restoring their vigor. Even Huizi, Qiao Fei, and De Zhuang, who had previously opposed a head-on confrontation, now displayed no trace of doubt whatsoever. Why was that? Ning Fan found himself perplexed. "Kid, if you have any questions, feel free to ask," Lin Chuan said, still seated by the fire, his gaze upon the flames deepening with contemplation. After a prolonged moment of staring, Ning Fan could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Why?" Lin Chuan pondered briefly before responding. "Do you recall the rickety wooden board that Huizi would set up every day back in the district?" Immediately, an image materialized in Ning Fan's mind. Huizi sitting on a stone with that weathered board inscribed with "Home of the Wild Dogs" before him. It was all for that. Lin Chuan slowly lifted his gaze, addressing Ning Fan earnestly. "The reputation of Home of the Wild Dogs was forged by the older generation. I lack the right to tarnish it." Ning Fan sensed that he grasped part of the situation, yet some aspects remained elusive. There was no doubt that Yang Beihai had orchestrated a scheme against them. Lin Chuan continued, "However, if we return to District F32, even if we manage to extract him, what can we truly prove? Our team has left intact and will return intact. The only difference is that the cargo in the vehicle is missing. If Yang Beihai refuses to acknowledge it, what evidence can we present?" He understood Lin Chuan's intention, to catch the thief red-handed, to seize the evidence. "Brother Chuan, are you suggesting we capture the battle bear and confront Yang Beihai with him?" Ning Fan licked his parched lips. Lin Chuan nodded. "We must present the evidence before him to demonstrate that the reputation of Home of the Wild Dogs remains untarnished. We cannot afford the stigma of being thieves ourselves." Ning Fan felt a stirring within him. This seemingly rough and casual man adhered to his principles with unwavering resolve. Within Home of the Wild Dogs, Lin Chuan might not possess the greatest combat prowess, yet he commanded the utmost respect from all. The moment Lin Chuan issued a command, everyone understood his intent without a hint of doubt. This was teamwork. This was cohesion, while camaraderie and just might characterize their daily interactions. The moment Home of the Wild Dogs was at stake, it became a matter of utmost gravity. Ning Fan acknowledged that he had once underestimated the essence of teamwork. "However, Brother Chuan, we know nothing about the battle bear." Ning Fan comprehended Lin Chuan's intentions, yet he was also engulfed in profound apprehension. The enemy was aware of their presence while they remained oblivious to the enemy's movements, rendering them quite passive in this situation. "Thus, it all rests upon you." Lin Chuan suddenly chuckled. "Me?" Ning Fan, taken aback, pointed at his own nose, his cheeks flushing slightly. Brother Chuan, do not jest with me. I do not even possess a spirit attendant. Do you know why I chose you? Lin Chuan interjected. Ning Fan pondered for a moment, then forced a bitter smile. Surely, it cannot be due to my outstanding grades. At this juncture, Ning Fan truly felt that his so-called excellence in 9 subjects held little value in the eyes of a practitioner. You are indeed correct. That is precisely what I admired. Lin Chuan's words once again caught Ning Fan off guard. Youngster, your grades signify, first and foremost, that you possess considerable tenacity. Among the multitude in the F32 district, you are the sole individual to achieve full marks in all 9 subjects. I do not believe in luck. I believe in diligence. However, more importantly, through my observations, I could discern that you possess a certain intellect. To be honest, in this den of mine, everyone is capable of fighting, but there's a distinct lack of those who can think. Lin Chuan glanced at Hui Zi with a disdainful smirk. Look at him. While he is proficient in combat, entrusting him with strategizing would lead to my losing my trousers. Ning Fan disregarded Lin Chuan's jest, his expression unusually grave. Lin Chuan continued, our team is in dire need of someone with a keen mind, and you, precisely, possess this innate talent. Hence, it matters not that you lack a spirit attendant or that your strength is inferior. We have a muscle. As he spoke, Lin Chuan retrieved a piece of paper from his bosom, unfurling it upon the ground. Here lies our current position, and ahead is the Ghost Mist Forest. This is a map. I shall now disclose the capabilities of every member in our team to you. They may rest for the next half hour, but you cannot. Once they awaken, you must provide us with a feasible battle plan. Without further ado, Lin Chuan entrusted Ning Fan with this task. Ning Fan was incredulous. Brother Chuan, I am but a novice. Do you truly wish to assign such a pivotal responsibility to me? Everyone has traversed the path of a newcomer step by step. You may lack experience, but I am offering you the opportunity to accumulate it. Once you have garnered sufficient experience, you can reciprocate to the team. Is this not the essence of teamwork? Lin Chuan chuckled nonchalantly. Does the academy not offer combat courses? You scored full marks. You should be quite adept at formulating plans. Thus, this task is ideally suited for you. Yet, Ning Fan did not share his ease. In the academy, such matters were merely theoretical. Even if a plan were to fail, one could simply start anew and continue to explore. But now, it entails wagering the lives of 7 individuals from Wild Dog's Den. Once commenced, there would be no turning back. Ning Fan felt the weight of immense pressure. A hand clapped upon his shoulder. He looked up to meet Lin Chuan's profound gaze. Youngster, if you intend to become a practitioner, you must learn to bear responsibility. Lin Chuan spoke softly. Bringing you out is not merely for leisure. You must possess some utility. After articulating the abilities of each team member, Lin Chuan retreated to a corner to rest. By the fire, only Ning Fan remained, his expression rigid. He felt an unprecedented weight pressing upon his shoulders. Observing the others in meditation, Ning Fan struggled to suppress the trembling of his body. Finally, after a thorough mental preparation lasting 3 minutes, he gradually calmed himself. He began to scrutinize the map laid out on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, the black sword he had been carrying on his back quivered slightly. Meanwhile, as Ning Fan was engrossed in studying the map and formulating plans within the cave, in the F32 district, in the inner area, at Ning Fan's home, his mother slowly opened her eyes, feeling an overwhelming weakness. Awake? Suddenly, a deep, magnetic voice reached her ears to completely eliminate the miasma from you. I used 2 special antidotes. Her vision blurred, making it difficult to discern the figure before her. Who are you? Her voice was hoarse. Fong Yen, you haven't forgotten your old friend, have you? The man chuckled. How disheartening. Her body stiffened. The outline of the figure before her gradually became clearer. The moment she recognized him fully, an expression of sheer terror enveloped her face. You, remembered me? The man whispered. It has been quite some time. Just as her mother was about to speak, she abruptly noticed 2 figures lying in the corner of the room behind a man. Specifically, they were 2 bloodied corpses, one plump and the other bespectacled. Chapter 0014. Ning Fan's tactical plan. Half an hour later, Ning Fan remained seated beside the fire, lost in thought as he gazed at the map. The flickering flames illuminated his focused expression, rendering him oblivious to his surroundings. Have something to eat. A piece of roasted beef bone was offered to him. Surprised, Ning Fan looked up to see a simple, honest face to Zhuang. Don't eat too much of the hound meat. The toxin content is too high, he cautioned. The Zhuang chuckled. We're risking our lives here. Let's indulge a bit. This meal is on me. The beef bone, a luxury in this city, smelled delightful. Though the meat was scant, it was fragrant and nourishing. The aroma wafting from the beef bone was incomparable to that of the hound meat, and just inhaling it made Ning Fan's mouth water profusely. However, what truly delighted him was that at this moment, the wild dog house seemed to begin accepting him. He was now regarded as a small wild dog within this pack. Thank you. Ning Fan accepted it graciously. De Zhuang replied with a grin. In this doghouse, we don't say thank you. When you earn some Sora, treat me then. Deal. Big brother De Zhuang, I'll treat you to beef. De Zhuang nodded in satisfaction and leaned closer to examine the map. Brother Chuan said you should devise a plan. Indeed, Ning Fan scratched his head, but I'm feeling a bit anxious. Anxious about what? De Zhuang patted his shoulder with his greasy hand. Brother Chuan said you're sharper than us. We trust him, so we trust you. Though De Zhuang intended to encourage Ning Fan, it only heightened his pressure. It was then that Ning Fan noticed De Zhuang's left hand. He had only a thumb. The other 4 fingers appeared to have been severed by some sharp object. However, Ning Fan chose not to inquire further, feeling it impolite to stare. Before long, the others had gathered, ready for the briefing. Kid, how is it going? Lin Chuan yawned, his demeanor betraying no hint of the impending peril. Brother Chuan, I've devised 3 plans. You can choose one. Just as Ning Fan was about to elaborate on all 3, Lin Chuan interrupted him. Don't complicate things. Just present the one you find most reasonable. Ning Fan furrowed his brow. After considerable contemplation, he finally steeled himself and turned to Xiao Fei. Sister Fei, you're the only one possessing a 10-soul level spirit attendant. So for this mission, I've decided to center it around you. Xiao Fei, who was polishing her Tang Dao, paused slightly before nodding indifferently. Very well. In the misty expanse of the ghost fog forest, atop a gray hill, a tall man with a square face puffed on a nearly burnt-out cigar, his gaze fixed on the fog-laden woods below. Damn it, my eyes are hurting from watching so long, he muttered in annoyance. Why haven't those wild dogs arrived yet? This man was Sun Wang, the leader of the battle bears. Brother, do you think they might have taken another route? Beside him, a man, slender as a monkey, cautiously inquired. What if they venture towards the snake den? Wouldn't we be left empty-handed? Sun Wang furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That is unlikely. Did Yang Beihai not say so? These wild dogs are quite prudent. Venturing into the snake den poses a risk, and they will surely opt for the safest route. Yet, this is taking too long. The monkey glanced at the time and scoffed. Could it be that they've encountered trouble on the way? That would be splendid. Sparing us the effort. Sun Wang snorted coldly. However, I believe the likelihood is slim. According to Yang Beihai, these wild dogs are formidable. There aren't any particularly strong beasts along this route to threaten them. Just as the monkey was about to speak, Sun Wang's gaze suddenly sharpened. Here they come. Through the haze, a vehicle fashioned from scrap metal was slowly approaching. Sun Wang's eyes brightened, and he waved his hand decisively. It's time to act. The 8 individuals behind him simultaneously rose and moved to the edge of the hill, fixated on the vehicle traversing through the fog. Can you see clearly? It must be the vehicle Yang Beihai mentioned, right? Let us not mistake our target. Sun Wang double-checked. The monkey squinted for a prolonged moment. That's the one. Green canopy, red wheels. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Sun Wang decisively commanded. Get it done quickly, and we can disperse. As soon as the words left his mouth, a fireball, 1/2 meter in diameter, suddenly plummeted from the hill with incredible speed. Simultaneously, the monkey leaped down the hill like a true primate, bounding through the trees of the ghost mist forest, drawing closer to the vehicle. Sun Wang discarded his leather jacket, revealing a robust chest. Wild dogs. Ha ha ha. No matter how formidable, they are still but dogs. What can compare to a bear? As he spoke, Sun Wang and his companions charged forward. As they sprinted, they unleashed their spiritual guardians, launching a nearly annihilating attack on the vehicle. In an instant, the vehicle became unrecognizable, cloaked in darkness, with plumes of black smoke billowing from it. Under such a relentless assault, even a deity seated within would meet a grim fate. However, when the monkey was the first to reach the vicinity of the vehicle, he sensed something amiss. Brother, the number of people inside the vehicle, it doesn't add up. The monkey shouted from the tree above. Sun Wang was taken aback. Yet in that moment, a flash of lightning crackled. Spiritual guardian, sparks. From a distance, old Duan's expression was cold as he swung his long staff. Before the monkey could react, he felt crackling sounds surrounding him. Ah! The monkey convulsed from the electric shock and fell from the tree, landing right in front of Sun Wang. Sun Wang and the others were momentarily stunned. The monkey, with trembling teeth, forced out the words, "Inside the vehicle, there's only a corpse." A chill ran down Sun Wang's spine. Time rewound to 1 hour earlier. Upon reflection, I realized that although we are unaware of the war bear's information, conversely, they may not possess an absolute advantage in knowledge either. Ning Fan sat before the fire, his gaze sweeping over the group. At the very least, they are likely oblivious to the fact that we have foreseen their ambush. Lin Chuan's eyes brightened, refraining from interrupting Ning Fan. I endeavored to consider the matter from the war bear's perspective and suddenly recognized a crucial question. How do they identify us? Ning Fan stroked his chin, settling into his own rhythm. They cannot simply stand in the middle of the road waiting for us. That would forfeit their advantage of preemptive ambush. Moreover, the ghost mist forest is perpetually shrouded in fog, and if the distance is too great, they would struggle to discern our appearances. Therefore, Ning Fan pointed outside the cave. I believe I have comprehended why Yang Beihai prepared this vehicle for us in advance. Chapter 15. Something is amiss. The vehicle provided by Yang Beihai is a Peugeot. The war bear relies on this vehicle to identify the individuals from Wild Dog's Den. My intention is to use this car as bait to lure them out. Ning Fan continued. Once they commence their assault on this vehicle, we will ascertain their location. Thus, our predicament will be entirely reversed. However, who will drive the car? Huizi's expression was rather grim. He had always been the one behind the wheel. We cannot utilize our own people. Ning Fan replied with a smile. Let us hope that Changbin's body has not been devoured by the beasts. Him? This caught everyone off guard. How can a corpse drive a car? In truth, there is no need for a driver. As long as we find a straight road and secure the accelerator, it will suffice. Ning Fan elucidated. The purpose of Changbin's body is merely to give the impression that there is someone in the vehicle. After speaking, Ning Fan anxiously regarded the crowd. He was uncertain whether his plan would garner their approval. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Chuan laughed and applauded. Does anyone have any objections? Quite good. Xiao Fei remarked coolly. What do you mean by my role as the core? Decapitation. Ning Fan's eyes brightened. Although Brother Chuan's butcher is formidable, your flower dance is swifter. The instant Sun Wang realized he had fallen into a trap, a chill swept down his spine. Suddenly, a shadow rushed towards him at high speed. Spirit Guardian, Giant Bear. Sun Wang reacted swiftly, activating his Spirit Guardian at once. Thick fur sprouted rapidly from his bear's skin, and his face twisted into a terrifying visage, his already towering frame swelling further. Ja! The shadow flashed by. Sun Wang's eyes widened in shock. A gash appeared on his neck. Soon, the wound began to expand. Blood mist erupted as that shadow landed 10 meters away. Xiao Fei, fully unleashing her 10 soul level Spirit Guardian, her speed was beyond the naked eye's perception. A flush crept across Xiao Fei's delicate face. Ning Fan had assigned her this singular task, yet it was the most challenging aspect of the entire plan. She had only one chance. Should she fail, she would be ensnared within the enemy's ranks, subjected to their siege. Fortunately, she succeeded. Boom! Sun Wang's massive form collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dirt. The surrounding war bear members were momentarily stunned. It was their ambush, yet now, the monkey had been struck down, and Sun Wang had been slain. In mere seconds, they had lost 2 men. Damn it! Kill that woman! Someone roared, and the members of War Bear unleashed their spirit guardians, directing their attacks towards Qiao Fei. Spirit Guardian, shield. De Zhuang charged from the rear, arms raised before him as a transparent light shield unfolded. The assaults from the War Bear members collided against the translucent shield, fracturing it in a myriad of cracks. De Zhuang furrowed his brow, his blood surging with fervor. Yet he did not retreat a single step, steadfastly guarding the weakened Qiao Fei behind him after her powerful strike. Chao and Ima, let me see what the battle bears of Zone F-27 are made of. Who dares to obstruct my path? In the midst of the fog, Lin Chuan approached, his eyes ablaze, wielding a crimson glowing blade, advancing step by step. Following him were Ning Fan and Huizi. From the side, a figure darted forth with remarkable speed. Though not as swift as Qiao Fei, he was not far behind. It was Wang Yi. As he neared the enemy, Wang Yi leapt high, his claws gleaming with a chilling light. Swish! One of the attackers assaulting the light shield had his head torn apart by the claws, falling silently to the ground. Huizi, protect our talented student. Lin Chuan commanded in a low voice, then charged towards the battle bears. Huizi grimaced, clearly itching for action. Yizhu, why don't you join in too? Ning Fan suggested, feeling somewhat embarrassed. While everyone was fighting valiantly, he still needed protection. Enough. You're too precious. Huizi shot him a glance, then sighed. I must admit, excelling academically does have its advantages. Your ideas are quite impressive. Although they had not yet fully subdued the battle bears, everyone in the team had already recognized Ning Fan's value. Without him, they would not have devised such a plan. Had they followed their previous approach, they likely would have charged headlong into the ghost mist forest, engaging in a brutal exchange of blows, determined to see who was tougher. But that would have resulted in heavy losses. Ning Fan gazed at the chaos of battle before him, clenching his fists. He too longed to fight alongside his comrades. Yet, lacking a spirit attendant, all he could do was strategize. To join the fray would only hinder their efforts. Something feels amiss. Huizi, watching alongside Ning Fan, suddenly scratched his head. These battle bears, aren't all that formidable? Initially, Ning Fan had been preoccupied with when he might acquire a spirit attendant. However, upon hearing Huizi's mutterings, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. Indeed, something was off. Although their plan had been executed well, successfully decapitating the enemy's leader and catching them off guard, they had subtly gained control of the situation. Yet the strength of the battle bears was significantly less than they had anticipated. This was not to say that the battle bears were weak, but rather, with such strength, they were incapable of entirely eliminating Wild Doghouse. Precisely. That is the crux of the matter. Even without Ning Fan's plan, if Wild Doghouse were to engage the battle bears, they might suffer losses, but they would not be utterly annihilated. At the very least, retreat would be feasible. Yang Beihai's intent was to obliterate Wild Doghouse completely. Only then could he shift all blame onto them. The battle bears clearly could not achieve this. No, Huigu, there must be more of them. Ning Fan suddenly exclaimed. Battle bears are merely cannon fodder. A decoy. Their roles are no different from Chungbin's. What? Huizi's face instantly turned pale. Meanwhile, Lao Duan had just jumped down from the tree, intending to clear the battlefield. A flash of white light surged forth. Lao Duan's body froze in place, a blood hole appearing in the center of his brow. He widened his eyes, filled with bewilderment. Bang! Lao Duan collapsed straight to the ground, blood spreading from his head. Lin Chuan, who was thoroughly engrossed in his hacking, was also startled by the situation concerning Lao Duan. Lao Duan! Lin Chuan's eyes turned crimson, veins bulging on his neck. But before he could react, he vaguely heard a low voice. Spirit attendant. Light arrow. Not far away, on a small hillside, a young man wrapped in a turban, with a lollipop in his mouth, made a gesture of drawing a bow with his hands. Soon, a luminous arrow coalesced on the ring of his finger. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth. Wang Yi descended. Chapter 0016. The Shield at Home. Shattered Lin Chuan's cry abruptly ceased. Wang Yi lay less than 5 meters away, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth, choking his throat. He gazed upward at Lin Chuan, mouth agape, as if he had a multitude of words to express, but could utter not a single syllable. Lin Xuan's lips quivered incessantly, his eyes rimmed with crimson. On the other side, Ning Fan trembled uncontrollably. This was the world of the Wanderers. Lao Duan, Wang Yi. Just moments ago, they had all gathered together, reveling in the moment. Now they lay dead. The simplicity and suddenness of their demise were jarring. Wang Yi, Huizi suddenly bellowed, charging towards the mountain peak. At that moment, he had completely forgotten Lin Xuan's orders. All he desired was vengeance for his fallen brother. On the hillside, a young man scoffed, pointing a finger at Huizi. The light arrow reappeared. Whoosh! As Huizi sprinted forward, he slightly turned his body. Sizzle! The arrow pierced through his shoulder blade. Huizi fell to the ground, rolling a few times due to the momentum. He was now caked in mud, blood mingling with the earth, creating a pitiful sight. Seeing Huizi injured momentarily steadied Lin Xuan. He gritted his teeth, nearly shattering them in the process. Retreat! Lin Xuan shouted fiercely. Huizi, sprawled on the ground, heard Lin Xuan's command and suddenly roared, "Brother Xuan! Wang Yi and Lao Duan are dead. I know damn well." Lin Xuan hurriedly rushed to Huizi's side, hoisting him onto his shoulder, and without a backward glance, he sprinted towards the edge of the misty forest. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei and De Zhuang, though equally filled with grief and fury, followed suit in their escape. As they passed the dazed Ning Fan, De Zhuang effortlessly scooped him up. The wind whipped against Ning Fan's face, stinging him. Cradled in De Zhuang's arms, he turned to look at Lin Xuan, who carried Huizi on his shoulder. "Brother Xuan, is this how? We just leave?" The moment those words fell, Ning Fan felt his nose tingle with impending tears. Though he had interacted with Wang Yi and Lao Duan for but a fleeting moment, even less than a day, a heavy weight settled in his chest. Lin Xuan ran with an impassive expression, yet his eyes burned with fervor. He did not respond to Ning Fan. Just then, another light arrow shot forth. Ning Fan sensed De Zhuang stumble slightly, yet their pace did not falter. Before long, they had escaped the ghost mist forest and returned to the cave where they had previously rested. The warmth of the campfire still lingered, but the party had diminished by two. Thud! Lin Xuan unceremoniously dropped Huizi to the ground. Xiao Fei rummaged through her belongings and retrieved a gallbladder of a rotten toad, heedlessly stuffing it into Huizi's mouth. This time, she did not demand anything in return. Tears streaming down his face, Huizi crushed the gallbladder and swallowed it. The blood from his wounds was staunched, yet he wept. Lying on the ground, his eyes swollen from crying, he cried out, "Lin Xuan, damn it!" To everyone's surprise, the recovering Huizi immediately roared at Lin Xuan. "You are the captain, your family has been slaughtered, and you just ran away." Lin Xuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on De Zhuang. At that moment, De Zhuang had already placed Ning Fan on the ground. Ning Fan sensed a peculiar dampness on his body. When he turned to look at De Zhuang, he discovered that blood was seeping from De Zhuang's chest. Xiao Fei, noticing De Zhuang's condition, hurriedly took out the last piece of the gall crystal, intending to give it to him. However, De Zhuang waved his hand dismissively. "It's useless a waste." He staggered to the wall, sank heavily to the ground, and exhaled deeply. "Finally, I can rest. I am utterly exhausted." Ning Fan stared at De Zhuang like a wooden statue, utterly still. De Zhuang grinned through clenched teeth. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so heavy despite your small frame. Why, you're hit by an arrow." Ning Fan trembled, struggling to articulate a complete sentence. De Zhuang glanced down at the gaping wound in his chest and said softly, "Huizi, don't blame the captain. No one could withstand that arrow. He was protecting us." A level 10 soul attack, occupying advantageous terrain ahead of time, Xiao Fei murmured. Huizi, rather than apologizing, cried even harder upon seeing De Zhuang's condition. "What the hell are you doing, De Zhuang? Don't scare me like this. If you die, who will I owe favors to?" With great difficulty, Huizi rose and crawled towards De Zhuang. "When I first joined the Wild Dogs during my first mission, you broke 4 fingers to save me. I still haven't repaid you." De Zhuang chuckled. "Are you scolding me? You, a newcomer, have become the deputy captain. What does that leave an old man like me?" Huizi wept uncontrollably, his tears and snot mingling. He forced himself to kneel before De Zhuang. "I beg you, please don't die. I'm on my knees for you." De Zhuang chuckled weakly, his breath growing labored. "I'm not your father. Why are you kneeling?" Father. As long as you survive, I'll call you father every day. 1 tea that suffice. Huizi's voice grew shrill, cracking in desperation. Forget it. I don't wish to have such a troublesome eldest son. Just then, De Zhuang coughed up a mouthful of blood, interrupting his intended jest. Huizi cried out hoarsely, imploring De Zhuang not to die. Brother De Zhuang, I haven't even treated you to beef yet. Tears streamed down Ning Fan's cheeks, and he was oblivious to his own weeping, tears flowing unconsciously. Once, he believed he would only cry when his mother departed. He never imagined he would shed tears for someone he had known for less than a day. The suffocating sensation weighed heavily on him, as if a stone were crushing his heart. Just over an hour ago, right here, Da Zhuang handed him a beef bone. The dog meat is not to be consumed in excess. The toxin content is too high. We are all risking our lives here, so treat yourself to something better. This meal is on me. In our little den, expressing gratitude is unnecessary. Once you earn the Solara, you can treat me. Brother Chuan remarked, your intellect surpasses ours. We trust Brother Chuan, thus we trust you. Da Zhuang's eyelids had already begun to droop. Only upon hearing Ning Fan's words did he muster the effort to respond. His gaze grew increasingly clouded. Although he continued to cough up blood, the corners of his mouth slowly formed a faint smile. Kid, I quite like you. Da Zhuang attempted to raise his arm, but found himself unable to do so. He struggled to turn his head and looked towards Lin Chuan. Chuan, Brother Chuan, I'm signing off. There will be no shield left in the team. You, find another one. Before he could finish his sentence, Da Zhuang's eyelids grew heavier until he could no longer lift them. A buzzing filled Ning Fan's ears, and the black sword behind him trembled slightly. Chapter 0017. I am the Captain. Ning Fan grasped the hand of De Zhuang, feeling his blood surging uncontrollably. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow, glancing at him, and confirmed that he was not injured but rather overwhelmed by anger, before returning her gaze. Huizi continued to weep, while Ning Fan, too, was shedding tears unbeknownst to him. How on earth can one acquire a spirit servant? Ning Fan murmured suddenly. Huizi looked at him through his tears. Abruptly, Ning Fan drew the black sword, exerting all his strength to roar. How in the world can one activate a spirit servant? Lin Chuan regarded Ning Fan with deep, penetrating eyes. Ning Fan's nerves had completely frayed. Aren't there plenty of wandering souls and ghosts in the wild? Come on, come to me. I will take care of you. His furious voice echoed throughout the cave. The black sword trembled slightly, but showed no other reaction. Indeed, as Huizi had said, the chance to obtain a spirit servant was quite mystical. Damn it! Ning Fan hurled the black sword against the wall. He was angry with himself. Why is it that while everyone else is fighting desperately, he needs others to protect him? He, too, was a member of the Wild Dog House. In this family, everyone was fulfilling their roles. But what about him? Calm down, kid. How can I calm down? Ning Fan cried out in despair. You all said I was clever. You all trusted me to devise plans. Every action was executed according to my strategy. Yet now, 3 people are dead. Lao Duan, Wang Yi, and De Zhuang. They perished because they trusted me. Why the hell should I bear this? I've never even been to the wild. Are you all insane? Why do you trust me? Self-reproach consumed Ning Fan entirely. If only he had anticipated sooner that Battle Bear was merely a decoy. With a real master lying in ambush, perhaps everyone would have survived. The entire plan had even kept Battle Bear in the dark. It was entirely reasonable to be unable to foresee such a scenario. Xiao Fei offered a rare word of consolation. Everyone had already agreed that Battle Bear surely had no knowledge of the entire plan, for when Battle Bear was slaughtered, the archer had refrained from striking. He was using the lives of those from Battle Bear to draw the full attention of the Wild Dog House. A purely cold-blooded assassin. Even so, Ning Fan could not find solace. Strangely, throughout the ordeal, Lin Chuan had remained silent. Upon returning to the cave, he sat at the entrance, seemingly deep in thought. Finally, after 20 minutes had passed, when Ning Fan and Huizi had vented their frustrations, Lin Chuan slowly rose and rekindled the extinguished campfire. The other 3 turned to him. Lin Chuan licked his parched lips and said to Xiao Fei, "Keep an eye on these 2. Don't let them act foolishly." Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Lin Chuan looked at her, pointing towards the campfire. Before the fire goes out, I want to return from now on. You shall be the captain of the wild dog house. With that, Lin Chuan turned and walked out of the cave. Huizi had already cried himself weary. Seeing Lin Chuan about to leave, he hurriedly propped himself up. Brother Chuan, where are you going? Didn't you just scold me? Why are you calling me brother again? Lin Chuan turned back and smiled. However, Huizi was not in a joking mood. I'm asking you a question. Where are you going? Lin Chuan's smile gradually faded. I am the captain, he said, his gaze lingering onto Zhuang's lifeless body, his eyes reddening. I must safeguard the lives of the living, and I must avenge the dead. Huizi's body trembled as he struggled to rise. Yet Lin Chuan waved his hand, saying with your condition, it would be futile to go. Stay alive. If I do not return, avenge me. With that, Lin Chuan departed the cave without a backward glance. Ning Fan was perplexed. Since leaving the inner district, he had encountered too many things he could not comprehend. Knowing full well it was a trap, why venture into it? He could not fathom why Lin Chuan would return to confront an experienced assassin. Why, after years of traversing the wilderness, were their thoughts so foolish? The words Lin Chuan had previously shared echoed in his mind. If you intend to be a wanderer, you must learn to bear responsibility. For reasons unknown, Ning Fan felt a heavy weight in his heart. Inside the cave, silence reigned, broken only by the crackling of burning wood. Huizi had almost fully recovered, his emotions stabilizing somewhat. He leaned against the wall, head bowed, lost in thought. Xiao Fei rested the Tang Dao on her lap, eyes closed in meditation. Ning Fan had picked up the black sword, waiting for it to make a sound as one might await a call from beloved. Alas, the black sword remained utterly still, devoid of any tremor. He still had not acquired his spirit companion. The flames dwindled, and the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. Lin Chuan had not returned. Huizi raised his head, tears streaming down his face once more. However, this time, he was not as agitated. Instead, he turned to Xiao Fei and asked, Captain, what should we do next? Xiao Fei's eyelids flickered slightly. The fire has not yet extinguished. Huizi stood up and kicked the campfire, scattering sparks everywhere. Now it is extinguished. Everyone understood that with Lin Chuan's prolonged absence, waiting any longer would be futile. There is no need to deceive oneself with meaningless hope. Xiao Fei glanced at him for a moment before looking at Ning Fan. Do you have any thoughts? Ning Fan trembled. Not only was his mind in disarray, but he also feared expressing any thoughts. A misstep could lead to death. Useless, Xiao Fei suddenly spat out, her exquisite face adorned with disdain. I truly do not understand why the captain values you so much. What good is good performance? A mere bit of pressure, and you crumble? Ning Fan longed to argue. Was this truly just a bit of pressure? 3 lives had been lost. Brother Chuan's fate was uncertain. Why can you be so indifferent? Ning Fan gritted his teeth and questioned. What else is there? Xiao Fei squinted. Are you two going to weep like this? Huizi furrowed his brow. Xiao Fei, unyielding, grasped the tang knife. The remnants of the fire's glow illuminated her delicate figure. The archer and Yang Beihai were sworn enemies. Xiao Fei's voice was icy. Now that you know who your adversaries are, instead of seeking vengeance, you hide in this cave and weep. Are you not ashamed of your own weakness? Huizi fell silent for a moment, tearing his clothing into strips, hastily wrapping them around his shoulder to bind his wound. Who to eliminate first? The archer was elusive for now, but Yang Beihai could not escape from Area F-32. Xiao Fei turned her gaze back to Ning Fan. Are you going? Yes, Ning Fan replied, rising to his feet. He had finally come to a profound realization. Everything he had prepared for over the past month paled in comparison to what he had experienced that day. In that moment, he understood what it meant to be a wanderer. More precisely, he grasped how to be a wild dog struggling at the lowest rung of society. Brother Chuan had once said, the reputation of the wild dog house has been polished by the previous generation. Anyone attempting to tarnish it will find it futile. Ning Fan, with the black sword slung over his shoulder, approached Xiao Fei. Sister Fei, do not think me weak. I promise to grow stronger. Xiao Fei's reaction was subdued. Then do so swiftly. I have no penchant for coddling children. Chapter 0018. The Revenge of the Wild Dogs, 2 hours later. District F-32. In an alley beside a 3-story building, Ning Fan addressed Xiao Fei and Huizi. It remains uncertain whether Yang Beihai has been informed of our survival. Although the wild dog house has suffered significant losses, I am aware that we cannot afford to succumb to despair. Lin Chuan values my intellect. I must do something for the remaining members. Otherwise, I will be betraying Lin Chuan's trust. Yang Beihai, a level 3 researcher at the Technology Institute in District F32, poses a threat. Huizi remarked coldly, if he knows we are alive, he will anticipate our quest for vengeance. Given his position, he can apply for level 2 protection. Then we shall proceed under the assumption that he is already aware, Ning Fan decisively stated. You two will handle the distraction, while I go to eliminate him. On his way back, Ning Fan received crucial information. The inner district forbids the use of spirit servants. This is an unyielding decree. This explains why he had never heard anyone mention the power of spirit servants. However, for Ning Fan, this news was fortuitous. He may lack a spirit servant, but that does not equate to a lack of combat prowess. Can you manage it? Huizi questioned skeptically. Xiao Fei pondered for a moment before turning to Ning Fan. If you fail, you must leave the wild dog house. Agreed, Ning Fan replied with a firm nod. Nightfall. Yang Beihai, having just exited the laboratory, immediately retrieved his phone. This device had a poor signal and was restricted to the district. Only more advanced models could be utilized outdoors, but their exorbitant cost was beyond the means of someone like Yang Beihai. Upon noticing a missed call, he expressionlessly dialed back. Have you resolved the matter? 3 have escaped, came a nonchalant voice on the line. Yang Beihai's expression shifted dramatically, his grip tightening around the phone. Could you repeat that? I said 3 have escaped, and I demand half the commission. How dare you ask me for money? Yang Beihai erupted in fury. Did I not make it clear? This mission must be flawless. Not a single dog from the wild dog house can survive. I even arranged a bait for you. All you had to do was lie in wait and ambush, and yet you managed to botch it. After a brief silence, the voice responded begrudgingly. They are indeed formidable, especially that captain. His decisions are exceedingly swift. Had they hesitated for even half a minute, I could have dispatched them all. Captain? Lin Chuan? I did not know his name, came a reply. That fellow nearly escaped, but unexpectedly returned to pursue me. I almost fell victim in the wilderness. And where is he now? Yang Beihai's heart raced. After a moment of silence, the voice chuckled. I have dispatched him. Yang Beihai felt a modicum of relief. Yet his anger flared once more. But you still let 3 escape. Enough of the nonsense. Shall I take 30% of the total? Just as Yang Beihai was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the voice on the other end grew noticeably somber. If you refuse to pay me, I will end your life. You see, I have nothing to lose. I'm already wanted in several districts. What is one more F32 district to me? The flesh on Yang Beihai's face quivered. He recognized that the individual was not jesting. This man was a professional assassin, and a madman at that. I will provide you with the money before nightfall. Yang Beihai insisted. Could you not pursue them a little longer? If you eliminate them all, I will pay you in full. Too troublesome, the man chuckled. In light of your apparent reliability, allow me to offer you a hint. As I made my way back, I uncovered some clues. Those 3 corner dogs. They have likely returned to F32. Yang Beihai's eyes widened in shock. The man continued with a laugh. I suspect they're coming back to seek revenge on you. Yang Beihai, your schemes against them may have been discovered. With a sudden click, the call ended. Anger flickered in Yang Beihai's eyes, but it was swiftly overshadowed by panic. 3 dogs have returned? Who could they be? Lin Chuan is dead. Who else has perished? Just as Yang Beihai contemplated dispatching someone to investigate the area guards, a series of terrified screams erupted from downstairs. Fire! Fire! Yang Beihai jolted in alarm. Soon, he observed numerous individuals rushing toward the exits. What is happening? Why is there a fire? A man slightly older than Yang Beihai emerged from an office. Old Yang. What are you doing here? Haven't you heard? There's a fire. Brother Chun. Yang Beihai hastily grasped his arm. I wish to apply for level 2 protection. Level 2 protection? Brother Chun paused, bewildered. Have you stirred up trouble? Yes. Yang Beihai's face turned pale. Someone is trying to kill me. Moreover, I suspect this fire was set by them. Who is audacious enough to commit arson at the Technology Institute? Brother Chin's temper flared. Just then, Yang Beihai hesitated. Many knew he had commissioned the Wild Dog House to deliver goods to F-27. If he were to reveal that it was the Wild Dog House seeking to kill him, everyone would quickly grasp his intentions. Therefore, he must remain silent. It's just a group of ruffians. They want to extort benefits from me. Yang Beihai forced himself to fabricate a lie that even he struggled to comprehend. Brother Chun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. Brother Chun, please assist me. Yang Beihai clutched his arm tightly. I implore you. Brother Chun sighed. Very well. Regardless of the reason, I will approve your request. However, with everyone occupied extinguishing the flames, I cannot spare many. Would 4 individuals suffice for your protection? That will do. Gratitude flooded Yang Beihai's features. The 3 wretched souls, having just frolicked in the wilderness for an extended duration, returned, presumably exhausted and spent. Moreover, the use of spiritual guardians was prohibited within the district, and 4 individuals for protection sufficed. Shortly, the 4 entrusted by Brother Chun escorted Yang Beihai out of the research institute. Yang Beihai cautiously peered around, ensuring the absence of danger before daring to step outside. Brother Yang, why are you so anxious? Who exactly wants you dead? One of his protectors jested lightly. Yang Beihai ignored him. First, take me to the executors. The executors were a group responsible for maintaining basic order within the inner district. Yang Beihai harbored doubts that those 3 rabid dogs would dare to act in the presence of the executors. Once he was safe, he would have the time and opportunity to bring those 3 dogs to justice. Just as they were about to board the vehicle, Yang Beihai suddenly noticed a graceful figure emerging from the alley. The sound of a blade scraping against the ground echoed ominously as Qiao Fei dragged her tang knife behind her. "Q Qiao Fei!" Yang Beihai exclaimed, startled like a bird startled from its perch. Her striking visage appeared to him as terrifying as death itself. "It's her. Stop her." Well, this little lady seems rather dazzling." One of the men approached Qiao Fei with a mocking grin. Though appearing nonchalant, they all brandished their weapons. "Yang Beihai, you must die today." Qiao Fei darted forward towards him. Everyone turned to face her. "Don't all scatter. They have reinforcements." Yang Beihai shouted in panic. Indeed, scarcely had his words left his lips when a figure leaped down from the 2nd floor of a nearby building. Huizi's eyes blazed with fury as he dashed across the street, a dagger in hand. Yang Beihai, frantic, saw that the 4 had already engaged in combat with Qiao Fei. He could no longer afford to hesitate and turned to flee back into the research institute. As he rushed to the entrance, he collided with someone head-on. "Get out of the way!" Yang Beihai irritably attempted to shove the person aside. Yet in the next moment, he felt a sharp, searing pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a dark longsword piercing through his belly. "Why you?" Yang Beihai incredulously lifted his gaze, only to be met with a youthful face. Ning Fan, donning a cap, fixed a grim stare upon Yang Beihai. "You are that newcomer." He spoke ominously. "I bring a message from Brother Chuan." Ning Fan withdrew the black sword and thrust it violently back in. "Whoever tarnishes the name of the House of Rabid Dogs must wash it clean with their blood." He leaned in close to Yang Beihai's ear with a frigid demeanor. "In your next life, do not provoke mad dogs." Chapter 0019. The king with an expression devoid of emotion. Ning Fan mechanically plunged the black sword into Yang Beihai. Yang Beihai's abdomen was nearly torn open, blood gushing forth from his mouth as he clutched Ning Fan's shoulders with all his strength. Ultimately, he succumbed to exhaustion and slid down from Ning Fan's grasp. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend why it was this newcomer who had brought about his demise. Unbeknownst to him, the appearances of Huizi and Qiao Fei were orchestrated to force him back to the Technology Institute. Yang Beihai was aware that 3 individuals still lived. Yet only 2 had revealed themselves. No matter where he fled, safety was not guaranteed. The Technology Institute, however, was his only sanctuary. In his final moments, Yang Beihai realized he had glimpsed a man wearing a duckbill cap entering the institute amidst the chaos, yet he paid it no heed. He had only encountered Ning Fan once, dismissing him entirely as a mere stray dog recently taken in by Lin Chuan. Ning Fan, coldly observing Yang Beihai's lifeless form, confirmed he was unequivocally dead before he stepped over the body. As he approached the door, he paused for a moment, a complex smile gracing his lips. Was he truly gone? Xiao Fei, engaged in a skirmish with several guards, brightened at the sight of Ning Fan emerging, drenched in blood. Are you all right? Ning San noted it. Let's retreat. With that, he darted down a narrow alley. Xiao Fei and Huizi, having shaken off a few pursuers, fled in different directions. 20 minutes later, the trio reconvened at a prearranged location. Is he truly dead? Ning Fan murmured. I made sure to pierce him thoroughly. Very well. Xiao Fei's expression revealed no joy. Will you come with us or stay behind? Ning Fan's heart trembled. He understood that he would inevitably face this decision. Xiao Fei and Huizi had shown themselves before the Technology Institute. There was no place for them in Area F-32. Killing an ordinary person was one matter, but taking the life of a Level 3 researcher was a significant affair. While wearing a hat, Ning Fan had only just joined the Stray Dogs and was virtually unknown within the team. Thus, he found himself with options, albeit difficult ones. The vendetta of the Stray Dogs remained unavenged, and he was reluctant to become a coward. Yet, his mother still resided in Area F-32. Kid, stop overthinking. If you wish to leave, then go. If you choose to stay, no one will blame you. Huizi remarked nonchalantly, tilting his head. If we avenge ourselves, we'll let you know upon our return. Now let's go. Xiao Fei did not wait for Ning Fan's response. Beckoning Huizi along, just as their figures were about to disappear into the depths of the alley, Ning Fan suddenly called out, I will go with you. What? Huizi exclaimed in disbelief. Did you not mention that you have family in Area F-32? Indeed, Ning Fan nodded. Once I have avenged everyone, I shall return. You seem remarkably confident. Xiao Fei crossed her arms. By the way, Ning Fan chuckled bitterly. It seems I have acquired a spirit attendant. Upon these words, both individuals fell into a state of astonishment. When did this happen? Huizi inquired, his face a mask of disbelief. It was right after I killed Yang Beihai. That's when I suddenly felt it. Ning Fan's smile grew increasingly strained. If only I had realized it sooner. It would have been better. Impossible. Xiao Fei frowned and asked, Do you even know what a spirit attendant is? How could one possibly obtain a spirit attendant within a district? Clearly, Ning Fan's situation was most peculiar. Previously, Lin Chuan had mentioned that spirit attendants are born from the gathering of souls. In the wild, where solitary spirits and ghosts are abundant, it is much easier for one to acquire a spirit attendant. However, within the district, although it cannot be said to be entirely peaceful, in their understanding, no one could possibly gain a spirit attendant there. I'm unsure how this came to be. Ning Fan confessed, having only just received his spirit attendant. Otherwise, I could demonstrate it for you. Better not, Xiao Fei interrupted. There are monitors within the district. Using a spirit attendant would expose us. After a moment's thought, Xiao Fei asked, Are you certain you wish to accompany us? Absolutely, Ning San affirmed. All right, once we reach outside the district, we shall witness your spirit attendant. Very well. A significant part of Ning Fan's decision to follow them stemmed from his recent acquisition of the spirit attendant. Without it, he would have felt like a burden. But now, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Fei and Huizi in battle. Do you wish to return home for a moment? Huizi inquired softly as he approached Ning Fan. Once we depart, there's no telling when you might return. Ning Fan felt a pang in his heart. He had been away for several days and was unaware of his mother's condition. He longed to return and see her. Perhaps it's best not to. Ning Fan forced a smile. I fear if I return, I may find it difficult to leave. Meanwhile, back at Ning Fan's home, his mother was no longer in her bed. The bed had been freshly adorned with a pristine white sheet. Beside it sat a man of exquisite features, clad in a black robe adorned with golden threads and wearing polished high boots. His hand, softer than that of a woman, held a handkerchief that covered his mouth and nose. How has one managed to live in such squalor for over a decade? The man mused, gazing out the window. This child, with his mother in such a dire state, does not even come to check on her, spending his days frolicking outside. What a disobedient son. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside. The man, intrigued, rose and approached the door, placing his handkerchief on the doorknob before opening it. What is all this noise about? A similarly adorned woman stood before him, bowing respectfully. It is said that there was a fire at the Institute of Technology and a researcher was murdered. The man paused, then smiled, a smile imbued with disdain. They are merely a bunch of cockroaches dwelling in the sewers. Why must they fight to the death amongst themselves? With that, the man strode towards the street. The woman immediately caught up, asking Wang, "Are we not waiting?" "No more waiting," the man replied with a look of disgust. "I feel as though I am suffocating." Chapter 20. No need to thank me. Thank Brother Chuan Huizi had somehow procured a vehicle. When Ning Fan first laid eyes on it, he realized that the car they had previously used could only be classified as luxurious in comparison. The exterior of this new vehicle was hardly more than a haphazard assortment of metals, with several grimy plastic panels hastily affixed to it. As the car rumbled along, it emitted a cacophony of creaks and groans, as if it were on the verge of disintegration. "Where did you get this?" Xiao Fei remarked, her dissatisfaction palpable. "From the black market," Huizi replied with a dismissive snort. "After splitting the money, we were left with just over 4,000 sola. This car cost 3,000. "All right then," Xiao Fei conceded, turning her gaze toward Ning Fan. "Did you leave the sola at home?" Earlier, Ning Fan had taken the sola she provided and departed alone, only to return shortly thereafter. "Yes," Ning Fan nodded, a wry smile gracing his lips. "I slipped it through the door crack and didn't dare to go inside." Xiao Fei offered no further comments. "Let us get in the car," she urged. This time, Ning Fan would be the one driving. Given that Xiao Fei and Huizi were too recognizable, it was necessary for the unfamiliar Ning Fan to engage with the guards of the regional wall. Upon reaching the main gate of the wall, 2 guards were leaning against the structure, engaged in idle conversation. Ning Fan recognized one of them as the man who had collected 1,000 sola from Lin Chuan when they departed. "Heading out to the wild? Which household do you belong to?" the guard inquired casually as he ambled toward the approaching vehicle. "Wind/team," Ning Fan replied, reciting the alibi they had previously concocted. "Wind/team?" The guard leaned closer to the window, and Ning Fan felt a surge of anxiety. Xiao Fei and Huizi, seated behind him, instinctively rested their hands on their weapons. Word of Yang Beihai's murder had already spread throughout the district, and they were being hunted. If discovered, they would have no choice but to fight their way through. "Wasn't your captain just dispatched?" The guard's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of suspicion. Ning Fan's heart sank. Their luck had taken a turn for the worse. They had chosen to impersonate the Wind/team, only for the real team to have just departed. At that moment, the guard caught sight of Xiao Fei and Huizi through the window, and all 3 of them froze. "Lin Chuan, is he outside?" Just as they were about to react, the guard posed a question filled with evident agitation. Silence enveloped the vehicle as no one responded. The guard bit his lip, glancing toward the inner district. "The person you killed, does it relate to Brother Chuan's death?" He had received word that the members of the Wild Dog House were responsible for Yang Beihai's murder. Upon realizing that only Xiao Fei and Huizi were present in the car, a realization dawned upon him. "Open the door, and I'll escort you out." The guard suddenly addressed Ning Fan. Ning Fan was taken aback, turning to consult with his companions for their thoughts. Sensing their wariness, the guard disarmed, tossing his weapon toward his partner. "I'll step out for a moment. Keep an eye out," he instructed. "All right, Zhao Ge, take care," his companion waved him off. Xiao Fei opened the rear door, and the guard, without hesitation, leaped into the vehicle. With the guard leading the way, his companion opened the gate, allowing them passage. "Why help us?" Xiao Fei finally spoke. "Among the 3 of us, we have only 1,000 salas left. If you require." The guard silently produced a stack of salas from his pocket and placed it on the seat. "In this perilous existence, survival is arduous. Money is scarce. But whatever assistance I can offer is what I can offer." The guard then retrieved a pack of cigarettes, revealing only 2 remaining. He handed one to Huizi and the other to Xiao Fei, saying, "Purchased from the Path of Blessings. Authentic. I personally witnessed the sorting worker extract these from the stockpile. These 2 cost 100 salas. This brand is favored by the affluent in the upper city. I've hesitated to indulge, so do give it a try." As the guard extended the cigarettes, both men refrained from accepting them. "Why not?" Huizi inquired once more. The guard smiled, his gaze tinged with melancholy. "Every time Lin Chuan took you out, he provided me with 1,000 salas." Both Huizi and Xiao Fei were aware that Ning Fan had also observed this. The guard sighed. "In the initial encounters, I accepted the money, but as time passed, I felt it unnecessary. Lin Chuan's generosity was almost excessive. Eventually, I felt a twinge of embarrassment accepting it, so asked him, "Why do you give me money every time? Is it because you have too much to burn?" In truth, the members of the Wild Dog House were equally curious about Lin Chuan's actions. The funds were earned through perilous efforts. 1,000 salas was no trifling sum. Yet, whenever someone inquired, Lin Chuan would chuckle and say, "Just a small amount, no need for unnecessary discussions." Do you know what Lin Chuan said? The guard gazed deeply at the two. He told me that this money is not merely a display of generosity or an indication of having surplus wealth. He hopes that if one day his pups find themselves in dire straits yet manage to return, he wishes for me to open the door for them, ensuring their path home remains unobstructed. The guard sighed. He mentioned that for those in this line of work, dying outside is commonplace. Yet he does not wish for his own pups, having crawled to the doorstep, to be thwarted by a cold wall blocking their way home. Huizi, unable to contain himself, began to weep again. Even Xiaofei's eyes were glistening with tears. Ning Fan drove, his heart heavy with emotion. Upon exiting the district, he beheld the harrowing scenes outside. At that moment, Lin Chuan appeared indifferent, exhibiting a near cold-blooded disregard for the grim tableau. He could not concern himself with the fates of others. Yet, the pups under his care were to be safeguarded with utmost diligence. I have witnessed many teams of wanderers, but few leaders care so deeply for their children, the guard remarked, igniting a cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke toward the window. I hold great respect for him. Thank you, Xiaofei said earnestly. The guard smiled. Do not thank me. Thank you, Brother Chuan. With that, the guard opened the door, leaped out, and waved goodbye. If you can survive, strive to live well. In this wretched world, having someone who genuinely cares for you is a rarity. Do not let him down. Ning Fan found himself struggling to discern the path ahead. He pondered, if only he had joined the Wild Dog House sooner. His acquaintance with Lin Chuan was far too brief. Xiaofei turned her face slightly. Yet Ning Fan could perceive a glistening tear tracing down her cheek in the rearview mirror. Initially, when Chuan Gu had given money to that guard, I had argued with him. Xiaofei muttered to herself. I said, if you wish to give, do so of your own accord. I shall not distribute my funds to those who are irrelevant. As she spoke, this woman, who appeared so cold and nearly heartless, concealed her face and wept bitterly. Chuan Gu appointed me as the captain, yet he has yet to teach me how to fulfill that role. Fei Jia, Hui Gu. Ning Fan rolled up his sleeves, wiping his increasingly resolute eyes. If you have not yet decided where to go next, I have a proposal. The two, with tear-filled eyes, gazed at Ning Fan, whose own eyes were slightly swollen. Gritting his teeth, Ning Fan squeezed out a few words through clenched jaws. I wish to go to District F-27. The two immediately understood. The members of the Battle Bear had not yet perished. Chapter 21, Hunting Team. The vehicle traversed a familiar route, and merely hours prior, the members of the Wild Dog home were all present and accounted for. Let's rest in the cave for a while. Zhou Fei broke the silence within the vehicle. No need, Huizi began to respond, but Zhou Fei interjected, haven't you and this fellow gone without sleep for several days now? It was then that Ning Fan recalled the wager he had made with Lin Chuan. It felt as though an eternity had passed. A sense of disconnection washed over him. Moreover, De Zhuang's body remained unburied. Huizi fell silent. Ning Fan too maintained his quietude. After a brief interval, the vehicle halted outside the cave. De Zhuang's corpse leaned against the wall, already growing stiff. Ning Fan and Huizi silently excavated a sizable pit, interring the robust De Zhuang deep within. Before resting, let us assess your spirit servant. Zhou Fei turned her gaze towards Ning Fan. Although she still harbored doubts regarding Ning Fan's ability to acquire a spirit servant within the district, her curiosity prevailed. In this world, nothing was truly impossible. Ning San noted, feeling a surge of excitement. He retrieved the black sword from behind him, closed his eyes, and recalled the sensation he experienced when he killed Yang Beihai. Unlike the discomfort he felt when dispatching Cheng Bin, the act of thrusting the sword into Yang Beihai brought him a sense of relief, as though avenging his brothers. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. The sword is not meant for such use. That must have been the spirit servant. Yet now, Under the watchful eyes of Zhou Fei and Hui Zi, Ning Fan exerted himself in vain, striving to recapture that voice, but silence persisted. 5 minutes elapsed. "Let us rest," Zhou Fei suggested, revealing little disappointment. "I will keep watch. You two rest, and then it will be my turn." Hui Zi, lacking enthusiasm, settled against the wall and closed his eyes. Ning Fan felt a profound embarrassment. Could it be that the voice was merely a figment of his imagination? Just as Zhou Fei asserted, was it truly impossible to attain a spirit servant within the district? Observing Ning Fan's continued attempts to summon the spirit servant, Zhou Fei reflected for a moment before advising, "Trust in fate. Do not be overly fixated. Rest first." Had been in the past, Zhou Fei would not have uttered such words. However, circumstances had changed. She was now the captain. Ning Fan, reluctant yet ultimately compliant, heeded Zhou Fei's counsel. Without a spirit servant and in a poor mental state, he would become a complete burden. Time slipped by, and eventually, Ning Fan fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he once again heard that voice. "The sword is meant for dance, not for stabbing. You insult the sword. Given the chance, I shall teach you." Ning Fan abruptly opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings. Yet, he was met with Zhou Fei's voice echoing from outside the cave. "Chen Wu, must you be so ruthless?" Ning Fan turned his head, noticing that although Hui Zi still leaned against the wall, his eyes had opened, filled with a piercing intensity. "Hui Ge, who is it?" Ning Fan inquired. Hui Zi replied softly, "Hunting team, the traveler team from District F32. Ning Fan immediately grew cautious. At this moment, encountering the Wanderers team in Zone F32, one cannot expect the warmth of familiarity among fellow villagers. Various teams, in the wilderness, are naturally prone to conflicts arising from competing interests. Now, the Wild Dog Society itself exudes an enticing aroma, akin to a succulent piece of meat. With their numbers significantly diminished and their captain Lin Chuan deceased, a bounty has been placed on them within the zone. Whoever can bring them back, regardless of their fate, will receive a handsome reward. "Hey, Xiao Fei, your question seems rather naive." A deep voice emanated from outside the cave. "If it were free money, would you refuse it?" "Free money?" Xiao Fei scoffed. "Do you look down upon us, the Wild Dog Society? When Lin Chuan was alive, I certainly wouldn't dare provoke you." The man suddenly shifted his tone, but now, "Only a few stray dogs remain. If I cower any longer, I might as well give up on this livelihood." At that moment, Hui Zi abruptly sat up. "Chen Wu, have you forgotten your place? It seems your memory is as short as a fish's." Hui Zi cursed as he strode towards the cave's entrance. "Have you already forgotten how you begged for mercy before me?" Ning Fan followed suit. The man named Chen Wu stood around 6 feet tall, with a small nose and beady eyes, giving him a rather unsavory appearance. 5 other men with grim expressions flanked him. Upon hearing Hui Zi's words, Chen Wu's expression darkened. "Hui Zi, you're still alive? How ungrateful. Wishing for your father's demise?" Hui Zi responded with a cold laugh. "Are you not a man of your word? Didn't we agree that whenever you see me, you must kneel and call me father? What is the matter? Is your mother remarrying?" Fuming, Chen Wu shouted, "Damn it. Kill them all. We'll return for the bounty." The members of the hunting group wasted no time, each summoning their spirit companions. However, their reactions paled in comparison to Xiao Fei's. Just as Chen Wu issued his command, Xiao Fei sprang into action. Spirit companion, flower dance. The Tang Dao sliced through the air, aimed directly at Chen Wu's neck. Startled, Chen Wu was momentarily taken aback, while one of his companions immediately stepped forward, raising both arms. Spirit companion, iron arm, clang. The Tang Dao struck the arms, unleashing a spray of blood mist. The man winced in pain, and Xiao Fei's expression darkened. This strike had not severed his arm? In that fleeting moment of distraction, 2 opponents had already flanked Xiao Fei. Hui Zi, preoccupied with his own adversaries, had no time to assist her. "Ha! Xiao Fei, your blade is indeed swift, but after all, you are but a woman, lacking in strength." Chen Wu sneered ominously. "If it were Lin Chuan's butcher, my brother's arms would undoubtedly be crippled. Do not dare sully Brother Chuan's name with your foul mouth." Xiao Fei's eyes blazed crimson as she wielded her Tang Dao, engaging with the two assailants beside her. The hunting group, in truth, was inferior in capability compared to the wild dog society. However, a lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Xiaofei fared well, leveraging her speed to maintain a stalemate against her three opponents. However, Huizi was not as composed. His spirit guardian's attributes were more suited for ambushes, and engaging head-on posed a significant challenge in capturing the shadow of his adversary. Chun Wu, with his hands clasped behind his back, resembled a cat toying with a mouse, unhurriedly planning to play with his prey before taking action. After all, he had once knelt before Huizi, calling him father. This was a moment to reclaim his dignity. If not now, then when? He intended to make Huizi kneel before him, calling him grandfather. Perhaps he might even have the opportunity to toy with the alluring Xiaofei. However, just as he was about to utter some taunts, he suddenly felt a chilling presence behind him. Spirit Guardian, Hurricane, being an experienced practitioner, he sensed the imminent danger and swiftly activated his Spirit Guardian, darting to the side with the force of the wind. Turning back, he was met with the sight of a youthful face. Ning Fan's sword struck nothing but air, yet without a hint of hesitation. He stepped forward and lunged once more at Chun Wu. Observing Ning Fan's precise movements, Chun Wu could not suppress a derisive chuckle. Where did you find this little pup? Still weaning, and already daring to bare its teeth? Chapter 22, Betting with Life Bang. Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his body was propelled backward. Chun Wu, bolstered by his spirit attendant, moved with astonishing speed. Unlike Xiaofei, Chun Wu's spirit attendant enhanced his mobility by harnessing the wind. In his own boastful words, when riding the tailwind, he was invincible. As Ning Fan landed, a gust of wind swept past him, and immediately a boot came crashing down upon his head. The force of the blow was tremendous, driving half of Ning Fan's face into the mud. Hey, Xiaofei, who is this kid? Is he Lin Chuan's illegitimate son? With victory seemingly assured, Chun Wu gestured towards Xiaofei, who was struggling against the three of them. Who did he come from? Surely not you? Go to hell. Your foul mouth is suffocating me. Ning Fan, bracing himself against the ground, attempted to rise. Bang! Chun Wu lifted his foot once more, bringing it down again. Ning Fan felt dizzy, and the hard edge of the boot carved several wounds into his face. This kid, despite being of the same generation as Lin Chuan, how can you insult your elders like this? Chun Wu frowned in dissatisfaction. How about this? If you call me grandfather, I shall let you go. Ning Fan, if you dare call him that, I swear I will kill you. Huizi, witnessing the scene, became anxious. Don't scare me. Am I really that pathetic? Ning Fan, equally furious, retorted, you need not worry about me. Why don't you bring back that kick you used on me? Why is it ineffective against outsiders? Just because you think I'm easy prey? Huizi paused for a moment, then chuckled. You little rascal, are you trying to provoke me? As he spoke, Huizi's figure flickered. Although half of Ning Fan's face was buried, he witnessed a peculiar sight. Huizi's shadow separated from his body. In a moment of distraction, Huizi's shadow advanced towards another person's shadow. The person screamed in agony, their shadow pinned down, reminiscent of Huizi's previous control over Chongbin. The difference was at this time, Huizi wielded only shadows instead of a real dagger. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Huizi glared at another opponent. Damn it, you two have bullied me long enough. Now let's see what we've got. Chun Wu also noted the unfolding situation. Not only was Huizi gaining the upper hand, but Xiaofei was also beginning to dominate. The man who had just shielded Chun Wu from Hua Wu had nearly had his arms chopped to pieces. If one strike wouldn't suffice, then multiple strikes would follow. Xiaofei's beautiful eyes glinted with frost. I want to see how many blades you can withstand. Despite her own injuries, her momentum overshadowed that of the hunting group. Chun Wu furrowed his brow tightly. He could not fathom how, with just 2 cornered strays remaining, they could still hold their ground against his hunting group. Indeed, he saw the boy beneath him as nothing more than an insignificant being. A bunch of useless fools. Now I must intervene. Chun Wu was enraged. He could not afford to lose this battle. But just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly realized that his left calf was tightly grasped. You. Chun Wu lowered his head and discovered that despite being pinned down, Ning Fan was fiercely gripping his calf with both arms. Your opponent is me. One of Ning Fan's eyes was bloodshot from the pressure, yet a strange smile curled at the corner of his lips. Big nephew. Chunwu was momentarily taken aback. Soon, the realization dawned upon him. He referred to Huizi as father, while Ning Fan called Huizi brother. Hence, addressing him as big nephew was indeed fitting in terms of their generational hierarchy. You are courting death. Chun Wu's visage twisted in fury as a dagger slipped from his sleeve, plunging toward Ning Fan's neck. Just then, Ning Fan exerted force from his waist, his legs lifting off the ground, delivering a kick to Chun Wu's chin. Simultaneously, he released his grip, and to everyone's astonishment, Chun Wu was sent flying. Spitting out a mixture of blood and dirt, Ning Fan managed to rise to his feet. Huizi, noticing the unfolding situation, felt a surge of excitement. Kid, not bad. It must be said, Ning Fan's recent maneuver was indeed fluid, akin to a textbook counterattack. The fact that he managed to take down Chun Wu was something that both Huizi and Xiao Fei had not anticipated. With a perfect score in 9 categories. Do you truly believe I jest with you? Wiping the blood from his face, Ning Fan felt his vision blur. One of his eyes was severely bloodshot. Not bad. Xiao Fei chimed in, recognizing that Ning Fan had intentionally provoked Chun Wu. This was largely due to Chun Wu's underestimation of Ning Fan, believing that killing him would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Thus, when he dropped the dagger, he had not summoned his spirit attendant. Without the spirit attendant, Ning Fan was not at a significant disadvantage. Damn it. Chun Wu shook his head as he stood up. Although the kick had caused him little physical harm, the humiliation was profound. To be knocked down by a brat who hadn't even called upon his spirit attendant was a disgrace that could tarnish the reputation of the entire hunting team if it were to circulate. Ning Fan picked up the broken sword once more, beckoning Chun Wu with a taunting gesture. Big nephew come. Injured, Ning Fan's demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. This battle seemed to awaken a latent trait within his blood. Even he could not fully comprehend why he felt not an ounce of tension, but rather a surge of exhilaration. Fueled by rage, Chun Wu, seeing Ning Fan daring to beckon him, was consumed by a murderous intent. Armed with the dagger, he activated his spirit attendant once more, propelled by the wind, and almost instantaneously appeared before Ning Fan. Ning Fan decisively closed his bloodshot eye, refusing to let it cloud his vision. A glimmer of cold light flashed. Ning Fan perceived it. He heard Chun Wu's furious roar. However, evasion was out of the question. Yet, Ning Fan had never intended to evade. Grasping the broken sword, he thrust it toward the direction of the incoming cold light. Thud! A searing pain ripped through Ning Fan's shoulder as Chun Wu's dagger buried itself deep into his flesh, leaving only the hilt protruding from his shoulder. Although the excruciating pain ignited Ning Fan's nerves, he smiled with profound satisfaction. His broken sword had pierced Chun Wu's arm. Just moments ago, he had chosen not to evade, but rather to exchange his life with Chun Wu. To be precise, he was gambling, wagering that Chun Wu would not reciprocate this deadly exchange. Indeed, upon realizing Ning Fan's intent, Chun Wu attempted to evade the broken sword, which altered the trajectory of his strike. His blade, initially aimed at Ning Fan's heart, faltered. You little brat. Chun Wu grimaced in pain, his murderous intent intensifying. He could not abide being so thoroughly humiliated by this audacious young man. Yet, just as he contemplated withdrawing the dagger, he caught sight of Ning Fan's smile, a genuine expression radiating from his core. Ning Fan gazed at him, his eyes gleaming with an otherworldly brightness. Thank you. Chun Wu believed the boy had lost his mind, but Ning Fan's smile only deepened. Thank you for allowing me to finally feel the spirit attendant. Xiao Fei and Huizi turned their attention toward the scene, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. What is that? Xiao Fei, the eternally frosty woman, could not help but exclaim. Ning Fan bared his white teeth. Spirit attendant, Jian Wuchou. Chapter 23. From now on, I shall teach you the art of the sword. The extent to which Ning Fan could penetrate Chun Wu's arm marked the pinnacle of his capabilities. He possessed neither superior experience nor strength compared to Chun Wu, and furthermore, he lacked a spirit companion. Yet, having battled to this extent, Even Xiao Fei and Hui Zi had altered their perceptions of him. Others may remain oblivious, but they understood all too well. This lad had been in the district for barely a day. And what of Chen Wu? As the leader of the hunting team, although his group was merely at a mid-tier level in Zone F32, it had been established for 4 years. A novice, devoid of a spirit companion, had managed to outmaneuver Chen Wu, a seasoned veteran from outside the district. Xiao Fei and Hui Zi reflected upon their own rookie days and acknowledged that they had never achieved such feats. It was no wonder that Brother Chuan had taken a liking to him. However, what left the two most astonished at this moment was not Ning Fan's resilience, but rather the ethereal figure that had materialized behind him. Clad in white, with long hair and an exquisite visage, her eyes were gently closed, and a bell dangled from her left ear. This spirit embraced Ning Fan from behind, her hands resting upon his wrists as if guiding his movements. Ning Fan could feel a force directing his actions. Suddenly, the apparition opened her eyes, and a weathered voice echoed within Ning Fan's mind. From now on, I shall teach you the art of the sword. Ning Fan's heart raced with exhilaration. At this moment, he could finally affirm that he had acquired a spirit companion. Yet, he was devoid of any experience in communicating with or utilizing this newfound ally. What should I do? Ning Fan opted for the most straightforward approach. He would not hesitate to seek guidance. The response from the spirit, Jian Wuchou, was equally direct. Strike him down. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Fan unleashed his broken sword upon Chen Wu. Naturally, Chen Wu noticed the apparition behind Ning Fan and was equally taken aback. However, as Ning Fan swung his blade, Chen Wu quickly activated his spirit companion and retreated with great speed, just as he believed he had evaded disaster. The broken sword in Ning Fan's grasp traced a dark crescent in the air. Darkness enveloped Chen Wu. When he regained his senses, a mist of crimson erupted before him. In the next instant, he beheld an arm soaring through the air. It was at that moment that the searing pain surged through his mind, and he realized with horror that the severed arm was his own. Ning Fan gazed at Chen Wu, who knelt on the ground, clutching his wound and howling in agony, and was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly his doing? He looked at the broken sword in his hand, reflecting on the sensation he had felt when he had executed that strike. Meanwhile, the members of the hunting team, upon witnessing their leader Chen Wu lose an arm to Ning Fan, felt their morale dissipate instantly. The pressure exerted by the spirit behind Ning Fan was overwhelming. We're done fighting, one member declared, casting his weapon to the ground and raising his hands in surrender. We concede. Have you all surrendered? With a cold snort, Huizi did not hesitate as he swiftly slashed the knife across the man's neck. Did I ask for your acknowledgement? On Xiao Fei's side, she too acted with decisive swiftness, and in the blink of an eye, 5 corpses lay upon the ground. The hunting group, with the exception of Chen Wu, who was still writhing on the ground, was completely annihilated. The incessant shouting was giving me a headache. Huizi twirled the dagger in his hand and approached Chen Wu, akin to slaughtering a pig. Yet, Xiao Fei halted him. Wait, he seems to be sensing the spirit. Huizi glanced at Ning Fan, who was gazing down at the broken sword. Suddenly, it appeared as if he had come to a realization. He stood upright, gripping the sword with the blade aligned parallel to his arm. So this is how one wields a sword, he murmured softly. Whoosh! The broken sword cut through the air with a sharp sound. No, Weiqi. I was wrong. Swish! Chen Wu's head fell to the ground. This strike from Ning Fan did not conjure the dark full moon as before, yet it was even more fierce. Quick, ruthless, and precise. It was worlds apart from the so-called swordsmanship learned in the academy, which was merely performative in nature. This was a technique meant for taking lives. Ning Fan's single eye sparkled with excitement from the sword he had just wielded. Sister Fei, Brother Huizi, I told you I possess a spirit, right? Just moments ago, he had been unable to showcase his spirit before them, which had caused him considerable embarrassment. Well done, lad. Huizi chuckled, giving Ning Fan a hearty pat on the back. So you truly have a spirit now? Ning Fan, injured, nearly toppled over from the slap. Yet he still managed to smile and respond. I just need to become more familiar with how to utilize the spirit. Take your time. Huizi inquired curiously. What level is your spirit? Noticing that Ning Fan was unsure of how to assess the level of his spirit, Huizi added, "It's about how many souls you can sense when using your spirit. The level of a spirit is determined by the number of gathered souls. The spirit within Xiao Fei's Tang knife had accumulated 17 souls. Thus, it was classified as 10-soul level. Of course, even within the same level, there exists a distinction in strength. 10 souls equate to 10-soul level, and 99 souls also fall under 10-soul level. The difference in quantity delineates the disparity. How many souls?" Ning Fan pondered the sensation he had just experienced, then raised his index finger. "It seems there's only one." "One?" Huizi blinked. "A spirit of single-soul level?" It is evident that Huizi was somewhat disappointed. Although Huizi himself was also at single-soul level, his spirit possessed 9 souls. To put it simply, a spirit with only 1 soul is the weakest spirit. "No worries, spirits can grow." Huizi forced a chuckle and offered Ning Fan some encouragement. However, even a fool could see that this was merely a forced consolation. Yet, Ning Fan felt a twinge of confusion. The sword, without sorrow, was not weak at all. He could distinctly sense the enhancement to his strength once the sword of Wuchou was unleashed. "All right, you two should rest for a while. I will take care of the corpses of those scoundrels." Huizi, unsure of how to console Ning Fan, simply felt pity for him and found an excuse to leave. After he departed, Xiao Fei showed no inclination to provide comfort. Instead, upon returning to the cave with Ning Fan, she immediately adopted a stern demeanor. "You sense the presence of the spirit servant even when you were in the inner district?" "Indeed, I felt it when I killed Yang Beihai. But had I not truly used it just now, I would have almost thought it was an illusion." "So, your reckless engagement with Chun Wu was solely to ascertain whether you had indeed acquired a spirit servant?" "Yes. Are you not afraid of dying?" Xiao Fei's tone turned severe. "Although Chun Wu is not strong, killing you would be quite effortless." Ning Fan understood that Xiao Fei's words were rooted in concern. "Sister Fei, I am also a member of the Wild Dogs." Xiao Fei remained silent. "Watching you and Brother Huizi fight desperately, I cannot stand idly by." Ning Fan spoke earnestly. "Moreover, I can see that if it were not for your worry for me, you would not be fighting with such urgency." Indeed, in truth, given the prowess of Xiao Fei and Huizi, eliminating the members of the hunting group would not be overly difficult, albeit not without its challenges. Chun Wu, that fool, would die oblivious to the true disparity between the hunting group and the wild dogs, which lies not only in strength but also in conviction. Huizi recounted how, in desperation, Chun Wu had knelt and called him father to beg for mercy. Ning Fan was certain that no one in the wild dogs would ever stoop to such a demeaning act. "I understand that you all think I am young and inexperienced, and you wish to protect me at all costs." Ning Fan lowered his gaze to the coal-black, broken sword. "However, I cannot forever accept your protection without question, can I?" Seeing Xiao Fei about to speak, Ning Fan interjected first. "We are the wild dogs." His smile bore a hint of bitterness. "Isn't it our way of survival to gamble our lives for a chance to live? Each of you is wagering your life. Why? Should I not take the same gamble?" Chapter 0024. Entering the zone alone. The profession of a wanderer is inherently a gamble with one's life. When Lin Chuan first joined the Wild Dog House, he was informed that everyone has their own reasons for becoming a wanderer. Thus, he is not an exception. Each individual is engaged in a wager. Wang Yi, De Zhuang, and Old Duan lost their bets, leading to their demise. Xiao Fei and Huizi returned to Zone F32 to avenge Yang Beihai. They too were taking a risk. Should the guard refuse passage, they would also face defeat. Therefore, Ning Fan was acutely aware that without a spiritual companion, surviving this time did not guarantee future safety. In fact, he might inadvertently endanger Xiao Fei and Huizi due to his own failures. Ning Fan had to take this gamble. Once at the table, life itself became the currency. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him, and he emerged victorious. Xiao Fei gazed deeply at Ning Fan, finally exhaling a sigh. She refrained from expressing her thoughts on his words, instead silently producing a gallbladder crystal from a withered frog and consuming it. Observing the darkened hue of the crystal, Ning Fan felt a wave of aversion. Yet after a brief moment of hesitation, he grasped the crystal in his hand, closed his eyes, and swallowed it. The taste was not unpleasant, at the very least. It was far superior to that of hellhounds. The crystal's effects in staunching blood and alleviating pain manifested swiftly, and Ning Fan felt a significant reduction in his bodily aches. "Come here," Xiao Fei commanded, tearing a strip from her sleeve to reveal her fair arm. Ning Fan was initially puzzled by her intent, but she forcefully tugged at his collar, drawing him closer, and bound the cloth around his head to shield his swollen eyes. "The toxins outside the zone are too potent. If this injury is not treated properly, you might lose your sight," she stated calmly. The proximity made her warm breath brush against Ning Fan's face, and given that her attire was slightly torn from the earlier battle, he could not help but feel a surge of embarrassment. He pledged to himself that it was unintentional. Yet at 18, curiosity was a natural inclination. Smack! A swift slap landed on his head. "You just acquired a spiritual companion and already think you're invincible? Starting to get ideas, are you?" Xiao Fei shot him a glare. "Fei Jie, it's not like that." Ning Fan's face flushed instantly. While sneaking glances wasn't inherently wrong, being caught in the act was undeniably awkward. "Go outside and help Hui Zi with some tasks." Xiao Fei waved him off. "All right." Ning Fan stood, head drooped, and walked toward the exit. Xiao Fei watched his retreating figure for a while before chuckling softly. "Oomph. Little brat." Outside the cave, Hui Zi, who was in the midst of transporting bodies into the woods, noticed Ning Fan's emergence and warmly beckoned him. "Perfect timing. Help me lift this one. These wretched beings are as heavy as pigs." Ning Fan obediently assisted Hui Zi in carrying a corpse. As they made their way into the woods, Hui Zi sensed something was amiss with Ning Fan. "Did Xiao Fei say something to you?" "No, not at all." Ning Fan was concerned that Hui Zi would notice his furtive glances at Xiao Fei. However, Hui Zi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Don't overthink it. Xiao Fei's temperament is just like that. With her new position, she's bound to be a bit sharp-tongued." Realizing that Hui Zi had not caught on, Ning Fan breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Hui Zi, have you been scolded by Sister Fei as well? Why should I quibble with a woman?" Hui Zi's face flushed slightly. Soon, the two had disposed of all members of the hunting group in the woods. Hui Zi handed over the weapons and resources he had scavenged from the bodies to Ning Fan. These items would be sold in the black market once they entered the district. Upon returning to the cave, Ning Fan felt a twinge of anxiety. He was hesitant to look at Xiao Fei for too long. Yet, Xiao Fei appeared unaffected, as if nothing had transpired. Now, this young man had a spirit companion as well. Although it was merely of the single soul level, it was sufficient for dealing with regular skirmishes. Xiao Fei said calmly, "If you believe you're fit for travel, we may set off." Seeing that Xiao Fei did not mention the recent incident, Ning Fan felt relieved and regained his composure. "Sister Fei, I have an idea." "Speak." The appearance of the hunting group had sparked a revelation in him. Ning Fan gathered his thoughts. "You've traversed the F-27 district numerous times. Surely, there are many who recognize you?" "Indeed, there are some," Hui Zi nodded. "We have a decent reputation in the F-27 district and occasionally bring back some goods. Then I believe you should refrain from making an appearance. We are unaware of Battle Bear's connections within the F-27 district. After all, Battle Bear is a team rooted in the F-27 district, while we are mere outsiders." Ning Fan emphasized, "Moreover, although Yang Beihai's shipment does not exist, can we be certain that the recipient will fully trust us? He can believe whatever he wants. We have already assisted him in eliminating Yang Beihai. What more does he want from us?" Hui Zi retorted angrily. Yet, Xiao Fei gestured for him to be quiet and turned to Ning Fan, asking, "So what you mean is, I should go to the F-27 district myself?" Ning Fan replied with a grin. "Given my unfamiliarity, I doubt anyone in the F-27 district will recognize me. Even the members of Battle Bear would not pay attention to a newcomer like me during our previous encounters." Hui Zi remained silent, his expression serious. Xiao Fei narrowed her eyes. "Are you certain? If you encounter trouble in the F-27 district, we will be unable to assist you." "Absolutely," Ning Fan asserted confidently. "I will devise a plan to lure out the remaining members of Battle Bear." Xiao Fei lowered her head in contemplation, seemingly torn. "Hui Zinutket Ning Fan Kit. What if one of the surviving members of Battle Bear recognizes you? That could lead to trouble. To draw out Battle Bear, Ning Fan would have to get close to them, a risk that was considerable. Brother Huizi, Ning Fan licked his lips. We cannot simply wait indefinitely outside the district for Battle Bear to emerge, can we? Huizi was momentarily taken aback. Ning Fan gazed upon the mound within the cave, beneath which lay the lifeless body of De Zhuang. If you can conceive a better plan, we can discuss it further. If not, let us proceed with my approach. Huizi remarked, casting a glance at Xiao Fei. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Fei finally nodded. Very well, but do take care. Excellent. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with determination. Let us set a time between 3 and 5 in the afternoon. You should ambush at the entrance of Zone F-27 during this period each day. Once you see me emerging with the War Bear personnel, you may prepare to act. Agreed, Xiao Fei affirmed with another nod. After a brief discussion regarding their subsequent plans, the trio set forth once more. Xiao Fei and Huizi escorted Ning Fan to the vicinity of the entrance to F-27, where they parted ways. Xiao Fei, are you truly at ease allowing this young man to venture forth alone? Huizi inquired anxiously after Ning Fan had departed. Xiao Fei regarded him thoughtfully, then sighed. I understand your concern about further loss at home. Huizi paused, momentarily taken aback, yet offered no retort. However, that young man just shared some insights with me that I find quite compelling. Xiao Fei continued. What did he say? Huizi pressed. That is not of consequence, Huizi. Let me ask you this. If the current operation required you to enter Zone F-27 to draw someone out, would you refuse? Of course not, Huizi replied. Only to freeze in realization. Precisely. So, if you're capable of undertaking such a risk, why should he be denied the same opportunity? Xiao Fei stated calmly. He already possesses a spirit attendant. It is unnecessary for us to treat him as a child any longer. Chapter 002-5 F-27 District. What is it for? In front of the entrance to F-27 District, the guard scrutinized Ning Fan through a small opening. Ning Fan retrieved 500 solars from his pocket and slipped them through the gap, stating, just passing through, conducting some business. The guard appeared somewhat astonished by Ning Fan's youth. It was rare to see such a young traveler capable of surviving alone in the wilderness. After glancing at the 500 solars handed to him, the guard refrained from further inquiries and opened the iron gate. With a large package slung over his back, Ning Fan stepped inside and inquired of the guard, Brother, which way to the black market? The guard gestured in a direction, saying, Walk to the end of this road. Turn right, and after passing a 6-story red building, you'll find it. Once there, you can gather more information. Thank you, brother, Ning Fan replied courteously with a smile. The guard watched his retreating figure, muttering, Are travelers nowadays all so young? This was Ning Fan's first visit to an area beyond F-32 district. In comparison, this place appeared to be somewhat more vibrant. The numbers of each district actually represented their level of prosperity. Within the entire F district, there were 69 smaller areas, with F-32 being relatively average. The entrance here was also bustling with numerous teams of travelers, not much different from the situation in F-32 district. This made Ning Fan reminisce about a few days prior when he first sought out Huizi and Lin Chuan. It felt as though a considerable amount of time had passed. As Ning Fan entered, his large package attracted the attention of many. After inquiring about the location of the black market, a burly man with a bare torso approached him. Brother, selling goods? Ning Fan glanced at him. The man grinned, though his expression was not particularly friendly. Rather, it appeared somewhat menacing. What do you have? If it's something I need, I can help you out right here. No need to venture into the black market and risk being taken advantage of. No, thank you. I'm not in a rush. A leisurely stroll will suffice, Ning Fan replied. Black market transactions were generally safer. Most black markets in various districts adhered to the rules, as long-term business was essential, and no one wished to jeopardize their livelihood. However, private dealings were another matter altogether. Murders and thefts had occurred within the districts. Killing someone could result in a mere 7-day confinement. If the prize was substantial enough, 7 days was hardly a lengthy penalty, merely a brief detour for a commission. Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave, the burly man grasped Ning Fan's shoulder. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly drew his sword, striking down toward the man's arm. The man was taken aback, immediately retracting his hand and stepping back. "What the hell? Are you crazy?" The man's veins bulged as he exclaimed, "You dare to lay hands on me? Do you wish to die?" Ning Fan's eyes darkened as he regarded the man. Suddenly, he unloaded his package and opened it, revealing various bloodied weapons within. "Do you find dead men as possessions useful?" Ning San replied indifferently. "If you're seeking trouble, there is not enough space here. Let us step outside and settle it." The guard who had just opened the door for Ning Fan also witnessed the unfolding scene and burst into laughter. "Old Jew, do not bully the youth. A lone wolf of this age cannot be measured so easily. Do not invite trouble upon yourself." The burly man, referred to as Old Jew, maintained a composed expression and refrained from engaging Ning Fan. The weapons within the bundle were evidently trophies claimed by the young lad. A child of such youth, shouldering the weapons of 5 or 6 individuals, he very well might have single-handedly annihilated an entire team. "Damn!" Old Jew sneered and retreated to the wall, feeling hesitant to claim the spoils. It was not that he doubted his own capabilities against Ning Fan. Rather, the worthless weapons did not warrant a conflict. The cost-benefit ratio was simply too low. Yet, the temptation lingered. Ning Fan silently gathered his belongings and continued his journey towards the black market. Once he departed, Old Jew beckoned a frail man from a nearby alley. If Ning Fan had seen him earlier, he would have instantly recognized him as the monkey from the Battle Bear team. He had been the first to be stunned from a tree by Old Duan. Yet, it was precisely due to his lack of aggression that he had evaded calamity. "Brother Jew, what is it?" The monkey, bearing the marks of burns on his face, wore an obsequious expression. Old Jew gestured towards Ning Fan's retreating silhouette. "Follow him and ascertain how many solars he possesses." The monkey expressed surprise. "Ah? Brother Jew intends to deal with him?" Old Jew scoffed. "He puts on quite the show, claiming to be a lone wolf. In truth, he is merely a solitary figure. If we do not seize the opportunity, we would be remiss. But Brother Jew, what if he possesses genuine skill? Those with true talent would not come to the F-27 district to peddle their wares. They would have long since reported to the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone." "That is a valid point." Old Jew fixed a languid gaze upon the monkey. "When Sun Wong was around, you Battle Bears engaged in similar dealings. Did you not? You should be able to handle this matter competently." Upon the mention of the Battle Bears, the monkey immediately comprehended. Old Jew was subtly reminding him that he was now under someone else's roof. If he performed well, Old Jew would ensure his sustenance. "Rest assured, Brother Jew, I shall uncover the truth for you without fail." With that, the monkey bounced off to follow Ning Fan. Old Jew chuckled derisively, and for lost dog, Ning Fan arrived at the black market, having followed the route indicated by the guard. In stark contrast to the gathering of traveler teams beyond the district wall, this area was decidedly more vibrant. The street was alive with voices haggling, sometimes escalating into vehement disputes over prices. With his bundle slung over his back, Ning Fan naturally attracted considerable attention. "Hey, young brother, what do you have there? Show me, and I shall offer you a fair price." A man in his 30s, sporting a buzz cut, sat cross-legged on the ground, waving at Ning Fan. Ning Fan crouched down and unfastened his bundle. Upon opening it, the buzz-cut man's brow furrowed at the sight of the blood-stained weapons. "Outside the district. Confiscated?" Ning Fan nodded. "Used by the Wanderer." Both men understood each other's unspoken thoughts. Before arriving at Zone F-27, Huizi had informed him that within the district, the spiritual attendants could not be revealed openly. These weapons belonged to that group, known as the Hunting Squad, who possess spiritual attendants themselves. Thus, during black market transactions, merely stating they were used by a wanderer sufficed for everyone to grasp the underlying implication. The crew-cut man pondered momentarily, furrowing his brow. "Is the source clean?" "Not from Zone F-27. Instantly intrigued, the crew-cut man replied, "All right, just wait a moment." He then produced his mobile phone and dialed a number. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. It was evident that this crew-cut man was engaged in substantial business. An ordinary vendor would seldom possess such a device. This gadget is indeed a rarity. "Young brother, please hold on a moment. I have a friend who specializes in the arms trade. I'll have her come take a look." The crew-cut man chuckled. Ning Fan nodded in agreement. The crew-cut man gestured towards the items on his stall. "Take a look and see if anything catches your fancy, and I shall offer you a good price. You can also help me make a sale. In truth, Ning Fan had already surveyed the merchandise on display. Frankly, there was nothing that piqued his interest. Just then, from a stall behind Ning Fan, a blond man with a lollipop in his mouth pointed at a glistening frog gallbladder from another stall and inquired, "Brother, could you lower the price on this?" Chapter 26, Sister Kai 2000, No bargaining, the stall owner stated with indifference. The golden-haired man furrowed his brow. "No, brother, with the condition of this gallbladder. It's practically rotting. Its effects are hardly even half effective. Consuming it might just lead to an upset stomach. And you dare to charge 2,000 for this? Buy it if you want. If not, then scram," the owner retorted impatiently. Ning Fan turned to observe the golden-haired man. This man was undeniably handsome, with fair skin and long golden hair tied back with a string. However, the state of his body was rather tragic, covered in numerous scars, particularly the one on his shoulder blade, where the bone was starkly visible. "How do you speak to people? It's just a transaction. And you act all high and mighty. You want to even allow for negotiation?" The golden-haired man scoffed. "If it weren't for my entire body aching, I would surely take you down." The stall owner abruptly stood up. "Are you going to leave or not?" With the owner's outburst, several other stall owners around also rose to their feet. "Brother Joe, what is happening? Is there trouble? Hey kid, what is your game? You think you can mess around here? If you can pay, then buy. If not, get lost." Despite the growing crowd supporting the owner, the golden-haired man remained unfazed, choosing not to argue further. All right, you're all so impressive." To Ning Fan's surprise, although the golden-haired man was visibly angered, he still produced 2,000 solars and tossed them onto the stall. 2,000 it is. Who told me I'm in such pain?" The owner snatched up the gallbladder and tossed it to him. The golden-haired man first inhaled its scent, a potent aroma that made him tilt his head back slightly. Nevertheless, he pinched his nose and consumed the gallbladder in a few bites. While his bleeding had somewhat ceased, as he had stated, the quality of this gallbladder was far inferior to the fresh ones Ning Fan and the others had previously consumed. "You lot, I want to forget this," the golden-haired man declared defiantly to those who had just insulted him. The group stood up once more, but the golden-haired man stepped out of the crowd. This brief altercation did not capture Ning Fan's attention greatly. It was merely a moment of entertainment. "Hey, is this fella yours?" At that moment, a smoky voice emerged from the side. Ning Fan turned to look. A woman, cigarette dangling from her lips, stood with her arms crossed in front of the stall. She appeared to be 2 or 3 years older than Xiao Fei, dressed in a black leather skirt and a simple white tank top. Her ample fair skin drew the attention of many men around, Ning Fan included. He suddenly recalled seeing Xiao Fei in the cave. Shaking his head, he thought, "Damn, the trials of youth." "It's mine," Ning Fan replied, regaining his composure. "What's your offer?" The woman crouched down, casually rummaging through a few weapons inside. They're all single-digit levels. Indeed, the members of the hunting group are all single-soul level. Ning Fan expressed his surprise. The woman was able to discern the level of the spirit attendant within merely by examining a few weapons. "Sister Kai, what do you think would be a fair price?" asked the man with a crew cut, wearing a smile. Kai raised an eyebrow at him and chuckled. "What's this? Do you think you can earn a little commission for me?" "One cannot introduce business for free." The crew cut man scratched his head in response. Kai scoffed, 500. "Deal." After they settled their agreement, Kai turned her attention to Ning Fan. "You have 6 items here. Normally, they could fetch up to 2,000 each. So, I'll offer you 10,000 for all. This price is quite reasonable." Before coming here, Xiao Fei and Hui Zi had estimated the worth of these weapons to be around 2,000 each, amounting to 12,000 in total. Ning Fan replied nonchalantly, "Let us calculate it per item. You may continue to browse." Kai did not waste words. "On this street, aside from me, there is no one who can purchase weapons in bulk. The weapons served a specific purpose, gambling with spirits. Each weapon contained a spirit attendant, and if taken outside the district, there existed a certain chance of extracting these spirits through a special melting process. However, the spirits extracted could no longer attach themselves to the weapons, instead becoming nourishment for other spirits. This process was known as spirit upgrading. The reason Ning Fan and his companions had not melted down the weapons themselves was due to their lack of expertise in this field. Such specialized tasks should naturally be undertaken by professionals. Ning Fan had no intention of bargaining and began to organize his belongings, preparing to inquire elsewhere. In truth, for him, selling these items was merely a fade. He needed to gather fundamental information about District F-27 to facilitate his investigation into Battle Bear. Young man, Kai suddenly called out, "You have a tail behind you." Ning Fan paused and smiled. I know. Throughout his journey, he was aware of being followed. The 9 assessments included counter-surveillance. Tracking Ning Fan without being detected was nearly impossible without the use of spirit attendants. Kai's eyes revealed some surprise. Your senses are quite sharp, aren't they? Like a dog. Ning Fan shrugged, having finished organizing his package. Kai hesitated for a moment. Listen, let us do this. On top of the price we just discussed, I'll throw in a service to help you deal with that tail, so you won't have any trouble. What do you say? Ning Fan scrutinized Kai. This woman seemed quite established in District F-27. The demeanor of the surrounding vendors towards her and her confident way of speaking indicated as much. I recognize that tail. He was here yesterday selling a stick and a knuckle duster. Kai continued, the items you possess are quite tempting to him. You know how it is in this world. People die for wealth. I don't know what capabilities you possess, but surely you have moments of vulnerability? Keeping a tail is rather inconvenient. Initially, Ning Fan intended to decline. However, just as he was about to speak, he hesitated. What did he come here to sell? A stick and a knuckle duster. Ning Fan felt a tremor in his heart. His hands, which were behind his back, gradually formed into fists. A stick, a knuckle duster. Lao Duan, Vangye. Although Ning Fan could not be entirely certain, the timing was entirely coincidental. He yearned to turn and pursue that trail. In the misty forest, after the deaths of Lao Duan and Wang Yi, the ones who could have retrieved their weapons were most likely members of the Battle Bear group. Ning Fan's blood surged, yet after a moment's deliberation, he forcibly restrained his impulse. There was no need to rush. What he desired was the complete annihilation of the Battle Bear, not merely the death of one individual. Whose tale was this? Ning Fan composed himself and casually inquired. Conducting such dealings within the area, the F-27 district seems quite chaotic, does it not? Isn't it all the same? As long as there is money. There are plenty of outlaws, Kai Jie scoffed. Have you heard of Battle Bear? They used to be quite renowned in the F-27 district. I have not, Ning Fan replied. Shaking his head, Kai Jie glanced in the direction behind Ning Fan. This tale belonged to Battle Bear, but it was said that their team was dispersed yesterday. Now, only 3 remain, scraping by under the old pig of the skeleton group. Chapter 0027. Night Chaos. Only 3 remained of the warbears. This information was crucial for Ning Fan. When Lin Chuan had led their escape, there had been no opportunity to ascertain the enemy's remaining numbers. Hey kid, how's it going? Are you selling or not? Sister Kai inquired once more. Yes, Ning Fan replied with a nod. Sister Kai smiled, a clever child. Ning Fan then added, however, I have an additional condition. Why is selling a few weapons so troublesome? Sister Kai expressed her impatience. Ning Fan remained unfazed by her demeanor. Regarding that old pig from the skeleton squad, I encountered him when I first entered the area and had an unpleasant encounter with him. Sister Kai paused, her brows furrowing. What do you mean? You want me to help you deal with the old pig over this matter? That's impossible. Not all. Ning Fan opened his hands. I had a conflict with him, and now his men are following me, simply looking to rob me. Therefore, whether it's these goods or Sola, it's unsafe in my hands. So, I will hand the goods over to you, and when I am ready to leave the area, you can come to escort me, and at that time, just return Sola to me. Escort you out? Kid, let me remind you, if they want to rob you, it would be easier once you're outside. Outside? I'm not afraid of being robbed. Ning Fan smiled. Out there, it's convenient for them, but even more so for me. Sister Kai squinted, her gaze at Ning Fan revealing a hint of interest. This boy had great confidence in his spiritual servant. He believed that once outside the area, should the skeleton squad dare to act against him, perhaps he would soon return to sell another batch of weapons. Little brother, are you so confident? The skeleton squad is not weak. Sister Kai stepped closer to Ning Fan, whispering in his ear, that old pig is in the double digits. 10 soul level. Ning Fan was not concerned about that. Rather, He was aware of the warm breath from Sister Kai brushing against his ear, accompanied by a sweet fragrance. "Little brother, you're blushing." Sister Kai suddenly burst into a charming laugh. Ning Fan, feeling embarrassed, watched as Sister Kai collected his package, lifting it in her hand. Clearing her throat, she stated, "I have accepted this boy's goods. I'll return them when he leaves the area. Everyone, remember this from me. Women have poor memories, and I fear I might forget." Ning Fan looked at Sister Kai in surprise. Her actions were quite generous. First, she provided him with reassurance by publicly stating this matter. She could not possibly back out of the payment now. Second, she was also speaking for the monkey trailing behind Ning Fan. To be precise, she was informing the old pig that this child had no money. At least within the area, robbing him was futile. "Thank you," Ning Fan said sincerely. "Thank you for what? It's merely business as usual." Sister Kai said no more, grabbing Ning Fan's package and striding towards the black market's exit, waving her hand. "Contact me when you wish to leave the area. I will see you off." Until the figure of Sister Kai vanished at the end of the black market. A hand suddenly waved in front of Ning Fan. It was the man with the buzz cut. "Kid, your eyes are practically glazed over," he remarked with a devilish grin. Ning Fan snapped back to reality and quickly denied it. "No." The buzz-cut man smirked. "Come on, it's only natural for a man to be interested in women. What is there to be ashamed of?" "If you say so," Ning Fan retorted, uninterested in further explanation, and turned to leave in another direction. Indeed, he had been fixated on Sister Kai's silhouette. While it could be attributed to her stunning beauty, the more significant factor was her abilities. Engaging in such trade, she undoubtedly knew how to enhance the number of souls of spiritual servants. Jian Wucho possessed only a single soul, categorized as single soul level. If he could establish a long-term partnership with Sister Kai, perhaps not only he, but also Huizi and Xiao Fei's spiritual servants could see an elevation in their capabilities. After departing from the black market, Ning Fan aimlessly wandered the streets. Half an hour later, he confirmed that the monkey had ceased its pursuit. He trusted that the monkey had overheard Sister Kai's words, realized there was no profit to be had from Ning Fan, and returned to report to Lao Zhu. As night fell, Ning Fan checked into a small inn near the black market. With 2,000 salas on him, he had sufficient funds for a period of normal living. Reclining on the inn's bed, Ning Fan contemplated how to unearth the 3 individuals who had infiltrated the skeleton group. It would be preferable to avoid Lao Zhu, but if he insisted on meddling in this murky affair, then he would have to obliterate the entire skeleton group. Revenge was a necessity. Gradually, Ning Fan felt his eyelids grow heavy and succumb to slumber. This was the most peaceful sleep he had enjoyed in quite some time. Previously, in order to complete Lin Chuan's trial, he had spent several nights sorting, leaving him with little opportunity for rest. Even after emerging from the wilderness, any moments of respite were spent in a state of vigilance. The simple act of lying down and resting seemed a distant luxury. However, just as Ning Fan was drifting into a deep sleep, a blood-curdling scream shattered the tranquility. He bolted upright, glancing around to confirm he was still in the inn. There was no immediate danger. The sound had originated from outside the window. Leaning against the wall, he tilted his head to observe the situation unfolding outside. Torches soon illuminated the street, and another scream pierced the night. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. Wasn't this within the district? What was happening? Capture him. Suddenly, he noticed 4 men, clad in identical uniforms, sprinting through the alleyway. The leader wielded a massive axe. Ning Fan recognized their attire. Monitors. What were they doing here? Had someone in the district summoned a spiritual servant? In this area, the mere mention of spiritual servants was a grave offense, let alone using them. If caught, it would mean execution. Ning Fan was somewhat intrigued. Who possessed such audacity? What deep-seated enmity could compel one to risk employing spiritual servants to commit murder within the district? He hastily descended the stairs. The innkeeper was also at the entrance, observing the commotion. "Brother, what is happening?" Ning Fan inquired, leaning closer. "Someone was killed." The innkeeper replied dismissively. "I didn't catch a good look at them. Just saw a head full of blonde hair." Ning Fan was taken aback. A head of blonde hair? He suddenly recalled the man he encountered earlier in the black market, the one purchasing the frog gallbladder. In that instant, Ning Fan seemed to grasp something significant. "Brother, how many people did he kill?" "I do not know," the innkeeper frowned. "But all the deceased were engaged in black market dealings. It seems likely that a business disagreement led to this, resulting in envy." A shopkeeper from a neighboring establishment interjected. "That is truly ruthless. The entire Zhou family, for in total, were slaughtered. What kind of grudge could justify such brutality?" Ning Fan understood the situation entirely, yet he found it incomprehensible. He recalled the young man with golden hair had mentioned before leaving that he had noted down the names of those who insulted him. One of them was indeed a vendor with the surname Zhou. But who would have anticipated that such a trivial conflict would escalate to the point of exterminating an entire family? At that moment, the neighboring shopkeeper muttered again, "Nonetheless, that lad has some skill. His arrows flew like beams of light, even taking down 3 monitors. Archery, a beam of light." Ning Fan's complexion turned ashen. Light arrows. Chapter 0028. The watcher Ning Fan could scarcely fathom that the very assassin who had slain Wang Yi, Lao Duan, and Zhuang had once been so perilously close to him. Had he drawn his sword in that moment, it might have very well cost the man his life. Back in the misty forest, Ning Fan had glimpsed the figure of a man upon the hillside. But due to the considerable distance, he had been unable to discern the man's features, only recalling the scarf wrapped around his head. While Ning Fan wallowed in regret, another thought struck him. This golden-haired man bore numerous knife wounds. Could it be that Chuan Ge had inflicted those injuries? Had Chuan Ge returned to find him and left him in such a state? If so, was it possible that Chuan Ge was still alive? Hope ignited within Ning Fan's heart. Up until now, they had yet to encounter Chuan Ge's corpse. On what grounds could they assume he was dead? With this newfound hope, a daring notion arose within Ning Fan. Capture the golden-haired man. At the very least, he must ascertain the whereabouts of Chuan Ge. "Hey, kid, where are you going? It's so chaotic outside you." Before the innkeeper could finish, Ning Fan had already dashed out. The streets were devoid of the daytime clamor. Although the lower city lacked sunlight, the area could still distinguish night from day through the dim glow of lights. Most of the lights had now been extinguished. Fortunately, Ning Fan, having honed his skills in the wilderness, had gradually acclimated to the darkness. Even in the dimmest of environments, he could discern the basic layout of the streets. "There, a team follow me. Teams 2 and 3 encircle from the slaughter fish alley." The watcher wielding a massive axe issued the command. Ning Fan stealthily trailed behind the first team. His reconnaissance skills, developed through 9 assessments, were finally of use. After 5 minutes of shadowy pursuit, Ning Fan's expression grew grave. He was indeed anxious. Not only did he have to avoid detection by the watchers, but he also had to maintain pace behind them without summoning his spirit companion. More critically, should the golden-haired man appear, he needed to subdue him before the watchers could intervene. If the golden-haired man fell into the hands of the watchers, Ning Fan would have no chance of rescuing him. Acquiring a spirit companion and slaying Chan Wu had not inflated Ning Fan's ego to such a degree. Suddenly, a shout jolted Ning Fan into alertness. He breaking out. "Stop him." It was then that Ning Fan realized he had pursued his quarry to the vicinity of the district wall. The guard who had previously allowed Ning Fan entry was dozing at the gate and immediately stood upon hearing the watcher's shouts. With a flash of white light, the guard had no time to draw his weapon before a gaping wound appeared in his forehead, and he collapsed silently to the ground. Witnessing this grim fate sent Ning Fan's blood boiling anew. He thought of Lao Duan and Wang Yi. In that instant, he could definitively conclude that this golden-haired man was indeed the assassin who had worn a scarf upon the hillside. If even the watchers of Zone F7 could not capture me, what hope did you have? The golden-haired man had already dashed toward the gate with great urgency. He boldly stood his ground, turning to face the pursuers who had been chasing him, and defiantly raised his middle finger. Tell those merchants in the black market to adopt a better attitude when conducting business. Stop hurling insults at every turn. With that, he pushed open the iron gate and escaped from the area. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. Realizing the man was about to flee, he rushed forward as well. The pursuers, upon seeing the blond man escape, had momentarily halted. They were bound by restrictions. They could apprehend within the area, but once someone broke free, they were no longer their responsibility. At that moment, however, A watcher wielding a massive axe spotted Ning Fan, sprinting toward the gate and bellowed, "Stop!" Ning Fan had no time to heed him and continued to run at full speed. Just as he was about to burst through the gate, he felt a rush of wind behind him. Instinctively, he dodged to the side, the giant axe slicing past him with a whoosh, embedding itself into the wall with a thud. Ning Fan halted, eyeing the quivering axe before turning to glare at the watcher. "Did you not hear me tell you to stop?" The man approached with a cold demeanor and brusquely asked, "Why are you running?" Soon, a group of individuals clad in watcher uniforms surrounded them. Ning Fan, glancing at the direction of the gate, realized he had missed his chance to catch the blond man. "Why are you blocking me?" he asked in a low voice. "Have I committed an offense?" Still quite audacious, a tall, thin man stepped forward and forcefully pressed Ning Fan's head against the wall. "Show some respect when speaking to our deputy captain." Ning Fan did not resist, but let out a scoff. "Is it that you lack the ability to chase the real criminals and instead take your frustrations out on a law-abiding citizen?" Well, the tall man raised an eyebrow. "You're young, but your temper is quite formidable." With a swift motion, he delivered a harsh kick to the back of Ning Fan's knee. Ning Fan felt a jolt of pain and instinctively bent his knee. Yet, just as his knee was about to touch the ground, he gritted his teeth and held his ground. Then, with determination, he pushed himself back up. The tall man's eyes flashed with malice. He had intended to force Ning Fan to kneel, but this fellow was playing the tough guy, was he? The tall man lifted his leg again. "Enough." The deputy captain approached, extracting the giant axe from the wall. "Take him back. You little brat. I've encountered many with tough bones. You better pray I don't get my hands on you." The tall man grasped Ning Fan by the collar and whispered into his ear. Ning Fan stared at him, a smirk beginning to form on his lips. "What are you laughing at?" The tall man sensed the mockery in Ning Fan's smile. "So this is the legendary demeanor of the Watchers?" Ning Fan's smile deepened. "I think I'm beginning to understand." "Understand what?" The deputy captain turned to Ning Fan, inquiring. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with disdain. The so-called ironclad rule prohibiting the use of spirit servants within the district was nothing more than sheer nonsense. Everyone froze in disbelief, staring at Ning Fan in astonishment. This audacious youth dared to utter the forbidden term spirit servant in front of the monitors. Furthermore, he had the audacity to dismiss the district's stringent regulations as mere folly. It was a blatant provocation. "Child, your innocent words hold no weight here." The vice captain's face darkened. Nevertheless, Ning Fan displayed not an ounce of fear. Instead, he raised his head defiantly, locking eyes with the vice captain. "Did I speak incorrectly?" he questioned, gesturing towards the large gate of the district wall. "The person has already escaped. Have you apprehended them?" Chapter 0029. A-Class. One of the vice captains squinted at Ning Fan. "Meng, this brat needs to be taught a lesson. Hand him over to me. I assure you, within a day, I will instruct him on how to communicate properly the lean Talman sneelt." The vice captain pondered for a moment. "Take it back for now." Although the tall man felt a pang of disappointment, he dared not press the issue further in front of the vice captain. Soon, Ning Fan was escorted into a building within the inner district. In a completely sealed room, his hands and feet were bound to a chair. Opposite him sat the vice captain. "Do you know that person?" the vice captain asked, reclining in his chair, puffing on a pungent cigarette, one leg crossed over the other. Ning Fan remained silent. "Just mentioning the spirit servant within this district, and I could imprison you for a decade," the vice captain remarked indifferently. "No use pretending to be tough with me. Meng, right? Ning San Sutendis Mile. I do like to ask, did I kill that person?" The vice captain's expression darkened instantly. Ning Fan continued, "Did I use a spirit servant within the district?" The vice captain furrowed his brow. Ning Fan scoffed. "The one violating the rules is outside the district. Kid, you better watch your words." Ning Fan interrupted the vice captain's warning. "If you had any real capability, the one being interrogated here should be that archer, not me." The cigarette, but between the vice captain's fingers, had already burned out, yet he remained oblivious, his lifeless eyes fixated on Ning Fan. "You seem to have a strong opinion about us monitors, do you?" "Not originally," Ning Fan replied. "So, it's because we let that guy go that you harbor animosity towards us?" "I suppose," he admitted. Ning Fan was indeed dissatisfied with the monitor's actions. Their inability to capture was inconsequential, but their obstruction of Ning Fan was intolerable. Otherwise, once outside the district, he could devise a plan to lure that person near the cave, teaming up with Xiao Fei and Huizi. While success wasn't guaranteed, there was at least a glimmer of hope. However, the giant axe thrown by the vice captain severed that hope. Do you have a grudge against him? Ning Fan lapsed into silence once more. But you seem to know little about him. The vice captain retrieved a piece of paper from the table and placed it before Ning Fan. This is his information. Take a look, and you will understand that our inability to capture him is no accident. Driven by curiosity, Ning Fan glanced at the paper. At the top was a photograph. This is the person. Ning Fan had indelibly etched his appearance in his memory. Below it were his basic details. Name, Su Bei age, approximately 25 spirit servant. Light arrow soul level, 100 soul level or above. Crimes, illegal use of spirit servants and the murder of 7 residents and monitors in Zone F7. Illegal use of spirit servants and the murder of 9 high-level area administrators and monitors in Zone F11. Illegal use in Zone F19. Wanted level, a Ning Fan was taken aback. This individual was astonishingly a 100 soul level. Initially, based on Xiao Fei's assessment, it was believed that the opponent belonged to the 10 soul level. However, it seems that Xiao Fei's judgment was flawed. This man, Su Bei, possesses strength beyond their expectations. Yet the knife wounds on his body. Could Chuangu, being merely at the single soul level, inflict such damage? Ning Fan's doubts multiplied, and he felt an urgent need to seek out Su Bei for clarification. Furthermore, Su Bei's illustrious deeds number over a dozen. Within District F, he has caused quite a stir. How could someone of his caliber still evade capture and appear in various regions? Do you think that if he had rushed out just now, it would have been him who died or you? The vice captain interrupted Ning Fan's contemplation. Ning Fan lifted his gaze to find a mocking smile awaiting him. Please don't tell me that your reason for stopping me was to save me. Regaining his composure quickly, Ning Fan retorted, from the demeanor of your subordinates, I can hardly perceive any goodwill. Of course, I have no obligation to save you. The vice captain conceded, I merely wish to gather more information about Su Bei from you. He shrugged nonchalantly. Clearly, your understanding of him pales in comparison to ours. Ning Fan found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. In truth, he too had sensed a significant change within himself of late. Once, he was someone who preferred to prepare meticulously before taking action. Yet since joining the Wild Dog Society, he had been thrust into situations without any time for preparation. The betrayal by Yang Beihai was abrupt. The deaths of his comrades were equally unforeseen. He had been deprived of any opportunity for contemplation or organization, transforming him, almost unknowingly, into a reckless individual who acted purely on instinct. Regardless of whether the vice captain had altruistic intentions in halting him, at the very least, he had provided a timely reminder. Suddenly, Ning Fan thought of Lin Chuan. Although Lin Chuan appeared brusque, with a fiery temper and impulsive actions, he had demonstrated the most rational response the instant Su Bei appeared. One must always maintain a sufficient level of calm, never allowing emotions to cloud one's judgment. Having realized this, Ning Fan finally felt a sense of tranquility in his heart for the first time in nearly 3 days. He was gradually beginning to adapt to the world outside the district. Thank you, he murmured. I apologize for my earlier recklessness. The vice captain, who had already risen to depart, paused upon hearing Ning Fan's words. He regarded Ning Fan with curiosity and suddenly chuckled. Ah, switching tactics are we? No, I simply feel that you indeed saved my life, Ning Fan replied, licking his lips. However, I must remind you of the incident where your subordinate bullied me. I will not forget, and matters must be settled. Oh, holding a grudge against my subordinate in front of me? The vice captain tilted his head, intrigued. What is this? Do you wish to confront him? If the opportunity arises, I certainly will, Ning Fan replied with a newfound seriousness. However, at this moment, I am more inclined to discuss potential collaboration with you. The vice captain was taken aback for a moment, but quickly dismissed the notion with a scoff. What cooperation could we possibly have? Su Bei has committed offenses across numerous regions, yet no observer has managed to capture him. If you in District F27 were to succeed in this endeavor, wouldn't that bring you some glory? The idea of capturing Su Bei prompted the vice captain to regard the suggestion with incredulity. The man has already fled. Did you not see? He retorted, incredulous at the absurdity of the statement. Who says he won't return? Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, asserting, if you trust me, I possess an 80% certainty of apprehending him. At last, the vice captain's smile faded, while he found Ning Fan's claims somewhat dubious. The allure of capturing Su Bei was undeniably enticing, just as Ning Fan had pointed out. Achieving what so many observers across various regions had failed to accomplish would certainly elevate the stature of the observers in District F-27. However, just as the vice captain was deliberating, an impatient voice echoed from outside. It's the middle of the night. People are trying to sleep. Why disturb them? Don't you know that lack of sleep ages women? As the voice grew louder, the door to the room swung open. Ning Fan was momentarily stunned upon seeing the figure at the threshold, and similarly, the person who had opened the door appeared equally taken aback. Chapter 30. He will return. How could he be here? The phrase echoed in unison from both individuals. The vice captain appeared momentarily bewildered. Captain One, do you know each other? He inquired of the woman. Before she could respond, Ning Fan exhibited an even stronger reaction. She's your captain? Indeed. The vice captain looked utterly perplexed. When Guy, captain of the monitoring team in Sector F-27. Without a doubt, this woman was the very same Kai Jie who had acquired Ning Fan's weapons in the black market earlier that day. Ning Fan had sensed that she held a certain status in Sector F-27, a fact evident from the demeanor of those around her. Yet, he never imagined she would be the captain of the monitors. Old Meng, why have you apprehended him? What has he done? Wen Kai also gazed at the vice captain in confusion. After a moment of contemplation, the vice captain, opting for caution, refrained from a direct answer and instead posed a question. Captain Wen, what is your relationship with him? Wen Kai turned her gaze to Ning Fan, her delicate brows furrowed. After a lengthy pause, she quietly replied, he is somewhat of a client. Ah, then there is no issue. The vice captain even maneuvered behind a chair to untie Ning Fan's bindings. His demeanor had drastically shifted. It turns out he is one of our own. Please. Don't take offense, young brother. Ning Fan, still bewildered, could not help but ask, brother, have you been possessed by a spirit attendant? The vice captain chuckled awkwardly, unperturbed, and with the rope in hand, prepared to exit. Captain Wen, you two continue your conversation. I shan't intrude. For the specifics, you may inquire with this young brother. After a brief pause, the vice captain bowed slightly to Ning Fan and added, young brother, do not forget that you just expressed your gratitude to me. It would be unwise to make baseless claims. Just as the vice captain was about to exit, when Kai called out to him, wait a moment. The vice captain's expression shifted to one of anxiety. What is it, Captain Wen? Do you have any cigarettes? Oh, yes, indeed. The vice captain handed her an entire pack of cigarettes. Just bought from the Road of Grace, fresh stock. All right, you may leave now. When Kai accepted the cigarettes, waving her hand dismissively, far from feeling regretful, the vice captain appeared relieved and hastily departed. Ning Fan stood there astonished. This vice captain had just seemed rather formidable. How had he transformed into a sycophantic eunuch in the presence of the Empress? Was Wen Kai truly that intimidating? Why did you come in? When qu'il a cigarette? Did you come to have your sister escort you out of the sector? Just 2 minutes ago, I didn't even know you were the captain of the monitors. Ning Fan took le droit. Aren't you engaged in business on the black market? Who decrees that one cannot engage in commerce while being on the public payroll? Wen Kai raised an eyebrow. I ask you, why did you come in? If you truly have committed an offense, do not expect me to shield you. Our relationship isn't that deep. I mentioned the spirit attendant within the sector. Ning Fan recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing his account, Wen Kai pursed her lips. Well, that is acceptable, not a significant matter. Is that it? Is this over? What else? Shall I keep you for a meal? Wen Kai handled the matter with remarkable decisiveness. Fine, you may leave now. This is no longer your concern, but do be more cautious in the future. What about Su Bei? Ning Sun inquired. Wen Kai replied nonchalantly, that is a matter for us monitors. I truly have a way to capture him. Ning Fan insisted, showing no intention of departing. Wen Kai's eyelids gradually drooped, and a hint of peculiarity flickered in her gaze towards Ning Fan. Little wild dog, do not overestimate yourself. If so many regional monitors have failed, what makes you think you can succeed? Ning Fan opened his mouth to express his thoughts, but suddenly froze. Did she just call me what? Little wild dog? Was it merely a figment of my imagination? Or does she know something? Calm down. Ning Fan steadied his mind and controlled his emotional fluctuations. Listen to my plan. You will incur no losses. Ning Fan stated earnestly, if you deem it unfeasible, you may reject me later. Wen Kai regarded Ning Fan for a moment, then suddenly smiled. All right, go ahead. First, provide me with a list of the victims. Ning Fan's eyes brightened. I need to know how many people Su Bei killed tonight. Without hesitation, Wen Kai opened the door and instructed her subordinate to fetch the list. After carefully examining the document for a considerable time, Ning Fan finally smiled. He will definitely return. Ning Fan looked up. Moreover, it will not exceed 3 days. Wen Kai's interest was piqued at last. Why are you so certain? Because he hasn't finished killing yet. Ning Fan pointed to the list. This man named Zhou Hao had his entire family slaughtered. And then there's Su Feng, whose veteran father was also not spared. This indicates that Su Bei is a vengeful individual, intent on complete annihilation. And then, do you know why Su Bei killed him? It was likely due to a conflict with Zhou Hao and Su Feng in the black market earlier today, right? Exactly. Coincidentally, I was right there when it happened. Ning Fan felt a surge of excitement. Just before you came to me to inspect the goods. Please continue. This conflict was merely a trivial exchange of words. Yet Su Bei chose to exterminate their entire family. This sufficiently proves that Su Bei possesses a rather obsessive character, and furthermore, is exceedingly reckless. Ning Fan pointed at the list. The one who clashed with Su Bei was Zhou Hao. Su Feng only chimed in, yet he was also killed. The issue is, besides Su Feng, 2 others came to Zhou Hao's aid. Wen Kai's beautiful eyes flickered. So, you mean to say Su Bei will return to kill the other 2 as well? Not just the other 2, but their entire families. Ning Fan asserted confidently. Wen Kai's expression finally turned grave. She extinguished her cigarette, pinched her chin, and pondered for a long while. Does he truly dare to come back? No. This is no longer a matter of daring. He does not experience fear. Ning Fan's voice was grave. A person who repeatedly breaks the rules without facing any consequences will perceive the so-called rules as utterly meaningless. Wen Kai gritted her teeth, a flash of anger flickering in her eyes. Very well. I shall instruct the guards to lower their vigilance slightly and see if he dares to enter. That may not be necessary, Ning Fan countered. With a corpse in the vicinity and the perpetrator having fled, a relaxation of the guard's watchfulness would only serve to arouse suspicion. Sister Kai, it is true that Su Bei is mad, but he is not without his wits. Wen Kai frowned as she regarded Ning Fan. After a lengthy pause, a smile unexpectedly graced her lips. What if you take charge of this operation? Ning Fan was taken aback. Wen Kai crossed her arms and tilted her head. I am not jesting, nor am I being disrespectful. I simply believe that since this plan originated from you, it is most fitting for you to lead. But I'm not the monitor. That matters not. I am the captain, and my word is final. Wen Kai chuckled. However, if Su Bei does not return as you speculate, I shall not grant you that reward. Ning Fan was left speechless. Was this woman not a touch unreasonable? What did this have to do with their previous dealings? Yet before he could protest, Wen Kai's smile took on a more sinister edge. But should Su Bei indeed arrive, and you fail to detain him, the onus of that failure will rest upon you. Chapter 31. The spirit-controlling artifact is this. Appropriate? Ning Fan forced a chuckle. There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's settled, Wen Kai assured, patting Ning Fan's shoulder. I trust you. Wait, Sister Kai. This has nothing to do with trust. Ning Sun eflaimet, akitatet. I'm not the monitor. I merely provided a warning. Why should the responsibility fall on me? Besides, I stand to gain nothing from this. The one who suffers is me. Weren't you just brimming with confidence? Wen Kai dizet, a playful smile gracing her lips. Before Ning Fan could respond, she added, once we capture him, you will conduct the interrogation. Ning Fan felt a jolt in his heart. Conduct the interrogation. He desperately needed this opportunity. At the very least, he had to extract Brother Chuan's whereabouts from Su Bei. Wait, how did Wen Kai know I wanted to interrogate him? What does this woman truly know? What do you think? Do you agree? Wen Kai inquit sopti. Ning Fan stared at Wen Kai for a long moment. At least for now, she seemed devoid of hostility. Had she not suggested capturing Su Bei, he might have already left this place unscathed. I agree, Ning Fan replied decisively, but I have one condition. Children are truly troublesome. They always like to make demands of adults, Wen Kai remarked, flicking her hair. Go on. As Wen Kai led Ning Fan out of the room and into the monitoring office hall, many curious gazes turned towards them. This lad, he emerged unscathed? Captain One, A tall, thin man stood up, looking perplexed. Calm down for a moment, Wen Kai interrupted, raising her hand. The tall man fell silent immediately. Wen Kai clapped her hands to capture everyone's attention. I have a new idea regarding Su Bei's use of spirit servants to commit murder within the district today. She pulled Ning Fan in front of her, placing her hands on his shoulders. To be precise, this young man has an excellent idea. Therefore, for the next 3 days, he will be in charge of the monitoring operations. Everyone, including myself, is to follow his directives. However, this must remain within reasonable bounds. If his demands violate any regulations, you may report to me, and I will provide guidance as necessary. Do you all understand? The crowd was taken aback. Wasn't this lad just brought back in custody? How did he suddenly become the commander? Wait, Captain Wen. The tall man seemed unable to accept this turn of events. By the way, Li Hui, there's something I need to discuss with you. Wen Kai turned to the tall man. I heard you kicked this lad earlier. Li Hui, the tall man, was momentarily stunned, but quickly asserted he was being too arrogant earlier. I did it to teach him a lesson. Just answer. Did you kick him or not? Yes. I did. All right. Wen Kai lightly remarked, I promised this lad that if he manages to capture Su Bei, he could return the kick. Li Hui glared at Ning Fan, who calmly returned his gaze. This was the condition he had just proposed to Wen Kai. He had not forgotten that kick from Li Hui. All right, you little rascal. If you truly possess the ability to catch Su Bei, what will it matter if I allow you to kick me? Just moments ago at the boundary wall, what had he said? Don't let me fall into your hands, right? Ning Fan chuckled. So, does this mean you have indeed fallen into my hands now? Outside area F-27 in the misty forest. Thud, thud, thud. After a series of sounds, Su Bei, with his golden hair, stood up, leaning against a tree, his complexion somewhat pale. Damn it, that gallbladder fruit has indeed rotted. Su Bei muttered, I said it wasn't tea worth 2,000, didn't I? Truly a swindler. Curse be it. The phone rang. Su Bei pulled out his mobile and, upon seeing the number, his brow furrowed even tighter. Nevertheless, he answered, Young master, I am Yi Liang. I know, speak your mind. There's an important matter at home. Su Tong has instructed me to bring you back. Not going. Young master, enough nonsense. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Su Tong said if you don't return, he will kill your mother. A shadow flickered in Su Bei's eyes. Young master, I believe your father is not jesting. I will return within 3 days. Su Bei interrupted Yi Liang. Tell the old man that if he dares to harm my mother, I will end him. Understood. I will convey the message. Yi Liang paused for a moment. Young master, my advice is that you should depart as soon as possible. You need not concern yourself with me. I said 3 days, and it shall be 3 days. Obey impaciente. I'll return after dealing with those who deserve to die. Killing? Goodbye. Su Bei ended the call, a sickly flush appearing on his face. I'm so furious. I feel like killing someone at that moment. The ring on Su Bei's finger began to emit a golden glow. What did you say? Why did you not inform me earlier? In the hall, Ning Fan fervently questioned Wen Kai. Even the monitors cannot employ spiritual servants within the area? How could we possibly capture Su Bei? You seemed so confident earlier. I thought you already knew. Wen Kai, clad in the monitor's uniform, leaned back in her office chair, her beautiful legs elegantly draped over the desk before her. Ning Fan inwardly cursed. This woman was undoubtedly being deliberate. Just as she had set him up, she revealed the rule that forbade the use of spiritual servants within the area, which also applied to monitors. Su Bei was at least of the 100 spirits level. Without spiritual servants, how could they ever hope to capture him? Fear not, we possess other means. Wen Kai smiled. Spirit suppression devices, high-tech gadgets. Surely you've heard of them? With Wen Kai's explanation, Ning Fan's eyes were open to new possibilities. The spirit suppression device is a sophisticated instrument produced by the Research Institute, with all its components essentially sourced from the path of blessings. This device consists of 4 parts. When these 4 components are placed no more than 50 meters apart and activated, they create a vacuum zone where spirit attendants cannot be summoned. Why have you not utilized this earlier? Ning Fan inquired with curiosity. The activation of the spirit suppression device requires at least 20 minutes, Wen Kai explained. Thus, it must be arranged in advance and cannot be employed directly during a capture. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fan asked, "How many of these devices do you possess?" 2 sets, Wen Kai replied, raising 2 fingers. You decide how to proceed. Very well, Ning Fan said, I have a plan. Let us begin the arrangements now. So early? Wen Kai expressed surprise. That fellow has only been gone for less than 2 hours. Is it possible he could return so soon? It's hard to say, Ning Fan remarked while gazing out the window. He is a madman. One cannot judge his actions with the logic of a sane person. If he truly returns, does that imply you are also mad? Wen Kai teased, looking at Ning Fan. Otherwise, how could you possibly fathom the thoughts of a lunatic? Chapter 0032. Awaiting the rabbit, Ning Fan remained noncommittal. He found himself questioning his sanity. He had merely aspired to be a wanderer, to earn a living and procure a miraculous medicine for his mother. Yet now, he felt increasingly distanced from that initial intention. There was no turning back. From the moment the first death occurred at the Wild Dog House, he could no longer remain an outsider. His mother must be saved, and vengeance must be exacted. In the early hours of the morning, 5 hours had elapsed since Su Bei's escape after the murder. Inside a dilapidated residence, Li Hui, wielding a machete, stifled a yawn. I damn well suspect that brat is deliberately retaliating against us, he grumbled. Su Bei isn't a fool, having escaped. Would he really return to throw himself into the line of fire? Beside him, Deputy Captain Meng struggled to keep his eyelids from drooping, his massive axe resting nearby. Enough of your complaints. If you're dissatisfied, go speak to Captain Wen, he retorted. Upon hearing Wen Kai's name, Li Hui's tone noticeably softened. He couldn't fathom why Captain Wen held such unwavering trust in that kid. The boy must possess some wit. Deputy Captain Meng, harboring less animosity towards Ning Fan, remarked thoughtfully, at the very least, from what we can observe, Su Bei is indeed audacious. Such individuals may not be analyzed through conventional reasoning. Why are you defending that brat? Li Hui scoffed. Meng chuckled. What's wrong? Afraid that if we actually catch him, he'll give you a kick? Damn. If that brat manages to capture Su Bei, F-27's monitors would be utterly humiliated. Let him kick me if he wishes. Li Hui replied dismissively. Do you think he could actually kill me? Meng sighed. I've told you before, don't let this uniform make you feel superior. It invites resentment. Li Hui dismissed the warning. What's the matter? If I follow the rules, what could possibly go wrong? That brat is merely lucky, having tricked Captain Wen with some flowery words. Is Captain Wen so easily deceived? Meng laughed softly. Li Hui opened his mouth to retort, but fell silent. Just as Deputy Captain Meng intended to impart more wisdom to Li Hui, his expression suddenly shifted. Li Hui sensed the change in atmosphere as well. Crap. Could it be that brat actually guessed right? Li Hui sprang to his feet, grasping his long knife, his eyes brimming with vigilance. Deputy Captain Meng's demeanor also turned grave as he tightened his grip on the axe handle. Allowing Su Bei to slip away previously had gnawed at Meng's conscience, despite knowing the difficulty of capturing him. Now, if that brat dared to return under their prepared circumstances, failing to apprehend him would be akin to being ridden upon and defecated on. Meanwhile, atop a 6-story building in Rotten Fish Alley, Ning Fan held a pair of binoculars in one hand and a mobile phone in the other. These were tools he had never even touched before. Although the monitor cannot employ spirit servants within the region, the equipment is undeniably far superior to that of an ordinary team of walkers. It's time, Ning Fan said with a hint of excitement. Speaking into the phone, you may activate the spirit suppressing device number 1. Understood, came Wen Kai's voice from the other end. Since the incursion into Su Bei, they had been aware of the situation. Under Ning Fan's orchestration, the guard stationed at the entrance did not relent. Rather, they maintained an exceptionally stern demeanor. The presence of individuals utilizing spirit servants who had taken the lives of several others warranted a more stringent management response in the area. As Ning Fan had articulated, had Su Bei noticed that the guard were even more lax than before, he might have perceived it as a trap and refrained from entering. Of course, the severity was merely a fade. At that moment, Su Bei, clad in a headscarf and smeared with dirt, had donned a rudimentary disguise and assumed a new identity. However, this was merely his own perception. In reality, he had been recognized by the guards the moment he crossed the threshold. You were right, this fellow truly is a madman. Although when Kai had previously acknowledged the soundness of Ning Fan's reasoning, she was still taken aback upon Su Bei's return to District F-27. Madness was one aspect. More importantly, he had shown utter disregard for the monitor. Ning Fan responded, to speak frankly. When Kai scoffed, "Child, you need not provoke me with words. I'm already quite infuriated." Just stating the truth, Ning Fan replied, observing Su Bei nearing a residential building. He added, also, activate spirit suppressing device number 2. Understood. When Kai instruct. Having completed all necessary arrangements, Ning Fan stowed away his phone and binoculars and hurried downstairs. Inside the residence, Deputy Captain Meng and Li Hui were poised, their gazes fixed intently on the window. They too were visibly anxious. After all, their opponent was at the 100 spirits level, no matter how formidable. They were merely slightly stronger than average individuals. Without the aid of spirit servants, they held no advantage. Whoosh! An arrow of light shot through the window. It struck precisely at the pillow on the bed beside the two men. That spot should have been occupied by someone asleep, specifically the merchant who had previously spoken on Zhou Hao's behalf. Su Bei was far too direct. He was certainly intent on taking a life. In less than 5 seconds, another arrow of light appeared, landing in the exact same location as the previous one. 2 arrows, leaving only a single hole. Cold sweat dripped down Li Hui's brow. Su Bei's arrows of light were astonishingly accurate. In such darkness, the 2 shots had unerringly pierced the same spot. However, why did he shoot twice? Was he concerned that one arrow would not suffice? Just as the 2 men were puzzled, Su Bei's laughter rang out from outside. Ha ha ha! I underestimated you. Su Bei laughed arrogantly. One among you has some brains, managing to guess that I would return? Alarmed, Deputy Captain Meng felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. The individuals inside the room had, of course, already been relocated. The original plan was for Su Bei to enter and inspect after shooting his arrows. Given Su Bei's proficiency in ranged attacks, his entry into the room would diminish the advantage of the spirit attendant. Captain Meng and Li Hui, who had long been waiting in ambush, could easily catch him off guard, while the lurking observers could seize the opportunity to encircle him. Moreover, spiritual suppression devices had already been strategically placed around the building. Approximately 17 minutes remained until activation was complete, even if they were outmatched. As long as they could hold out until the devices were fully operational, Su Bei, despite possessing a 100 souls level spirit attendant, would be rendered ineffective. However, Su Bei had yet to enter. Captain Meng comprehended the reason behind his 2 shots. Su Bei had taken too many lives. The sound of arrows striking flesh. Something was amiss. Thus, he attempted a second shot. Upon confirming that neither arrow had struck a target, this astute madman immediately realized he was ambushed. Captain Meng, what shall we do now? Should we pursue? Li Hui's grip on his blade tightened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, before he could finish his question, he saw Captain Meng suddenly dart sideways, delivering a swift kick to his lower back. Bang! The wall behind them shattered instantaneously. Chapter 33. The Oath to Capture Su Bei. Li Hui's face was etched with terror, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Had it not been for Deputy Captain Meng's timely intervention, the luminous arrow would have pierced his heart. Gazing at the cracked wall behind him, Li Hui finally comprehended the formidable intensity of the 100 souls level. Focus, damn it! Deputy Captain Meng bellowed. He's still here? Li Hui instantly sprang to his feet, pressing against the wall, his fingers pale and trembling. He wondered, what does he intend to do? As they had previously discussed, Li Hui had come to the realization that Su Bei was indeed a lunatic. Knowing full well there was an ambush in the area, he still chose not to flee at the first opportunity. Could it be this wretched brat holds a grudge against us? Deputy Captain Meng grinned menacingly. He wants to kill us too. A sudden recollection of Su Bei's dossier flooded Li Hui's mind. In various zones, Su Bei had slain numerous observers, even some high-ranking administrators. Reflecting on it, those individuals must have provoked him during their attempts to capture him. Bang! Another arrow pierced the wall. Deputy Captain Meng had already sought refuge. Yet the wall behind him could not shield him from the luminous arrow's assault. A spray of blood erupted from his side. Captain Meng, Li shooted, rushing toward him, but the moment he stepped away from the wall, bang! The wall was punctured, creating a hole nearly 10 centimeters wide. Liu stood frozen in shock. Had he not acted in haste to check on Deputy Captain Meng, that arrow would have surely pierced his chest. At that moment, he finally caught sight of Deputy Captain Meng's injury. A chunk of flesh was missing from his right side, revealing a glimpse of internal organs. Captain Meng. It's all right, Meng said with great effort, propping himself against the wall as he retrieved his phone to make a call. Kid, Su Bei has made his move. On the other end, Ning Fan's response was unclear. A flicker of confusion crossed Meng's eyes. What does that mean? And then, all right, I understand. He hung up, and Li Hui hurriedly inquired. What did he say? Find a way. To stall him? Stall. How do we stall him? That kid is out for revenge. He wants us dead. Li Hui was utterly paralyzed by fear. After so long as an observer, he had never encountered someone like Su Bei, both deranged and powerful. Up until now, they had yet to catch even a glimpse of their adversary. He finally grasped Ning Fan's words. This individual had no regard for observers at all. That kid previously claimed Su Bei would return, and indeed he was right. Therefore, I believe him. Deputy Captain Meng forced a smile, bracing himself as he moved toward the window. Moreover, this Su Bei treats Zone F-27 like his own toilet. Upon entering, he defecated and promptly departed. If he manages to escape again, what will become of our monitors in District F-27? Or shall we hide our faces? Deputy Meng, what are you planning to do? Su Bei, is it? At this moment, Deputy Captain Meng had reached the window, ignoring Li Hui and instead bellowing outside. Do you really think we, the monitors, are mere pushovers? If you possess any capability, show yourself so I may ascertain your true character. In the alley outside, when Kai leaned against the wall, her gaze meeting that of Deputy Captain Meng. Behind her stood numerous other monitors. Captain, when it seems Deputy Meng has sustained injuries, one of them remarked, concern flickering in their eyes. The playful smirk that once adorned when Kai's face had vanished. Should we take action? Not necessary. But Deputy Meng is provocatively standing at the window that's Su Bei. I am aware. When Kai's eyes fixated on the upper floor, he is attempting to lure Su Bei out. Although Ning Fan had previously observed from the rooftop, once Su Bei entered the alley, he could no longer pinpoint his exact location. Su Bei seemed an elusive specter, lurking in the shadows, holding the power of life and death over others. When Kai could issue the command to act immediately, yet, where would they strike? They could only flounder about like headless flies, encountering obstacles at every turn. This would only grant Su Bei greater leeway. When Kai understood this principle, Deputy Captain Meng was cognizant of it as well. Nevertheless, a flicker of indecision crossed when Kai's eyes. Little wild dog, old Meng has staked his life on your trust this time. Should anything go awry, I shall surely twist your head off. Meanwhile, at the window, Deputy Captain Meng continued his tirade. What a farce. Does he truly consider himself someone of consequence? If he possesses any courage, let him step forth and face me one-on-one. Let us see if I won't cleave him in two. Deputy Captain Meng spat blood-laced words. Yet this did not deter his outrage. Hiding in the shadows and launching sneak attacks is no true skill. What is the matter? Are you hideous? I genuinely feel embarrassed for your parents. Li Hui trembled in fear, crouching beneath the window ledge, urgently tugging at Deputy Captain Meng's sleeve. Deputy Meng, please stop shouting. But Deputy Captain Meng shrugged him off. No, Deputy, what are you doing? Are you truly disregarding your life? Li Hui was frantic. In his view, not only was Su Bei insane, but Deputy Captain Meng had also lost his senses. Yet Deputy Captain Meng lowered his gaze coolly. Li Hui, could you perhaps show some ambition? Li Hui was taken aback. Deputy Captain Meng disappointment etched across his face, grasped his collar. Was this attire merely for your pretense? After stating this, Deputy Captain Meng disregarded the flustered Li Hui and pulled out a timer. It displayed 6:31. 6.5 minutes remain. The spiritual suppression device harbors two critical flaws. First, it necessitates a 20-minute preparation time to activate. Second, once activated, a faint luminous barrier will emerge. Once Su Bei discovers that the spiritual suppression device has been activated within the vicinity, even if he were mentally impaired, he would not foolishly venture inside. Therefore, the most effective strategy is to deceive Su Bei into the range of the device before completing its activation. Prior to taking action, Ning Fan discreetly approached Wen Kai and Deputy Meng, sharing his intricate plan with them. Upon hearing it, both realized that this scheme carried considerable risk. However, simultaneously, its feasibility appeared remarkably high. Should they succeed, the likelihood of capturing Su Bei would exceed 90%. At that moment, Deputy Meng's heart raced with anticipation. Just as he believed his curses had fallen on deaf ears, a menacing voice echoed from across the way. "Who are you cursing?" Suddenly, a figure appeared at the window on the 4th floor of the 5-story building. Su Bei. The instant Deputy Meng laid eyes on Su Bei, his dull gaze ignited with fervor. In his mind, the words Ning Fan had uttered over the phone reverberated. Su Bei is a madman, narrow-minded and obstinate. If you can provoke him, he will undoubtedly reveal himself before attempting to kill you. Instinctively, Deputy Meng inquired, and then, after a brief pause, Ning Fan replied, "Drive the dog into a corner." Chapter 34. Driving the dog into a narrow alley. Who am I cursing? Surely it's you. The moment Su Bei made his appearance, Deputy Captain Meng was wholly invigorated. You actually dare to show yourself? Knowing full well we are searching for you? However, Su Bei did not revel in the praise. Instead, his expression darkened. You just said you feel ashamed for my parents? Suddenly, Su Bei roared like a madman. What the hell are you? How dare you insult my parents? Deputy Captain Meng was taken aback. His intention was indeed to provoke Su Bei, yet the latter's reaction exceeded his expectations. Originally, the plan was to delay time once Su Bei revealed himself. But now Su Bei abruptly raised his hand, and the ring on his right hand glimmered with a golden hue. This fellow intends to strike directly in the alley. When Kaya's face changed upon witnessing this scene. Execute the backup plan. Move. The moment her voice fell, a thunderous roar of engines erupted from several nearby alleys. Just as Su Bei was about to unleash his light arrow, he instinctively turned towards the alley upon hearing the sound. He saw 4 vehicles suddenly revving to life, each adorned with a cylindrical object approximately 1 meter tall on their rooftops. The cylinders emitted a faint glow, with gears incessantly whirring within. These 4 vehicles carried components of a spirit-constraining device. Once activated, the central area of these vehicles would create a vacuum where spirit guardians could not be summoned. Spirit-constraining device. With bloodshot eyes, Su Bei immediately sensed the impending danger and glared furiously at the window across from him. How dare you? But mid-sentence, Su Bei suddenly faltered. Where was Deputy Captain Meng's figure in that window? Seizing the moment of distraction, Deputy Captain Meng had already fled the room. His mission was accomplished. The 4 vehicles began weaving through the alley, and after a brief hesitation, Su Bei turned to escape. He was indeed confident in his abilities, but that was contingent upon the presence of his spirit guardians. He understood precisely the function of the spirit-constraining device. Once enveloped within its grasp, his advantages would vanish entirely. Yet those 4 vehicles seemed to cling to him like a persistent curse. No matter how he dashed across the rooftops, it appeared he could not evade their grasp. Damn it. Shit. Su Bei felt a surge of urgency. The activation of the spirit-constraining device required 20 minutes. However, upon seeing it, he could not accurately gauge how long it had been primed for activation. To him, the devices on those 4 vehicles were akin to 4 unstable time bombs. Each passing second could herald their activation. What exacerbated Su Bei's anxiety was the sight of numerous individuals clad in monitoring uniforms encircling him from all directions. A net of heaven and earth. Damn it, I underestimated the monitors of District F-27. With his eyes ablaze, Su Bei observed the glimmer from the vehicle intensifying, realizing that the spirit confining device would soon be activated. "I shall wager against you this once," he declared, halting his movement. Raising his right hand, he aimed at the roof of a vehicle, having concluded that mere flight would render him increasingly vulnerable. He had no choice but to take a gamble. Whoosh! A beam of light shot forth. He emerged victorious. The spirit confining device did not activate. Boom! One of the devices on a vehicle exploded. Ha ha! You think you can capture me? With this pathetic crew? Obey loghead manyasadi. The four components of the spirit confining device were such that if even one was rendered inoperative, its activation would fail. He had pierced through their net. Yet, despite his audacious laughter, a sense of trepidation lingered within him. He was uncertain if the adversaries had further tricks up their sleeves. Although he yearned to eliminate all the observers, their thorough preparations instilled a caution in him. "Let you worthless fools live a few more days. When I return, every last one of you shall meet your end." After uttering his ominous words, Su Bei dashed towards the exit. The four vehicles had come to a halt. From the struck vehicle, an observer emerged, guilt etched upon his face upon seeing Wen Kai approaching. "Captain Wen, I'm sorry, I couldn't evade." "It's nothing," Wen Kai replied without a hint of reproach. "It's impossible to dodge 100 souls, light arrow under normal circumstances. But it was just a minute away." The man lamented. "If only we had a minute more, the spirit confining device would have fully activated." Wen Kai, undeterred, continued toward the direction Su Bei had fled, suddenly breaking into a smile. "Captain Wen, how can you still smile? Why should I smile?" Wen Kai's grin widened. "We've bought ourselves enough time. Su Bei has been captured." Now empowered as a spirit envoy, Su Bei leaped across rooftops like a tempest. At last, he arrived at the boundary wall. The entrance bore the blood of the guard he had previously slain, though now the guard was nowhere to be found. Had they mobilized all personnel in pursuit of him? Reflecting on the throngs he had encountered in the alley, Su Bei understood that the observers had gone all in. Their intention was to pin him down within the confines of their domain. Alas, in the end, he had triumphed. Upon reaching the entrance, he even paused, raising a middle finger toward the pursuing observers. "No matter how prepared you are, as long as you are bound by limitations, you will never capture me." Satisfied with his display of bravado, Su Bei leisurely pushed open the grand gate of the area. "The air of the wild is truly refreshing," he mused. However, just as he stepped outside, a sense of danger washed over him. Instinctively, he turned his head and spotted a youthful boy standing by the wall outside the door. A coal-black, broken sword descended, cursed. Su Bei immediately attempted to activate his spirit attendant, but in the next instant, he was struck with disbelief. Activation was impossible. With a sharp sound, the broken sword fell, inflicting a deep gash of several centimeters across his chest. Blood mist filled the air. Su Bei staggered and collapsed to the ground, his chest already drenched in crimson. He gazed blankly at the boy before him, and in the next moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of his surroundings. It appeared that a faint luminous barrier enveloped the area. Outside the boundary wall, 4 1-meter-long pillars emitted a soft glow, spinning rapidly. This was the spirit confining device. The overseer possessed 2 sets of spirit confining devices. One set was mounted on 4 vehicles, while the other was swiftly deployed outside the area as soon as Su Bei entered. It was tightly aligned with the boundary wall. The moment Su Bei stepped out, he had already entered the range of the spirit confining device. Just now, everyone had been stalling for time, not to await the activation of the devices on the vehicles, but rather to secure time for the activation of this set of devices in the wilderness. Ning Fan, wielding the broken sword, could no longer conceal the hatred in his eyes. "Is Chuangu still alive?" Chapter 35. This kick. "Return to you, who are you?" Su Bei did not respond to Ning Fan's inquiry. In truth, he was utterly oblivious to the significance behind Ning Fan's question. He had taken the lives of countless individuals. Who was Brother Chuan? That was a memory long lost to him. At that moment, several figures emerged from the grand entrance. Wen Kai was the first to rush out. Upon seeing Su Bei sprawled on the ground, her beautiful eyes glimmered with intense excitement. She raised her arm and playfully ensnared Ning Fan's neck. Well done, kid. You actually managed to catch Su Bei. The others, too, wore expressions of exhilaration. This was Su Bei, a Class A felon. Even the monitors of Zone F7 had been unable to subdue him, yet he was now in their grasp. Ning Fan, whose spirits had been quite low, suddenly felt a soft pressure constricting around his head, causing his heart to race. No, Kai Jia, let go. I can't breathe. Can't even appreciate a little reward, you silly boy. Wen Kai chuckled heartily, releasing her grip and winking at Ning Fan. Am I not impressive? Ning Fan had never encountered such a situation. His face flushed with embarrassment. Kai Jia, let us take him back first. Wen Kai shot him a glance before adopting a serious demeanor, approaching Su Bei. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wen Kai, the captain of the monitoring team in Zone F27. Wen Kai not dit dai fun. Mr. Su, it is with great regret that I inform you. You have been captured? Su Bei glared at Wen Kai, his eyes brimming with defiance. However, Wen Kai ignored him, commanding her subordinates to bind him securely. Before long, Su Bei was escorted to the monitoring office building and confined in the very room where Ning Fan had been detained earlier. In the lobby, the atmosphere surrounding Ning Fan had improved significantly. Kid, impressive. Deputy Captain Meng, bare-chested and wrapped in thick bandages, wore a face filled with exhilaration. I didn't risk my life in vain. In truth, Deputy Captain Meng's task had been among the most perilous in this operation. Had Su Bei not been so deranged, Meng might have met an untimely demise. Yet, the very fact that Su Bei had returned to Zone F27 only underscored his madness. Wen Kai stood beside Ning Fan, her eyes openly shining with admiration. As previously agreed, now that we have captured him, you shall interrogate him first. Wen Kai glanced towards a room where Su Bei was held. Do you have 24 hours? Is that sufficient? Enough. Then go ahead. Use any means you deem necessary, as long as you do not kill him. Wait. Ning Fan did not rush into the interrogation, but instead turned to Li Hui, who sat in the corner. His complexion wan and pale. In stark contrast to the other's excitement, Li Hui's expression was somber, his face devoid of color. The oppressive aura emanating from Su Bei was palpable. For a fleeting moment, he even felt the urge to unleash his spiritual attendant. Yet despair washed over him as he realized that, even with it, he would likely not stand a chance against Su Bei. You come here. Ning Fan maintained a serious demeanor, beckoning Li Hui over. Li Hui lifted his head, a flicker of hostility and wariness crossing his eyes. What do you want? I've already captured him. Ning Fan coldly remarked. Have you forgotten what you ought to do? Vice Captain Meng immediately thought to speak up for Huizi, but after a moment's reflection, he chose to remain silent. Witnessing the entire hall devoid of anyone to support him, Li Hui felt a sudden surge of isolation. Oh, fine. You think you're impressive. Li Hui stood up and approached Ning Fan, maintaining his defiant demeanor. Come on. If you're capable, finish me off. Previously, at the regional wall, Li Hui had delivered a heavy kick to Ning Fan's knee pit, intending to force him to kneel. Yet Ning Fan had gritted his teeth and endured. Now, Ning Fan lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Li Hui's kneecap. The sickening sound of shattering bone sent chills down one's spine. Li Hui, in excruciating pain, dropped to one knee. The child, Wen Kai, was also taken aback. She had assumed Ning Fan merely wished to vent his frustration with a kick. To her astonishment, this young man was far more ruthless than expected. Sister Kai, this kick was justified, right? Wen Kai, momentias not that, just defeat. Then I shall take my leave, Ning Fan stated, striding into the room where Su Bei was imprisoned. Not even glancing at the writhing Li Hui on the floor. Wen Kai gazed intently at Ning Fan's retreating figure, her brows knitting slightly. Vice Captain Meng looked at Li Hui with a hint of sympathy, but remained silent. Ning Fan had already entered the room. Opposite him, Su Bei was covered in mud, his wounds having received only rudimentary treatment. Upon seeing Ning Fan enter, a flash of resentment crossed Su Bei's eyes, yet his lips began to curl into a smirk. Did that woman not claim to be the captain? Bound like a zongzi, Su Bei could only move his neck slightly. Let her in. I'm not interested in small fry. The one who captured you is me. Ning Fan approached Su Bei. Ha! Without the previous scheming, do you really think you possess the capability to capture me? Su Bei chuckled. Your captain is quite clever. I am not the monitor. Ning Fan raised his hand and pressed it against Su Bei's wound. But the one who designed your capture is me. Before Su Bei could comprehend, Ning Fan's fingers dug into his wound, forcibly excavating it. Ah! Su Bei let out a frenzied scream. The wound, which had just begun to clot, immediately gushed forth a torrent of blood. Answer my question. Is Brother Chuan still alive? Ning Fan's fingers trembled slightly. Su Bei continued to wail. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Ning Fan, like a vengeful spirit intent on remembering the face of his killer. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. I know who you mean by Brother Chuan. Su Bei, drenched in sweat from the pain, still managed a morbid grin. That wild dog, right? Wild dog home, Captain Lin Chuan. Ning Fan replied coldly. Is he still alive? Ha ha ha. Su Bei suddenly erupted into wild laughter. I think I remember now. In the misty forest, there stood a trembling youth. Was it you? Ning Fan's gaze intensified. Su Bei, with a twisted expression, mockingly remarked. I saw you back then. I intended to treat you as my final prey, to exhaust you before delivering the fatal blow. But you fled too swiftly. What a pity. Ah. Ning Fan's fingers had already delved into Su Bei's wound. Answer my question. Ning Fan roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Is Brother Chuan still alive? Ha ha, ha ha ha. The veins on Su Bei's neck stood out prominently, and his once handsome face had transformed into a grotesque mask. He gazed at Ning Fan with a mad grin. I have slain him. Chapter 0036. The recipient Ning Fan seized his hair and relentlessly slammed his head against the table. Bang, bang, bang. The surface of the table had become cracked, and a pool of blood flowed across it. You lie. Ning Fan bellowed. You are deceiving me, aren't you? Su Bei's face was nearly obliterated, his nose askew and several teeth missing. Yet, despite his disheveled state, he continued to smirk. Doubt it. Oh well, he replied dismissively. Ning Fan trembled all over. From a moment he learned of Su Bei's identity, a flicker of hope ignited within him. He desperately wished that Su Bei could reveal that Brother Chuan was not dead. Even if he were merely injured, at least they would have something to cling to. They could scour the misty forest in search of Brother Chuan's whereabouts. But, little one, why the anger? Su Bei chuckled. It's just a death. I'll kill you. Ning Fan gasped for breath, drawing forth his battered sword. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, Brother Chuan. Dead, 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 dead. Su Bei stared intently at Ning Fan. I slaughtered him. I turned him into a sieve. Then you shall descend to pay for Brother Chuan's life. Ning Fan raised his broken sword. Yet Su Bei's laughter only grew more jubilant. Do you dare to kill me? Suddenly, Su Bei glanced behind Ning Fan. Little brat, doesn't he comprehend my worth? Does the captain not understand as well? Behind Ning Fan, a voice emerged. When Kai's child is agreed, the methods employed are irrelevant. His life must be preserved. Unbeknownst to him, when Kai had already entered the room, arms crossed against the wall, her expression somewhat grim. Promises must be honored. Why should we spare this beast? Ning Fan did not turn around, but kept his gaze fixed on Su Bei. According to the regulations from the headquarters, A-class felons must be handed over for processing. When Kai replied coldly, the district cannot enact personal justice. Allowing you to interrogate him has already breached protocol. Another damn protocol, Ning Sun retorted. They can kill within the district using spirit attendants, while you cannot. Once captured, we cannot handle it ourselves, but must transfer it upwards. Yet another protocol. Why are there so many rules? Are these absurd regulations tailored solely for those who abide by them? Brother Chuan adhered to the rules, yet he is now dead, killed by someone who flouts them entirely. Why? Who do these rules truly serve? I understand your current sentiments. You know nothing. Ning Fan interrupted angrily. What you just stated pertains to your monitor's regulations. It has nothing to do with me. With that, Ning Fan dropped his sword. One Kai's gaze sharpened. Her wrist flicked, unleashing a beam of white light. Ding! The white light deflected Ning Fan's sword, pinning it to the wall. It was an ear stud. The child, this is still the domain of the monitors. When Kai spoke sternly, do not make a fuss. I do not wish to be accused of undermining bridges after crossing them. Ning Fan turned to Wen Kai. Until now, he had yet to witness her in action, only aware that those around her seemed to hold her in great fear. Just moments ago, Her movements had been so swift that he could scarcely comprehend them, and this was without the aid of a spirit attendant. When Kai opened the door and beckoned several individuals inside, instructing them, assist him in tending to his wounds. Immediately afterward, she addressed Ning Fan. Child, come with me. We need to have a conversation. Ning Fan remained silent for a moment before following her. When Kai led him to the rooftop, she leaned against the railing, appearing quite at ease. You are feeling discomfort over the loss of someone you respected, are you not? When Kai spoke, you seek revenge. Ning Fan did not reply. When Kai sighed, Lin Chuan was indeed a person of considerable integrity. Ning Fan's pupils constricted as he warily regarded Wen Kai. She knew. She was aware of his identity. Is it so surprising? Wen Kai smiled. Did you not anticipate that I would know you are the latest recruit of the Wild Dog Society? The air grew tense. Previously, Wen Kai had referred to Ning Fan as Little Wild Dog several times, which he had assumed was mere coincidence. Yet now, it was evident that it was not. How do you know this? He inquired. Do not be anxious. We are not enemies. Wen Kai waved her hand dismissively. Yang Beihai was the one who delivered that batch of goods. I am the recipient. Meanwhile, outside the regional wall, the spirit guarding device had long since been removed. A vehicle measuring 6 to 7 meters in length now stood before the entrance of Zone F-27. This vehicle was a stark contrast to the one Yang Beihai had previously provided. Its paint was immaculate, and its design exquisite. As the door opened, a man clad in a gray uniform stepped out. He sported a buzz cut and wore cloth shoes, limping slightly as he walked. Approaching the entrance, the man spoke softly. Please open the door. What is your purpose? A small window was opened. Due to the recent incident involving Su Bei, the atmosphere within Zone F-27 had become somewhat tense. Even though the perpetrator had been apprehended, the lingering shadow of fear remained. To pick someone up, the guard peered through the window at a face that appeared quite ordinary, neither handsome nor ugly, the kind that would go unnoticed in a crowd. Picking someone up? Who? The guard queried, perplexed. Su Bei. The man remained courteous. Please, open the door. Thank you. However, upon hearing the name Su Bei, the atmosphere inside the door grew heavy. Several monitors, still tidying up the aftermath, positioned themselves at the entrance, revealing their weapons. Are you certain that you mean Su Bei? One of the monitors asked in a low voice through the small window. Indeed, the man replied with a smile. I just received word that Su Bei has been captured by you. The monitor paused, slightly taken aback. Are you from the General District? Su Bei is to be handed over to the General District. The issue lies in the fact that they had only apprehended the individual less than 2 hours ago. And the main district is quite distant from here. It should not be this swift. No, the man replied with a faint smile, shaking his head. The monitors felt a pang of unease. The man retrieved a palm-sized electronic device from his pocket and displayed it at the window for those inside to see. The device flickered with the man's personal information. Santong United District, Yiliang. The monitors widened their eyes in disbelief. You are from the Santong United District? Indeed, Yiliang confirmed, retracting the device. Oh, by the way, Su Bei, he's my family's minor leader. Before the other could fully comprehend, Yiliang added, he is one of the Santong, the son of Commander Su Wanjun. The monitors were left astounded. They realized the gravity of the situation. At the very least, it was beyond their capacity to handle. Please wait a moment. I need to report this to my captain. One monitor's demeanor had evidently shifted. Yet Yi Liang shook his head, stating, Commander Su sent me to retrieve the individual. Time is of the essence, I'm afraid. I cannot wait. The monitor grew furious, but Su Bei is, after all, a classic criminal, even if you are from the Santong United District. Ling Shi, Zhetian, Yi Liang murmured softly. Chapter 0037. Yi Liang, are you the recipient? At this juncture, Ning Fan realized that concealing the truth was futile. Wen Kai had made her intentions abundantly clear. Indeed, this shipment had cost me a staggering 15,000 sola. Wen Kai shrugged nonchalantly. Even if you don't take action against Yang Beihai, I will find a way to eliminate him. Ning Fan remained guarded. Have you never considered that the issue with the cargo might have originated from us? I've said it before, Lin Chuan is quite honorable, Wen Kai replied coolly. Although my interactions with him are limited, I possess a keen sense for people. Women tend to trust their instincts. Moreover, your group, Wild Dog House, does not appear to behave like a team engaged in self-sabotage. With a sigh, she inquired, is Lin Chuan dead? I don't know. Ning Fan shook his head. I refuse to believe it. Despite Su Bei's repeated claims that he killed Lin Chuan, Ning Fan could not accept this narrative. To this day, he remained oblivious to the origin of Su Bei's numerous knife wounds. If Lin Chuan was indeed the assailant, then it was entirely plausible that Su Bei, consumed by resentment, was lying. Su Bei is a madman. Extracting the truth from a madman is no easy task. Fortunately, Ning Fan still had ample time to pry the truth from him. What are your plans for the future? When Kai Inquit Sopti, I've gathered information that suggests there are still 3 remaining members of Wild Dog House. We must avenge our brothers, Ning Fan replied quietly. When Kai hesitated momentarily before patting his shoulder, Su Bei will definitely be sent to the main district. However, rest assured, once an A-class criminal reaches the main district, life will not be easy for him. She was also attempting to dissuade Ning Fan from the notion of personally executing Su Bei. Without giving him a chance to retort, she produced a document from her pocket and handed it to him. This is the information on the 3 remaining members of Battle Bear. Ning Fan was taken aback. There's no need for thanks, when Kai smiled. This woman had a clear mindset. Upon realizing Ning Fan was affiliated with Wild Dog House, she promptly prepared the information on the remaining 3 members of Battle Bear as a form of reward for capturing Su Bei. It also served as compensation for preventing him from personally killing Su Bei. All right, the personnel from the main district could arrive at any moment. You should hurry and inquire about whatever it is you wish to know. When Kai stretched languorously, her graceful figure fully revealed. Breathe in some fresh air. It's time to regain your composure. Don't make this difficult for me. Ning Fan pondered for a moment before exhaling deeply. Regardless of the circumstances, Wen Kai's actions left him with no grounds for complaint. Rest assured, I will not kill him. With that, Ning Fan turned to descend the stairs. However, just as they reached the stairwell, Wen Kai abruptly halted. She gazed intently at the wall of the area. Ning Fan, too, felt a formidable pressure emanating from that direction. This sensation was akin to dark clouds, looming ominously. What the hell? Wen Kai's delicate features immediately darkened. Do they really think they can treat District F-27 as a playground? Who the hell thinks they can just waltz in here? Outside the regional wall, Yiliang hung his hands by his sides, his gaze enveloped in indifference. Above him, a dense blanket of dark clouds began to gather, nearly shrouding the entirety of the regional barrier. Suddenly, Yiliang raised his hand, only to let it fall gently. A streak of lightning arced through the clouds. Boom! The heavy wall of the region was pierced, creating a 4-meter-long fissure as if it were made of mere paper. Yiliang waved his hand once more. Boom! Cracks radiated from the fissure, ultimately leading to a resounding collapse. Before him lay a scene reminiscent of a desolate ruin. Yiliang limped through the debris, his gait unsteady. The guards and observers were all knocked down by the residual shockwave, each one gazing at the crippled figure before them with expressions of sheer terror. What manner of power is this? One man, capable of toppling a city. Clearly, Yiliang's strength had surpassed their comprehension. Is this the might of those from the Triumvirate United District? Might I inquire about the whereabouts of the young commander? Yiliang remained courteous, addressing one individual. The person was utterly taken aback, still enveloped in extreme shock. With a sigh, Yiliang waved his hand again. Thunder crashed. The individual was instantly reduced to charred remains, the scent of burnt flesh wafting through the air. Yiliang turned to another person. Kindly direct me. Su Bei is in the Observer S office building. The individual dared not hesitate in the slightest, fully aware of the implications of Yiliang's earlier actions. To withhold an answer was tantamount to death. He pointed toward the direction of the Observer's office building. It is just over there. Thank you. Yiliang offered a slight bow, continuing his limp toward that direction. Once Yiliang departed, the observers remained ensnared in their terror, all huddled in place, trembling. Yiliang entered an alley and paused a few minutes later as several figures emerged before him. Wen Kai led the group, with Ning Fan standing beside her. Even Deputy Captain Meng, still in the midst of recovery, hurried to the scene upon hearing the commotion. "Who are you?" Wen Kai's delicate face was as still as stagnant water, eerily heavy. "The spirit just now. Was it you who unleashed it?" "Under duress. I hope for your understanding." Yi Liang raised his hands in a respectful gesture. "I am Yi Liang, here to retrieve the young commander." "The young commander?" "Sube." Yi Liang discerned from their attire that they must be the observers. "Might I trouble you to guide me?" "Huh." Deputy Meng let out a sneer. "You seem to think of yourself as someone important. What do you want? Must I accompany you in your endeavors?" Yi Liang merely raised an eyebrow, showing no sign of anger. "And you are?" "Deputy Captain of the F-27 District Observers, Meng." "Boom!" Deputy Meng was reduced to charred remains. "I have no need to know your name," Yi Liang stated coolly. Everyone present was left in stunned silence. What had just transpired? Deputy Meng had perished so easily, even when Kai trembled slightly at this moment. Indeed, the other party has employed a spirit attendant. However, the issue lies in the fact that this spirit attendant has transcended their comprehension entirely. Yi Liang continued to stride forward. "Halt! Wen Kai suddenly bellows." Yi Liang slightly furrowed his brows, impatience finally manifesting in his gaze. He raised his hand once more. Ning Fan's eyes sharpened. Spirit attendant, Jian Wuchou. The moment the spirit attendant was activated, Ning Fan brandished his broken sword and swiftly dashed forward. The man before him, named Yi Liang, was prepared to kill with a mere gesture. In such circumstances, was it necessary to adhere strictly to the rules? Yi Liang raised an eyebrow. "Child, your courage is commendable." As he spoke, Yi Liang flicked his finger into the air. A bolt of lightning erupted from the tip of his finger, hurtling directly toward Ning Fan's brow. Yi Liang's movements were neither hurried nor slow. Everything appeared exceedingly casual. To him, the child's actions were nothing more than a fleeting insect attempting to shake a tree. However, in the next moment, a spark of surprise flickered in his eyes. Ning Fan, wielding his sword with both hands, cleaved downward at the lightning. Crack! 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 The lightning was astonishingly split in two. The resulting arcs of lightning collided with the walls on either side, obliterating two small buildings in an instant. Ning-san. When Kai was left speechless, "Do you wish to discuss rules with me again?" Ning Fan did not turn back, fixating his gaze upon Yi Liang. "The mere mention of the word rules makes me want to retch." When Kai fell silent, "My life belongs to me. If I perish due to my inadequacies, I accept it. However, if I were to die bound by rules imposed by others, I would not acquiesce. It seems you possess more than just courage." Yi Liang chuckled. Yet, at the very moment a smile graced his lips, the storm clouds above grew increasingly tempestuous. Chapter 0038. General Li Jiang, amidst the dark clouds, flashes of lightning erupted, imbued with an overwhelming pressure. Ning Fan's arms trembled, not from fear, but because in the instant he split the lightning, he could viscerally sense the power of his opponent. Even after dissipating nearly 70% of its might, the residual force still left his arms numb. His limbs had swelled. "Spirit's servant, Amber." Suddenly, a chilling voice emerged from behind Ning Fan. "Child, continue." When Kai's cold eyes glimmered. "I am right behind you." "You." Ning Fan could hardly believe it. When Kai was actually utilizing a spirit servant within the area? "What do you mean, you?" When Kai clenched her silver teeth. "This bastard killed my vice captain. If I endure any longer, how could I still be worthy of being captain?" As she spoke, the earrings adorning her ears radiated a golden light. The brilliance surged forth, enveloping Yi Liang. "Take him down." Wen Kai Bao Lao. Without hesitation, Ning Fan forcefully stomped the ground, his broken sword aimed directly at Yi Liang's throat. Just as Yi Liang intended to gesture, he found a golden light around him imparting a viscous sensation, severely hampering his movements. Before him, Ning Fan's sword tip was now less than a meter from his neck. "Sigh." Yi Liang ehalit softly. In the next moment, his expression darkened. He lifted his lame leg and stomped down fiercely onto the ground. Ning Fan could distinctly feel that at the moment Yi Liang raised his leg, his aura underwent a cataclysmic transformation. It was as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed. "General Yi, is it really necessary to create such a commotion for a visit to my F-27? A deep voice resonated from afar. Yi Liang's complexion shifted slightly, and the fierce aura surrounding him dissipated in an instant. His lame leg gently descended, deftly evading Ning Fan's thrust. Subsequently, Yi Liang trembled, and the golden light around him instantly scattered like stars, vanishing into the air. Wen Kai was taken aback. Her spirit servant had been brushed away as if it were mere dust. Before she could regain her composure, she saw Yi Liang raise his hand and gently pat Ning Fan's chest. Ning Fan reacted immediately, positioning his sword defensively as Yi Liang evaded. Yi Liang's palm struck the blade, producing a resonant hum that sent a jolt through Ning Fan, propelling him several meters back before he stumbled to the ground. Yi Liang squinted, observing Ning Fan for a moment, then contemplatively glanced at his palm. On the other side, both Ning Fan and Wen Kai were equally astonished. Their previously coordinated assault had been effortlessly neutralized by the opponent. This was while he had restrained himself. If no one had intervened, what would have transpired when that lame leg came down? The three harbored their own thoughts, yet a vehicle gradually approached along the street nearby. The car door swung open, and a stout middle-aged man stepped out. This evening is truly lively. Observing the rotund figure, Wen Kai immediately straightened up, her expression turning serious. The commander. This man is none other than the highest authority in District F-27, Commander Li Jiang. Li Jiang glanced at the somewhat disheveled Wen Kai and nodded slightly before shifting his gaze to Yi Liang. General Yi, I have long admired you. You are the commander of District F-27, correct? Indeed, I am Li Jiang. Li Jiang wore a genial smile, exuding a friendly demeanor. You may call me shadowy. General Yi. Yi Liang clasped his fists. I have come to retrieve Commander Su's beloved son, have I not? Very well, follow me. Li Jiang courteously gestured for Yi Liang to enter the vehicle. Wen Kai suddenly grew anxious. Commander, Su Bei is a criminal. We have already notified the Central District to send someone to retrieve him. I will handle the communication with the Central District. Li Jiang pointed at Yi Liang. Qianhun Yi Liang has personally come to collect him. Such a favor must be granted. Hu Qianhun. When Kai finally comprehended that she had just encountered a master of Qianhun level. Are you truly going to release Su Bei? Ning Fan suddenly called out to Li Jiang. Li Jiang halted, turning around to scrutinize Ning Fan from head to toe. Youngster, what is your purpose? You apprehended Su Bei? Ah, pomizing. Li Jiang smiled slightly. Enough. It is getting late. You should return and rest. I assert that Su Bei is my capture. Ning Fan reiterated firmly. Li Jiang raised an eyebrow. And then? Sister Kai mentioned that I cannot kill him due to regulations. Class A criminals must be taken by the Central District. Is he from the Central District? Ning Fan pointed at Yi Liang. Ning Fan. When Kai tugged at him. Yet Ning Fan remained undaunted, staring at Li Jiang, awaiting his response. He is not. Li Jiang's smile faded. Youngster, are you defiant? He then addressed Yi Liang. General Yi, you should enter the vehicle. Do not keep the young commander waiting. Very well. Yi Liang did not hesitate. Once the vehicle departed, Li Jiang approached Ning Fan. His height was significantly shorter than Ning Fan's, requiring him to look up to meet his gaze. You cannot contend with Yi Liang. Ning Fan was about to speak, but Li Jiang preempted him. There is no need to be overly ambitious. You are no match for him, and there is no shame in that. In the entire F district, few can stand against him. Su Bei will undoubtedly be taken away. If you are dissatisfied once they step out of this threshold, do whatever you wish. I will not intervene. If you truly possess the capability to seize Su Bei from Yi Liang, then that is your skill. At this moment, Wen Kai also felt a sense of frustration. However, Commander, that Yi Liang killed Old Meng. I am aware. Li Jiang's demeanor shifted from the previous geniality to a sigh of resignation. Allocate a sum for Old Meng's family as compensation. I will personally contribute 50,000 salas. It is not a matter of money. Commander, Wen Kai felt a surge of agitation. Why must we endure this indignation? We could report to the Central District, and they would. Why? Li Jiang turned to her. Simply because he is Su Wanjuan's son. Even if you report to the Central District, and they send someone to take Su Bei away, he will inevitably be returned to the Santong United District. Have you never pondered why Yi Liang was informed of Su Bei's arrest so swiftly? We had only just apprehended him, and yet Yi Liang arrived almost immediately. The information could not have been leaked from our end. Who else could it be? The answer is glaringly apparent. The Central District. In that moment, both Wen Kai and Ning Fan felt as though a knot of unease had tightened within them. I understand what you're thinking. Let me put it this way. If I truly fell out with Yi Liang and summoned the full strength of the F-27 district, I could certainly thwart him. No matter how formidable Yi Liang may be, he is still but one man. Li Jiang chuckled bitterly. But do you comprehend the ramifications of forcibly obstructing Yi Liang to retain Su Bei? Su Wanjun would come in person. Li Jiang's gaze flickered slightly, and he would come accompanied by his army. Chapter 0039. No longer a fool, Yi Liang merely serves as a signal, an indication for us to comprehend. Li Jiang, regaining his smile, turned and ventured deeper into the path, questioning, "Do you think I'm not angry?" With Li Jiang's departure, Wen Kai was engulfed in a medley of emotions. She gazed at the street beside her, resembling a desolate ruin. Beneath the shattered bricks lay the charred remains of old Meng. Had I known, I would have refrained from stopping you earlier. Wen Kai scoffed. I suddenly feel that my earlier attempt to prevent you from killing Su Bei was utterly foolish. Ning Fan quietly observed Li Jiang's retreat. Though his discontent was evident, this time he remained composed. What are you thinking, child? Wen Kai, noticing Ning Fan's demeanor, gently patted his shoulder with concern. Do not act foolishly and confront Yi Liang. I understand. Ning Fan suddenly smiled. I cannot defeat him. Wen Kai was taken aback. Ning Fan, looking at the broken sword in his hands, continued, Just now, I felt the vast chasm between us. As he spoke, Ning Fan sat upon the debris of the ruins. A hint of weariness had finally graced his youthful visage. After a week of relentless struggle, even the strongest would tire. Wen Kai licked her lips and settled beside him. Sister Kai, to be honest, it has been less than 3 days since I first entered Zone F-32. Ning Fan, as if engaged in casual conversation with Wen Kai, reflected. In the academy within the zone, I often heard the phrase survival of the fittest, yet living for 18 years, I never truly grasped its meaning. Now in just 3 days. I understand. Wen Kai noticed a transformation in Ning Fan's gaze. Previously, he may have acted impulsively or with irritation, yet his eyes had consistently bore the clarity of youth. At this moment, however, that clarity seemed to have vanished. What flavor do you all smoke? May I have a try? Ning Fan extended his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Wen Kai handed him a cigarette. Cough, cough, cough. Ning Fan took a puff and broke into a fit of coughing. How can you enjoy this? It's quite harsh. Children should not feel the need to smoke to appear grown-up. Wen Kai quipped. Ning Fan chuckled, not discarding the cigarette, and took 2 more puffs. Child, I know you must feel a sense of imbalance within. I do too. Wen Kai sat beside Ning Fan. No, I do not feel imbalanced. Ning Fan shook his head in denial. I did entertain such thoughts earlier, but now I do not. Wen Kai looked on in confusion. Ning Fan's milet. I am weak. The weak have no right to speak of reason. Child, rules, regulations, these things require the weak to adhere to them. Ning Fan spread his hands. The strong exist beyond the confines of such frameworks. Wen Kai gazed deeply at Ning Fan. At that moment, she realized that the child seemed to have matured considerably in an instant. I want to break free. Ning Fan grasped the broken sword to escape this framework. Wen Kai discerned Ning Fan's determination. After a moment of contemplation, she draped her arm over Ning Fan's shoulder. Ning Fan, what are your plans for the future? Plans? Ning Fan pondered for a moment before softly responding. Originally, I became a wanderer solely to earn money to buy special medicine for my mother. Once she recovers, I intended to cease this life and return to her side, seeking any mundane job in Zone F-32 to provide for her in her old age. Wen Kai listened quietly, refraining from interruption. However, now I find that my responsibilities have multiplied. I wish to grow stronger, to uphold the reputation of the Wild Dog S home, to avenge Brother Chuan and my comrades, and to eliminate Su Bei. Wen Kai gently patted Ning Fan's shoulder. These burdens are ones you have imposed upon yourself. You could very well adhere to your earlier intentions without incurring anyone's reproach. It has nothing to do with others. I am no longer that foolish boy who has never left Zone F-32. Ning Fan's smile was bitter. I can no longer return to being a fool. Wen Kai was slightly moved, but found herself at a loss for words. First, let us deal with the remaining 3 members of the War Bears. Ning Fan remarqued. As for the grievances of the wild dog home, we shall seek retribution as much as we can. And then, Ning San ponderet briefly. Perhaps we could select a few unfortunate souls to rob 1,000,000 salas to buy my mother that special medicine. Rob? Yes, rob. Wen Kai furrowed her brow. Whom do you intend to rob? The good people have no money. There is no need for theft. Ning Fan's lips curled upwards. Those who disregard the rules and possess little capability often have significant rewards. Wen Kai's heart fluttered. What Ning Fan referred to were individuals like Yang Bei Hai. Sister Kai, may I stay at your place for a few days? What do you intend to do? Wen Kai's beautiful eyes immediately reflected suspicion. Just to rest. Ning Fan shrugged. At the captain of the monitor's home, I could finally sleep soundly, couldn't I? It turned out that Wen Kai had indeed overthought the matter. After bringing Ning Fan home, he took a shower and promptly fell asleep on the sofa, slumbering soundly. Wen Kai sat by the bed, observing Ning Fan, and suddenly smiled. This child, I hope he won't truly engage in anything that would astonish me in the future. Meanwhile, Yi Liang had already encountered Su Bei. Upon seeing Su Bei, battered and bruised, Yi Liang was momentarily taken aback. Commander, who did this? A little brat named Ning Fan. Ubistofet. Yi Liang nodded. I have met him. I shall go eliminate him now. No need. Su Bei waved his hand and suddenly grinned wickedly. After I return and deal with the old man, I will come back to play with him. Yi Liang fell silent for a moment. Very well. The following day, repair work on the regional wall had commenced in earnest. Regarding the collapse of the wall, the official explanation was straightforward. It had fallen into disrepair over the years. This reasoning is so absurd that it seems to insult one's intelligence. Yet, surprisingly, there are many who believe in it within the region. Quite a number have even volunteered to donate funds, hoping to expedite the repair process. After all, the walls of the region stand as a barrier against the threats posed by the external beasts. Ning Fan awoke in the afternoon, greeted by the aroma of food that had long since cooled. On the table lay a note. I went to attend old Meng's funeral. Eat when you wake up, and we can discuss anything when I return. Your sister Kai. Ning Fan, unceremoniously, indulged in the culinary skills of Wen Kai. Although the food from the lower city contained a certain level of miasma, its flavor was undeniably delightful. He had not anticipated that Sister Kai was capable of cooking. After satisfying his hunger, Ning Fan remarked, indeed, she can also grace the hall. What do you think? Should I marry her and bring her home as my wife? A voice from outside interrupted. What is the matter? Afraid to answer? Worried I might cling to you? Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback, only to see Wen Kai entering the room, a bag of meat in hand. Ah, Sister Kai has returned. After a night of events, it seemed that, from Wen Kai's perspective, this young man's condition had notably improved. Clad in black, Wen Kai exuded an air of aloofness, devoid of the allure she had displayed in the black market. What's wrong? Not daring to respond? Afraid I might become attached to you? How could that be? With your beauty and status as the captain of the monitors, there must be countless suitors vying for your affection. How would T even stand a chance? Who would have thought you were quite the clever one? Wen Kai ruffled Ning Fan's hair before heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The ambience resembled that of a young couple sharing their lives together. As Wen Kai sliced the meat, a flicker of conflict crossed her eyes. Ultimately, she hesitantly spoke. Su Bei has been taken away. Ning Fan, who was busy collecting dishes, paused momentarily. Oh, he replied, before returning to his tasks. Wen Kai turned to him, inquiring, have you come to a conclusion? I came to terms with it yesterday. Ning Fan seemed disinterested in dwelling on Su Bei's plight, instead asking, by the way, Sister Kai, you must know quite a bit about spirit attendants. I have some questions that have been on my mind for a while. Chapter 40. A second glance at payment when Kai confidently asserted, Sister is engaged in this line of business. While I may not be an expert, I can certainly be considered a half-teacher. Feel free to inquire about anything you do not understand. I acquire my spirit servant within the district. Ning Fan inquired directly, is such a situation peculiar? In the district? Wen Kai paused in her actions, her expression growing serious. Are you certain? Absolutely. It was when I killed Yang Bei Hai. Ning Fan replied earnestly. You also find this suspicious? Suspicious indeed. When Kai mused, delicately stroking her chin. In my experience, there are only two possibilities for someone in your position. First, you might possess extraordinary luck. The scattered souls in the district resonated with your weapon and transformed into spirit servants that attach themselves to it. While the odds are slim, it is not impossible. And the second? Ning Fan inquired with curiosity. The second possibility, when Kai's gaze drifted towards the tattered sword resting on the sofa, is that this sword itself harbors a spirit's servant. A spark ignited in Ning Fan's mind. Upon hearing this second possibility, he had nearly confirmed his suspicions. This broken sword was indeed problematic. One day in his childhood, his mother had brought this sword home, declaring it a gift for him. It appeared dull and lacked any aesthetic appeal, yet Ning Fan had always cherished it. Throughout his life, this sword had never left his side. Initially, he regarded it merely as a sentimental token, until he came upon the bloodline test report. To date, his mother had entrusted him with only two items, the broken sword and the bloodline report. Although it was not strictly given to him by her, it was nonetheless obtained from her. The contents of the report revealed no upper city bloodline. This was not surprising. Yet, why was there no lower city bloodline either? What then was he? This question had long plagued Ning Fan. Perhaps only his mother could provide the answer. Never mind. The fact that his mother had withheld this information surely held significance, and even if he wished to inquire, it would have to wait until he acquired the special medicine to awaken her. Lost in thought, Ning Fan was jolted back to reality when Kai waved her hand before him. Huh, I wasn't thinking of anything, Ning Fan chuckled. By the way, Sister Kai, your ability to extract spirit servants from weapons and transfer enhancements to others. If we discuss this, we would be entering the realm of business. When Kai interrupted him, adopting a professional demeanor. Just because you're staying at my place does not imply that I will provide my services for free. Ning Fan chuckled awkwardly. I was merely asking, and besides, I never intended to take advantage. Such crude language. When Kai shot him a disapproving glance, Ning Fan opened his mouth to respond. The woman had previously indulged in suggestive remarks, but now it seemed the tables had turned. Ah, women. They often lack reason. The goods you delivered previously were, in fact, the spirit-enhancing equipment purchased by me and Yang Beihai. When Kai added, I suspect that Yang Beihai has not developed any new devices. He merely aimed to swindle some money from me with this ruse. Ning Fan's gaze shifted subtly. The entire situation had finally become clear. Yang Beihai, a researcher, was responsible for developing new instruments. One Kai, engaged in the spirit-enhancing business, naturally had the means to connect with him. He informed her of his new spirit-enhancing devices, which piqued her interest. However, Yang Beihai, wishing to deceive without consequence, feared retribution from Kai. Thus, the ideal solution was to find someone to take the fall. The wild doghouse was that unfortunate scapegoat. By the way, I have yet to melt the tiger claws and the stick. When Kai tapped her head and said, if you want them, I can sell them to you. The tiger claws were remnants of Wang Yi, and the stick belonged to Old Duan. These two items held immense significance for Ning Fan. All right, thank you. Ning San pondered. Sister Kai, how much would it cost to extract the spirits from these two weapons and integrate them into my spirit? To his surprise, when Kai promptly produced a calculator, after a few rapid taps, she presented it to Ning Fan. 27,000. Ning Fan was taken aback by the figure displayed. He had acquired the two weapons for 4,000. The operational cost of the device was 3,000 each time. Spirit enhancement was also 5,000, and the same applied to spirit integration. Thus, the total for the two weapons amounted to 20,000. I'll give you a discount of 20%, making it 16,000. Plus. When Kai's demeanor bore no trace of the commanding presence she had as the monitoring team leader. She appeared to be nothing more than a shrewd merchant, meticulously calculating every detail for Ning Fan. I still owe you 1,000 salas for those weapons you sold me. Just give me 1,700 more. When Kai tied her hair back, exuding a professional air, Ning Fan shukulata heartily. I don't have that much money. When Kai pouted in discontent. If you're broke, just say so. No, Sister Kai, isn't your personality a bit contradictory? Ning Fan sighed. I casually asked, and you instantly shifted to a businesslike demeanor. I couldn't even intervene. Fine, I'll hold on to these two weapons for you. Whenever you have the money, I'll assist you. When Kai appeared, uninterested. All right, thank you for now. Ning Fan rose and picked up the broken sword. What are you doing? After resting enough, I'm going out for a stroll to contemplate ways to earn money. Ning San's Milet. Over the course of the afternoon, he gathered some understanding of the traveler team in Zone F-27. That evening, Ning Fan returned to Wen Kai's residence. Upon his arrival, Wen Kai feigned displeasure. What? Have you truly taken this place for a hotel? Having just finished her shower, Wen Kai donned a loose-fitting set of pajamas, exposing large swathes of her pristine skin to the air, which made Ning Fan's gaze linger a moment too long. What are you staring at? Wen Kai shot him a glare. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Ning Fan averted his eyes, but retorted, You're just waiting for me to earn money. Of course I'll look. Wen Kai chuckled softly. All right then. How much did you earn today? Not a penny. Ning Fan grinned sheepishly. But I have a plan. Do tell. It's a trade secret. Oomph. I'm not interested. With that, Wen Kai climbed on her bed, pulled the covers over herself, and drifted off to sleep. Ning Fan, on the other hand, reclined comfortably on the sofa, contemplating his next steps. Before long, he fell into a deep slumber. However, just as he entered the realm of dreams, a voice inexplicably materialized in his mind. Ning Fan. Who? Ning San. Who? Who's calling me? Ning Fan. Can you see me? Startled, Ning Fan opened his eyes wide, only to find himself no longer on Wen Kai's sofa, but surrounded by a thick, ethereal mist. Ning Fan. The voice called out once more. As he finally pierced through the haze, a faint figure emerged before him. A man, standing gracefully like a pine tree suspended in midair. With flowing long hair and striking features, a small bell dangled from his left ear. You, it's a pleasure to meet you. The man's voice was gentle, evoking a sense of tranquility akin to a soft spring breeze. I am Jian Wuchou. Chapter 41. The Sword of Wuchou Wuchou. Ning Fan gazed in astonishment at the man before him. He recalled that no one had ever mentioned the ability to converse with their spiritual servant. From the moment he had acquired Wuchou, Ning Fan remembered the words spoken to him. From now on, I shall teach you the art of the sword. After a prolonged silence, Ning Fan finally murmured, You are not a spiritual servant. A spiritual servant? What is that? Wuchou displayed a look of bewilderment. Indeed, Ning Fan's heart raced. He had long sensed that something was amiss with Wuchou. According to Qiao Fei, Ning Fan could only perceive the presence of a single soul, the most rudimentary single soul level. Yet he had wielded Wuchou. He was absolutely certain that Wuchou was not weak. In fact, it was exceedingly powerful. When he had vanquished Chen Wu, it was with Wuchou's assistance, and even in their initial unfamiliarity, the strength displayed had left Ning Fan in awe. Moreover, just yesterday, he had cleaved through Yi Liang's thunder with a single strike. Such feats were far beyond the capabilities of a mere single soul-level spiritual servant. Now, whether Wuchou had entered Ning Fan's dream, or if Ning Fan had been drawn into Wuchou's realm, neither scenario exhibited the traits of a spiritual servant. Taking everything into account, there was only one conclusion. Wuchou was not a spiritual servant. Then what are you? Ning Fan endeavored to maintain his composure. He harbored a vague intuition that Wuchou might illuminate some of his lingering questions. Wuchou's smile bore a hint of melancholy. I am merely a soul imprisoned within a sword coffin. The sword coffin? Are you saying that my sword is? The sword coffin, 8 tombs. Wuchou chuckled self-deprecatingly. It is quite laughable. This place is indeed a prison, yet we dare not escape, for once we leave this sword coffin, we shall dissipate into nothingness. Ning Fan licked his parched lips. Are you implying that within this sword, there are others besides you? 8 tombs, referring to the entombment of 8 souls, Wuchou replied softly. Is that difficult to comprehend? Not difficult to understand, merely challenging to accept. So aside from you, the other 7 remain dormant. Wuchou raised his hand and waved gently. The mist dissipated. Ning Fan discovered himself in a vast cavern. Within the cavern lay 8 coffins. One of them stood ajar. It must belong to Wuchou. Wuchou's coffin appeared the most unremarkable among the 8, a simple stone casket. The other 7 were either intricately designed with ancient craftsmanship or composed of exquisite materials. What captured Ning Fan's attention most was the coffin positioned in the center, entirely emerald, radiating a ghostly luminescence, adorned with numerous gemstones. Compared to the others, it exuded an aura of extraordinary prominence. Let us cease the inquiries for now. Wucho interrupted Ning Fan's curiosity, extending the sword before him. I shall teach you the art of the sword. Wait a moment, I still have questions. There are too many questions. Jin Wucho evidently preferred to remain reticent. I only promised to help you establish a solid foundation. Promised? Who did you promise? Ning Fan inquired again. Yet, Jin Wucho chose to remain silent, thrusting his sword at Ning Fan. This strike was executed with remarkable speed and an acute angle. Ning Fan, initially brimming with inquiries, was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of peril. With a sharp sound, the long sword pierced through Ning Fan's neck. The dread of death spread within Ning Fan's heart. Just before losing consciousness, he once more heard Jin Wucho's voice. Next time we meet, I shall strike without hesitation. When you are capable of evading this sword, I will answer you 3 questions. Gradually, Jin Wucho faded from Ning Fan's sight. With a start, Ning Fan bolted upright from the sofa, his clothes soaked with perspiration. He glanced around, confirming that he was indeed in Wenkai's home. Is this a dream? No, it was not. The sensation of death felt far too authentic. In the presence of Jin Wucho, Ning Fan felt utterly powerless to resist. As he sat on the sofa, he pondered that fateful strike. It seemed that no matter how he responded, evasion was impossible. The pressure exerted by Jin Wucho even surpassed that of Yi Liang. Did you have a nightmare? Wenkai peeked out from the kitchen, a hint of mockery gracing her lovely face. You didn't tea with the bed, did you? Ning Fan continued to gasp for breath, seemingly unable to shake off the terror of death. Observing his state, Wenkai frowned slightly. What's wrong? It's nothing. Ning Fan swallowed hard. I'll go take a shower. During the shower, Ning Fan reflected on Jin Wucho's words. He had claimed he would assist in laying a solid foundation, but who had he promised? Jin Wucho would certainly not divulge that now. He would have to withstand the sword strike first before asking. Yet, what did it mean to establish a solid foundation? Jin Wucho, could he merely be a foundational mentor? What then could the souls within the other 7 coffins impart to him? Contemplating this, Ning Fan felt both excitement and curiosity. Well then, since he promised that if I evade his sword, he would answer me 3 questions, I must first devise a way to accomplish this task. In the bathroom, Ning Fan unexpectedly began to practice on his own. What kind of young man takes so long to shower? Water doesn't tea cost a thing. Outside, when Kai's displeased voice suddenly rang out. In the wilds of Region F, Su Bei sat in the car, his injuries nearly healed. As the son of a commander, the medical privileges he enjoyed were certainly unparalleled by those of ordinary practitioners. Yi Liang, just tell me, why is the old man in such a hurry to summon me back? Su Bei patted Yi Liang, who was driving. Yi Liang remained silent. I find you quite intriguing. Does speaking too much shorten your lifespan? Su Bei pouted in dissatisfaction. Yi Liang continued to say nothing. Su Bei, opting to ignore him, turned his gaze to the scenery outside. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Bei suddenly sensed something amiss. Have you taken a wrong turn? This isn't the route back to the Santong United area, is it? Yet, Yi Liang remained silent. Su Bei's brow furrowed slightly, realizing that the situation seemed to be diverging from his expectations. The ring on his finger began to emit a faint glow. Yi Liang, I'm speaking to you. Just as the luminous arrow was about to take form, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him. Bang! Su Bei's light arrow dissipated, forcefully shattered by the pressure. Yi Liang, you bastard. Be quiet. Yi Liang finally spoke. Once we arrive, you'll understand. Su Bei's body stiffened. I do not wish to kill you. Yi Liang turned, his gaze dark and foreboding. However, that does not imply I am incapable of doing so. Su Bei's heart raced violently. A rare expression of fear crossed his face. Suddenly, a realization struck him. It had always been Yi Liang who reached out to him. His father had instructed him to return home. It was Yi Liang who conveyed that message. Throughout, he had assumed all the information he received was relayed by Yi Liang. Su Bei had never confirmed anything with his father. Chapter 0042, Get Out. Ning Fan had been staying at Wenkai's home for 4 days. When you plan to leave? Early in the morning, Ning Fan awoke from a dream where he was killed by Jian Wucho, only to find Wen Kai sulking on the sofa, staring at him. Good morning, Kai Jia. Although Ning Fan was gradually acclimating to his fear of death, he still felt disoriented upon waking. Good morning, my foot. I asked you when you're planning to leave. Wen Kai crossed her arms, her tone sharp. You've been mooching off me for days, and now you're addicted to it? It seemed that Wen Kai had been holding back for quite some time, unleashing a torrent of complaints. You look like a rather innocent young man, yet you behave like such a scoundrel. I'll let you stay out of pity on the first day, and now you really think I've adopted you? I've been treating you well, providing for you, yet you don't even mutter a word of thanks. You wander out all day and don't come back until the wee hours. You wash up and crash straight into bed. You wake up, eat, and dash out again. You claim you're out earning money, but I haven't seen a single penny come back home. I handle all the cooking and shopping, while I'm supposed to be a team leader. How'd I end up in a situation worse than a mere housekeeper? And let me remind you, I, Wen Kai, am unmarried and unattached. What do you think the neighbors will think of me with a half-grown kid like you constantly around? You're supposed to be clever, aren't you? Don't you realize these things even if I don't say them? You haven't said a word. So tell me, what exactly do you mean? Ning Fan finally came to his senses. The oppressive feeling from his dream had vanished entirely. Listen, Kai Jia, let us talk calmly. No need to get heated. Ning Fan broke into a sweat. He had never faced such a situation in his 18 years of life. Why shouldn't I be heated? Am I not allowed to be upset? Wen Kai stood up, pointing a finger at Ning Fan's nose. He sighed. He had often heard that when a woman was angry, reasoning was futile. It simply couldn't be conveyed. After a moment of contemplation, Ning Fan found a surge of courage and stood up, embracing Wen Kai. The softness of her body made his heart race uncontrollably. Kai Jia, thank you. Ning Fan could sense that Wen Kai's body had stiffened. Kai Jia, I know I've caused you quite a bit of trouble during this time. He spoke softly. Even if you don't ask me to leave today, I had already planned to say goodbye. Wen Kai trembled slightly. What did you say? I said, I'm leaving today. Ning Fan released her, only to realize that Wen Kai's face had turned crimson, reaching down to her neck. At that moment, she no longer resembled the fiery woman from earlier, but rather a student caught in wrongdoing. I didn't mean to force you out, I understand. Ning Fan replied gently. Wen Kai looked up, torn between avoiding his gaze and wanting to meet his eyes. What do you understand? I have been living here for free for so long, not having spent a single penny. To hell with it. A single command for Ning Fan, leave, depart swiftly and never return. Ning Fan staggered from the blow. What has stirred this woman's ire again? Sister Kai, about that previous 10,000. Before Ning Fan could finish his words, he noticed a faint glow emanating from Wen Kai's earrings. A wave of panic washed over him. No, Sister Kai, as the captain of the monitors, you must lead by example. You cannot break the law. The use of spirit servants is prohibited within the district. 2 hours later, Ning Fan and Wen Kai found themselves near the district wall. With each step Ning Fan took, he grimaced in pain. Although outwardly unharmed, he was acutely aware of the bruises that marred the insides of his thighs, inflicted by Wen Kai's grip. Sister Kai, your methods are rather harsh. Ning Fan could not help but quip. My legs ache terribly. What if it affects my combat performance? Damn it. Wen Kai interrupted him irritably. In truth, Ning Fan was not jesting. He intended to leave today. Over the past few days, through his encounters with Jian Wucho in his dreams, he had gleaned valuable insights. More precisely, it was during the moment Jian Wucho struck him down that he comprehended the significance of evading that lethal blow. The sword strike from Jian Wucho encapsulated the essence of a lifetime of swordsmanship. The more he attempted to grasp its intricacies, the more he realized the profound mastery hidden within this seemingly unremarkable strike. Ning Fan pondered incessantly on how to evade that blow. Yet once he entered the dream realm, he found himself utterly defenseless. During this practice, however, Ning Fan's swordsmanship had seen remarkable advancement. To break the cycle, one must first enter it. Only by fully understanding Jian Wucho's technique would he stand a chance of surviving the dreamscape. Given sufficient time, Ning Fan earnestly wished to wait until he had completely unraveled the mysteries of that strike before making further plans. Yet, it had already been 5 days since he entered Area F-27. Outside, Xiao Fei and Huizi awaited his return. Are you certain? Wen Kai's demeanor softened somewhat, a flicker of unusual emotion glinting in her beautiful eyes. Once you step through that door, I can no longer assist you. You have already helped me immensely. Ning Fan replied with sincere eyes. Sister Kai, I truly thank you. Wen Kai shot him a sidelong glance. Ning Fan then embraced her once more. Sister Kai, I will definitely return. What are you doing? Are you taking advantage of me? Wen Kai, flustered, pushed him away. Get lost. Ning Fan chuckled and nodded, extending his hand. Wen Kai licked her lips, retrieving 10,000 salas from her pocket. Take care of yourself. Don't perish out there. All right, I will live well. Ning Fan said as he accepted the 10,000 salas. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a group approaching from the direction of the district wall. The leader among them was none other than Lao Zhu of the skeleton gang. There, the old pig puffed on a cigarette, squinting as he observed Ning Fan accepting the 10,000 sola from Wen Kai. Brother Zhu, is this really a good idea? Monkey, feeling somewhat uneasy, remarked, This fellow seems to have an unusual connection with Wen Kai. What is there to fear? A glint of greed flashed in the old pig's eyes, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Wen Kai is merely keeping this little lapdog. We are operating outside the district, and we haven't breached any rules. What could she possibly do to us? Yet, is it worth offending Wen Kai over this sum? This sum? The old pig replied with shrewdness etched on his face. This lad undoubtedly possesses more valuable goods. Monkey's eyes brightened. The old pig grinned wickedly. In recent days, this fellow has been roaming the black market, claiming he wishes to acquire a special medicine. Do you know how much a single dose of such a medicine is worth? The members of the skeleton gang were now all intrigued. Brother Zhu, are you suggesting that this pretty boy possesses items worth at least 1,000,000 sola? Chapter 0043. I have a family at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Ning Fan bid farewell to Wen Kai and stepped out of the gates of Zone F27. Though their time together had been brief, parting ways unexpectedly left a disquieting ache in his heart. In this wretched world, he had experienced a rare warmth through Wen Kai. However, the melancholy of their separation swiftly dissipated as he sensed a malevolent presence behind him. From the moment he exited the zone, a group had trailed him. Ning Fan didn't even need to look back to know who they were, for he had deliberately lured them out. Over the past 4 days, apart from comprehending the swordsmanship of Jian Wuqiu, Ning Fan had focused on one task, conveying to the Skull Gang that he was wealthy, a prime target. Initially, his intention was to eliminate the remnants of the battle bears without clashing with the Skull Gang. But circumstances had changed. After walking for about 20 minutes, the wall of the zone receded into the distance. Suddenly, Ning Fan came to a halt. The broken sword was already gripped tightly in his hand. Quite perceptive, aren't they? Behind him, Lao Zhu and his companions emerged from their concealment. The Skull Gang, comprising 8 members along with 3 newly recruited battle bears, totaled 11. They had all come out, eager for a lucrative deal worth 1,000,000 sola. Ning Fan turned to face Lao Zhu, remaining silent. Lao Zhu bore a massive hammer on his shoulder, towering over 1 meter in height. With a thud, the hammer struck the ground, splattering mud. Was Wen Kai enjoyable? Lao Zhu sneered, with that alluring demeanor. She must be quite something in bed. Huh? The others wore lewd smiles, each envisioning the scene that fueled their envy. Wen Kai, aside from being the captain of the monitoring team in Zone F27, was also an object of desire for many. The thought of Ning Fan, a mere child, residing in her home, ignited a flicker of jealousy among these men. Kid, you must have had quite the time with Wen Kai. Hasn't Tishi taken a fancy to you? Lao Zhu tilted his head, perceiving Ning Fan as a piece of meat ready to be devoured at his discretion. Tell me, if we were to capture you and use you as leverage to make Wen Kai serve us, do you think she would agree? As Lao Zhu's words hung in the air, the surrounding men erupted into raucous laughter, already savoring the imagined delights that awaited them. The very thought was enough to incite their excitement. Your words are quite filthy. Ning Fan's expression cooled gradually. If there had been even a hint of benevolence within him before, it was now extinguished. Filthy? Huh. Is your bedclothes any cleaner? You dare to indulge yet not be criticized. Lao Zhu continued his incessant prattle, but in the next moment, he witnessed Ning Fan spring into action. as swift as a startled rabbit. The broken sword sliced through the air, resonating with a fierce hum. "Damn it! What are you trying to prove?" Lao Zhu growled. The 11 men collectively summoned their spirit servants. A beam of white light surged towards Ning Fan's neck. Simultaneously, flames and wind blades flanked him on both sides. The advantage of 11 against 1 imbued the skeleton squad with overwhelming confidence. Yet, in the face of this three-pronged assault, Ning Fan remained remarkably composed, his expression devoid of any tension. Compared to Jian Wucho's sword, their strikes were painfully slow. With a swift series of steps, Ning Fan closed the distance to one of his assailants. His broken sword sliced through the adversary's neck, unleashing a mist of crimson. The others were instantly taken aback. This lone wolf possesses some skill. Do not underestimate him. Lao Zhu's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. The ability to counterkill one of their own amidst the encirclement of 11 was indeed worthy of his attention. The skeleton squad, a seasoned team of practitioners, understood how to leverage their numerical advantage when they focused. They engaged in a series of feints, avoiding direct confrontation with Ning Fan. "Your sword is swift, is it? Then we shall wear you down." Beads of sweat began to form on Ning Fan's forehead as their relentless harassment took effect, depleting much of his stamina. "You pretty boy. You do possess some talent, but you're far too arrogant. Do you really think that our skeleton squad has survived all these years solely by luck?" As Lao Zhu maneuvered, he taunted Ning Fan, waiting for him to make a mistake. However, to his surprise, the seemingly passive Ning Fan smiled. An unsettling feeling stirred within Lao Zhu. It was an instinct honed through years of survival in the wild. "Be cautious. Spirit servant, flower dance." A crisp and icy voice echoed. One member of the skeleton squad bore a fresh wound on his chest. With a gasp, blood mist enveloped him as he collapsed. Beside him appeared a lithe and graceful figure. "Sister Fei, if you don't show yourself soon, I might not be able to hold on any longer," Ning Fan called out with a grin. This woman was, of course, Xiao Fei. Before entering Zone F-27, the three had agreed that Xiao Fei and Hui Zi would lie in wait outside the zone every afternoon from 3 to 5 o'clock. If Ning Fan could find a way to lure out the Battle Bear members, they would appear at this time. "You're slow. I thought you'd perished in the dead zone." Xiao Fei's demeanor remained frosty. Ning Fan chuckled. "That would be quite ominous, Sister Fei. You all are." The monkey recognized Xiao Fei. On that day in the misty forest, he had witnessed her slay the Battle Bear captain, Sun Wang. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon him. Something was amiss. "It's a trap." The monkey shouted, "Brother Zhu, retreat." But before he could finish, he found himself utterly immobilized. It was as if some force had firmly ensnared him. The monkey's eyes darted, noticing a dagger embedded in the shadow beside him. "What the hell?" Huizi's figure emerged from behind a tree. The monkey gazed with an expression brimming with boundless animosity. "Do not be hasty. Soon enough, I shall have you cleaved." Yet, within the monkey's eyes, terror was evident. He understood the profound enmity that lay between them and could scarcely fathom the grim fate that awaited him. "Who are you?" Old Pig, somewhat bewildered, turned to Ning Fan. "Do you have accomplices?" "I never claimed to be a lone wolf," Ning Fan retorted with a mocking smile. "I have a family." Old Pig froze momentarily. Meanwhile, another member of the War Bear faction recognized Huizi and Xiao Fei. His complexion was no better than that of the monkey. As he shouted Old Pig, "It's the Wild Dog House." Old Pig whirled around in shock. The man's face was ashen. "Xu Ye, they are from the Wild Dog House. This fellow has deliberately lured us out." Chapter 0044. The stunning sword. Old Pig immediately reacted. However, unlike the other two, he was not filled with dread. Instead, he wore a look of disdain. "How audacious! Do they think they can ambush us with just 3 people?" Old Pig felt insulted. Yet, this sense of underestimation swiftly dissipated as Xiao Fei, in the blink of an eye, had already slain another foe. Xiao Fei moved like a specter, wielding his Tang sword, leaving behind fleeting shadows in his wake. "Spirit servant, fury." Old Pig's eyes turned crimson, and the massive hammer in his hand glowed with a fierce red light. Although his movements could not match Xiao Fei's swiftness, the hammer swung through the air with a whistling sound, exuding an immense sense of pressure. Be careful, kid. I can't protect you. Xiao Fei whispered. Understood. Let us each handle our own. Ning Fan replied, directly confronting Old Pig. Hui Zi and Xiao Fei exchanged glances, impressed by Ning Fan's confidence. They were unaware of the trials he had endured in Area F-27, but it was evident that this young man had grown stronger and more self-assured. Clang! The enormous hammer descended with tremendous force, crashing against Ning Fan's broken sword, sending a jolt through his arm. You little brat, I'll crush you first. Old Pig roared, his fury mounting. On one hand, 2 members of the Skeleton Brigade had already fallen. More importantly, he realized that Ning Fan's interest in the special potion was merely a ruse to lure them out of the area. In reality, this kid had little to offer. The loss of 2 comrades without any spoils was what truly infuriated him. Another swing of the hammer came crashing down, but this time, Ning Fan chose not to clash head-on. There was no need to match strength with the frenzied Old Pig. With a swift motion, Ning Fan dodged and simultaneously thrust his broken sword. He sought to rediscover the feeling of that strike from Jian Wuchou. Swoosh! The broken sword grazed Old Pig's arm. Something felt amiss. Although he had injured Old Pig, there was no trace of joy on Ning Fan's face. Instead, he frowned. This strike, had it been delivered by Jian Wuchou, would have surely claimed Old Pig's life. I will kill you. Old Pig's voice dripped with fury. This was the characteristic of his spirit servant. Once injured, it would trigger a surge of bloodlust, enhancing his combat prowess. Old Pig swung the hammer with increased speed, the force of each strike becoming ever more ferocious. Can you withstand this, brat? Meanwhile, Xiao Fei had dispatched another opponent. Hui Zi, having claimed a life of his own, cast a worried glance at Ning Fan. They could see that Old Pig was formidable, especially after entering this more violent phase following his injury. It's fine, Ning Fan shouted, once more charging towards Old Pig with his sword. The hammer came crashing down towards his head. Ning Fan was certain that should this hammer connect, his skull would shatter like a watermelon. Yet this time, he did not flinch or evade. Instead, he lunged forward, thrusting his sword. You little! A rare expression of terror flickered across Xiao Fei's face. Yet, in the next moment, she was taken aback. Ning Fan's broken sword had pierced through the Old Pig's neck, the blade glistening with blood as it emerged from the other side. Drip drop. The sound of blood hitting the earth was somewhat jarring. The Old Pig, still clutching a hammer, bore an expression of utter disbelief in his eyes. The hammer was barely 2 inches from Ning Fan's head. Had Ning Fan's strike been off target, it would have been his demise. Yet, rather than fear of having survived a close call, Ning Fan's face radiated intense exhilaration. I have achieved it. This is the sensation. Although the sword he wielded lacked the finesse of the one wielded by Sword Worry-Free, Ning Fan felt he had grasped some of the essence. His strike astonished everyone, including Hui Zi and Xiao Fei. What a stunning swordplay! Moreover, they discerned a grave realization. Ning Fan appeared to have not summoned his spirit attendant. However, this was clearly not the time for elucidation. Seizing the opportunity while the Skeleton Brigade remained in shock, the two resumed their relentless assault, claiming the lives of their adversaries. The death of the Old Pig dealt a significant blow to the morale of the Skeleton Brigade, coupled with a fierce onslaught from Xiao Fei and Hui Zi. The Skeleton Brigade was swiftly scattered. Please don't kill me. The last surviving member of the Skeleton Brigade had completely abandoned resistance, kneeling on the ground, hands clasped in prayer, pleading for mercy. You bear enmity with the Battle Bears, but we have no connection to that. The Battle Bears still had their members alive. Good prey should be saved for the final feast. Xiao Fei regarded the supplicant, her beautiful eyes flickering as she glanced at Ning Fan. She and Hui Zi were unaware of any past grievances between Ning Fan and the Skeleton Brigade. How to proceed, naturally, depended on Ning Fan. Ning Fan remained silent, stepping forward instead. With a swift motion, the man's cries were abruptly silenced. A fine line of blood appeared on his neck, which gradually widened until, splat, a mist of blood erupted into the air. Thud! The man collapsed, a pool of crimson forming beneath him. Xiao Fei narrowed her eyes, observing Ning Fan. This boy had not only grown stronger, but had also grown ruthless. Hui Zi, did you not teach me? There is no need to show mercy to enemies. Ning Fan cast a glance at Huizi, who appeared somewhat stunned. It was not that he was unaccustomed to such methods, but rather, the sheer ferocity displayed by Ning Fan was something he found difficult to reconcile. What had this boy endured during his days in Zone F-27? Ning Fan paid no heed to their reactions, instead crouching down to rummage through the belongings of the Skeleton Brigade members. The Skeleton Brigade was a faction within Zone F-27, and their possessions were not easily disposed of in this area. They could be sold elsewhere. Ning Fan's thoughts were clear. Didn't he consider sparing them from a moment we exited the zone? Xiao Fei grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, just gathering some funds. Ning Fan nodded with a smile, lifting his bag of spoils. These items could fetch around 50 to 80,000. That should suffice. Well done, lad. You've grown quite bold. Huizi chuckled, clapping Ning Fan on the shoulder, unperturbed by the presence of the remaining 3 members of the Battle Bear. Suddenly, the monkey, with a glint in his eye, called out loudly, "Friends, the previous conflict was our fault. However, our leader has also perished. Let's consider this matter settled, shall we?" The trio turned to him simultaneously. The monkey continued earnestly, "We are all in the same trade. There's no need to forego profit. Ultimately, aren't we all striving to live another day?" Ning Fan approached the monkey, who instantly grew anxious. The earlier encounter had instilled a profound respect for Ning Fan's capabilities. Standing before the monkey, Ning Fan crouched to meet his gaze. "Little brother, killing us would bring you no advantage." The monkey licked his parched lips, attempting to ingratiate himself. "The Wild Dog Clan now consists of just the 3 of you, and we are in dire need of manpower. Though our combat abilities may be lacking, we can still contribute significantly in other ways. Keep us around. Wild Dog Clan only accepts wild dogs. We do not welcome vermin." Xiao Fei interjected quietly from aside. Ning Fan smiled, gesturing with his thumb towards Xiao Fei. "Our captain has decreed we shall not take you in." As he spoke, Ning Fan had already drawn his battered sword, still reeking of blood. The monkey immediately fell into a state of panic. "No, please don't kill me. I could be useful." Yet, Ning Fan had no intention of entertaining further pleasantries. He thrust the sword through the monkey's thigh. This act was merely a token of interest, as the true reckoning would be determined by Xiao Fei. A piercing scream escaped the monkey, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In a moment of desperation, he shouted frantically, "I beg you, spare my life. I have information about your captain." Ning Fan raised an eyebrow, instinctively glancing at Xiao Fei. But the monkey continued to shout, "Not her. It's that bearded man. Yes, I believe his name is Lin Chuan." Chapter 0045. The means of Huizi. Upon hearing the words, the expressions of the 3 men changed drastically. Huizi rushed forward, seizing the monkey by the collar. "What did you say? Have you seen Brother Chuan? What did you see him?" For the trio, the fate of Lin Chuan remained uncertain, and they dared not assume either way. After all, they had yet to lay eyes on Lin Chuan's corpse. This was the essence of their hope. The monkey realized the gravity of the situation in the eyes of the 3, and his gaze shifted immediately. "If you don't kill me, I'll tell you." "Damn it," Huizi exclaimed, drawing a dagger and pressing it against the monkey's neck, leaving a shallow cut. "How dare you negotiate with me?" The monkey swallowed hard, feeling the cold steel against his skin. Yet he understood this was his only chance for survival. As long as he held on to this information, he would live. "I just want to survive." The monkey's lips turned pale, but he insisted, "Either you kill me, or you won't learn Lin Chuan's whereabouts." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "I can tell you this. Lin Chuan is not dead." Furious, Huizi was about to strike, but Ning Fan stopped him. "Even if you are resolute, can you guarantee that they share your tenacity?" He gestured towards the other 2 members of the war bear. The monkey scoffed. They didn't see it. "Such a coincidence? Only you witnessed it?" "Indeed, at that moment, one of you, the one who plays with electricity, knocked me out, and I remained unconscious." The monkey explained, "When I awoke, I saw that big, bearded man chasing another fellow who was shooting arrows." The 3 exchanged glances. From this statement, it was evident that the monkey was not lying. He truly had seen something. "All right," Ning Fan said to Xiao Fei. "Let's change locations for the inquiry." Xiao Fei nodded. then brandished her tang sword, approaching the other two members of the warbear. Those two, pleaded for mercy, but Xiao Fei's eyes were icy. With a flash of her blade, their heads fell. Subsequently, she cruelly inflicted numerous wounds upon all the corpses. Dear ones around Zone F-27, today is your lucky day? Huizi sneered. Xiao Fei was not venting her anger in this manner. Rather, she was creating a blood trail to attract the surrounding beasts. The corpses would aid in their disposal. With a grim expression, Huizi lifted the monkey, who had lost a leg, and snarled, "In my life, I relish dealing with hard-headed individuals like you." An hour later, Ning Fan and his companions had brought the monkey back to the previous cave. Leaning against the wall, Ning Fan and Xiao Fei showed no inclination to inquire about Brother Chuan's whereabouts. The monkey, perplexed, exclaimed, "What on earth do you intend to do? Our war bear members are nearly extinct. What difference does it make if you release me? Are your team members human while ours are not? They're all dead. Why must you pursue such ruthless annihilation?" No one paid him any heed. The monkey, in his navet, attempted to provoke their compassion with such words, only to be met with silence. At that moment, Huizi emerged from the cave, cradling a bundle of dry twigs. What do you intend to? Do not speak." In Huizi's eyes, there was not a trace of humanity. A chilling threat lingered. "I fear I may not restrain myself from ending you." The gravity of his words silenced the monkey. Yet, his body trembled uncontrollably. Huizi methodically ignited a fire with the dry twigs. Behind the bound monkey, a colossal shadow loomed, cast upon the cave wall. Gazing at the shadow, towering at least 3 to 4 meters high, Huizi smiled, a smile imbued with cruelty. He brandished a dagger, advancing toward the wall. "Speak sooner, and you shall find relief." Huizi's voice was hoarse. "This is my only act of mercy toward you." What should I say?" The monkey suddenly grasped the implication. "I have made myself abundantly clear. If you promise to release me, I will reveal Lin Chuan's whereabouts." Huizi unleashed his spirit, the shadow, and the dagger struck against it. Even Ning Fan was taken aback. He witnessed the shadow on the wall being cleaved by Huizi's dagger. The monkey, however, bore no physical wounds. Yet, the anguish surged through every nerve in his brain. The monkey's agonized screams reverberated through the cave, sending shivers down one's spine. "Where is Brother Chuan?" Huizi's eyes gradually reddened, his hatred now unmistakable. "Please, I beg of you." Huizi offered no respite, the dagger scraping against the wall with a sickening sound. The most terrifying aspect was the trembling of the monkey's shadow, as if it might shatter at any moment. "Where is Brother Chuan?" Huizi's inquiry remained unchanged. The monkey gasped, unable to utter a sound. This pain was unprecedented, akin to his very body being vivisected. Moreover, Huizi's movements were deliberately slow, allowing him to fully savor the torment inflicted by the excruciating pain. "Where's Brother Chuan?" Huizi bellowed in a fit of rage. I will tell you." The monkey struggled to force out a few words. "Please, stop." Huizi withdrew the dagger. The monkey collapsed to the ground, convulsing as though poisoned, his pupils dilating in a daze. "Speak," Huizi growled. The monkey's lips trembled. Forming coherent words was a monumental challenge at that moment. "Water, give me water," he pleaded. "I will tell you everything." Huizi seized the monkey by the hair, dragging him to a corner of the cave and pressing his head into a shallow puddle. "Cough, cough, cough." When the monkey lifted his head, his face was smeared with mud. However, this has now become utterly inconsequential. The gaze he directed at Huizi was akin to that of a man confronting a demon. No, this man is far more terrifying than any fiend. The House of Wild Dogs. They are all madmen. They are devils. Should I hear any further mention of Brother Chuan, I shall spend the entire day in your company, forsaking all else. Huizi thrust the monkey's face before him. "Do you comprehend?" "I understand." The monkey nodded in trepidation. "I witnessed your leader being pierced by that archer." Huizi's body trembled. Xiao Fei furrowed her brow. Ning Fan gripped the broken sword, its sound echoing ominously. "Are you mocking me?" Huizi's hand began to shake. "Did you not claim to have seen Brother Chuan alive?" "He is indeed alive." The monkey grew animated. "I cannot fathom why. I swear, I truly saw his chest pierced. Yet he did not perish. Moreover, he seems even more formidable than before. He also inflicted severe wounds upon that archer. The monkey was on the verge of tears, for he felt that his words were somewhat nonsensical. At that moment, unnoticed by anyone, Xiao Fei's expression shifted to one of sheer terror upon hearing the monkey's account. Chapter 0046. Su Wanjun, do you take us for fools? Huizi's face twisted in rage. Mentioning Lin Chuan had completely unraveled his composure. I see you still have not had your fill. As he spoke, Huizi rose once more, advancing towards a shadow. I swear I am not lying. The monkey trembled violently, fear coursing through him to his very core from the recent ordeal. If you do not believe me, then kill me. I am telling the truth. Yet, Huizi paid no heed, brandishing a dagger and lunging towards the shadow. Ah, damn it. I am not lying. The monkey's eyes were filled not only with terror, but also with profound injustice. At that moment, Xiao Fei suddenly interjected. Enough. Huizi, what is this? Have you grown soft-hearted? Huizi ignored her intervention. If you find it noisy, you too can step outside. Wait until I pry this bastard's mouth open before summoning you. What he said could possibly be true. Xiao Fei furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. Huizi was taken aback. You believe such nonsense? There exists a possibility that the scenario he described might indeed unfold. Xiao Fei cleared her throat, her face a tapestry of complex emotions. Ning Fan then chimed in. Huizi, Xiao Fei, there is something I have yet to share with you. Both turned their attention to Ning Fan. His gaze shifted. I encountered the archer in District F-27. His name is Su Bei. Both were immediately taken aback. Why did you wait so long to tell us such significant news? Huizi unabashedly expressed his frustration. Where is he? I actually managed to capture him, Ning Fan sighed. But he was taken away. In the western region of District F, within the Tri-Union Zone, at the residence of Commander Su Wanjun, Yiliang lay wounded on the ground, a pool of blood seeping beneath him. Commander Su, cursed be it, Yiliang was nearly prostrate, entirely stripped of the nonchalance he had exhibited in District F-27. Before him sat a middle-aged man of moderate stature, donned in military attire, reclining on a grand jade chair. Beside him, a youthful woman nestled against him, feeding him sweet grapes. Yiliang, speak of your concerns. The middle-aged man, one of the three leaders of the Tri-Union Zone, was none other than the leader of the Dark Host, Su Wanjun. What troubles you to such an extent? Su Wanjun's expression was impassive, betraying no emotion. And who has injured you? Yiliang did not raise his head, his face remaining parallel to the ground, his body trembling slightly. I lost the young commander. Su Wanjun's countenance faltered. After a prolonged silence, he solemnly confirmed. Xiao Bei? Yes. Yiliang trembled more violently. I am doomed. Speak, what transpired? In 7 days, it shall be your 60th birthday. Previously, I heard you mention that you have been missing Xiao Tong lately, so I took the liberty of attempting to bring him back, hoping to surprise you. Yiliang spoke with a quavering voice. However, unexpectedly, on the way back, Xiao Tong was abducted. Su Wanjun gradually narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yiliang. Even without raising his gaze, Yiliang could feel an immense pressure weighing down upon him, rendering him immobile. Who did this? I don't know. Yiliang shook his head. But I can assure you, the three assailants are all at the 1,000 souls level. 3 at the 1,000 souls level? Su Wanjun grinned. Such a grand display indeed. Yiliang dared not speak. Su Wanjun's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest, deep in thought. No one knew what he was contemplating. So, you two were injured by them? Yes. All right, I understand. But Xiao Tong. I will find a way. Su Wanjun replied calmly. My son, Su Wanjun, may be unworthy, but he shall not be treated as a mere pawn. A flicker of fear flashed in Yiliang's eyes, though, with his head bowed, Su Wanjun remained unaware. Return and rest well. Su Wanjun waved his hand. Regardless, I appreciate your intentions. It is noted. Yiliang knelt on the ground, hesitant to move. At that moment, a young woman beside Su Wanjun suddenly giggled. Commander, should anything unfortunate befall Xiao Tong, I could still bear you another child. Su Wanjun turned to look at the girl. Her eyes were filled with affection, seemingly prepared for what was to come next. However, the tender moment he envisioned did not unfold. Su Wanjun abruptly seized the girl's hair and slammed her head against the armrest. Bang! Blood splattered. The girl's eyes widened, and even as life slipped away, she could not comprehend why her demise had come. A cheap trinket dares to bear my Su Wanjun's blood? Su Wanjun picked up a pristine handkerchief from his side, wiping the blood from his hands. Yi Liang, have someone come in to tidy up the room before we leave. Understood. Yi Liang knelt on the ground, slowly inching his way out. Only after exiting did Yi Liang realize he was soaking in sweat. Did he perceive it? Yi Liang's eyes were filled with complexity. At that moment, his phone rang. Brother Yi, that brat is too restless. The voice on the other end was severe. We broke his legs, yet he remains unruly. He wishes to flee, even with broken legs? Yi Liang murmured. No, he doesn't intend to flee. The voice replied helplessly. He wishes to take his own life. Yi Liang's eyes narrowed, his temper flaring. Then break his hands as well and cut out his tongue. Brother Yi, he said that if you allow him to ask you one question, he will cease his commotion. A question? Please hold on. Soon, the voice was replaced by Su Bei's. The voice was feeble, a mere whisper. Hey, Yi Liang, what do you wish to ask me? When did you conceive such a treacherous thought against my father? Yi Liang shuddered, glancing around to ensure no one was present, his eyes gradually reflecting deep resentment. From a moment, he learned my spirit servant's name, and inexplicably chose to break one of my legs. Inside the cave, Ning Fan recounted all the events that transpired in Zone F-27 to Qiao Fei and Huizi. Upon hearing his words, their gazes towards Ning Fan underwent a profound transformation. They had sensed that Ning Fan was no longer the same as before. Now, they understood the source of this change. I had heard a significant commotion in Zone F-27, but it turns out, it was you who orchestrated it? Huizi still found it hard to believe. The area wall was utterly shattered. How could this possibly be related to Ning Fan? This lad has a promising future. However, upon hearing about Su Bei's numerous knife wounds, Qiao Fei became even more convinced that the monkey had indeed spoken the truth. If he was truthful, then Brother Chuan must still be alive. Both of them turned their eyes towards Qiao Fei. But instead of seeing a glimmer of joy on her face, they were met with a shadow of gloom. Captain, what on earth is happening? Isn't it good news that Brother Chuan is alive? No, quite the contrary. This is the worst outcome. I would prefer that Brother Chuan had perished. Huizi and Ning Fan's expressions froze. Qiao Fei's eyes gradually turned red. Brother Chuan has a high likelihood of having transformed into a sinister being. Chapter 0047. The enigmatic being. Huizi's face turned pale. Qiao Fei, are you certain? Almost certain. Qiao Fei gently caressed her forehead, as if recalling some unsettling memories. What is an enigmatic being? Ning Fan had never encountered this term before, yet he could sense the agony of the two. Once Huizi composed himself, he elucidated to Ning Fan the concept of the enigmatic being. The spirit servant is a manifestation of gathered souls, bound to a weapon, released or retracted according to the wielder's intent. Lin Chuan had previously informed Ning Fan that these souls must have endured immense suffering before death. Thus, spirit servants are inherently restless entities. They merely seek a vessel to inhabit. However, prior to becoming spirit servants, they were once human. Therefore, even upon transformation, the most suitable vessel for them remains the human body. Naturally, under ordinary circumstances, no one would willingly relinquish their body to a spirit servant, unless they were left with no other choice. Lin Chuan had mentioned that prolonged interaction with a spirit servant, once a certain degree of compatibility is achieved, would eliminate the need for a specific weapon to trigger the spirit servant. At that point, the spirit servant would enter the host's body, albeit in a stable state akin to its attachment to a weapon. Yet, this condition presupposes that the spirit servant has been fully tamed. If it has not been completely subdued, forcibly absorbing the spirit servant into one's body would result in becoming an enigmatic being. The control of the body would then be usurped by the spirit servant. Thus, it follows that Brother Chuan is no longer Brother Chuan. Ning Fan finally comprehended their agitation. He has transformed into the butcher, the name of Brother Chuan's spirit servant. No one responded to him. Yet, silence served as the most truthful answer. Would Brother Chuan still remember us? Ning Fan felt a twinge of sorrow. The events of that day, pieced together from various clues, had largely come to light. After De Zhuang's demise, Lin Chuan had finished conveying instructions to Qiao Fei and departed the cave. He returned to the misty forest, seeking vengeance against Su Bei alone. Unaware of the impending danger, Su Bei was caught off guard by Lin Chuan, while the monkey happened to awaken and witness their confrontation. Lin Chuan, possessing only a single soul-level spirit servant, was naturally no match for the 100-soul-level Su Bei. Pierced by a light arrow, Lin Chuan realized that death loomed over him. What he found unbearable was the realization that even if he fought to the death, it seemed impossible to vanquish Su Bei. Su Bei was far too formidable. At that moment, with a long knife in hand and blood pouring from numerous wounds, Lin Chuan gazed at Su Bei, the faces of Lao Duan, Wang Yi, and De Zhuang's tragic fates flashing before his mind. He yearned for vengeance. He was the captain of the Wild Dog clan. These little wild dogs relied on him for sustenance. With lives lost, he bore the responsibility. In this line of work, death was an inevitability. If slain by a beast, it was a fault of his own inadequacy. Taking on tasks beyond one's capability could lead to death, which was no fault of others. Deceived by others at that moment, Lin Chuan must have been laughing, a bitter laugh. He had sold his very being to the butcher. Even though he was acutely aware that he would transform into a ghoul, losing all semblance of reason, he still sought vengeance. The butcher had seized control of his body. He exploded in fury. Su Bei was nearly cleaved in two by his onslaught. This was the essence of that day's events. I have divulged everything I know to you. All the stifling atmosphere within the cave instilled fear in the monkey. Yet, just as he began to speak, Huizi's eyes bulged as he transformed into a rabid beast. Damn it! If it weren't for you lot, how could Brother Chuan You wretched fiend! I shall rend your body to pieces. Even then, my rage shall remain unquenched. Huizi frantically slashed at the shadow on the wall. The monkey writhed in agony on the ground, his snot and tears mingling in a pitiful display, pleading without dignity. Kill me, I beg you. Death had become a luxury for the monkey. No one paid him any heed. Let us search for Brother Chuan. Ning Fan adjusted his emotions. Looking at Qiao Fei. What if he can be cured? Cured? This is not an ailment. Qiao Fei shook her head, seeing Ning Fan's persistence. She continued, My sister, she is a ghoul. Ning Fan was taken aback. He had always perceived Qiao Fei as a woman who was not fond of expressing her emotions. She seemed cold, a figure who kept others at bay. He was unaware of Qiao Fei's past. Even Huizi was oblivious. Qiao Fei, your sister, she did not willingly surrender her body to the spirit attendant. It was taken from her. Qiao Fei reluctantly recounted this painful truth. When a person's mental strength is insufficient to control a spirit attendant, there exists a probability of having their body usurped. Ning Fan gazed at Qiao Fei, unsure of how to offer consolation. In the lower city, familial bonds were indeed a rare privilege. He empathized with Qiao Fei, imagining the torment he would endure if his own mother were to become a soulless ghoul. Let's seek Brother Chuan. Ning Fan reiterated. Kid, do you not grasp what I'm saying? Even if we find him, there is no way to restore Brother Chuan to his former self. Yuzi exclaimed, agitated. What if he no longer recognizes us, or worse, attacks us at that? Huizi found himself at a loss for words. To be precise, he dared not envision such a scenario. Yet Ning Fan stood up. Wait for me. I shall find someone. The two tried to stop Ning Fan, inquiring about his intentions. But Ning Fan hastened towards District F-27. An hour later, having traversed the Ghost Mist Forest, he returned once more to District F-27. Ning Fan navigated the area with ease, making his way to the monitoring office. The monitors were well acquainted with him, with many greeting him warmly. He made his way directly to the captain's office without knocking, pushing the door open with determination. In the office, when Kai sat in her chair, a hint of worry etched on her delicate face. Upon seeing Ning Fan, she momentarily froze. However, she quickly regained her composure, revealing her signature enchanting smile once more. What brings you back? Missing your sister, are you? When Kai teased, playfully tossing her hair. You left as if parting forever. Returning so soon isn't a bit of a mood killer? Kai, yeah, you can summon spirits, can't you? Ning Fan interjected, cutting through in Kai's jest. A look of surprise crossed her face as she raised an eyebrow. Have you made enough money? Initially, she assumed Ning Fan sought her help to retrieve Wang Ye's talon and old Duan staff. But Ning Fan shook his head, clarifying, not weapons. Before Wen Kai could inquire further, Ning Fan added, it's about a person, the spirit attendant within the ghoul. The playful glimmer in Wen Kai's eyes vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. Lin Chuan, has he become a ghoul? Chapter 0048. The method to save Lin Chuan Wen Kai is an exceptionally astute woman. The information she has previously gathered, coupled with Ning Fan's current demeanor, is sufficient for her to make an accurate conjecture. Indeed, Ning Fan confirms Wen Kai's speculation. A gentle bite of her lip reveals that she retracts her intention to tease him further. Do you know how to extract the spirit from a weapon? Without waiting for Ning Fan's response, Wen Kai declares, meld it. Ning Fan's heart jolts upon realizing that Chuan Gu has transformed into a ghoul. His first thought is of Wen Kai. As she is engaged in the business of spirit extraction, she may possess a method to help Chuan Gu reclaim the butcher. Although this means that Chuan Gu would revert to an ordinary human, and there is no guarantee of regaining his spirit attendant, it is certainly preferable to becoming a soulless husk. However, Wen Kai's words extinguish his last flicker of hope. Have you found Lin Chuan? Wen Kai gently inquires. Sensing Ning Fan's despondency, Ning Fan shakes his head. After a moment's contemplation, he hoarsely replies, I dare not seek him. Wen Kai sigh. The people from the Wild Dog House lack the courage to confront him before discovering a method to revert Lin Chuan. All right, Sister Kai, I shall take my leave now. Ning Fan offers a bittersweet smile. This time, I truly must go. Wait a moment. Wen Kai licks her lips, her expression conflicted, before she finally speaks. I have heard of a method that might suppress the spirit attendance of ghouls. Ning Fan's eyes instantly brighten. What method? I do not know the specifics. Moreover, I cannot guarantee the authenticity of this information. It may very well be false. Wen Kai does not keep him in suspense. In the Tri-Alliance Cooperative Zone, there are 3 leaders. You should be aware of them by now. I know. Ning San notes. Su Bei's father is one of them. Indeed. Wen Kai Mu said, stroking her chin. I have never been to the Tri-Alliance Cooperative Zone and possess little knowledge about it. I have merely heard that one of the leaders command a ghoul army. A ghoul army? Yes. Wen Kai clears her throat. I think, if he is able to form an army of ghouls, does it not imply that he has a way to control the spirit attendants within them? What is that leader's name? I believe it is Lin Hai. Wen Kai states earnestly, Ning Fan, I cannot vouch for the truth of this matter. So please, do not act impulsively until you ascertain the facts. You know that Su Bei is in the Tri-Alliance Cooperative Zone. Taking down Su Bei in District F27 was feasible because it is her territory. The monitors can set a trap, waiting for Su Bei to fall into it. However, if Ning Fan were to venture into the Tri-Alliance Cooperative Zone, it would be akin to delivering himself into the enemy's jaws. Had it not been for Ning Fan's deep concern for Lin Chuan, Wen Kai would not have divulged this information to him. Understood. Ning Fan expresses his gratitude. Sister Kai, rest assured, I will not act rashly. Having a glimmer of hope is certainly better than having none. Moreover, Ning Fan is not merely placating Wen Kai. He was acutely aware of the dangers that awaited him in the Santong United area. Even if the news proved to be true, Ning Fan would ensure he was thoroughly prepared before embarking on the journey. As he prepared to leave, Wen Kai suddenly spoke softly, once you leave this time, when will you return? Let's find Brother Chuan first. Ning Fan sighed. If there is a chance to save him, we cannot allow him to wander alone in the wilderness. All right, if you encounter anything I can assist with, just reach out, she replied. Wen Kai opened a drawer and retrieved a mobile phone, handing it to Ning Fan. Return it to me when we meet again. Ning Fan was taken aback. This phone would enable communication in the wild. Don't lose it. It's worth over 100,000. Wen Kai glared at him. It was impossible not to feel touched by her gesture. I will definitely return, Ning Fan assured her, devoid of any false modesty. This phone was immensely valuable to him. The only thing he could promise was that once he earned money, he would repay Wen Kai double. Enough go. Wen Kai turned slightly, and Ning Fan observed her delicate frame quiver. He contemplated approaching her for a farewell, but ultimately decided against it. I'm leaving. See ya. With a resounding thud, the office door closed behind him. Wen Kai instantly turned to the firmly shut door. Fool! You understand nothing. Upon returning to the cave, Ning Fan discovered that the monkey had vanished. He paused momentarily, and Huizi remarked dismissively, I found a tree in the ghost mist forest and nailed him to it. That's the monkey's final fate. If luck is on his side, he might die from blood loss. If not, before he can fully perish, he might be devoured by the bizarre creatures of the ghost mist forest. You rushed out in such a hurry. Did you come up with a plan? Xiao Fei appeared to have lost her usual indifference. If there was indeed a plan, it would not only mean salvation for Lin Chuan, but possibly a chance for her sister to return as well. Ning Fan recounted his earlier conversation with Wen Kai. The Santong Cooperation Zone? Huizi furrowed his brow deeply. That place is not easy to navigate. Although we have never been there, we have heard tales of its formidable reputation. The creatures there are terrifying. The people, even more so, under the protection of the Santong. The surrounding creatures do not dare to attack the Cooperation Zone. However, within the zone, while the inhabitants are shielded from creature threats, they must contend with the even more fearsome Santong. One ill-tempered leader could mean death for several individuals within the zone. Santong, in the Santong Cooperation Zone, is akin to a god. The three leaders hold absolute power. The state of affairs in the zone is dictated by them. If what the monitoring team leader said is true, it implies we must seek assistance from one of those leaders. Huizi's flicker of hope was quickly extinguished by the daunting reality. It's too difficult. Having hope is better than having none, Ning Fan replied resolutely. I cannot abandon Brother Chuan, just as he would never forsake us. Young man, your manner of speaking is akin to an insult to me, is it not? Are you the only one with loyalty and sentiment? Huizi seems somewhat displeased. I believe he is not wrong. Xiao Fei rose to her feet. Where there is hope, one must make an attempt. All right. You all are noble, while I am merely a thankless wretch. As she spoke, Huizi had already begun to extinguish the campfire. What are you doing? Xiao Fei inquired. Huizi scoffed. What do you think? Of course, I'm going to try it with you. I just find it a bit daunting. Do you truly regard me as a coward? However, where do we go to find Brother Chuan now? Ning Fan expressed a sense of uncertainty. Xiao Fei gazed outside the cave. In the F-19 district, there exists a place known as the Return of Souls Basin. Xiao Fei's eyes dimmed. If Brother Chuan has indeed transformed into a specter, I believe, he would head there. Before the two could question her reasoning, Xiao Fei promptly provided her answer. My sister is currently there. Xiao Fei's emotions were evidently fluctuating, because that place is the paradise of the specters. Chapter 0049. I beg you to save my father. The trio had already set off. Along the journey, Ning Fan learned from Xiao Fei why the Soul Return Basin was dubbed the paradise of the eerie. Once the spirit attendants occupy human bodies and become eerie beings, they are more inclined to approach souls. And the Soul Return Basin teems with lonely souls. For them, it resembles their tribal territory. Eerie beings drawn to souls? Ning Fan discerned a concerning implication. Their soul levels would consequently rise. Xiao Fei resumed her icy demeanor. Thus, the Soul Return Basin has always been a place that wanderers avoid at all costs. A horde of irrational yet immensely powerful eerie beings gathered together makes it exceedingly difficult for any wandering team to ensure a safe retreat upon nearing. My suggestion is to recruit additional personnel, she added. Ningsan concurred. Even though he had grasped the essence of the sword technique from Jian Wuchou, he had not yet inflated his ego to the extent of believing he could handle everything alone. We are not far from Zone F-21, Huizi proposed. Moreover, we have acquaintances there who might help us inquire if any capable wandering teams would be willing to join us. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Fei agreed. After 2 days of arduous travel, the trio had almost reached Zone F-21. Throughout the journey, they did not rest, pressing on day and night. Ning Fan had yet to encounter Jian Wuchou in his dreams. Even now, he could not fully ascertain whether he would evade Jian Wuchou's sword strike. Along the way, they had slain numerous exotic beasts, and the burden Ning Fan carried grew increasingly heavy. Although Qiao Fei and Huizi generally looked after him, the labor of carrying things was, in Huizi's words, merely a form of strength training. At this pace, they would arrive at Zone F21 in approximately 7 or 8 hours. Qiao Fei surveyed the surroundings and, having confirmed their location, declared, "Let us not rest. If trouble arises, it is best to avoid it." Despite Qiao Fei and Huizi being seasoned wanderers, and Ning Fan possessing notable combat prowess, the relentless 2-day journey, coupled with the constant vigilance for surrounding dangers, had pushed the trio's mental and physical limits to the brink. Understood, Huizi nodded. Ning Fan was indifferent. Having accumulated considerable experience from the past 2 days of combat, he was in an exhilarating state of growth. After approximately 4 more hours of travel, the outline of the zone wall became visible ahead. Judging by the dim lights on the wall, it seemed to be deep into the night. Just as the trio intended to quicken their pace to enter the zone and rest, a series of piercing shrieks echoed from a distant valley. The sound was rife with ferocity, and even without sight, one could sense the wrath of the exotic beasts producing the cries. "Move quickly." Qiao Fei's delicate face darkened. "It's a ground dragon." Ground dragon. Ning Fan recalled having seen it in the exotic beast compendium. The adult creature measures approximately 4 meters in length, leading a solitary existence in the valleys and subterranean realms. It possesses remarkable speed and formidable scales, while its nearly 1-meter-long jaws exhibit an astonishing biting force. Generally, no one harbors intentions of confronting such a beast. Aside from its tough scales, it bears little of value and is notoriously difficult to kill, rendering it a poor investment. In times of relative strength, even an encounter with the Earth Dragon would not incite excessive anxiety among the group. However, with their stamina and mental fortitude currently waning, engaging with such a creature is utterly unnecessary. Ning Fan and Huizi hastened their pace. "Friends, please lend a hand." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the valley. "Someone needs saving." The three did not even glance back. After their recent experiences, Ning Fan's mindset had gradually shifted. The incident involving Chung Bin had left an indelible mark on him. "Don't turn a blind eye to someone's peril. I'm begging you." The urgency in the man's voice intensified as he perceived their indifference. "My father is dying." With furrowed brows, they continued to ignore him. However, in the next moment, Ning Fan sensed an imminent danger. "Dodge!" He shoved Huizi aside and swiftly leaped back 2 steps. Just as the three evaded the threat, the ground before them erupted with a deafening roar. Boom! As the dust settled, a deep pit, nearly 2 meters in depth, appeared at that location. On a small mound in the valley stood a young man, seemingly in his 20s, wielding a massive crossbow measuring almost 1 meter in length. Though not tall, he exuded a fierce demeanor, with a buzz cut and a square face etched with distress. The trio's expressions darkened as they regarded the man. To their astonishment, he cast aside the crossbow, knelt on the ground, and with reddened eyes, filled with remorse, pleaded, "I'm sorry, but please save my father." His arrow had not been aimed to harm them. Huizi, pushed by Ning Fan, now lay on the ground, gazing at the pit and mused, "Otherwise, it could have at least injured my leg." Qiao Fei discerned that while the arrow was indeed fierce, it merely aimed to obstruct their path. "Let us ignore him," she asserted, pulling Huizi up. "It's unnecessary. Given their current condition, they might be able to slay an Earth Dragon. Yet there is no guarantee they would all emerge unscathed. It is not worth the risk for someone unrelated." Ning Fan and Huizi concurred, rising to continue their sprint toward the perimeter wall. Seeing their reluctance to assist, the man grew increasingly frantic. "I implore you, don't force my hand." Huizi cast a sidelong glance, halting in his tracks. Qiao Fei frowned. "What are you planning?" "No, Qiao Fei, look at that crossbow." Huizi halted, pointing at the weapon in the man's grasp. "Doesn't it look familiar?" Upon closer inspection, Qiao Fei's eyes flickered with recognition. "What is your name?" she suddenly inquired. The young man paused momentarily before responding. "I am Su Ben." Although he was uncertain why Qiao Fei inquired about his name, he nonetheless responded truthfully. Qiao Fei exchanged a glance with Huizi, who stepped forward with a more serious demeanor. "Are you Su Zhong's son?" Su Ben's expression instantly shifted. "How do you know my father's name?" "Damn." Huizi muttered under his breath. How could you have grown up like this, you little brat? I almost didn't recognize you. Ning fansuten ni comprehended. Previously, they mentioned having acquaintances in Zone F21. Now, upon closer inspection, it seemed that this acquaintance was none other than the father of the young man before him, who was on the brink of death. Chapter 50. Who is this old man? Su Bin appeared utterly bewildered. You are. I am your Uncle Huizi. Don't you recognize me, my dear nephew? Huizi jovially ambled towards a small hill. I used to drink with your father at your home. He got quite inebriated and vomited all over me. Do you remember? Su Bin scratched his head, apologetically replying, I'm sorry. I truly don't recall. There were too many instances of my father throwing up on people. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. Wait, if you know my father, then you must help me save him. At this moment, Xiao Fei also drew her tang knife. A familiar face from Zone F21. Indeed, it was the foolish boy's father, Su Jiang. Ning Fan, observing the situation, gripped his broken sword tightly. Where's Su Jiang? Xiao Fei inquired. Su Bin hoisted the massive crossbow and dashed towards the valley. Follow me. The three hastened after him. Not long after, they arrived at a depression in the valley where a colossal earth dragon was roaring incessantly. The piercing shrieks they had heard earlier were emitted by this very creature. Before the dragon lay a middle-aged man, unconscious and motionless, dressed in tattered rags. He appeared to have lost all vitality. The power of that arrow you just shot, surely, it could either slay the dragon or at least scare it away, right? Ning Fan questioned, somewhat perplexed. Su Bin hesitated. My spiritual servant's power is immense. I fear it might inadvertently harm my father. Yet without my spiritual servant, I cannot penetrate the dragon's scaled armor. He struggled to gauge the appropriate force. Ning Fan found Su Bin somewhat dim-witted and turned to Xiao Fei, asking Sister Fei, is Su Jiang dead? Probably not. Xiao Fei observed Su Jiang closely. It appears he still has a pulse. However, Huizi interjected with a cold laugh. He is not dead. Both turned to Huizi. Xiao Fei was not particularly familiar with Su Jiang. Only Huizi, Lin Chuan, and a Zhuang, who had joined the Wild Dog House early on, could be considered true friends of his. Has your father been drinking? Huizi inquired, unhurried in his attempts to rescue the man. Su Bin's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? Moreover, he must have indulged quite a bit, hasn't he? Huizi pressed on. Su Bin nodded yes. Before entering the zone, my father and the chief drank 3 gin together. 3 gin? Ning Fan nearly exclaimed. The alcohol consumed in the lower city was primarily brewed from a wild plant known as Junyonghua. This liquor was extraordinarily potent. Generally, a person with a decent tolerance will be intoxicated after just 1 gin. Yet Su Jiang had consumed 3 gin, and after such indulgence, he dared to venture out of the zone. Was this old man courting death? Wait, Ning Fan suddenly discovered something even more astonishing. With whom? With the chief of our zone. Su Bin replied nonchalantly. My Uncle Song. Ning Fan glanced at the disheveled figure below, resembling a beggar. Who is this old man? How could he drink to excess with the chief? However, before these doubts could be resolved, the lively Huizi took a deep breath. Old Su, get up. Care for a drink? Come on. How shall we drink? At that moment, Su Jiang sprang up. Ning Fan's lips twitched. Just moments ago, the earth dragon's roar had been deafening, and this fellow had seemed utterly lifeless. But upon hearing the mention of alcohol, he resurrected. Su Jiang's eyes were bloodshot, his expression dazed, resembling someone still under the influence of a hangover. Yet, when he lifted his gaze to see Huizi and the others, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Whoa, Short who? What are you doing here? Short. Who? Ning Fan couldn't help but glance downward. Even Xiao Fei's usually icy facade flushed slightly. Huizi's face turned a deep shade of blue as veins bulged on his neck. Su Quickshot, dare to insult me again and see what happens. Hey, it's true your hardware is lacking, and I can't even mention it? Su Jiang chuckled. Besides, regardless of my speed, at least we have a son. Are you angry or not? Huizi was indeed furious, his face reddening, but he found himself unable to retort. Seeing him at a disadvantage, Su Jiang's laughter intensified. As he chuckled, he suddenly sensed something was amiss and looked around in confusion. Where on earth are we? Dad, be careful. At that moment, the earth dragon could no longer contain itself. opening its massive jaws and lunging at Su Jiang. Ning Fan and Xiao Fei immediately became vigilant, weapons in hand, ready to charge down. However, Su Jiang's gaze shifted slightly. He crouched momentarily and then leaped into action. "What are you making a fuss about?" Ning Fan observed closely, noticing this fellow's arms seemed to have doubled in size. Boom! Su Jiang's fist struck the earth dragon's forehead. The creature's head was driven into the ground, its tail flipping upwards. Boom! The earth dragon fell to the ground, belly up, convulsing for a moment before falling silent. This single punch left Ning Fan and Xiao Fei utterly astonished. A punch had literally killed an earth dragon? They simultaneously turned to Su Ben, who appeared relieved. "No, brother, does your father possess such strength? Do we need to rescue him?" Ning Fan sincerely remarked. "The way you reacted, I thought that earth dragon was your father." Su Ben looked apologetic. "Brother, I truly did not expect him to sober up so quickly." At that moment, Su Jiang staggered toward Ning Fan, but after just a couple of steps, he leaned against the wall and began to retch violently. The sounds of his vomiting were even more unpleasant than the earth dragon's shrieks. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Su Jiang finally ceased, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "Son, make sure to cut the scales neatly. Any damage diminishes their value." Sigh. Su Ben hurried toward the earth dragon's corpse. Su Jiang approached Huizi, delivering a punch to his chest. "Short Hu, come and drink with me." "Huh? Go to hell." Huizi wore a disgruntled expression. "If you continue to insult me, I shall reveal to your son all the sordid details about your escapades with women for which you never paid. Go ahead. I've already told him that in matters like this, it's best to save what one can. Money is hard to earn, and excrement is hard to digest. Can you not preserve a semblance of dignity?" Su Jiang glanced at Xiao Fei and then at Ning Fan, before inquiring with curiosity, "Where's Chuan?" Upon hearing this, Huizi's fury instantly dissipated, his countenance darkening. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. "Has he hung up? Get lost. You can't hang up on Brother Chuan." Huizi retorted with disdain. "Why is it that you, old bastard, always lack a filter?" Su Jiang chuckled. "I haven't sobered up yet. Don't be angry, all right?" With that, he dragged Huizi along, saying, "Let us head back to the district and have a drink at home. But your son is still busy over there. Aren't we waiting for him? Let him handle it himself. He won't die from it." Su Jiang insisted, pulling Huizi towards Zone F21. Behind them, Ning Fan could no longer contain his curiosity, lowering his voice to ask Xiao Fei, "Sister Fei, who exactly is this old Su? I'm not very familiar either." "I've only met him a couple of times," Xiao Fei replied, her brow furrowed. "But I've heard Brother Chuan mention that he doesn't seem to be from the lower city." Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. "Not from the lower city? Does that mean it is rumored that this Su Jiang was cast down from the path of grace by the denizens of the upper city over 2 decades ago?" Chapter 51. The drunkard Su Jiang. Ning Fan stood rooted in place, gazing at Su Jiang's swaying figure, momentarily unable to believe his eyes. This fellow, is he truly a resident of the upper city? To the majority of those from the lower city, the upper city's inhabitants seem a distant realm. In a lifetime, it is unlikely one would encounter an upper city dweller. These esteemed gentlemen of the upper city are simply incapable of enduring the lower city surroundings, who would willingly venture into the sewers out of sheer boredom. Ning Fan had once worked as a sorter on the Path of Grace in District F32. During breaks, he had overheard some elders mention that, indeed, there were instances of people being discarded from the Path of Grace. However, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. The notion of a living person being thrown down was something they had never even heard of. What on earth had Su Jiang done in the upper city to warrant being cast aside? With this question lingering in his mind, the trio finally arrived at the outer wall of the district, guided by Su Jiang. "Xiao Zhou, open the door." Su Jiang banged on the large gate with force. The door swung open, and the guard, upon seeing Su Jiang, cheerfully exclaimed, "Su Yi, back from your stroll?" "Ah." Su Jiang grimaced. "I didn't feel it at first, but the moment I stepped outside, a gust of wind hit me, and the effects of the alcohol came rushing in, almost by my end out there. That can't be. The beasts outside District F21 wouldn't dare touch you, would they? Aren't you afraid of the higher-ups?" The guard chuckled. "What do you mean? Am I some kind of wine dregs?" Su Jiang shot him a glare. The guard, undeterred, warmly ushered Su Jiang and the three others inside the district. It was evident that Su Jiang held a significant status in District F-21. After all, if this old fellow could share drinks with the commander, the guards below would certainly be able to discern his standing. After navigating a series of twists and turns, Su Jiang finally arrived at the door of a dilapidated house. Creak! The wooden door emitted a jarring sound as it swung open. Ning Fan had anticipated that Su Jiang's residence would at least rival, if not surpass, the accommodation in District F-32. Yet before him stood this rundown dwelling. Wind whistled through the gaps. The earthen walls crumbled. The street was littered with refuse. And the stench emanating from within was unbearable. It was hard to imagine any noble from the upper city, let alone an ordinary lower city inhabitant, tolerating such living conditions. Ning Fan found himself questioning whether this old fellow truly belonged to the upper city. How had he managed to survive in such squalor? Come in, make yourselves comfortable, Su Jiang said as he tossed aside a blanket and settled on the edge of the bed. The three before him remained motionless, not out of shyness, but rather because upon surveying the surroundings, there was indeed no place to sit. In one corner lay a fresh puddle of vomit. Su Jiang noticed it too and immediately frowned. That scoundrel song. If he can't hold his liquor, he shouldn't show off. Throwing up in my house is downright despicable. Ning Fan reacted swiftly. That song Su Jiang mentioned must refer to the commander. No way, old Su. This stench is unbearable. Can we perhaps find another place? Easy. Despite his disheveled appearance, furrowed his brow and said, "Let's go find a place. It's on me." Nonsense. Why would he need to spend money when visiting F-21 district? Su Jiang retorted, displeased. Isn't it better to drink at home? If you drink too much, you could just sleep here. Upon hearing that they might have to sleep over, Xiao Fei's eyes twitched involuntarily. No, Lao Su, I really can't stay here. Hui Zi, exasperated, remarked, you came from the upper city. How can you disregard quality of life? I suspect you were abandoned because of your slovenliness. Su Jiang scoffed, the upper city isn't necessarily cleaner. All right then, Hui Zi insisted, pulling Su Jiang along. Let's hurry. I'm begging you. Su Jiang, unwilling, was half-heartedly dragged out of the room, locking the wooden door behind him. Let's head to that Eastern store that specializes in fine dishes. Su Jiang appeared troubled. Hui Zi, you're being overly polite. Why must you insist on treating us? Hui Zi's body tensed. Gritting his teeth, he managed to squeeze out. Are you eating with enemies? 20 minutes later, the four of them were seated at a restaurant. Hui Zi would certainly not allow Su Jiang to treat them lavishly. Fina dishes? For four people, no one would leave without spending over 1,000 salas. This was without Su Jiang ordering any expensive items. Moreover, Hui Zi knew he couldn't rely on Su Jiang to foot the bill. He was the type to sneak away without paying even when pursuing women. Seriously, Hui Zi, where's Zhuang? Before the dishes arrived, Su Jiang had already downed 2 glasses of wine, his eyelids drooping heavily. And Zhuang? It's been 3 years since we last met. The atmosphere at the table grew slightly subdued. Hui Zi slammed down a glass of wine. Zhuang is gone. Su Jiang squinted, showing little surprise. Gone? How? He was betrayed. Because of money? What else could it be? Who did it? A guy named Su Bei. Do you need my help? If you can lend a hand, that would be great. Where is he? In the Santong Cooperative Zone. His father is Su Wanjun, one of the 3 leaders. Are we going directly in a couple of days? Hui Zi contemplated. I think it's a bit inappropriate. Su Jiang replied earnestly. It's best for you wild dogs to settle your own scores. It would be awkward for an outsider like me to interfere. Hui Zi scoffed, seemingly having anticipated Su Jiang's response. All right then, let us drink. Yes, let us drink. The two indulged in several more cups. Finally, Su Jiang turned to Xiao Fei and Ning Fan. This girl has been here with you in Chuan before, I remember. And this fellow. Su Jiang pointed at Ning Fan. He barely looks grown. Is he a child laborer? Ning Fan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. I am Ning Fan, having recently joined the Wild Dog Society. What has transpired with Chuan and the others? Su Jiang cast a glance at Hui Zi, who nodded in acknowledgement. Su Jiang then addressed Ning Fan. It seems your arrival is rather ill-fated. What did you mean by calling him Su Quickshot? Ning Fan, not one to easily tolerate disrespect, bristled at the old man's harsh words. Huizi chuckled heartily and gestured towards Su Jiang. This old chap, just wait a minute. Ning Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yet, Huizi added, 3 rounds. Impressive. Ning Fan raised his thumb to Su Jiang in admiration. Su Jiang's face flushed with embarrassment, and he begrudgingly poured a drink for Ning Fan. Hey, can you handle a bit of liquor? Come on. Faced with the provocation, Ning Fan was resolute not to back down. He downed a strong spirit in one go. The fiery liquid burned his throat, and soon his mind became a haze, making Su Jiang appear as if there were 2 of him. Noticing Ning Fan's flushed complexion, Su Jiang burst into laughter. Ha! Is this little fellow drinking for the first time? Aye. Ning Fan attempted to assert himself, but the overwhelming intoxication dulled his senses. Thud! His head crashed onto the table. In a daze, Ning Fan sensed an impending danger, a familiar peril. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a well-known sword aimed at his throat. Sizzle! The sensation of death washed over him. Damn! It's Jian Wuchou, taking advantage of my drunken state to stab me. ISNT that a tad uncouth? Chapter 52. The Face of Old Su Upon Awakening. Ning Fan found himself in an unfamiliar room, his head pounding with excruciating pain. The combination of a hangover and the haunting sensation of being stabbed to death by Jian Wuchou in his dreams left his mind in a fog. Awake? Came the voice of Qiao Fei from nearby. You shouldn't drink. Don't show off in the future. Ning Fan was startled. He had heard tales of reckless behavior following excessive drinking, and he wondered why Qiao Fei was in the same room as him. However, it soon became clear that he had been overthinking. Qiao Fei was seated on a chair opposite him, fully dressed. It dawned on him that should he harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards her, she would have the power to dismantle him completely. You almost lost your virtue last night. Qiao Fei remarked. Su Jiang intended to find a woman to take your purity. A wave of dread washed over Ning Fan. Sister Fei, did you manage to stop him? No, Qiao Fei replied coldly. Su Jiang was short on cash, so he tried to have Huizi pay, but Huizi refused. Ning Fan seethed with anger towards that old scoundrel. Half an hour later, after a shower and a light meal, Ning Fan felt somewhat revitalized. Huizi had also risen, and the 3 congregated in Ning Fan's room. Huizi, what exactly does that old scoundrel do? He seems utterly unreliable, Ning Fan questioned through gritted teeth. Huizi did not respond, but stared blankly at him. Ning Fan sensed something was amiss. Huizi, you wait a moment. Huizi abruptly rose and rushed downstairs. Qiao Fei frowned, her expression filled with distaste. Last night, he drank over 2 gin with Su Jiang. Ning Fan felt a pang of sympathy for Huizi. It took a considerable time before Huizi returned, his legs weak and trembling. What did you just ask me? I mentioned that old scoundrel seems rather unreliable, doesn't he? Unreliable? He is entirely unpredictable. Huizi cursed vehemently. Fortunately, the money is in Qiao Fei's hands. That old scoundrel took advantage of my drunken state and groped me for over 10 minutes, even pulling down my underwear before he confirmed I had no money and stopped. Ning Fan was left bewildered. What kind of person was Su Jiang? What sane individual would get their friend drunk and then steal from them? Just as Ning Fan prepared to voice his complaints, a sudden knocking echoed from the door. Who is it? Huizi snapped, irritable. Is this Huizi? Huizi paused, then stood up to open the door. A tall middle-aged man stood outside. Who are you? Hello, I am Chu Hongba, the captain of the Wolf Alliance. The middle-aged man extended his hand with a smile. Su Yi informed me that you require a group of individuals to accompany you to the Soul Return Basin. The 3 exchanged glances. Qiao Fei rose and approached Chu Hongba. Are you willing to go? There is nothing we fear. It merely depends on our interest, Chu Hongba replied with a hearty laugh. Typically, we avoid such jobs. The pay is meager, the benefits scant, and the risk of losing brothers is high. Without waiting for the 3 to pose their inquiries, Chu Hongba shrugged. There's no other choice, but since Master Su has spoken, I must oblige. Qiao Fei's beautiful eyes sparkled. How much do you want? 50,000. Chu Hongba held up 5 fingers. I can manage a few missed meals, but my brothers need to eat. Ning Fan comprendait que une bonne implication. If it were just him, in deference to Su Jiang, it would have been complimentary. May I inquire about the strength of your Wolf Alliance? No problem. We can all head out together and get to know each other. Chu Hongba, trusting Su Jiang, revealed without hesitation, I'm 100. The remaining 9 brothers consist of 5 at the 10 level and 4 at the single level. Wow, that's impressive. Ning Fan's heart quivered. The individuals Su Jiang had gathered were more than sufficient. The Wolf Alliance comprised 10 members, with Chu Hongba himself at the 100 souls level, possessing 5 at the 10 souls level and 4 at the single soul level. This configuration surpassed that of the Wild Dog House by a considerable margin. It could be said that the Wolf Alliance was the strongest group of walkers Ning Fan had encountered since its journey commenced. Even Xiao Fei's exquisite gaze reflected admiration. For a team of such caliber to venture to a place like the Soul Return Basin, all for merely 50,000. A simple level 1 risk commission likely wouldn't even yield that amount. Everyone understood, well, how much Su Jiang's reputation played into this. Is 50,000 a bit low? Huizi, feeling a churn in his stomach, hesitantly inquired, what if we add a little more? No need. If you value us, the deal is settled. Chu Hongba dismissed further discussion with a wave of his hand. Once you're ready, come to the regional wall to find me. If I'm not around, just ask anyone. There's no one in F21 who doesn't know the Wolf Alliance. After the others departed, the room fell silent. That old Su is rather reliable, Huizi murmured. Ning Fan reminded him, Huigu, you weren't saying that earlier. I hadn't sobered up yet. Huizi chuckled. Old Su and I are brothers. I know whether he is dependable or not. In the afternoon, the 3 dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Ning Fan was responsible for selling the spoils in the black market. This black market was not much different from that of F27, even before entering. The raucous shouts could be heard from within. Ning Fan shouldered his package, navigating through the crowd. Hey, young man, got any good goods? A young man waved at Ning Fan. I specialize in exotic beast trade. If you have anything, let me take a look. I'll give you a good price. How did you know I have exotic beast items? Ning Fan was intrigued. The young man grinned. After doing this for a while, you can pick up on the scent. Ning Fan found the young man to appear quite genuine, so he opened his package. Upon seeing its contents, the young man's eyes lit up. Wow, you look quite young, but I didn't expect you to be so capable. Within this parcel lie used weapons and various supplies typically found in the wilderness, all scavenged from a notorious skeleton brigade. Additionally, there are trophies from the hunt, including precious essence crystals, brain cores, and fragments of exotic beast hides and limbs. For an experienced traveler, the ability to discern the value of items on a beast is a fundamental skill. Surviving in the wild for an extended period makes it impractical to carry every item from a creature. Thus, one generally selects only the most valuable. The items in Ning Fan's possession are certainly of considerable worth. I will not part with these medicinal supplies. The rest is yours to choose, he stated as he set aside the essential medicines, knowing they would be of use in the future. The young man meticulously examined the items and suddenly noticed a still-beating heart. The heart of a crimson tiger? This is a fine find, he exclaimed. Fresh. Killed just a day ago. Ning Fan recognized this item as the most valuable in the parcel, worth around 20,000. Upon hearing the price, the young man displayed little reaction and simply placed the crimson tiger's heart into the parcel. Ning Fan felt a twinge of confusion. His price was reasonable, and even if the young man found it steep, he would typically engage in negotiation. Previously, he had discussed a minimum price of 18,000, leaving room for bargaining. However, Ning Fan failed to notice that after placing the heart down, the young man discreetly signaled to someone behind him. Chapter 0053. The Swap Brother, 20,000 is rather steep. The young man furrowed his brow as he gazed at the crimson heart of the red tiger nestled within the package, clearly torn between desire and the price. Ning Fan was acutely aware that the other party was attempting to negotiate. In District F21, solitary red tigers were a rarity, making this fresh red tiger heart worth the price. Ning Fan raised his hand, intending to reclaim the heart. If not, I might as well explore other options. The young man did not hinder him. However, at that moment, someone jostled Ning Fan from behind. Apologies, brother. It's rather crowded. Turning around, Ning Fan encountered a man sporting a disarming smile. No worries. In such a bustling black market, It was commonplace for people to jostle one another, and the man's amiable demeanor dissuaded Ning Fan from taking offense. Yet, when he turned back, he noticed the young man's expression had deepened in concern. Brother, if the red tiger heart were indeed fresh, 20,000 would be a fair price. He sighed and shook his head. But this one has been here for at least a week. The quality is simply unacceptable. Ning Fan was taken aback. Initially, he suspected the young man had indulged a bit too much. A week? The heart was still beating. How could that be? Suddenly, he froze. The red tiger heart remained in his package, yet its color and freshness had drastically changed. Moments ago, it had been vibrantly red, but now it had turned a murky brown. This was not his heart. Brother, perhaps you should inquire elsewhere. I cannot accept a red tiger heart of such quality. The young man sighed with a hint of regret. However, if you truly cannot sell it, return to me. I could offer 500 solars to take a chance. Even if no one buys it, I can afford the loss. Consider it a friendly gesture. Ning Fan dismissed his words as nonsense. Just a minute ago, the red tiger heart had been pulsating with life. How had it deteriorated so swiftly? Moreover, his statement was enough to suggest his involvement in this matter, as he was clearly feigning ignorance. He had just examined his own red tiger heart and could not possibly mistake its freshness. Now, he pretended to be helpless. Where's my red tiger heart? Ning Fan's expression turned icy. The heart had undoubtedly been swapped. If his intuition served him right, the exchange had occurred the moment someone had bumped into him, seizing the opportunity while he turned away. Huh? Wasn't it right there? The young man pointed at the package in confusion. Yet, Ning Fan rose from his seat, placing the brown red tiger heart onto the stall. Return my red tiger heart. No, brother, what do you mean? The young man's demeanor shifted. The item was brought by you. What should I return? By this time, a few onlookers had drawn closer. What's going on, Liang? A burly man inquired in a deep voice. Is someone causing trouble? It's nothing, Liu. The young man named Liangzi waved his hand dismissively and confidently smiled at Ning Fan, saying, Brother, don't cause any trouble. Given your young age, I'll let it slide this time. It was evident that the individuals surrounding him had a close relationship with Liangzi. One might even say they were a gang. However, Ning Fan exhibited no signs of anxiety nor any intention to depart. So you refuse to return it? What exactly do you intend to do, child? A burly man named Liu approached, pushing down on Ning Fan's shoulder. Are you trying to stir up trouble? Liangzi sneered, raising his chin, his silence exuding an air of defiance. Ning Fan remained silent as well. Yet in the next moment, he suddenly drew his broken sword and thrust it directly towards Liu's chest. Liu was taken aback, yet his reflexes were commendable, allowing him to evade the attack by sidestepping. The blade of the broken sword grazed Liu's chest, leaving a gaping wound approximately 30 centimeters long. His shirt tore open, revealing a gruesome sight as blood began to ooze profusely. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that this young boy would strike without warning. Liu, too, felt a surge of dread. Had he not reacted swiftly, that sword would have pierced his heart. Was this boy insane? Before anyone could process the turn of events, Ning Fan's broken sword had already found its way to Liangzi's shoulder, the blade now pressing against his throat. Return the heart of the red tiger to me, Ning Fan stated coldly, or I would rather be confined for 7 days. Murder within the confines is punishable by 7 days of confinement. If you do not return what is mine, I shall take your life. This was the message Ning Fan intended to convey. Liangzi understood. No, brother, you. He faltered mid-sentence, no longer able to feign ignorance. Ning Fan's sword had already drawn a slight line of blood across his neck. This was a warning. I am not a fool, Ning Fan whispered. I hope you do not act foolishly either. Liangzi stared at Ning Fan for a lengthy moment before ultimately gritting his teeth and signaling Liu with a glance. Liu frowned but nodded, promptly rushing out. 2 minutes later, he returned with the still-beating heart of the red tiger in his hands. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes, observing the efficiency of these individuals in their business. They had managed to transfer the heart in such a brief period. He accepted the pulsating organ while retracting his broken sword. Engaging in such business meant cutting off his own retreat. Ning Fan scoffed. The black market in Zone F21 is rather lawless. Previously, he had encountered black market traders in Zone F27, which might have been more orderly due to Wenkai's involvement. However, here, he could only chuckle. Just as Ning Fan withdrew his broken sword and began to tidy his belongings, Liangzi emerged from the stall, accompanied by 7 or 8 individuals who bore unfriendly expressions. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. "Child, we've returned your item. There shouldn't be any mistakes this time, right?" As Liangzi caressed the wound on his neck, his voice resonated with a somber tone. "But what about the injuries sustained by my brother and me?" Ning Fan surveyed the crowd, clearly unimpressed. Is this farce not yet concluded? Of course, it was far from over. Liangzi extended his 5 fingers, declaring, 50,000 solara, and this matter will be settled. Unable to deceive, now resorting to robbery? Ning Fan scoffed in anger. Enough of your trivialities. If you do not pay, you shall not exit this street. Brother Liu regained his earlier bravado. In the black market, strength in numbers prevailed. Everyone stood united. Have you forgotten the pain after the scars have healed? Ning Fan set down his bundle and brandished his broken sword once more. Out there, you may possess some abilities, but within the district, do you still dare to flaunt your skills? Yet, Liangzi merely scoffed, with so many present, do you think you can hide from us? Within the district, the use of spirit attendants is prohibited. Ning Fan mused aloud, recalling Huai's warning. Killing one person results in a 7-day confinement. What would happen if multiple lives were taken? Would the penalties accumulate? His mutterings elicited laughter from those around him, and he chuckled in return. Suddenly, a profound realization dawned upon him. He possessed a significant advantage, Jian Wuchou, the boundless spirit attendant. In combat, he need not summon it at all. Thus, whether within or outside the district, his prowess remained unblemished. Chapter 54. My sword is faster than your gun. It was evident that Liangzi and his companions had yet to realize the extraordinary nature of the child before them. Just as they were about to hurl a few more taunts, Ning Fan had already drawn his sword. The nearest individual, who had still been wearing a smile, found himself frozen in place the very next second. The shattered blade had pierced through his throat. The sound of blood dripping onto the ground created an unsettling silence among the onlookers. Liangzi's smile also froze on his face. How had he struck so swiftly? It was all too elusive. Ning Fan pressed his hand upon the head of the man he had pierced, pushing him back. The broken sword was withdrawn, and a spray of blood erupted forth. The man collapsed to the ground, leaving behind a pool of crimson. Injuries would cost 50,000. What was the price for a life? Ning Fan lifted his gaze to Liangzi. Instinctively, Liangzi and his companions stepped back a pace. It was not due to cowardice, but rather because they could not comprehend how Ning Fan had acted with such swiftness. This indicated a significant disparity in strength between the two parties. Without utilizing a spirit servant, this young man possessed such terrifying power. Ning Fan took a step forward, his foot landing in the bloodied puddle with a splatter. You dare to kill? Liangzi exclaimed in shock. Ning Fan pointed at the corpse beneath his feet. Is it not apparent? The crowd began to retreat, creating a vacuum around Ning Fan. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from outside. Make way. The crowd parted, allowing a middle-aged man in uniform to stride in with a stern expression. Upon seeing the lifeless body, his brow furrowed deeply. Who did this? He did. Liangzi quickly pointed at Ning Fan. Everyone can attest to it. We all saw it with our own eyes. The middle-aged man continued. Is this under the jurisdiction of the executors or the monitors? I don't know. Liangzi was genuinely perplexed. If a murder occurred without the use of a spirit servant, it fell under the executor's domain. However, if a spirit servant were involved, it would be the responsibility of the monitors. These two departments had clearly defined roles, and neither would encroach upon the other's duties. The issue was that Liangzi could not discern whether Ning Fan had utilized a spirit servant. Not from his district. The middle-aged man had already approached Ning Fan. Come with me. As he spoke, he attempted to seize Ning Fan's broken sword. Ning Fan raised his arm, evading the man's grasp. What? Do you wish to spar with me? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Killing someone within the district warrants a mere 7 days of confinement. But if a conflict arises with the executors, it could escalate significantly. You arrived quite promptly, Ning Fan remarked with a smile. Neither too early nor too late. I had just killed someone when you appeared. Is the law enforcement in Zone F21 so efficient? The middle-aged man's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Nothing of consequence, Ning Fan replied, gesturing at the corpse beneath him. Had I not acted, it would have been me lying here now. The middle-aged man, weary of idle chatter with Ning Fan, took decisive action once more. Any words you have, let us discuss them back at my place. Ning Fan evaded again, retorting, let us converse here. Damn it. The middle-aged man was instantly incensed, drawing a peculiarly shaped firearm from behind him, pointing it at Ning Fan. I strongly advise you to reconsider. Your actions can be construed as resisting arrest. I am well within my rights to end your life. I too advise you to think carefully. Ning Fan's voice softened. My sword is undoubtedly swifter than your gun. The onlookers around them buzzed with excitement. For it had been years since anyone dared to confront an enforcer directly. This young man possessed audacity. Many veterans of the black market were aware that this enforcer was allied with Liangzi and his ilk. Should Ning Fan accompany him, 7 days of confinement would suffice to extract every last resource from him. Such occurrences were far from rare. I swear right now. Crack. The middle-aged man's fury peaked. If this young man intimidated him, what would become of his reputation? It was merely a matter of eliminating an outsider. Moreover, this outsider had indeed committed murder first. He would face no repercussions. Yet, just as he prepared to pull the trigger, a flash of black light streaked past. The firearm in his hand, shattered into 2 pieces, the severed edges remarkably smooth. I told you, my sword is faster than your gun. You dare. Otherwise, why not test what means could compel me to follow you? Ning Fan brandished his broken sword. If there are no alternatives, let's escalate the commotion and summon every enforcer and observer nearby. This was Ning Fan's reasoning for taking action. He could not believe that every individual in Sector F-21 was in collusion with these few miscreants. He had committed murder and could accept confinement. Yet he would never acquiesce to follow this man. There was something amiss, and he could discern it. The middle-aged man found himself in a precarious position as well. The situation had reached a stalemate. He lacked the capacity to forcibly take Ning Fan away. Indeed, Ning Fan's sword was remarkably swift. Amid the standoff, an unusually curious scene unfolded at the edge of the crowd. A figure, burdened by a backpack several times larger than their own body, was making their way towards them. The backpack towered over 3 meters, appearing exceedingly heavy. Yet the individual wore an expression devoid of strain, instead exuding cheerfulness and lightness in their step. Upon spotting Ning Fan, the person's eyes gleamed with recognition. Ah, brother, it's you. Ning Fan was equally taken aback. This was none other than Su Zhang's son, Su Ben. Why on earth are there corpses? Su Ben exclaimed, startled by the sight of the fallen bodies. Ning Fan, observing Su Ben's naive demeanor, couldn't help but smile wryly. What on earth are you carrying? Dragon scales, Su Ben declared, placing the hefty bundle on the ground. Boom! A dull thud resonated, testifying to the immense weight of the parcel. Ning Fan's realization struck him like a lightning bolt. Do you mean to say, from yesterday until now, you have been working on this? Indeed, Su Ben chuckled. My father says this thing is quite precious. Any scratches will diminish its quality, and it won't fetch a good price. I can only take it apart piece by piece. Ning Fan was bewildered. Su Jiang truly was a remarkable individual. He left his son to toil in the wilderness while he returned to drink merrily until dawn. The perplexing part was that Su Ben was obedient. He really had spent the entire night in the valley peeling dragon scales. Brother, just wait a moment. Su Ben, oblivious to the tense atmosphere, turned his head and waved at Liangzi. Xiaoliang, come over here. Hey! Liangzi's expression was complex, yet he scurried over eagerly. Su Ben pointed at the backpack. My father mentioned that he had agreed on a price with you, 500 solara per piece. There are 230 pieces here, so you do the math. Liangzi paused for a moment, then rubbed his hands together and forced a smile. To Ben, I discussed 50 solara per piece with Su Yi. I don't care. My father said he had settled it with you for 500. Su Ben frowned. If that's the case, you can discuss it with my father. If I return with less money, he will scold me, not you. Liangzi's face contorted in distress. It was evident he dared not approach Su Jiang for a discussion. Hurry up. I spent the whole night working. I'm exhausted. Settle the payment. I need to go home and sleep. Su Ben said impatiently. To Ning Fan's surprise, just moments ago, Liangzi had been rather arrogant. Yet now he was counting on his fingers. 115,000, right? Just a moment, I will have someone bring it over. Chapter 55. My name is Su Bin, hurry up. Su Bin urged once more, turning back to Ning Fan with a smile. What were you saying just now? I said. You spent the entire night skinning in the valley? Ning Fan replied. Indeed. Su Bin nodded. It was quite laborious. Ning Fan swallowed hard. Su Jiang truly knows how to raise his children. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, the executor beside them suddenly grew anxious and spoke to Su Bin. Big Ben, do you know each other? Oh, Old He. Su Bin finally recognized the executor. What are you doing here? Old He licked his lips and pointed at Ning Fan. He killed someone. Su Bin glanced at the corpse on the ground before looking back at Ning Fan. You did this? Yes, Ning Fan nodded. Su Bin inquired with curiosity. What was the reason? They tried to rob me. Ning Fan indicated towards Liangzi and the others. Su Bin furrowed his brow and glared at Liangzi. You were going to rob him? No, Big Ben, the situation is actually... Enough. Don't say anything more. This brother saved my father yesterday. If you rob him, you're robbing my father. Su Bin rolled up his sleeves. Liangzi nearly fainted from fear. This accusation was utterly outrageous. In the F21 district, who would dare to provoke Su Jiang? Smack! A slap landed on Liangzi's head. Did my father not tell you before that in business, one must uphold integrity, cannot bully others, and cannot charge exorbitantly? Whatever price is agreed upon, that is the price. Though Su Bin was roughly the same age as Liangzi at that moment, he resembled a father chastising his son. Liangzi shielded his head, only for Su Bin to kick his backside. When he protected his backside, Su Bin slapped his head again. Please stop. Big Ben, I was wrong. Is that not enough? Brother Ben. Big Brother Ben. Liangzi was chased through the streets by Su Bin. Fortunately, Su Bin, having skinned all night, was not in peak condition and soon came to a halt. Brother, make him apologize to you. Su Bin returned to Ning Fan's side. With events having unfolded to this point, Ning Fan's anger had dissipated. Frankly, Liangzi was quite unfortunate. Not only was he left with a swollen head, but he also had to spend 115,000 to purchase dragon scales. It was painful for his flesh, and even more so for his heart. No need, Ning Fan waved his hand. I haven't suffered any loss. Su Bin nodded and then turned his gaze towards Executor Old He, who shivered slightly. Su Bin said seriously, killing within the district is undoubtedly against the rules. Although he is a friend of my father has always upheld the principle of reason. Whatever needs to be done will be done. I will inform my father that his savior has been apprehended. Wait, Old He was drenched in cold sweat. This is not his fault. It is Liangzi and the others who broke the rules. They brought this upon themselves. Truly deserving of it? Absolutely. Old He's face was resolute. Very well. Su Bin wrapped his arm around Ning Fan's shoulder. Brother, since Old He has declared it deserved, then it is indeed so. It has nothing to do with us. Ning Fan was left utterly bewildered by Su Bin's actions. Is the child truly foolish or merely pretending? One could argue he is feigning ignorance. Yet he has indeed spent an entire night diligently scraping the scales of the earth dragon. However, if one asserts he is genuinely simple, it is undeniable that with just a few words, laced with intimidation and threats, he resolved the matter at hand. I still have some items to sell. Once I conclude my transactions, I shall treat you to a meal. Regardless of the circumstances, Ning Fan sincerely appreciates Su Bin's assistance. Su Bin glanced at Ning Fan's bundle and inquired, what are you selling? About a dozen weapons and items from exotic beasts. Items from exotic beasts? How fortuitous. Su Bin gestured to a nearby individual, Xiao Yang. Come here and provide my brother with an appraisal. Liang specializes in the exotic beast trade, making him the perfect choice for this task. Brother Bin, please, not me. Liang lamented, I have no money left. Are you not conducting any business? Su Bin retorted with a glare. Liang, with tears in his eyes, approached, lowering his gaze to inspect the contents of the bundle before looking back at Ning Fan. Brother, how much do you think will be appropriate? Ultimately, Ning Fan sold all the exotic beast items to Liang for 60,000. This figure was derived from the market value, with Su Bin negotiating an additional 20% on his behalf. It was likely that these two transactions would leave Liang financially bereft. The remaining dozen weapons were sold, also at a market price of 2,000 each. Thanks to Su Bin's introduction. Now, Ning Fan found himself in possession of nearly 100,000 sola. He was not exaggerating. He had never seen such a sum in his life. "Brother, what is your name?" Su Bin suddenly asked during their journey. Ning Fan then recalled that although they had previously met, he had not introduced himself. "I am Ning Fan. I am Su Bin. I am aware." Ning Fan found Su Bin somewhat perplexing. He appeared rather simple-minded at times, yet there were moments when he seemed quite shrewd. "How did your conversation with my father go yesterday?" Su Bin inquired. "I had but a sip, and became inebriated," Ning Fan admitted, feeling a touch embarrassed. "Then you are quite lacking." Su Bin smirked. "You should practice more. Uncle Song was also inept initially, but my father made him drink for 3 years until he improved." Ning Fan's lips twitched at the thought of the District F-21 commander being forced to endure such training for 3 years. Nevertheless, it seems to have worked. "Su Bin, it appears that those in the black market hold a significant fear of your father, and even the executors dare not offend him. Is this due to his position?" Ning Fan inquired with curiosity. Su Bin shook his head. "It has nothing to do with that." "Then what is the reason?" "My father is formidable," Su Bin proclaimed with pride. Ning Fan sighed, realizing it would be a challenge to learn more about Su Jiang from Su Bin. "Wait, isn't this road leading to your home?" Ning Fan suddenly recognized the familiar street. "Indeed, did we not agree earlier? I shall treat you to a meal." "Oh, there is no rush. You still have a few days before you depart, do you not?" "I'm utterly exhausted. I shall return home for a nap." "Very well. We shall continue our conversation once you awaken." The two parted ways. As night fell, Huizi and Xiaofei had completed their respective tasks and gathered once more at the inn. "Captain, how did your discussions with Chu Hongba go?" Xiaofei inquired. As her mission was to discuss the specific arrangements for the journey to the Soul Return Land with Chu Hongba, "Our people will manage their own affairs. As for the Wolf Alliance, he will take command. In case of any disagreements in decision-making, we shall defer to him." Neither of them was surprised by this outcome. The strength of the Wolf Alliance was evident. Not only was Xiaofei a newly appointed captain, but even Lin Chuan would find it challenging to contend for command in terms of overall team strength. Moreover, with Su Jiang's assurance, the greatest advantage lay in mutual trust, a crucial element for collaboration among teams. Furthermore, Chu Hongba indicated that the journey to the Soul Return Basin was not particularly short and would necessitate driving, thus requiring our assistance in providing vehicles. Xiaofei continued. Huizi expressed no objection. "All right, we will probably need to purchase 3 vehicles. I checked today. Each costs approximately 8,000. He then turned to Ning Fan. "Kid, how much did you sell those items for?" 82,000, Ning Fan replied with a smile. Both were taken aback. Xiaofei scrutinized Ning Fan for a moment before exclaiming, "Why don't you stay in the district to conduct business? We can handle finding Brother Chuan ourselves." Chapter 0056. The request of the commander. It is no wonder that the two were astonished. They had previously calculated the value of those items to be just over 60,000, certainly not exceeding 70,000. Yet, Ning Fan had sold them for 82,000. The two were genuinely apprehensive about missing out on such a lucrative deal. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ning Fan recounted the entire sequence of events. And only then did they grasp the situation. Well, now, they not only owed a favor to old Su, but also to young Su. Huizi smiled bitterly. Without Su Bin's assistance, not only would they have not sold for 82,000, but Ning Fan might have even faced detention. "Fine, debts are debts. There will be opportunities to repay them," Huizi remarked, shifting the topic. "Ning Fan has over 80,000, and you, Captain, should have around 40,000. With this amount of money at hand, should we consider purchasing more medical supplies to be prepared?" "Yes, let us do that." Heading to the Soul Return Basin. None can predict the risks that await us. Since we have the funds, we might as well spend them. As long as we are alive, we can earn more, came the response. The three quickly calculated their expenses. 50,000 to the Wolf Alliance, 18,000 for a vehicle, approximately 20,000 for medicines, and additional provisions for the journey. In total, 100,000 should suffice. Sigh. Money. It is arduous to earn, yet it vanishes so swiftly. Huizi lamented. Despite the lamentation, the trio harbored no regrets. After all, it was for the sake of finding Brother Chuan. All right, let us get some rest. We should recharge during this period. Tomorrow, we will split up to gather information about the Soul Return Basin. The more we know, the lower our risks will be. Just as Xiao Fei and Huizi were about to leave, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Su Jiang stumbled in, clutching a bottle of liquor. Why didn't you seek me out today? The three were momentarily taken aback. Su Jiang plopped down on a chair and turned to Huizi. Feeling better now? Huizi grimaced. To be honest, even speaking now makes me feel nauseous. Perfect. Let us drink a bit more. It will clear your head, Su Jiang said, placing the bottle on the table. Huizi had no choice but to comply. After all, Su Jiang had been of immense help. It would be rather rude to refuse his invitation for a drink. All right, Su Jiang suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead. You're all heading to that basin, right? The Soul Return Basin. You asked about it 5 times yesterday. Xiao Fei muttered. Oh, did I? Haha, must have been too drunk to remember. Su Zian Juke. Girl, you and this fellow don't drink anyway. It's a perfect opportunity to meet someone who is also interested in that basin. Who are we meeting? Ning San Ning Guidet Intriguet. Su Jiang pointed out the window, downstairs. Just tell them you're friends of old Su. Ning Fan and Xiao Fei exchanged glances and nodded. They descended the stairs. Back in a room, Huizi was equally curious. Old Su, who is it? Song Kai, Su Jiang said, using his teeth to pry open the bottle cap and handing it to Huizi. A buddy of mine. As Ning Fan and Xiao Fei reached the ground floor, they noticed a car already parked outside. Is that old Su's friend? A head poked out from the back seat. The man appeared to be around 40 years of age, exuding a gentle and refined aura. Yes, I am. My surname is Song. You may call me Gu or Old Song as you prefer. Song Kai pushed open the car door and said, let's discuss this further inside. Although he did not explicitly introduce his identity, both parties were already aware of it. He was the district chief of F21. During the journey, Song Kai displayed no airs of superiority, engaging in casual conversation with the two. Upon learning that they were originally from F32 district and unable to return due to a minor conflict, Song Kai cheerfully reassured them, no worries. You can thrive in F21 just the same. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a 3-story building. The two followed Song Kai upstairs to an office. He retrieved a box of cigarettes and offered each of them one. Care for a smoke? It's not the finest quality, but the flavor is decent. The two declined. Chief Song. Ning Fan was the first to speak. Old Su mentioned you sought us out regarding the matter of the Soul Returning Basin. With the conversation turning serious, Song Kai forwent pleasantries. Indeed, he lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke, his expression gradually darkening. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, I would like to ask for your assistance in locating someone. Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow. A spirit? Yes. Song Kai's eyes reflected a complicated emotion, seemingly disliking the term spirit. The two fell silent, knowing that Song Kai would elaborate on his own. Sitting in the armchair, he lowered his gaze, his eyes dimmed. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. It is my son. A simultaneous shiver coursed through both of them, particularly Xiao Fei, who understood the anguish of a loved one transforming into a spirit far better than Ning Fan. Are you certain he is in the Soul Returning Basin? Uncertain. Song Kai replied with a bitter smile. But ISNT had said that it is a paradise for spirits? Perhaps he is there at this point. Ning Fan noticed the redness in Song Kai's eyes. His fingers, clutching the cigarette, trembled slightly. This was the helplessness of father, who despite being the highest authority in F21, could not bring his son back. All right, perhaps empathizing with his plight, Xiao Fei nodded without hesitation. What then? Once we find him? Song Kai remained silent. Xiao Fei pressed on. Kill him? Song Kai flinched, the cigarette but falling onto his trousers. Even as it burned a hole and the smell of charred flesh wafted through the air, he remained oblivious. Perhaps, to kill him. He raised his head, seemingly reluctant to lose face before the younger ones. That way, everyone would be liberated. The room fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. After a moment of hesitation, Ning Fan finally spoke. Brother Song, perhaps there's a way for spirits to revert to being normal. Song Kai abruptly turned to Ning Fan. Did old Su not mention this to you? Song Kai shook his head. Old Su had merely informed him that a reliable group intended to venture to the Soul Returning Basin. Ning Fan felt a twinge of confusion. They had already relayed this information to old Su, so why had he not informed Song Kai? Had he perhaps forgotten after drinking too much? Do you possess a means to restore my son to an ordinary state? Before Ning Fan could ponder further, Song Kai inquired with palpable excitement. Xiao Fei contemplated and replied, "This method cannot be definitively confirmed at this moment. We can only say there is hope." Song Kai, disregarding everything else, trembled with anticipation. His previously dim eyes now ignited with a fervent glimmer of hope. Regardless of its feasibility, it was imperative to give it a try. With a sense of urgency that belied his status, Song Kai implored, "Could you share this method with me?" Since Song Kai was a friend of old Su, they did not treat him as an outsider. Soon, Xiao Fei succinctly conveyed the method that Ning Fan had uncovered. After hearing it, Song Kai's expression grew noticeably more serious. "So, we need to seek assistance from Lin Hai in the Santong Cooperation Zone?" "Indeed," Ning Fan sighed. "However, we have yet to devise a way to approach Lin Hai and secure his agreement to assist us." Song Kai brushed the ash from his pants, his gaze shifting. "If you can bring my son back, I will find a way to handle things with Lin Hai." Chapter 0057. The character of old Su Ning Fan's eyes brightened. Indeed, the leader of the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone is difficult to approach given their current status. However, Song Kai might possess a solution. After all, he is the director. Though Ning Fan has yet to fully comprehend the hierarchical structure between the leader of the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone and the various regional directors, he surmises that even if there is a disparity, it should not be significant. "I heard that your expedition to the Soul Return Basin is for your captain?" Song Kai's mood seemed to brighten considerably. After all these years, he felt hope for the first time, even if the possibility remains uncertain. Having a glimmer of hope is a luxury for him. Any father, given the chance, would never seek another's hand to take his own son's life. Indeed, Ning Fan nodded. "Our captain willingly transformed into a specter to avenge his brothers." "Ah, Lin Chuan, is it? I have heard old Su speak of him. He is quite a righteous man," Song Kai remarked. "However, in this wretched world, good people often meet unfortunate ends." Ning Fan found himself in agreement with Song Kai's assertion. Those who commit heinous acts often escape retribution. Su Bei, for instance, kills indiscriminately across various districts, shielded by the power of his father, the leader. Even if he were captured, punishment would be elusive. Thus, for your journey to the Soul Return Basin, I shall cover all expenses. Suddenly, Song Kai declared, "Provide me with a list of necessities, and I shall arrange for assistance. I am far more familiar with this place than you are." This left Ning Fan and Xiao Fei feeling somewhat embarrassed. "No need, we have sufficient funds at the moment." Xiao Fei waved her hand. "Moreover, we have yet to locate him. No matter, old Su has vouched for your reliability, and I trust that." Song Kai stated generously, "Even if you do not find my son, let us consider this a budding friendship. After all, you have given me hope." As he spoke, Song Kai sighed again. A person without hope. Living can be exceedingly difficult. Ning Fan suddenly understood why Song Kai often drank with Su Jiang. It was for the sake of his son. Despite being a director, he is still human. Everyone faces insurmountable obstacles and harbors unresolvable issues. Alcohol can provide temporary numbness. A question had long lingered in Ning Fan's heart, and after much hesitation, he could not restrain himself any longer. "Brother Song, I am quite curious. What exactly does old Su do?" Ning Fan spoke earnestly. "I can sense that he holds considerable prestige in District F21, but—" Song Kai chuckled. "Yet this old fellow seems rather unorthodox, does he not?" "Indeed," Ning Fan replied with a wry smile. "However, he enlisted the Wolf Alliance to assist us, which makes him seem quite reliable. It's quite contradictory. Much like his son Su Ben, who is both foolish and clever. Old Su is a remarkable person." A smile crept across Song Kai's lips. "I just stated that in this world, good people often meet unfortunate ends. Yet similarly, those who are excessively wicked may not necessarily enjoy a favorable conclusion." Ning Fan remained silent. Song Kai continued, "As for old Su, he embodies a certain complexity. You might label him a good person, yet at times his actions can be rather distasteful. Conversely, if you were to designate him as a villain, I would vehemently disagree. He does not possess blind kindness, nor can he embody the pinnacle of malevolence, such as Su Jiang. So why does everyone in District F21 hold him in such high regard? Ning Fan remained perplexed. There are many individuals like him. So why is it that Su Jiang thrives in District F21? Is it merely because he hails from the upper city? Nonsense. While Song Kai appeared cultured, his demeanor shifted when discussing Su Jiang. He was cast down from the upper city. To put it bluntly, why should we, the denizens of the lower city, cater to the refuse discarded by the upper city? Do you think our knees are so feeble? At this juncture, Song Kai fell into reflection. In truth, when old Su was first rescued from the path of grace, his existence was quite miserable. He sighed. You all know how the inhabitants of the upper city look down upon us, viewing us as rats in the sewers, as cockroaches, as vermin. How can we not harbor resentment towards them? Just then, an aristocrat from the upper city was cast down. Do you think anyone would extend him a warm welcome? It was a rare occurrence for a noble from the upper city to tumble into our gutter, and surely we would vent our pent-up frustration upon him. When old Su first arrived, he lacked food and shelter, and many who felt discontent would find him at the dump to kick him about. Yet old Su never engaged in conflict. He simply slept at the refuse station, eating whatever he could find when hunger struck. There were even whispers. This upper city lord has no airs about him. He resembles us more than a cockroach. Upon hearing this, Ning Fan and Xiao Fei felt a tumult of emotions. Although Su Jiang now appeared akin to a beggar, none could fathom that he had once endured such a life. And then what transpired? Ning Fan inquired. Over time, did everyone simply come to accept him? What a jest! Song Kai outright rejected Ning Fan's assumption. Can centuries of resentment dissipate so easily? The release of such pent-up feelings only grows more intense. This matter is rather difficult for me to discuss with you. Ning Fan felt a pang of discomfort. The tale had been told halfway, only to be left hanging. Quite frustrating. Alas, regardless, that old rascal had no intention of concealing the truth. Throughout his life, he feared nothing more than the opinions of others. Song Kai seemed to have become quite animated, yet he also appeared troubled. Eventually, a young widow appeared. Her husband, a traveler, had perished outside, leaving her alone. This compassionate widow, observing old Su rummaging through garbage daily, would occasionally bring him some food. It was nothing extravagant, merely leftovers from her own meals, but far superior to the refuse. Old Su accepted her offerings without a hint of gratitude, waiting each day for her arrival. Thus, this arrangement continued for over a month, until the widow found herself pregnant. Ning Fan was taken aback. Old Su possesses quite the charm, doesn't he? Even at the refuse station, he can win over a widow? Xiao Fei cast a glare at him, exclaiming, Your foul mouth is increasingly reminiscent of Hui Zi. Ning Fan chuckled awkwardly and turned to Song Kai, saying, Brother Song, please continue. That child, Song Kai clarified, is not old Su's. The truth is, it is the offspring left by the widow's husband before his departure. It has nothing to do with old Su whatsoever. Suddenly, Ning Fan recalled. That child. Yes, it is to Ben. Song Kai nodded. At that time, many believed the widow to be rather shameless. After all, she was clinging to the remnants of a man discarded by the city folks. Wasn't he a bit brazen to pursue someone so soon after her husband's death? Thus, rumors began to circulate, claiming that the child in the widow's womb was actually fathered by old Su. From that day forth, the widow's life was never peaceful again. Chapter 0058, Wolf Alliance. Origins in the beginning. The whispers circulating through the streets and alleys did not concern the young widow. However, as time passed, the rumors spread throughout the district, with some even claiming that the widow had been involved with old Su while her husband was still alive. Song Kai licked his parched lips. After all, she was a woman who would not wish to preserve their dignity. Eventually, the widow could no longer endure the gossip and ceased bringing meals to old Su. Old Su, however, took it in stride, having previously endured worse fare. He was content to survive without the widow's provisions. Although his meals became less palatable, he remained unfazed and returned to the days of his arrival. This continued for over half a year, until the widow met her demise. Ning Fan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He realized that it was likely during this time that old Su had truly begun to live again. What happened? Xiao Fei, moved by the revelation, inquired. She was beaten to death by a group of men, Song Kai sighed. At that time, the widow had just given birth, and everyone around had already assumed the child was old Su's, branding the infant as a bastard and stripping the widow of her dignity as a citizen. People, when seeking to vent their frustrations, often look for a seemingly justifiable excuse. And then, Ning San preset. Then, those men carried the widow's body to the garbage dump and tossed it in front of old Su, proclaiming that anyone who showed him kindness would meet the same fate. Ning Fan felt a profound discomfort in his heart. It was true that old Su hailed from the upper city, and he harbored a deep-seated disdain for its inhabitants. Yet, the issue remained. Old Su had not provoked them. After being cast down, he had merely hidden in the shadows, causing no harm to anyone, nor disrupting the lives of the lower city dwellers. Why then must he be tormented? Was this not akin to the upper city's bullying of the lower city residents? Ning Fan could scarcely fathom the anguish old Su must have felt upon seeing the widow's corpse discarded before him. It was said that old Su remained remarkably composed at that moment. Song Kai continued. He simply posed a question to them. What about the child? Xiao Fei's eyes sparkled as she interjected. He must have asked just that. Indeed, Song Kai nodded. Those brutes had thrown the child into the wilderness. Ning Fan closed his eyes. Even now, he could not bear to envision that scene. The group claimed that they discarded the child in the wild to atone for the widow's deceased husband, asserting that a bastard had no place within the district. Old Su said nothing but, for the first time, stepped beyond the confines of the area. 3 days later, he returned, cradling a baby boy. This child was Deben. As Song Kai recounted this, he lit a cigarette, steadied his emotions, and continued. Within a week, those who had killed the widow vanished without a trace. Where did they go? Ning Fan asked. Unknown. Their bodies have yet to be found. Song Kai pondered for a moment. Once, after a night of heavy drinking, I broached the subject with old Su. He remarked that those individuals merely went to where they were destined to be. After bringing Deben back, Lao Su no longer resided at the garbage station. Instead, he took up a position as a sorter on the path of grace and rented this modest little abode. When others inquired, he would simply claim that Deben was his son. Ning Fan expressed his confusion. But wait, doesn't that mean he is acknowledging that the widow? Indeed, he has accepted it. Song Kai replied with a wry smile. He stated that once a person has passed away, their reputation holds no significance. The child is still alive and must not be left without parents. A wild child is easily bullied. Henceforth, shall be Deben's father. And should anyone dare to harm Deben, he will protect him. Xiao Fei nodded in agreement. He has acted correctly. Even if he were to explain that the child is not his, no one would believe him. Exactly, Song Kai concurred. Most people are inclined to believe what they wish to believe. Moreover, Ning Fan remarked, Deben is quite filial. Being brought back from the wild by Lao Su is akin to having been given a second chance at life. He is now thriving. How could he not be healthy? Deben has been nourished on the finest city produce since childhood. He has never even tasted the food from the lower city. Song Kai gestured in exasperation. That little rascal lives more lavishly than I do. Ning Fan was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that even though Lao Su had become a sorter at the Path of Grace and earned money, he was still consuming refuse. His earnings, aside from rent, were spent entirely on purchasing premium produce for Deben. In his own words, he could not afford to mistreat the child. With Deben in his life, Lao Su was no longer a target for bullying. While he could endure a few kicks, anyone who dared to utter a single no regarding the child would surely face dire consequences within 2 days. Gradually, people began to realize that Lao Su might indeed possess some capabilities, and the instances of bullying him diminished significantly. Ning Fan inquired, but it can't be as it is now, can it? The current Lao Su clearly held a prominent position in District F21. This was no longer merely a matter of whether one dared to bully him. Let me finish. Song Kai cleared his throat. Do you remember the Wolf Alliance that came to assist you? What did Chu Hongbao say to you? Nothing much. We merely discussed the matter of going to the Soul Return Basin. Ah, it seems he is still unfamiliar with you. Song Kai chuckled. That lad regards Lao Su as a father figure. Lao Su and Chu Hongbao's father must have connected through some means. After becoming acquainted, they found a mutual affinity and gradually developed a camaraderie. At that time, the Wolf Alliance was still under Lao Chu's leadership, reigning supreme in District F21. Few dared to provoke them, and many speculated that Lao Su was clinging to Lao Chu for support. Since their acquaintance began, the number of people willing to cause trouble for Lao Su had diminished significantly. This was around a decade ago. Lao Chu undertook a commission and led the Wolf Alliance out. But ultimately, only half of them returned. Song Kai's expression turned somber. Lao Chu did not come back. With Lao Chu gone, Chu Hongbao was barely 20 years old at that time and had yet to accompany his father on any expeditions. He was nothing more than a naive youth. A foolish boy. Managing such an extensive operation as the Wolf Alliance was beyond his grasp. The elders of the Wolf Alliance began to contemplate the implications of this emblem. Ning Fan furrowed his brow, questioning the necessity of such actions among old comrades. Yet it was indeed necessary. Song Kai replied earnestly, "You have no idea how valuable the Wolf Alliance's reputation is in the F21 district. To put it succinctly, for the same commission, an ordinary team might charge 20,000, while the Wolf Alliance dares to demand 50,000. It's unavoidable. Their reputation is formidable, and they are worth every penny." During Old Chu's funeral, the elders of the Wolf Alliance could no longer contain themselves. They surrounded the grieving orphan and widow, clamoring for this coveted emblem. Ku Unbo, a young man of strong character, resolutely refused to yield, resulting in him being mercilessly beaten by those elders at his father's funeral. Did Old Su intervene? Ning Sun inquired. Song Kai nodded. Old Su received word only after finishing his shift at the Path of Grace and rushed over immediately. Upon witnessing Chu Hongbao reduced to a pitiful state, he posed a single question to him. Song Kai's eyes gleamed with a hint of anticipation. "This emblem I shall reserve for you. Can you re-establish your presence?" Chapter 0059. 3 questions. Ning Fan's gaze froze. The individuals from the Wolf Alliance were all brought forth by Chu Hongbao himself and that group of elders. They must have all been eliminated by Old Su. The insignia, had it been before, Ning Fan might not have comprehended its value. However, thinking of Lin Chuan and the Wild Dog's home, he understood all too well the significance of an insignia to a team. When lives are lost, the insignia must continue to be passed down. It is not merely about money. Since then, Old Su has dedicated his days to 3 tasks: working, caring for the Ben, and taking Chu Hongbao into the wilderness. At this juncture, Song Kai appeared to feel a sense of relief, exhaling softly. Now, Old Su is somewhat at ease. The Ben has grown up, and Chu Hongbao has upheld the Wolf Alliance. This statement seemed simple enough. Yet, no one could truly fathom what Old Su had endured over these 20 years. Setting aside his past, as an upper city dweller, even an ordinary person from the lower city would struggle to withstand the life Old Su led. What caused Old Su to be cast down from the upper city? Ning Fan posed a crucial question. Song Kai shook his head with a smile. "I do not know. Were you not curious?" "Curious." Song Kai scratched his chest. It itched like mad. But there was no way to inquire. Wouldn't that be akin to carving flesh from a person? Ning Fan comprehended. When Old Su was first cast down, his spirit was shattered. It was the small widow and the Ben, mother and son, who revived his will to live. Now that the Ben had matured, Old Su harbored little desire. Hence, he dulled his senses with alcohol daily. The upper city remained an unresolved knot in his heart. Old Su had long since regarded himself as a lower city man. There was no need for them to dwell on his past in the upper city. Having exhausted his account, Song Kai stood and stretched, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, these matters, let us leave them at that. Don't mention them to Old Su when you return, or that old fellow will surely drown me in liquor again." Observing Song Kai's apprehensive demeanor, Ning Fan could surmise that, although Song Kai did not articulate it, he must have also received favors from Old Su. Old Su may appear eccentric, yet when it comes to business, he is unequivocal. The 3 continued their conversation for a while longer. At Song Kai's persistent urging, Ning Fan and Xiao Fei left him with a list for exiting the district. As Song Kai had stated, he was far more knowledgeable about District F21. Some matters were not merely about money. Even with wealth, Ning Fan and the others might not be able to acquire them. If it felt inappropriate, he should try to bring his son back. Song Kai arranged for a vehicle to return the two to their hotel. Just as they approached the entrance, they heard the voices of Old Sue and Wheezy from within. I'm not boasting. If I were just a few years younger, I would definitely storm into the 3 Unified Cooperation Zone and give Chuan a taste of his own medicine. Don't kid yourself. After drinking some cheap liquor, you be the one raised by the 3 Unified. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Didn't you see yesterday in the wilderness? I knocked that earth dragon senseless with a single punch. I want to argue with you on that. Your fists indeed possess a formidable strength. However, I cannot fathom why, with such capability, you choose to remain cooped up at home, indulging in drink. What is there to explore? I have descended from the upper city. This is merely a discreet visit. What have I not seen? Explore? What is there to explore? Very well. You hail from the upper city. You are esteemed. You are impressive. You possess insight that distinguishes you from us mere vermin. What is the matter? Jealous are we? Feeling discontented for not being born into the upper city? What is there to be discontented about? What is so great about the upper city? I find life in the lower city quite satisfactory. I have brothers. I have friends. Indeed, the upper city. Damn it. If you cannot drink, just admit it. What's the point of pouring it on the ground as if I am blind to it? Is the wine free of cost? Outside the room, Ning Fan and Xiao Fei exchanged a glance, both sharing a wry smile. Had they not heard Song Kai recount Old Sue's past today, they would never have imagined that this man held such a wealth of stories. You should stay in Wheezy's room. These two will likely not finish drinking anytime soon. Xiao Fei waved her hand and returned to her own room. Ning Fan, too, retreated to rest. Just as he entered the realm of dreams, he felt a surge of alertness. In his vision, a sword's edge lunged directly at his throat. This strike had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. Though he held no sword, he raised his hand, mimicking the motion as if he grasped a blade. Whoosh! The sword of Jian Wuchou was deflected. The scene was peculiar. Although Ning Fan held only air, the opponent's sword seemed to recoil as if met with resistance. I have survived. Ning Fan's eyes shone brightly. Although perishing in a dream does not equate to true death, the exhilaration of having lived through it filled him with tremendous joy. Opposite him, Jian Wuchou glanced at his sword, and Ning Fan discerned surprise etched upon his face. Rapid progress. Jian Wuchou sheathed his sword. Commendable talent. Does this mean I have now grasped your swordsmanship? Ning Fan cherished his praise, yet Jian Wuchou doused his enthusiasm. Far from it. Ning Fan felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet simultaneously, he sensed a significant enhancement in his abilities recently. If this does not signify mastery of Jian Wuchou's sword essence, then his potential for further growth is indeed vast. This, in fact, bears good tidings. I promised you that if you dodge my sword, I would answer 3 questions. Jian Wuchou stated coolly. You have already asked the first question. 2 remain. Ning Fan was taken aback. He certainly recalled Jian Wuchou mentioning this matter, but does this even count as a question? Of course it does. Jian Wuchou continued. You are left with but one final question. Ning Fan nearly erupted. During this period, he believed he had encountered numerous experiences. His emotions had stabilized. Yet at this moment, he found himself struggling to maintain composure. What vexed him further was that he felt a reluctance to speak. According to the temperament of Jian Wuchou, it is possible that he might interpret that statement as a question to be answered. If that were the case, all 3 inquiries would be rendered futile. Calm down. Ning Fan continuously urged himself to maintain clarity of mind. What should I ask? After a full 10 minutes of contemplation, Jian Wuchou did not rush him. Finally, Ning Fan's expression grew serious. You previously mentioned that my sword is a sword coffin and that you ate. Souls were confined by someone. Ning Fan articulated each word distinctly. Who is the person that imprisoned you? Obtaining the answer to this question might unravel some of the mysteries that have clouded his mind. For instance, if he is neither of the upper city lineage nor the lower city lineage, then what exactly is he? Jian Wuchou, upon hearing Ning Fan's question, hesitated for a brief moment before extending his finger. Ning Fan was taken aback. for he saw that Jian Wucho's finger was pointing towards the most ornate green coffin at the center. Chapter 60. Unfulfilled expectations. This answer indeed completely caught Ning Fan off guard. He fixed his gaze upon the coffin, pondering whether the soul imprisoned within was the owner of this broken sword. Who could he be? You have posed your 3 questions, stated Jian Wucho with an air of indifference. Ning Fan furrowed his brow, feeling an insatiable curiosity stirring within him. In truth, he had only managed to ask 1 question. Yet, it was evident that Jian Wucho's nature would not allow for any bargaining. What shall I do next? Ning Fan suddenly realized, if I could pass your other trials, would there not be further opportunities to inquire? No. Jian Wucho's response extinguished Ning Fan's enthusiasm. Why not? There is no reason. Jian Wucho replied flatly. I simply do not wish to answer anymore. This answer left Ning Fan seething, yet powerless to express his frustration. Then how can I open that coffin? Since Jian Wucho refused to respond, Ning Fan resolved to directly question the individual within the verdant coffin. Jian Wucho chuckled. Not yet. He stepped back a couple of paces and tossed the sword into the air. You shall not open any other coffins until you have defeated me. Before Ning Fan could react, the sword soared through the air like a striking phoenix, hurtling directly towards him. Realizing the imminent danger, he instinctively dodged. Slicing. The sword's edge grazed his chest. Even in a dream, the sensation of pain remained achingly real, causing Ning Fan to wince. Yet, the sword did not afford him the luxury of lingering in suffering. It veered at an extraordinarily unnatural angle towards his throat. Damn! The moment Ning Fan recognized the ferocity of this strike, he understood he could not evade it. Should you block this strike, your swordsmanship will have reached 1/3 of my skill. Just before the sword pierced his throat, Ning Fan heard Jian Wucho's words. And then? Ning Fan urgently inquired as death approached. Then, I shall employ other techniques to kill you. Without granting Ning Fan another moment to speak, the sword penetrated his throat. Thud! Ning Fan bolted upright in bed. Damn it! His morning mood was severely soured. He had failed to clarify his questions, and ultimately, he had not escaped death. How infuriating! Knock, knock, knock. Are you awake? A voice called from outside the door. Awake. Ning Fan momentarily set aside thoughts of Jian Wucho, dressed, and opened the door. Come downstairs. The members of the Wolf Alliance have arrived. At the edge of Zone F21, Ning Fan and Xiao Fei walked ahead, while Huizi leaned against the wall, unsteady on his feet. Knowing we might be leaving the zone today, why drink so excessively? Xiao Fei frowned in discontent. But Huizi retorted, Did I want to drink that much? Huizi, with red-rimmed eyes, exclaimed, Ugh, that old scoundrel Su Jiang is truly a beast. He practically forced me to drink until I choked. Ugh. Ning Fan could only manage a bitter smile. Reflecting on how Song Kai had also appeared fearful of Su Jiang's drinking antics the previous day, he felt a pang of sympathy for Huizi. Have you arrived? Chu Hongba approached, first casting a glance at Huizi, a smile breaking through his stern features. Did Suyi make you drink? Huizi felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was one thing to lose face in front of family, but he still cared about his dignity in front of outsiders. Even when drinking casually, that old rascal made a fool of himself. Ha! Chu Hongba chose not to dwell on this, his expression turning serious as he addressed Xiao Fei. My men are prepared and ready to depart at any moment. Very well, Xiao Fei replied, gesturing towards the 3 vehicles parked by the perimeter wall. The supplies are loaded. Take a look and see if anything else needs to be arranged. These 3 vehicles have been sent over by Song Kai earlier in the day, fully stocked with provisions. Their quality far exceeded what they had initially considered. Both the tires and the bodies have been modified. If placed on the market, each would fetch at least 20,000 salas. One must acknowledge Song Kai's generous nature. Chu Hongba, not one to hesitate, instructed his subordinates to inspect the vehicles. After a young man completed his assessment, he gave a thumbs up. Brother, it's all top-notch stuff. Good. Chu Hongba nodded and turned back to Xiao Fei. When do you intend to leave? Right now? Xiao Fei asserted, unwilling to delay further. Chu Hongba glanced at Huizi, a hint of concern in his eyes. Is that wise? What could possibly go wrong? Ugh. Huizi straightened himself, albeit unsteadily. Rest assured, I won't vomit in the vehicle. Chu Hongba was indifferent. Even if Zi were temporarily incapacitated, it would not detract from their overall strength. After all, the Wolf Alliance was the main force for this operation. Then let us be off. The group boarded the vehicles, with Chu Hongba accompanying Wild Dog House, while the other two vehicles were entrusted to the men of the Wolf Alliance. Just as the three vehicles were about to exit the district, a hearty voice called out from behind, "Wait." Ning Fan turned to see Su Ben, burdened with a massive crossbow, hastily approaching. "What is it, De Ben? Is something wrong with old Su?" Zi perked up immediately. "Did he suffer from alcohol poisoning?" "No. How can my father be in any trouble? He said he didn't drink enough yesterday and went off to find Uncle Song for more." Su Ben chuckled. Zi's face turned ashen. "What the hell? I risked my life to accompany you. And you're saying you didn't drink enough? Are you trampling on my dignity? I'm coming with you," Su Ben declared, pulling open the door of Ning Fan's vehicle. "Huh?" Chu Hongba was taken aback. "De Ben, you're joining us? Did Su permit this?" "Yes, my father said that he always takes me out for fun, fearing I might be bored. Allow me to accompany you and broaden my horizons." Chu Hongba furrowed his brow. To be perfectly candid, he was reluctant to have Su Ben tag along. If it were solely the three individuals from the Wild Dog House, Chu Hongba, out of respect for Su Jiang, would undoubtedly lend his utmost assistance. However, there existed an undeniable distance between them, a gap forged by personal ties. Even with the best of intentions, his primary obligation would be to safeguard his own. Yet with Su Ben in tow, the situation altered dramatically. He would rather face peril himself than allow Su Ben to be endangered. With this thought, Chu Hongba grasped Su Jiang's intended message. "Do not regard the trio from Wild Dog House as outsiders." "Very well." Chu Hongba's expression grew more solemn. "De Ben, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, exercise caution. In the event of an emergency, I may not be able to look after you." "Brother, why do you underestimate me so?" Su Ben retorted, shaking the massive crossbow in his hand. "When the time comes, anyone who dares to obstruct us shall see just how formidable I can be." Chapter 0061. The distance between Upper City and Lower City as Ning Fan and his companions drove triumphantly out of the gates of District F21 in three vehicles. In Song Kai's office, a conversation unfolded. "Old Su, didn't you just drink until dawn last night? Aren't you going to sleep?" Song Kai remarked, glancing at the row of spirits on his desk, letting out a resigned sigh. "I still have a mountain of tasks to tackle. How about we postpone the drinking until tonight?" "No drinking tonight." Su Jiang waved his hand, chuckling. "I've had my fill." Song Kai was taken aback. He had served as the head of District F21 for nearly a decade and had known Su Jiang for just as long. The phrase "had my fill" seemed to be uttered by Su Jiang for the first time. "What do you mean?" Song Kai's playful demeanor was replaced by a serious expression. Before Su Jiang could respond, Song Kai's pupils suddenly contracted. "You let De Ben leave with the people from Wild Dog's home. The child has grown. It's time to let go." Su Jiang's smile carried a hint of reluctance. "After all, he isn't my own flesh and blood. I've raised him for nearly 20 years. That's quite enough." "Bullshit." Song Kai snapped, his anger flaring. "Do you think I don't know who you are? When have you ever not treated De Ben as your own? Do you think I'm blind?" Su Jiang fell silent, taking a swig of his drink. "Old Su, what exactly are you trying to do? Don't scare me." Song Kai furrowed his brow, the head of District F21 showing a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. "What's wrong? Afraid that if I kick the bucket, no one will drink with you?" Su Jiang chuckled, scratching his nose, which bore the marks of his drinking habits. "The poison within me is about to erupt." Song Kai paused for a moment, then quickly exhaled in relief. "Damn, I thought something serious had happened. You had me worried." Saying this, Song Kai picked up his phone. "I'll buy you a dose. After all, you're the head. Even though the antidote doesn't come cheap. I can manage it." The truth was, Song Kai's willingness to buy the antidote for Su Jiang without a moment's hesitation reflected a rare bond in Lower City. "No need." Su Jiang pressed his hand against the phone, his smile gradually fading. "I can procure the antidote myself. Where will you get it?" Song Kai was momentarily at a loss. Su Jiang did not answer directly. Instead, he pointed twice at the ceiling. Song Kai blinked and suddenly shivered. "Old Su, you should head back." Su Jiang's smile turned increasingly bitter, tainted with a hint of resentment. Song Kai fell silent, yet his lips quivered slightly. In truth, I have considered it. Perhaps it would be better to remain in lower city, to die here and be buried here. Su Jiang sighed, a scoff escaping his lips. But I'll be damned if I accept that. Still, Song Kai remained silent. Su Jiang continued, Old Song. Do you know how far apart upper city and lower city are? What do you mean? 18 minutes, 7 seconds. Su Jiang's voice was hoarse. From the moment I was cast into the path of grace, I began counting, and it took a total of 18 minutes. And 7 seconds to reach the ground. As he spoke, Su Jiang clenched his fist, producing a series of cracking sounds. Song Kai was moved. He could hardly fathom the sensation of continuously plummeting in the dark, foul-smelling path of grace, unaware of when he would touch down or what awaited him upon landing. What must that feeling be like? More importantly, Song Kai was oblivious to the identity of the one who had thrown Su Jiang down. If it were a stranger or an adversary, it would be bearable. But what if it were a beloved one? Old Su, don't try to persuade me. I am quite obstinate. Su Jiang interrupted Song Kai. That lad from the Chu family is now stronger than his father. The Bin has truly grown up. Su Jiang's eyes gradually glistened with unshed tears. I have lost all interest. Song Kai also closed his eyes, tilting his head back. He understood that Su Jiang had long since made up his mind. No one could bring him back. Is there any chance of returning? Song Kai inquired with his eyes shut. Without you, drinking holds no joy. Not necessarily, Su Jiang shrugged. It depends on the situation. If I have my life, I will return. If not, well, it's just a leaf returning to its roots. Damn. Ultimately, you think the lower city is filthy, don't you? You don't want to be buried there? Song Kai cursed. Su Jiang paid no heed, instead bursting into laughter. To say the lower city is dirty is simply because you have never witnessed what true filth is. With that, Su Jiang supported himself on the armrest and unsteadily rose to his feet. All right, seeing your demeanor, I no longer feel inclined to drink with you. I shall take my leave. As Su Jiang prepared to depart, Song Kai, though aware of the answer, tremulously asked, Old Su, can you not go? Su Jiang's body trembled slightly. He turned to face Song Kai, tears welling in his eyes. It was the first time Song Kai had seen Su Jiang cry. Su Jiang extended a finger to point at his chest. It hurts here. 2 decades of pain. 2 streams of hot tears traced down his weathered face. It has hurt for 20 years. Old Su departed. Even if Song Kai was reluctant to acknowledge it, he knew in his heart, this old fellow would not return. From a moment he sent Su Bin away, he had let go of all attachments. Damn you, Su, you knew you would leave all along. Why did you bare your heart to me? The office echoed with Song Kai's anguished roar. In the wilderness, 3 vehicles moved in a line, steadily making their way toward the Seoul return basin. In Ningfan's car, besides the 3 of them, there were also Su Bin and Chu Hongba. Huizi was still behind the wheel. He had been doing this since joining the Wild Dog Society and was quite adept at it. Provided no significant troubles arose along the way, they should arrive in 8 or 9 hours. Chu Hongba leaned back in his seat, his expression calm. Shall we share the information we've gathered over the past few days? Sure, Xiao Fei, who had been responsible for intelligence gathering, replied, I heard there's a strange gathering near the Seoul return basin. Indeed, I have also inquired about this matter. The scale of this gathering is quite significant. It can be regarded as a small settlement, populated by individuals who have long dealt with the enigmatic beings in the Seoul return basin. Chu Hongba nodded and remarked, I have also heard that there is a trade in these entities. Trade in enigmatic beings? Huizi, the driver, turned back with curiosity. Are there actually people who specialize in capturing them? Indeed, Chu Hongba shrugged. Moreover, it is said that their value is considerable. Typically, the soul levels of these beings are quite high, with the 10 soul level being the most common and the 100 soul level not being rare either. I have heard that deep within the soul return basin, there are even 1,000 soul level entities. Upon merely hearing this, the group felt a wave of trepidation. The fear associated with these beings stems from their lack of consciousness. They attack indiscriminately based solely on instinct. Additionally, their strength is formidable. Prolonged exposure to souls allows them to occasionally absorb the weaker ones, which can significantly accelerate the enhancement of their soul levels. In contrast, the progression of spiritual attendance is considerably more challenging. Ning Fan, upon hearing this, opened his mouth. Xiao Fei glanced at him. If you have any thoughts, feel free to express them. I was pondering. Ning Fan furrowed his brow, surveying the group. Is it possible for us to locate Brother Chuan within this gathering? Chapter 62. The enigmatic gathering. As those words were uttered, an air of silence enveloped the vehicle. Xiao Fei and Huizi had pondered this possibility, yet they dared not harbor excessive hope. Often, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Let us cross that bridge when we come to it, Xiao Fei remarked, her expression impassive. Thus, the three vehicles encountered little obstruction on their journey. They did face some aberrant beasts along the way, yet Ning Fan's vehicle remained unaffected. The members of the Wolf Alliance in the other two vehicles adeptly managed all challenges. Chu Hongbo, with his eyes closed in repose, showed no inclination to intervene, for he was confident in his comrade's prowess. With 4 members at the 10-soul level and 5 at the single-soul level, it was fair to assert that, barring encounters with high-tier aberrant beasts, they could traverse this path with ease. Finally, after nearly 10 hours of travel, a cluster of lights emerged in the distance. The enigmatic gathering. From afar, it appeared similar to various regions, albeit on a smaller scale. As the vehicles drew closer, Ning Fan discerned that the perimeter of the gathering was constructed from the trunks of wild plants, considerably less formidable than the regional walls. At that moment, the enigmatic gathering buzzed with activity, even more vibrant than the typical regions. Upon arrival at the entrance, 2 guards, clad in uniforms, stood before the grand gate. Brothers, how many of you are there? One of the guards scrutinized the 3 vehicles, his eyes gleaming with interest and his demeanor notably courteous. The quality of these vehicles, especially in such numbers, hinted at the significance of their occupants. About 10, Huizi leaned forward, inquiring, "What's the matter? Is it your first time at the enigmatic gathering?" The guard smiled, extending 2 fingers. "Entrance fee, 200 salas per person." 200? Huizi's expression soured. "You charge 200 just to enter? And it's per head?" The guard shrugged. "It's unavoidable. We have to make a living." The enigmatic gathering was a stronghold established by wanderers, situated less than 50 kilometers from the Soul Return Basin. The outer wall, appearing less robust than regional barriers, necessitated a significant number of personnel for its protection. These guards were merely fulfilling their duty. Huizi retreated into the vehicle, clearly pained at the thought of the expense. 200 salas per person. With 3 vehicles and a total of 14 individuals, that amounted to a staggering 2,800. This was no trivial sum. What shall we do? Should we still go in? Ning Fan turned to Xiao Fei. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Fei replied, "Since we've come this far, we ought to take a look inside." Just as Huizi reluctantly prepared to part with the cash, Chu Hongbo opened his eyes and stretched leisurely. "Only our vehicle needs to enter," he declared. A flicker of gratitude crossed Xiao Fei's gaze. It must be said, Chu Hongbo was impeccably reliable. The Wolf Alliance had accompanied them for their mission, thus they would naturally cover any expenses incurred along the way, irrespective of the amount. This was not merely a matter of money, it was a matter of principle. Although Xiao Fei did not outwardly express it, she certainly felt the weight of the 2,800 salas. Thus, Chu Hongbo took the initiative to suggest that the brothers of the Wolf Alliance should not enter just yet, thereby saving Xiao Fei a sum of 1,800. Moreover, this was a sentiment only he could express. "Thank you," Xiao Fei stated earnestly. Chu Hongbo chuckled. "Our task is to assist you in locating individuals, not to indulge in a leisurely excursion for enlightenment." Xiao Fei was not one to engage in incessant chatter. A single expression of gratitude was sufficient. Huizi soon settled the payment of 1,000 solars. The guard accepted the money, his smile growing even more cordial. "What brings you brothers to the Enigma gathering? Are you here to purchase enigmas, or perhaps some equipment? Just browsing?" Huizi offered little in response. The guard granted them passage, and their vehicle entered the chaotic marketplace. Upon arrival, the immediate impression of the Enigma gathering was one of utter disarray. The entire area was teeming with people, bustling even more than a black market. At least, in a black market, there were designated stalls, providing a semblance of order amidst the chaos. Here, However, it was a cacophony of disorganization. Any available space was fair game for setting up a stall. Since this was not within the district, as long as no major disturbances occurred, no one was tasked with maintaining order. The air was filled with the sounds of haggling, shouting, and curses intermingled with low growls. Ning Fan peered out from the vehicle, his brow furrowing with increasing concern. It was the first time he had encountered an enigma person, not far off, in a rustic cage. 3 beast-like figures with crimson eyes roared incessantly towards the outside. These enigmas were clad in tattered rags, their bodies smeared with mud and blood, their hands and feet bound to the bars of the cage. To Ning Fan's surprise, beside the cage were 4 cylindrical pillars, approximately 1 meter in height. Spirit binding devices. He had previously utilized such devices while capturing Su Bei in District F-27. No wonder these enigmas were confined to the cage, their spirits subdued. However, when Kai had mentioned that spirit binding devices were of considerable value, with only 2 sets existing in District F-27, what kind of organization was the Enigma gathering to possess such items? The atmosphere within the vehicle grew increasingly somber. On one hand, they yearned to find Chuan Gu and confirm his survival. Yet, they also feared that Chuan Gu might be treated like these enigmas, reduced to a mere beast, shackled in a cage, stripped of all dignity. Brother, this price is truly reasonable. You must consider the quality of what we offer. At that moment, a voice engaged in negotiation caught Ning Fan's attention. He observed a middle-aged man standing beside a rusty cage, proudly declaring, "Young, beautiful," and with a quantity exceeding 80 spirit level 10. Such quality enigmas are a bargain, whether for amusement or as muscle. Beside him, a rather well-dressed man stroked his chin, a look of indecision etched upon his brow. The middle-aged man continued to extol his wares. "Brother, if you find it too pricey, feel free to browse some more. I dare say, throughout the entire Enigma gathering, you will not find merchandise of higher quality than mine." The clean man pondered for a long while before finally sighing. "Forget it, 50,000 is still too steep. In the district, one can find a reasonably attractive girl for merely 200 times. But can they be compared, my brother?" The middle-aged man licked his lips. "Those women in the district, what quality are they? Besides, this is a strange entity we are discussing. Let us put it this way. In the entire F district, how many have encountered such a mysterious being? It's a rare commodity. The experience is entirely different. Wouldn't you agree?" Ning Fan curiously gazed at the cage. Inside, there was a girl, very young and unclothed, her hands and feet tied to the corners of the cage, arranged in a large letter X. Though she screamed wildly, it was evident that she was strikingly beautiful. Had she not transformed into a strange being, she would have undoubtedly captured the hearts of many men. Sighing, Ning Fan reflected on his time as a practitioner. He believed his mind had matured significantly. Yet the scene before him still left him with an uncomfortable feeling. However, what he did not anticipate was turning to see a face twisted with rage, Xiao Fei. Her eyes were fixated intensely on the cage. Tang Dao had drawn his weapon at some point, unbeknownst to him. Ning Fan's gaze sharpened instantly. He realized something profound. Chapter 0063. Whomever obstructs me, I shall slay. Sister Fei. Ning Fan licked his parched lips. "She is." The words that followed were left unspoken. However, from Xiao Fei's reaction, it was evident. This girl is her sister. Xiao Fei had mentioned once before that her sister had transformed into a specter. It was unexpected. Before encountering Brother Chuan, he had met her sister first, and in such a dire circumstance. Xiao Fei. Huizi clearly recognized the gravity of the situation. "Should you impede me, I will strike you down first." With reddened eyes, Xiao Fei averted her gaze from Huizi. Chu Hongbao was equally unprepared for this sudden turn of events. Though unspoken, his intellect deduced the overarching scenario. He narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment, and finally murmured, "Captain Xiao, this is outside the scope of our mission. You need not involve yourself." Xiao Fei's hand had already rested upon the car door. Chu Hongbao reached out in an attempt to deter her, yet Xiao Fei's Tang Dao was already poised at his neck. Hua Wu had been released. The Spectre gathering was not confined by territory. Here, one could freely employ spiritual guardians. From this moment forth, I sever ties with the team. Xiao Fei's delicate visage had morphed into a mask of ferocity. My affairs are none of your concern, and they shall not entangle you. But simultaneously, you shall cease your meddling. Everyone comprehended Xiao Fei's current turmoil. She had long accepted the transformation of her sister into a specter. Yet, no one could bear witness to their sister being treated so cruelly, even less than a slaughtered beast. As Xiao Fei was about to fling open the car door, Ning Fan suddenly seized her wrist. She whirled to face him, her gaze ignited with murderous intent. She had lost her composure. Whoever obstructed her would meet their demise. Sister Fei, I shall not deter you, Ning Fan asserted earnestly, but you must allow me to finish my statement. Xiao Fei's expression remained icy. Ning Fan gestured towards the cylindrical devices upon the ground. Those objects are known as spirit restrainers. He swiftly conveyed the principle of the restrainers to Xiao Fei in the simplest terms. If you act, you will undoubtedly enter the range of the restrainers, at which point your spiritual guardians will be rendered useless. Do you truly believe you can exact your vengeance upon that man? Ning Fan understood that should Xiao Fei disembark, her Tang Dao would surely be aimed at the middle-aged man's head. Xiao Fei clenched her teeth in silence, yet the fury in her eyes remained unabated. Sister Fei, should you act impulsively, the outcome will be that you will be apprehended or even killed, while your sister shall still appear here tomorrow, to be sold at the price of 50,000 salas. Ning Fan spoke gravely. Even if you slay him, then what? Will your sister return to the soul, return basin? No. If a specter is left unclaimed, whoever retrieves it, it becomes theirs. Ning Fan, mind your tone. Do not provoke her further. You're easy Ned. However, Ning Fan paid him no mind, firmly grasping Xiao Fei's wrist. Sister Fei, I'll be frank with you. Even without using a spirit attendant, my combat prowess remains unaffected. If you wish to go, I shall accompany you. If we must fall, then let it be. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Xiao Fei's eyes. Ning Fan then addressed Huizi, saying, Brother Hui, once we disembark, drive the car out and wait for us. He turned his gaze to Captain Chu Hongba. Captain Chu, could you have your men provide some support? Chu Hongba nodded. That is no problem. Great, thank you. Ning Fan then turned back to Xiao Fei. Sister Fei, if you're ready, we can exit the vehicle now. At this moment, a fierce determination flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. Kill him. Seize the person. Ning Fan had already drawn his broken sword. He was not lying. Once Xiao Fei decided to strike, they would swiftly engage the enemy by surprise. Outside the chaos, there was also the support from the Wolf Alliance. They had not exhausted all avenues for escape. Huizi looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. In that instant, he seemed to realize something profound. This lad was no longer a child. As long as you can reach the entrance, I will take care of those pursuing you, Su Bin declared, wielding a massive crossbow. Ning Fan nodded in gratitude and turned to Xiao Fei. What say you, Captain? Give us a word. You need not do this. Xiao Fei finally spoke. This is my own affair. Ning Fan smiled. Between wild dogs, can we truly distinguish whose affair is whose? He still did not relent. Captain, let us not dither. If you wish to act, let us do so. If you hesitate, I will devise a plan for you. A plan for what? Xiao Fei appeared considerably more composed. The outcome remained unchanged. Kill him. Seize the person. The only difference would be the reduced risk. Ning Fan's expression turned grave. Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow. Do you have a plan? I do. Ning San replied earnestly. Xiao Fei scrutinized him for a long moment. After about 2 minutes, she lowered her gaze to her wrist held by Ning Fan. Release me. Oh. Ning Fan obediently loosened his grip. Captain, shall we proceed with my plan? Xiao Fei replied coldly. Kill that person and then bring back my sister. If either task is left unfulfilled, I will hold you accountable. Understood. The tension in the vehicle dissipated as everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Huizi even gave Ning Fan a thumbs up. It was not mere flattery. Xiao Fei was typically composed, but when provoked, she was merciless, ready to bite anyone in her path. It was indeed commendable that Ning Fan managed to pacify her. Brother Hui, I need a favor. Ning Fan said, looking at Huizi. What do you need? Huizi asked, intrigued. Let's put on a show. Ning Fan replied with a grin. From now on, You're my bodyguard. What nonsense is this? Huizi immediately frowned. Have you gotten too cocky? Follow his orders. Xiao Fei commanded in a low voice. Huizi opened his mouth, blinking his small eyes, mumbling something incomprehensible for quite a while. All right, you are the captain. Your word is final. Huizi glared at Ning Fan. What should I call you? Young master? Or master? Let us stick with young master. Calling you master might bruise your pride. Ning Fan chuckled as he opened the car door, striding directly toward the middle-aged man. Huizi, behind him, raised a middle finger at Ning Fan. Ning Fan approached the iron cage and, upon closer inspection, found Xiao Fei's sister to be even more beautiful, resembling Xiao Fei by about 70%. Hey, brother, come check it out. The middle-aged man greeted Ning Fan enthusiastically. You've got an eye for quality. Interested? What's your offer? Ning Fan, hand behind his back, adopted an air of indifference, not even casting a glance at the middle-aged man. The man sensed Ning Fan's arrogance and glanced back at him. But when he saw the luxurious car Ning Fan had arrived in, his expression brightened. Driving such a high-quality vehicle surely indicated wealth, at the very least. 50,000, the middle-aged man stated without attempting to inflate the price. But he pointed at the clean-cut man beside him. This brother also seems interested. 50,000 is a fair price. Ning Fan turned around and beckoned Huizi with a finger. Huier, pay up. Chapter 64. My young master Huey's lips twitched slightly, and his complexion turned a shade of green. All right, young master. His voice was exuberant as he swung open the car door and scampered over with a bundle of cash in his arms. Young master. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened with intrigue. Driving a fine vehicle, accompanied by a sycophant. This lad certainly has connections. In truth, we had perhaps overacted. Ning Fan had instructed him to play the role of a bodyguard, yet he had unwittingly transformed himself into a mere lackey through sheer exuberance. However, the result was evidently more effective. Hui seemed to revel in his performance, while he had initially flashed a flattering smile at Ning Fan. He straightened his posture the moment he turned to the middle-aged man. 50,000, is it? Hui declared with an air of arrogance, thrusting the cash into the man's embrace. Count it. If all is well, we'll take the goods. The middle-aged man, eyeing the 50,000 in his hands, was too preoccupied to dwell on the lackey's demeanor. No problem, no problem. Previously, the impeccably groomed man could have haggled, but this young master had not even bothered to negotiate, leaving him with a windfall. Wait. At this juncture, the clean-cut man appeared displeased. I was the one who spotted it first. The middle-aged man's eyes darted. Brother, you haven't paid yet, have you? I never said I wouldn't buy it. The clean-cut man grew agitated. Good food must be seized while hot. Then I have no choice. This young brother has already paid and less. The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together. You can offer a higher price than him. What do you mean? This time, without waiting for the clean-cut man to respond, Ning Fan raised an eyebrow and fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man remained unperturbed. Young brother, it's not easy to make a living. Since you both desire it, the one who offers the highest shall prevail. Who else is interested? Ning Fan inquired again. The middle-aged man hesitated, pointing at the clean-cut man. This brother here, did you not see? Oh, Ning Fan nodded slightly. Suddenly, slap! A resounding strike echoed as a hand landed on the clean-cut man's face, the crisp sound silencing the surroundings. Observers relished the spectacle. The clean-cut man's face was turned askew. You bastard. Speak to my young master with more respect. A dagger was now poised at his throat. Hui had shed his previous persona, emanating an aura of coldness. At last, he could be himself. How delightful. You wish to rob me? Ning Fan's voice was low as he regarded the clean-cut man. Click, click, click. The car door swung open behind Ning Fan, revealing a massive crossbow aimed squarely at the clean-cut man. Xiao Fei had not even sheathed her Tang Dao. Meanwhile, Chu Hongba sighed before reluctantly retrieving a coiled bone whip from his waist. The middle-aged man was utterly bewildered. He could discern that this young man had some background. However, he never anticipated that his temperament would be so eccentric. He acted on impulse, without hesitation. Moreover, the individuals in the vehicle were clearly tasked with safeguarding this young master. Who is he? Yam Subai. Ning Fan remarked indifferently. If you're dissatisfied, you may come to the Santong Cooperative Zone to seek me out. Huizi stared wide-eyed at Ning Fan. This fellow is exceptionally audacious. Initially, he harbored some concerns that this seemingly composed man might also possess a significant background. But now, he felt unafraid. If there were issues, one could simply approach Su Bei in the Santong Cooperative Zone. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly shifted. The surname Su. The sycophant addressed him as young master. His father is the leader Su Wanjun of Dark Residence. No wonder he is so arrogant. He undoubtedly possesses the requisite influence. Is there any further issue? Ning Fan gestured with his thumb towards the back. Outside the Guiji, I have 2 more vehicles. Shall we let them join in the festivities? The middle-aged man felt a shiver run down his spine. A young master traveling with 3 vehicles for protection. This is indeed the power of the son of the leader of the Santong Cooperative Zone. The composed man gritted his teeth. Even if he had not heard of Su Bei, the display before him was sufficient to quell his fury. The guard who had previously taken 1,000 yuan from Hui Zi approached with a smile. Indeed, there are 2 more vehicles outside. Let us not escalate matters. Harmony brings prosperity. The guards were also reluctant to let the situation spiral out of control. After all, it would ultimately impact them. Maintaining a harmonious business environment in Guiji was their utmost desire. Upon hearing this, the remaining embers of anger within the composed man were extinguished. It wasn't that he lacked temper. Rather, he simply could not contend with this. He covered his face, refraining from provoking Ning Fan, yet turned to the middle-aged man and scolded. There is no need for such business practices. What does this have to do with me? The middle-aged man appeared innocent. As the composed man departed, the crowd dispersed. Ning Fan pointed at the cage. She is mine now, correct? Of course. Ning Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Having never purchased a Gui Ren before, would there be no issues if she were placed in the vehicle? The middle-aged man scratched his head. Brother, young Master Su, I must be honest with you. This thing is rather difficult to control. As he spoke, he patted the spirit-constraining device beside him. Gui Ren possess excessive aggression. One must use instruments to suppress the spirit within her. Oh, Ning Fan looked at the spirit-constraining device. Is it for sale? It cannot be sold. The middle-aged man shook his head vigorously. This is my means of livelihood. If I sell it to you, procuring another would be quite the challenge. Damn, what do you mean by that? If the Gui Ren harms my young master, will you compensate? Huizi interjected sharply. Even in the eyes of the middle-aged man, this sycophant was somewhat emboldened by his connections. Yet he still dared not overstep. Brother, that's not the intention. However, under normal circumstances, once we deliver the goods, how the buyer manages them is their responsibility. There is no such thing as after-sale service for this item. Yet Huizi continued to press on. Very well, then we shall take our leave. However, let me make it unequivocally clear. Should our young master suffer even the slightest injury on the way, it will not be us few who come seeking you. The middle-aged man trembled violently. He understood the gravity of Huizi's words all too well. If his son were to be harmed, it would undoubtedly be his father who would come for him. Su Wanjun, young Master Su, I assure you, I cannot possibly sell this town as spirit artifact. It took an immense effort to acquire it. Perhaps, after a moment of hesitation, the middle-aged man forced a smile and suggested, I could deliver it to the Santong Cooperative Zone for you, free of charge, considered a gesture of friendship. In his eyes, the individual before him was none other than the son of Su Wanjun from the Santong Cooperative Zone. If he could cultivate a relationship, perhaps they could even strengthen their bonds along the journey. This path could then widen considerably. Such connections would surely transcend mere monetary value. Simultaneously, this would allow him to safeguard this young master from any potential dangers along the road. However, he failed to notice that upon hearing his words, Xiao Fei in the vehicle felt a chill flicker across the blade of her tang knife. That is acceptable, Ning Fan replied with a slight nod. Turning to enter the vehicle, where he flashed a smile at Xiao Fei and playfully winked. Chapter 65. Of course, I resemble her. This child possesses a modicum of cleverness. Chu Hongbo smiled at Ning Fan. Xiao Fei nodded in agreement. In her eyes, that middle-aged man was as good as dead. Ning Fan achieved full marks in all 9 assessments. Xiao Fei turned to Chu Hongbo and said, I apologize for earlier. It's a trivial matter, no need for concern. Chu Hongbo replied with a wave of his hand. Outside the vehicle, Ning Fan instructed Huizi and the middle-aged man to install the spirit-suppressing device onto the car. Brother, this place is quite far from the Santong Cooperation Zone. What brings your young master here for leisure? The middle-aged man inquired casually while working. Just taking a stroll. Idleness breeds boredom, Huizi responded absently. Noticing Huizi's reluctance to engage in conversation, the middle-aged man glanced back at the car, but no one inside paid him any heed. This only fueled his determination to reach the Santong Cooperation Zone. Serving the son of a leader should not come with such arrogance. While the two were busy installing the spirit-suppressing device, Ning Fan took a few laps around the eerie collection, confirming that Lin Chuan was not present. He returned to the vehicle. Young Master Su, it's all set, the middle-aged man said with a nervous smile, rubbing his hands together. When shall we depart? Let us leave. There is nothing of value here, Ning Fan replied nonchalantly. Huizi opened the car door for Ning Fan, bowing slightly as he invited him inside. The middle-aged man, feeling rather proud, declared, of course. As I mentioned, my goods are of the highest quality in the entire eerie collection. A glint of coldness flashed in Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes. Absorbed in thoughts of developing in the Santong Cooperation Zone, the middle-aged man failed to notice her expression. He exerted himself to hoist the cage onto the vehicle. Though the car was not particularly small, the addition of the cage made it feel somewhat cramped. Chu Hongba patted Su Ben on the shoulder and said, Big Ben, let us switch vehicles. Su Ben, shouldering the massive crossbow, followed Chu Hongba out of the eerie collection with a swagger. Come aboard, Ning Fan beckoned to the middle-aged man with a finger. The middle-aged man felt a surge of excitement, thinking he had made a favorable impression on young Master Su. Once inside the vehicle, Huizi stepped on the accelerator, driving out of the eerie collection. Upon exiting, the middle-aged man caught sight of the two vehicles that Ning Fan had mentioned, parked outside. The two cars initially trailed behind Ning Fan's vehicle, but soon overtook them, sandwiching their car in between. The middle-aged man inwardly marveled. Such experienced guards. The more he thought, the more envious he became. Young Master Su, upon our return to the Santong Cooperation Zone, do we plan to rest for a while, or set out to explore further? The middle-aged man cleared his throat and asked, If young Master Su seeks some excitement, I have some excellent recommendations. Over the years, I have encountered many rare treasures that I'm certain would pique your interest. The middle-aged man was not overly greedy. He thought he could start as a mere lackey, believing he could perform as well as Huizi. Ning Fan, however, chose to ignore him. The middle-aged man, feeling somewhat awkward with his warm face pressed against a cold rear, let out a dry chuckle before attempting to strike up a conversation once more. He glanced at the indifferent Xiao Fei. Beautiful lady, that knife of yours is quite striking. The middle-aged man observed the gleaming Tang knife and grinned. Hey, I've noticed that you bear quite a resemblance to my little treasure here. He pointed at the struggling creature in the cage. Don't take offense. I mean no harm. Though she is a ghoul, in terms of looks and figure, she is undoubtedly top-notch. If she had turned into a ghoul, she would surely captivate a throng of men. At this point, a wicked smile crept across his face. However, if she weren't a ghoul, I doubt young Master Su would even glance her way. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she is merely a plaything. But a ghoul? That is a different story. Brother Hui, please stop the car, Ning Fan suddenly spoke in a low voice. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt. The middle-aged man was taken aback, glancing around, realizing they were in the middle of nowhere. What does stopping here imply? Young Master Su, you wouldn't be feeling unnerved by my words, would you? The middle-aged man said with a lewd grin. Shall we get out and wait for you? Ning Fan smiled, a smile filled with an eerie quality. You need to get out? I will. He opened the car door and stepped out. Brother Hui also emerged from the driver's seat with a stoic expression, lighting a cigarette. The other two vehicles also came to a stop, and the members of the Wolf Alliance swiftly surrounded Ning Fan's car. The middle-aged man stared in bewilderment at the unfolding scene outside, sensing something was amiss. If young Master Su was merely indulging on a whim, he should have removed the ghoul from the vehicle. Suddenly, realization dawned upon the middle-aged man. That sycophant. At this moment, Brother Hui stood beside Ning Fan, cigarette in mouth, gazing at him coldly. This demeanor starkly contrasted with the obsequiousness he had just displayed in Ning Fan's presence. Moreover, young master Su had just referred to him as Brother Hui. She's Xiao Yu. Abruptly, a voice colder than ice pierced through the air from behind him. The middle-aged man whipped around to see tears streaming down Xiao Fei's delicate face. What? He stammered. Didn't you just say I bear a striking resemblance to her? Xiao Fei stared intently at the middle-aged man. She is my biological sister. Of course we look alike. You. The middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine, instantly turning to look out at Ning Fan. You are not from Subei. You are not from the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone. Ning Fan scoffed softly, offering no reply. The middle-aged man sensed the situation was turning against him and instinctively sought to summon his spirit companion. But in the next moment, a wave of cold dread surged from the depths of his heart. He couldn't summon his spirit companion. The vehicle was equipped with a spirit-suppressing device. This was the very cage he had sweat over and crafted for himself. The blade of the Tang knife was already pressed against his throat. Even without summoning his spirit companion, the middle-aged man could still feel the chilling sharpness of the blade. Open it. Xiao Fei's voice emerged hoarsely. What? The blade of the Tang knife sliced through the skin. I command you to open it, I instructed. The middle-aged man understood. Let him out of the cage. Xiao Fei demanded. The man immediately shook his head. No. Impossible. I warn you. With that, Xiao Fei, having restrained herself from killing him, reached her limit. The knife pierced through his shoulder blade with precision. Ah! The man's gaze turned crimson, erupting in a howl of excruciating pain. Xiao Fei remained silent, withdrawing the Tang knife once more. Wait, I'll open it. The middle-aged man, seasoned from years of survival in the wild, could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from Xiao Fei. Hastily, he retrieved the key from his pocket and unlocked the cage. In that instant, Xiao Yu, transformed into a monstrous entity, lunged at the middle-aged man with wild abandon. Xiao Fei's eyes flickered with complexity. She raised her sleeve to wipe away a tear, then opened the car door and stepped out, closing it behind her. Sister promised you. If anyone dares to bully you, I will. Annihilate them, she murmured softly. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Xiao Fei crouched down, hugging her knees, and began to weep uncontrollably. Chapter 66. The soul returns to the basin within the confines of the vehicle. Piercing cries of anguish echoed incessantly, intermingled with the unsettling sounds of gnashing teeth. Observing Xiao Fei, who sat alone, small and helpless, weeping quietly, Ning Fan approached and settled beside her. Xiao Fei glanced up, her already swollen eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Cry, Sister Fei. No one shall mock you, Ning Fan reassured with a gentle smile. Only by weeping and releasing your emotions can you continue to live well. Feeling a surge of emotion, Xiao Fei succumbed to her tears once more. Yet this time, she enveloped Ning Fan in her embrace. Ning Fan stiffened momentarily, but then reciprocated, holding her gently while patting her back. Hui Zi, nearly finished with a cigarette, observed the scene with a smirk and elbowed Chu Hongbo lightly. Hey, do you think this kid is taking advantage of the situation? Chu Hongbo tilted his head. It was your team leader who embraced her first. Hui Zi shrugged. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Chu Hongbo chuckled. Not all. Hui Zi offered a wry smile. Initially, I thought Xiao Fei was quite attractive when she joined, and I entertained some thoughts, but after getting to know her, I dismissed that idea. Why is that? She is too fierce, Hui Zi replied with an open palm. If we were to argue, I reckon she'd wield a knife against me. Chu Hongbo rubbed his neck in agreement. However, Xiao Fei seems to have a favorable impression of this lad. Hui Zi pondered aloud. Do you think she might have designs on a younger man? Brother, Chu Hongbo remarked with a hint of seriousness. While it is not my place to comment on your team's affairs, considering your leader is in such distress, your banter seems somewhat unkind. Hui Zi paused, then chuckled. So what? Am I supposed to weep alongside her? Half an hour later, Xiao Fei had regained her composure, though her eyes remained thoroughly reddened. The vehicle was still filled with low growls. Where are the sedatives? Xiao Fei inquired of Chu Hongbo. Chu Hongbo issued a brief command to his men, and soon, someone delivered a syringe. They were well prepared for this operation, as Song Kai was aware they were there to apprehend the strange individuals, even supplying them with tranquilizers. Xiao Fei handed the syringe to Ning Fan. You go. Understood, Ning Fan replied, taking the syringe and approaching the vehicle, pulling the door open. A heavy stench of blood wafted out. Before he could acclimate, a bloodied Xiao Yu lunged at him. Ning Fan deftly sidestepped her attack, and with swift precision, injected the sedative into her body. Though Xiao Yu continued to thrash momentarily, she soon grew limp and collapsed to the ground. Sister Fei, lock her up. All right. After securing Xiao Yu, Xiao Fei removed her coat and draped it over her. Huizi pondered for a moment, then removed his trousers, draping them over Xiao Yu. She was subsequently assigned to another vehicle. Although Xiao Fei had not seen her sister for many years, and her longing was beyond expression, she could scarcely bear to gaze upon Xiao Yu's current state. Ning Fan and the others diligently cleared the remnants of blood and flesh from their vehicle. Yet the lingering stench of carnage persisted. All right, let's continue our journey, Chu Hongbo declared with a sweeping gesture, steering them directly towards the Seoul return basin. This place had always been enigmatic, and the rewards were undoubtedly substantial. Not only had they aided Xiao Fei in locating her sister, but they had also acquired a set of spirit-suppressing artifacts without any cost. Huizi, are you still with me in this vehicle? Huizi inquired. Chu Hongbo waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, I shall join Xiao Yu's vehicle instead. Xiao Fei expressed her gratitude. Thank you. There's no need for such formality. Chu Hongbo smiled, then pointed at Huizi's floral undergarments. Quite the stylish briefs you've got there. Huizi is fast flushed crimson. He felt that, despite Xiao Yu's transformation into a ghoul, she deserved to maintain a semblance of dignity, which prompted him to offer her his trousers. What had initially seemed a chivalrous act now felt somewhat embarrassing. Huizi, thank you, Xiao Fei said earnestly. Huizi scratched his head, feeling bashful, Captain. Your politeness is a bit overwhelming for me. If you fancy such a style, once we return to the district, I shall gift you a few pairs in the same pattern. Xiao Fei chuckled, leaving both Huizi and Ning Fan astonished. They had rarely witnessed Xiao Fei smile, let alone make a jest. What are you standing there for? Get in the vehicle. Go find Brother Chuan. Xiao Fei, slightly flustered by their gaze, blushed and was the first to climb into the car. During the journey, Ning Fan noted that Xiao Fei's spirits had lifted considerably. Sister Fei, what will become of your sister? Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes dimmed momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. Once we return to F-21 District, I will discuss it with Commander Song and see if he can assist in finding a suitable place for her. Ning San noted it. Commander Song mentioned previously that he would reach out to Lin Hai from the Santong Cooperation District. Xiao Yu should be able to recover. Xiao Fei remained silent, aware that a significant portion of Ning Fan's words were meant to comfort her. Nonetheless, having hope was certainly a positive aspect. After approximately an hour of travel, Chu Hongbo's vehicle came to a halt. Knock, knock. Chu Hongbo approached and tapped on the car window. Let us stop here. Understood. Everyone disembarked, and at that moment, the expressions of all present turned grave. Not far ahead lay the Seoul return basin. Even from their peripheral vantage point, they could sense an overwhelming, oppressive atmosphere. From their position, they could observe the basin below. While it was referred to as a basin, it resembled a deep pit more than anything else, a deep pit with a radius of several hundred meters. Ning Fan gazed into the abyss, feeling a tremor in his very blood. Within the pit roamed countless ghouls, moving aimlessly like soulless husks, devoid of consciousness. Before arriving, Ning Fan could roughly anticipate the scene that awaited him. However, there was one aspect he had not foreseen. Beneath the feet of these peculiar individuals lay countless corpses, a dense array of mangled limbs and shattered bones, and even some individuals clinging to life. No wonder this place is referred to as the paradise of the strange. Even the well-traveled Huizi found his complexion paling. What on earth is this place? I recall my father mentioning it once during my childhood. Chu Hongbo furrowed his brow tightly. He said that in their era, this place was not known as the Seoul Return Basin, but rather as the Sacred Tomb. Sacred Tomb? What does that mean? Su Bin inquired with curiosity. Chu Hongbo appeared somewhat perplexed. I'm not entirely sure. I overheard the elders discussing it while drinking, mentioning that this basin seems to have been excavated. Originally, It was merely a stretch of plain land. Excavated? Ning Fan gazed into the vast pit before him, pondering how many individuals would be required to transform a plain into such a site. Chu Hongba scratched his head. They said the reason for this excavation was to search for a coffin buried beneath. Chapter 67. The Spirit Coffin? For a moment, Ning Fan's thoughts drifted to his broken sword, the sword coffin. Within it lay 8 coffins. Could it be? Old Li, descend and assess the situation, Ning Fan instructed. Before he could fully grasp his thoughts, Chu Hongba had already begun issuing commands to the members of the Wolf Alliance. Old Li nodded in silence. Ning Fan recalled that Old Li's spiritual servant was named Zhiguang, capable of utilizing light refraction to blend seamlessly into the surrounding environment. Liu Wei, Yang Jian, you two are responsible for safeguarding Old Li. Should he be discovered, ensure his safe extraction. Understood, boss, they replied in unison. Chu Hongba further assigned various tasks to each member of the Wolf Alliance. His leadership was undeniably formidable. He possessed an acute understanding of each individual's strengths and could devise the most strategic tactics accordingly. Captain Xiao, my team is prepared. How shall you arrange your forces? Chu Hongba inquired of Xiao Fei. To his surprise, Xiao Fei did not respond directly but turned to Ning Fan, asking, what do you think? Chu Hongba raised an eyebrow. Although Xiao Fei was the captain of the stray dogs, she sought Ning Fan's opinion first. Was it due to his capabilities, or perhaps, as Hui Zi suggested, did she genuinely desire a younger partner? Ning Fan gazed thoughtfully into the abyss below. Chu, how much do you know about the specters? Chu Hongba did not feign ignorance. We have had minimal contact. I only know they tend to gravitate towards souls and are controlled by the spirits within. Ning Fan continued to ponder the specters wandering in the pit below. Kid, what are you contemplating? Xiao Fei inquired with curiosity. Ning Fan scratched his nose. Do you think spirits possess consciousness? The group fell silent momentarily. Chu Hongba was the first to respond. Certainly not. Just now at the specter gathering. Did you not observe their state? Indeed, from Xiao Yu's condition, it was apparent that specters acted entirely on instinct, devoid of any cognitive thought. This notion was already implicit in their minds. Then, if specters lack consciousness, it implies that spirits also lack a cognitive framework, correct? That's obvious. A young member of the Wolf Alliance impatiently interjected to Chu Hongba. Captain, let us proceed with the action. But why do spirits invade human bodies? Ning Fan posed another question. At this, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Indeed, the prevailing belief was that spirits preferred to inhabit human bodies rather than inanimate weapons. Therefore, spirits had always lingered within weapons, awaiting a moment of human error. When humanity sought their power, they would graciously pay their dues, lending a portion of their strength to maintain a balanced relationship. But when humanity craved even greater power, that was when the true opportunity for parasitism arose. Throughout this process, Ling has been enduring with remarkable patience, akin to a cunning and patient hunter. How could such a being lack thoughts? This is, in essence, a paradox. Upon grasping the significance of what Ning Fan intended to convey, a profound silence enveloped everyone. Indeed, if Ling truly possesses thought, then the state of the Guiran becomes exceedingly incongruous. Ling has already seized control of the body. Can it be merely to exist as a soulless entity? So, what do you imply? Chu Hongba furrowed his brow, gazing at Ning Fan. Ning Fan licked his lips. This, in fact, is merely my conjecture. Please elaborate. Xiao Fei encouraged him. Ning Fan nodded, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. I suspect that once Ling occupies a human's body, it encounters strong resistance. Ning Fan's expression turned serious. Ling seeks control over the body, yet humanity possesses its own thoughts and will. No one is willing to relinquish their body to be governed by Ling. To illustrate a simple point, take your sister, Xiao Yu. For instance, if she were to completely surrender her body to Ling, do you believe Ling would harbor any affection for you? Xiao Fei immediately grasped Ning Fan's implication. Surrendering one's body to Ling could very well jeopardize the safety of those one cherishes. For the relatives of the original body are not the kin of Ling. Thus, to us, Ling is merely a source of power we desire, not a force we wish to be governed by. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. When Ling attempts to seize the body, human willpower shall resist. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Some had begun to comprehend. Ning Fan pointed towards the deep pit. The Guerin, in their current state, are a result of the original while contending with Ling for control of the body. All eyes turned towards the pit. Ning Fan's words seemed to illuminate their understanding. Indeed, the state of the Guerin embodies significant absurdity. Yet, when explained through Ning Fan's perspective, it becomes considerably more rational. So, you are suggesting that the Guerin have not entirely lost their true essence? Xiao Fei felt a surge of excitement. Her sister had been located. If Ning Fan's conjecture holds true, it implies Xiao Yu is still salvageable. However, this remains merely a hypothesis. Chu Hongbo did not wholly follow Ning Fan's line of reasoning. If, as you claim, the Guerin are indeed vying for control of the body, they cannot perpetually remain in this state, can they? Whether it is the original will or Ling, one side must eventually prevail. At this juncture, Chu Hongbo paused. As if a realization dawned upon him, Ning Fan smiled. How would you discern whether the person standing before you is the original body or one already under Ling's control? A chill swept through the assembly. If Ling indeed possesses some degree of thought, it could easily masquerade as a normal human being. How could an ordinary person ascertain this? There exists no means. Moreover, there is one crucial point that has only just crossed my mind. Ning Fan repressed his smile. In the struggle between will and spirit, it is inevitable that will becomes the more vulnerable aspect, while spirit possesses the potential for enhancement. Xiao Fei's complexion turned pale. Even her pupils began to constrict. She suddenly cast her gaze upon the wandering specters below. Are you implying? Why is this place called the Paradise of Specters? What draws these entities to souls? Ning Fan's voice was grave, because, in the battle against will, the spirit requires assistance. You previously mentioned that specters absorb certain souls to evolve into higher soul grades. The primary reason for this is that the spirit needs other souls to strengthen itself, thereby overcoming the inherent will of its own essence. Chapter 0068. The talented individuals of Zone F32 silence enveloped the gathering. No one dared to question Ning Fan further. His conjecture was remarkably plausible. Upon reflection, the peculiar traits of the enigmatic beings seemed to align seamlessly with his theory. Yet, to accept Ning Fan's hypothesis would necessitate a complete upheaval of their prior understanding of these creatures. What was most chilling to them was the dawning realization that from this moment forth, they would harbor suspicions toward everyone around them. This was inconceivable. One of the younger members of the Wolf Alliance appeared reluctant to accept this unsettling notion. However, after voicing his doubt, he found himself devoid of further arguments or conviction. No one responded to him. They all recognized the weight of Ning Fan's proposition and its significant likelihood. Xiao Fei suddenly turned her gaze toward the vehicle where Xiao Yu was situated. So, Xiao Yu still retains her consciousness? Is she resisting the spirit within her? Ning Fan nodded gently, affirming the possibility. Xiao Fei's body trembled slightly, a mix of turmoil visible in her eyes. After a brief pause, she inquired, if your theory holds true, have you devised a means to restore her? I possess a general approach, yet I cannot assure its efficacy, Ning Fan replied earnestly. However, it is premature to discuss this. This place is not secure. Even if we were to attempt it, it would be prudent to wait a while longer. With that, he turned his attention to Chu Hongbo. Brother Chu, the reason I propose this theory is to emphasize that sending your men into the soul-returning basin is fraught with peril. Even if their spiritual attendants can conceal themselves, the risk is exceedingly high. Ning Fan whispered. The perception of these enigmatic beings towards spiritual attendants may surpass that of humans. They may be unable to see you, but they will undoubtedly detect the scent of the spiritual attendants. Chu Hongbo's expression darkened. He did not harbor resentment towards Ning Fan's critique of his plan. Instead, a flicker of dread crossed his features. Had they indeed allowed old Li to enter the soul-returning basin, he might very well have been torn to shreds by those creatures. He had been careless. Over the years, Chu Hongbo had led the Wolf Alliance through countless challenges, his confidence swelling with each victory. It was only now that he recognized their scant understanding of these enigmatic beings. Acting recklessly, without comprehending the opponent's characteristics, was a grave misstep. What do you believe we should do next? Chu Hongba surprisingly humbled himself, seeking Ning Fan's counsel. Not for any other reason, but because they had traversed this journey together and witnessed the same phenomena. Ning Fan's ability to discern the traits of these beings through subtle details was invaluable. Setting aside whether Ning Fan's conjecture was indeed accurate, it sounded exceedingly reasonable at this moment. Ning Fan was unreserved. He approached the edge of the soul-returning basin. Brother Chu, instruct your men to dismantle the spirit-restraining device. Gung Boes Ais Baitund. Had Ning Fan not mentioned it, he might have forgotten they possessed such a device. Following this, Ning Fan moved to 3 other locations, marking them accordingly. Arranged the spirit-confining device according to these 4 points. Ning Fan then gestured towards the slope of the basin. Li Gu, once the device is activated, release your spirit attendant and stand over there. Li Gu pondered for a moment, nodded, and remained silent. The others understood that Ning Fan intended for Li Gu to serve as bait. However, this did not elicit any dissatisfaction, for had it not been for Ning Fan's timely warning, Li Ji's task would have been far more perilous. Brothers, you'll provide support for Lao Li here. Ning Fan instructed the other 2. If the malevolent entities approach Lao Li within a 10-meter range, you must intervene. Understood. Su Ben, who was addressed, felt a surge of excitement. This was his first time venturing outside the zone with anyone other than Su Jiang, and he was eager to showcase his abilities. If Lao Li attracts too many of the malevolent beings, you may reduce their numbers as necessary. Ning Fan continued. Su Ben's arrows were known for their remarkable force, a fact Ning Fan had already experienced during their initial encounter. How do I reduce their numbers? To shoot them all? Su Ben inquired. Indeed, Ning Fan replied with a wry smile, but do exercise some control over your strength. After all, your Uncle Song or Brother Chuan might be among them. Got it, I'll be cautious. Su Ben nodded vigorously. Subsequently, Ning Fan assigned tasks to everyone in the Wolf Alliance. Chu Hongba tilted his head, observing him. You're easy. Your child is quite meticulous. Compared to his own approach, Ning Fan's task assignments were evidently far more detailed, outlining each person's position with utmost clarity. This was no trivial feat, haha. This child scored full marks in all 9 assessments. Huizi exclaimed proudly, our F32 zone's top scholar. F21 zone also has 9 assessments. Chu Hongba countered, but I've never heard of anyone achieving full marks. Among those 9 assessments was tactical strategy. Chu Hongba whistled, his gaze towards Ning Fan now tinged with intrigue. Noticing this reaction, Huizi felt a twinge of displeasure. What is the matter? We, Wild Dog House, are down to 3. Are you trying to steal her thunder? Not all. You're being overly sensitive. As the 2 exchanged banter, they heard Ning Fan calling them. Chu Gu, is your spirit attendant more combat-oriented or supportive? Ning San inquired. Chu Hongba replied with newfound seriousness. Kumba. Very well. Then come over here. Ning Fan directed Chu Hongba without hesitation. Chu Hongba complied without arrogance, positioning himself as instructed by Ning Fan. All set. The spirit-confining device has been placed in accordance with my instructions and is now activated, creating a 50 by 50 meters area devoid of spiritual energy. Child, there's something I don't quite understand, Chu Hongba said from 50 meters behind the device. I see that you intend to lure the malevolent beings into the device's range. But what happens once they enter? The other members of the Wolf Alliance shared similar concerns. Upon entering the confines of the spirit-binding device, the presence of danger remains, despite the inability to wield the powers of the spirits. Transforming into an enigmatic being results in significant alterations to one's physical capabilities. Strength, speed, and healing abilities witness a remarkable enhancement. Once inside, I shall exert control over them, under the gaze of many. Ning Fan boldly stepped into the realm of the spirit-binding device. Kung Boes Ais Nahod, Surely. You do not intend to confront the enigmatic beings without the aid of spirit attendants? Ning Fan chuckled. Fear not. I shall not seek my own demise. Without granting him another moment to inquire, Ning Fan suddenly called out to old Li, Brother Li, unleash the spirit attendants. Oldly cast a glance at Chu Hongba. After a brief hesitation, Chu Hongba nodded. Spirit attendant. Refraction. Oldly promptly activated the spirit attendant. What transpired next left him and all members of the Wolf Alliance gasping in astonishment. The enigmatic beings, situated near Old Li, abruptly halted their aimless wandering, akin to cats detecting a scent, and turned their gazes toward Old Li's location. Indeed, they could perceive the essence of the spirit attendants. Chu Hongba's gaze shot toward Ning Fan within the spirit binding device. Were it not for this young man, Old Li would undoubtedly be dead by now. Chapter 0069. Child, can you do it? A low growl resonated from the basin. Despite being a seasoned veteran, Old Li found himself unnerved as he faced the terrifying entities charging towards him. Their claws bared. A rough estimate revealed that there were at least 20 of these creatures. The two individuals tasked with guarding Old Li stood resolutely, their faces etched with severity. Are we going to strike now? Su Ben inquired, perched at a vantage point, his massive crossbow poised before him, addressing Ning Fan with urgency. With a sigh, Ning Fan replied, Not yet. All right, let me know when to fire. Su Ben acquiesced. Ning Fan, having dismissed Su Ben, immediately shouted towards the vanishing figure of Old Li. Old Li, run. Receiving Ning Fan's command, Old Li wasted no time and sprinted away without hesitation. Do not retract the spirit servants. Ning Fan added. Understood. Old Li raced desperately towards the confines of the spirit guarding artifact. However, the creatures moved with astonishing speed. From the footprints in the soil, Ning Fan could ascertain Old Li's position. The creatures were closing in on the fleeing Old Li. Reinforcements. Spirit servant. Golden bell. Spirit servant. Vines. The two individuals simultaneously unleashed their spirit servants. A golden bell materialized behind Old Li, crashing heavily onto the ground, obstructing the foremost creatures, who were immediately consumed by rage. A frenzied roar erupted from the creatures. One of them glowed with a dazzling array of colors, launching a direct assault on the golden bell. Bang! The golden bell shattered instantly. The individual who summoned it felt a wave of nausea and collapsed to the ground, spewing blood. Damn it! Soul level. From a distance, Chu Hongba instantly recognized the creature's level, anxiously shouting, Stay alert! With the golden bell destroyed, the creatures once again pursued Old Li. From beneath the earth, numerous vines erupted. These vines had a singular purpose: to ensnare the creatures. The creatures' feet became entangled in the vines, toppling one after another. After being thwarted twice, the creatures were consumed by rage. One creature ignited in flames. Soon, the flames transformed into a blazing inferno, incinerating the vines on the ground. The two individuals responsible for providing support found their efforts rendered futile against the creatures. Old Li continued to run for his life, fortunate that the spirit-guarding artifact was within reach. However, one creature's speed suddenly surged. It surged from the rear of the group, reaching the front in less than a second. Speed-type spirit. Old Li initially felt he had escaped danger, but an immediate sense of peril loomed from behind. Su Ben, fire. Ning Fan had also observed this alarming situation. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. A tremendous force surged from behind Lao Li, propelling him forward and causing him to tumble across the ground. Disoriented, he scrambled to his feet, intent on fleeing once more. However, a hand landed on his shoulder. You've worked hard, brotherly. It was Ning Fan. Lao Li glanced around and realized he had materialized, confirming he was within the confines of the spirit confinement device. He collapsed weakly on the ground, gasping for breath. The entire ordeal had lasted less than a minute. Yet only those who had experienced it could fathom the sheer terror encapsulated within that fleeting moment. No wonder no one wished to venture into the soul return basin. It was truly a place devoid of humanity. Suddenly, the ghastly figures behind him could no longer detect Lao Li's spiritual aura and redirected their focus towards the two individuals who had shielded him. Just moments ago, a trace of spiritual presence had lingered there. Brodevke, Ning Fan called back. Chu Hongba immediately summoned his spirit attendant, Chaos Tail. He commanded, wielding a bone whip, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. Yet, he made no move to attack. Instead, he stood resolutely, his gaze fixed on the approaching figures. At that moment, he positioned himself directly behind the spirit confinement device, while the grotesque beings loomed ahead, separated by a 50-meter expanse of spiritual void. The ghastly figures initially surged toward the two supporters, but as Chu Hongba summoned his spirit attendant, they were irresistibly drawn in. A 100 souls level spirit attendant was evidently far more enticing. Brother Li, hurry and get out. Ning Fan urged the still shaken Lao Li. Lao Li rose, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Ning Fan had indirectly saved his life. Can you truly handle this, child? Stop being so wishy-washy. Move out. Ning San preset. Urgency lacing his voice. All right, just be careful. Lao Li consented, no longer hesitating as he sprinted out of the spirit confinement device's range. Ahead of him, the ghastly figures surged forth. Upon their entrance, their contorted faces displayed a clear sense of confusion and bewilderment. The spiritual scent had vanished. Seal it. Ning Fan continued to command. Earth prison. With that, earthen walls rose from the periphery of the spirit confinement device, swiftly enveloping it. The walls ascended to a height of 3 meters before finally halting. Those outside could no longer discern the happenings within. Inside, only Ning Fan remained. Thus far, every facet of the plan had unfolded according to Ning Fan's design. However, whether this plan could be deemed a true success hinged upon Ning Fan's prowess within the earthen prison. Did this child truly possess such capability? Even with perfect scores in swordsmanship among the 9 assessments, confronting 20-odd ghastly figures posed an immense risk. Chu Hongba had retracted his spirit attendant. In truth, his role in the entire scheme was rather straightforward, merely to summon the 100 souls level spirit attendant to lure the ghastly beings into the spirit confinement device's range. He had exerted even less effort than Lao Li. If Ning Fan were to encounter any peril within, Chu Hongba might reproach himself. This lad is quite cunning. Huizi lit another cigarette, asserting that since he could devise such a plan, he must possess at least a 90% assurance of success. At that moment, a series of roars erupted from the earthen wall, a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Even Huizi, who had been brimming with confidence, displayed signs of concern. Xiao Fei furrowed her brows. Ning Fan, are you all right? Absolutely. I'm perfectly fine. Ning Fan's voice soon resonated from within, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. In truth, those outside could not fathom that Ning Fan, amidst the earthen walls, was rather exhilarated. Ning Fan had confirmed that among this batch of uncanny beings, neither Song Kai-sun nor Lin Chuan was present. Thus, after dreaming of having Jian Wucho wield his sword at long last, I too shall wield my blade. Chapter 0070. We are not the saviors. The broken sword was firmly grasped in Ning Fan's hand. The eerie beings, further agitated by the suppressive spirit tool, began to surge towards him. At last, Ning Fan's smile gradually faded, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his gaze. Jian Wucho, if I manage to eliminate these creatures, will you grant me a question as a reward? He inquired. Absolutely not, came Jian Wucho's cold response. Oh, I was merely asking casually. Who knows? I might trick one out of you. Ning Fan ceased his communication with Jian Wucho and brandished his sword against the advancing fiends. Outside, the crowd could hear the sounds of battle emanating from the earthen prison. To their astonishment, the roars of the eerie beings seemed to grow increasingly feeble. This indicated a significant reduction in their numbers. The reason was unmistakably clear. Ning Fan was diminishing their ranks. This kid is quite impressive. Old Li, having regained his composure, remarked, surprising even himself with his sudden outburst. Those eerie beings frighten me just by looking at them. Don't embarrass the Wolf Alliance. At your age, you should at least try to hold it together. Old Li's face flushed. Xiao Fei and Huizi also began to grasp the situation inside, their anxieties finally dissipating. Hearing Old Li's praise for Ning Fan filled both with pride, akin to a parent receiving compliments about their child. Hang in there, kid. Make some noise. Let us know you're still alive. Wheezy shouted towards the earthen prison. Invincible infos. What noise do you expect? Should I sing while I fight? Came Ning Fan's disgruntled voice from within. Wheezy raised an eyebrow. What? You gained some skills, huh? Why you talk to your elder brother like that? How about you come in and fight while I stay outside and converse with civility? Ning San retorted. Wheezy's mouth twitched in response. Que un beau chocolat, broder Wheezy. Would you like me to have my men open the earthen prison and send you in? Huh. You certainly know how to stir things up. Wheezy shot que un beau aglar, falançait l'interifter. Approximately 3 minutes later, the earthen prison fell silent. The crowd likely anticipated the outcome. It's done. Ning Fan's voice resonated from within. The earthen prison gradually collapsed, revealing Ning Fan standing at the edge of the spirit tool, blood splattered across his body. Ning Fan, are you all right? Xiao Fei immediately expressed her concern upon witnessing the scene. I'm fine. The blood isn't mine. At that moment, everyone turned to behold the spectacle behind Ning Fan. 20 eerie beings lay sprawled on the ground. This sight was undeniably shocking. Although Ning Fan had previously outlined such an outcome during their planning, witnessing the reality unfold before their eyes rendered it almost unbelievable. This kid truly managed to slay over 20 eerie beings without deploying his spirit servants? The spirit tool could be deactivated now. We would need it for our next endeavors. Ning Fan stepped out of the vehicle and took a piece of cloth to tend to the bloodstains on his body. He needed to consider his next move. Chu Hongba immediately grasped Ning Fan's intention. You plan to continue in this manner? Yes. Let us rest for a moment before proceeding. The success of their plan imbued Ning Fan with greater confidence. General Song mentioned that his son, prior to becoming a Garen, was also at the single soul level, much like Brother Chuan. Hence, if they were to arrive at the soul return basin, it was highly probable they would linger on the periphery. So, you intend to cleanse the Gueren on the outskirts of the soul return basin in this way. Que un beau inquiret furté. Ning Fan nodded. I roughly estimate that there are about 200 to 300 Gueren on the outskirts. Factoring in our recovery time, we should be able to manage it within 3 days at most. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei's delicate face clouded over. She first glanced at the corpses of the Gueren within the range of the spirit cleansing tool, then lowered her head in contemplation for a moment. Finally, she pulled Ning Fan aside. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Ning Fan was taken aback. What? Xiao Fei pointed to the corpses of the Gueren, her lips trembling slightly. They may have families who care for them. Ning Fan fell silent. The others around them also remained quiet, aware that Xiao Fei held a particular sentiment regarding this matter, as her sister was one of the Gueren. Ning Fan, we merely wish to find Brother Chuan and General Song's son. Why must we kill them? Xiao Fei's brows knitted tightly. I thought your earlier plan was solely to discover the Gairen's weaknesses. Ning Fan regarded Xiao Fei quietly, who showed no signs of relenting. Suddenly, he turned to Chu Hongba. Brother Chu, do you share this sentiment? Chu Hongba pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I have no objections to your plan. Ning Fan nodded and then looked to Huizi. Brother Hui, what about you? Huizi waved his hand dismissively. Don't ask me. Just tell me what to do once you've made your decision. I won't participate in the decision-making. You know I failed 9 assessments and lacked the foresight. However, Xiao Fei's expression grew increasingly grim. Do you all truly feel indifferent? Though they are Gueren, Ning Fan just stated that they have not yet been fully controlled by the spirit. What then? Ning Fan countered seriously. Sister Fei, what do you believe we should do? Xiao Fei was at a loss for words. She merely felt that Ning Fan's course of action was somewhat cruel. Yet, she had no alternative solution to propose. Sister Fei, what is our purpose for coming to the soul return basin? Ning Fan sighed. It is to find Brother Chuan. Xiao Fei retorted, but that does not mean. If you can devise another feasible method, we will all heed your counsel. Ning Fan interrupted Xiao Fei. But you have not, have you? Sister Fei, Brother Hui. Though my time in the Wild Dog's home has been brief and my interactions with Brother Chuan limited, I have learned much during this period. My first lesson was, in fact, imparted by Brother Chuan himself. Ning Fan spoke earnestly. We are not saviors. When I first stepped beyond the walls of Zone F32, I witnessed countless souls pleading for help on the ground. Yet, neither Brother Chuan nor anyone else paid them any heed. I once inquired of you all why we did not extend our aid, but none offered a response. Now, I comprehend the naivety of my question. Lacking kinship, if we were to rescue them, it could jeopardize our own team. Under such circumstances, why should we save those whom we do not know? He gestured towards the basin. And what of those enigmatic beings? Do we have any familiarity with them? In comparison to strangers, should we not prioritize the preservation of those in our immediate vicinity? Xiao Fei shuddered. Sister Fei, I am aware that your sister is one of those enigmatic beings, which may elicit an inexplicable sympathy within you. However, we cannot allow this compassion to place those around us at greater peril. They have families, just as those who perished in the wild have loved ones. Must we consider the plight of every single person? Chapter 71. He is protecting us. Geoffrey fell silent. Yet, her reaction revealed her inability to accept the situation. Sister Fei, I believe you comprehend these matters far better than I do. Ningsan Sikhet. If we venture into the Soul Return Basin, searching one by one poses an immense risk. I would rather eliminate these unfamiliar specters than gamble with the lives of my comrades. The entire team descended into silence. Some members of the Wolf Alliance regarded Ning Fan with a hint of altered perception. They found it increasingly difficult to treat this seemingly immature individual as just a child. I concur with his approach, Chu Hongba declared unequivocally. I too believe my people hold greater significance than these specters. Geoffrey's gaze swept across the crowd, but no one stood to support her. Biting her lip, she asserted, All right, since you have made your decision, I shall abide by it. With that, she strode towards the vehicle where Jioyu was located. Ning Fan turned to Huizi. Huizi, is my approach truly devoid of compassion? You've changed quite a bit. Huizi replied with a smirk, scrutinizing Ning Fan for a moment before breaking into a smile. You're much harsher than when we first met. Ning Fan was taken aback. Huizi waved his hand dismissively. I'll check on the captain. It's natural for a woman to be soft-hearted. You should proceed as you deem fit, and call upon me if needed. Once Huizi departed, Su Ben approached, carrying a massive crossbow. What is all the commotion about? He inquired, stepping closer to Ning Fan. What is there to argue over such trivial matters? Everyone turned to Su Ben. He raised an eyebrow. These specters, even if we don't eliminate them, will either be captured or possessed, correct? That's Sister Geo, too. What is the point of discussing whether they have anyone who cares? If someone truly cared, why haven't they sought them out all this time? If my father were to become a specter, I would be the first to find him. I'd rather die than watch him wander about like a soulless corpse. The fact that these specters have lingered for so long indicates that those who cared for them have long since given up. If even those who once cared have abandoned them, why should we concern ourselves with them any further? Are we simply idle? Su Ben's words evoked a sigh from Chu Hongba. De Ben, I now perceive a hint of profound wisdom in your seemingly foolish remarks. You're the fool. My father claims I'm quite clever. Su Ben retorted, visibly displeased. Meanwhile, Huizi approached Geoffrey. If you intend to persuade me to align with their decision, spare your breath. Geoffrey gazed at the unconscious Jew. I cannot accept this. Huizi remained silent, taking a seat on a nearby stone and lighting a cigarette. Smoke elsewhere if you must. Geoffrey chastised. You clearly lack discernment. Huizi expressed his dissatisfaction. Geoffrey's temper flared. What do you mean by that? Should I be grateful for your company? I wasn't referring to myself. It's your attitude towards Ning Fan that I meant. Huizi, with a rare seriousness, remarked Ui and hit. The three of us are members of the Wild Dog House. Ning Fan has only just begun to establish a certain reputation, and you openly undermine him in front of so many people. Does that seem appropriate to you? Do you not think his actions too cruel? Xiao Fei became increasingly agitated. Oui, je get cruel, indeed. But do you not realize that it is precisely because this plan originated from him that you perceive an issue? Xiao Fei paused. Huizi continued. If Chuan Ge were still here and he proposed this plan, would you feel discomfort, yet question it with such fervor? Xiao Fei clenched her teeth, but refrained from arguing. Ultimately, we have underestimated this lad, neglecting the profound impact of his recent experiences on him. Huizi Sigid, whether it is you or even I, we feel that such a cruel plan should not be conceived by a child. When we see this boy, we unconsciously envision him as the innocent and kind-hearted version of ourselves from the past. We wish to find solace in him for our youthful selves, and thus, when he too begins to change, we become sensitive. We do not wish to see him, like us, resort to vile and ruthless means to survive. This time, Xiao Fei did not contest. Captain, I do not know what kind of person Ning Fan will become in the future, but I'm certain that he cares deeply for both you and me, and that is enough. Huizi glanced towards the Wolf Alliance team, which was regrouping. Do you understand why I say you do not comprehend good and bad? Xiao Fei looked at Huizi, awaiting his revelation. Old Li's role is better suited for you than for him. Huizi's gaze sharpened. Old Li's refracting abilities are ineffective against the cunning. In comparison, your speed in flower dance is swifter, making you far more apt for the role of a decoy. Xiao Fei's eyes widened in surprise. She was not foolish. With Huizi's candidness, how could she possibly be oblivious? Moreover, my spirit familiar is a shadow, perfectly suited for delaying the pursuit of the cunning. Huizi gestured towards Ning Fan's direction. Yet this lad, while formulating the plan, overlooked us. Do you think a student like me would consider what a top student like him would miss? If he thought of it, why would he make such a blunder? Xiao Fei swallowed hard. Huizi's smile grew warmer. All along, we believed we were protecting him, but in truth, this child is also safeguarding us in his own way. At the same time, in the Tri-Alliance Cooperation Zone, Su Tong, I have received news about Xiao Tong. A man in his 40s, sporting a crew cut, knelt before Su Wanjun. It is said that Xiao Tong was seen near the Guai Gathering in the Seoul Return Basin. Guai Gathering? Su Wanjun furrowed his brow. What business does Xiao Bei have there? The details remain unclear. Su Wanjun pondered for a moment, then retrieved his phone and made a call. Where are you now? Returning to Su Tong. I have arrived at District F27. How is the investigation progressing? As Yiliang mentioned, the monitors here indeed apprehended Xiao Tong and handed him over to Yiliang. What did Li Jiang say? He stated that he was unaware of the subsequent developments. Understood. Once the matter is resolved, pay a visit to the eerie gathering in the Seoul Return Basin. Someone there has encountered Xiao Bei. Very well, Su Tong. After ending the call, Su Wanjun's expression gradually darkened. Regardless of the circumstances, anyone who dares to capture my son, Su Wanjun, shall inevitably face consequences. I see. After concluding his thoughts, Su Wanjun's fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest, lost in contemplation. Why do I always feel that there is something peculiar about this situation? Su Wanjun murmured softly, furthermore. Who in the entire F district possesses the capability to orchestrate such a grand scheme, employing 3,000 soul-level experts? Chapter 72. The departure of Lao Su. The group had been hunting the enigmatic beings near the Seoul Return Basin for 2 days. Thus far, there had been no casualties. Yet the morale among the team was palpably low. The reason was straightforward. They had failed to locate Lin Chuan, and Song Kai-sun was also missing. The surrounding enigmatic beings had been largely eradicated, and everyone understood that hope was dwindling. Although there were no fatalities, the number of injuries was on the rise. A day prior, Lao Li had sustained injuries from Creature due to his slower pace, leaving the baiting task to be taken up by others. Within 2 days, members of the Wolf Alliance had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Fortunately, none were life-threatening, and all were expected to recover. Chu Hongbo was acutely aware of Ning Fan's self-interest. No one was more suitable for the baiting task than Xiao Fei, yet Ning Fan remained silent on the matter. However, Chu Hongbo chose not to express any dissatisfaction. In such dire circumstances, self-interest was understandable. If he were in Ning Fan's position, he too would prioritize the safety of his own team. Moreover, it was Ning Fan who bravely took on the most perilous tasks himself, which rendered any complaints moot. With just one more day, they could potentially clear the area. Chu Hongbo sat atop a hill, smoking a cigarette, and turned to Ning Fan, whose blood-stained clothing had dried. What are your plans if Lin Chuan remains elusive? Ning Fan, with a bandage wrapped around his arm, had also been injured. Despite his considerable improvement in swordsmanship, consecutive battles inevitably led to moments of carelessness. Upon hearing Chu Hongbo's question, a shadow of despondence crossed Ning Fan's face. For now, I really don't know. The F district is vast. Searching for one person is incredibly challenging. The Seoul Return Basin offers a glimmer of hope. Yet even that leads to confusion. What about beyond finding Lin Chuan? Chu Hongba inquired, intrigued by the young man after their days together. To earn money, Ning Fan replied, gazing in the direction of home. To buy specialized medicine for my mother. Poison? Kuung Buaskid. Indeed, Ning Fan managed a wry smile. My initial purpose as a wanderer was to earn money to buy medicine for her. How far are you from your goal? Quite far indeed. Ning San Sruket. The essentials for this operation have accumulated. We have approximately 100,000 salas in the team. Even if divided among us, I would only receive a few tens of thousands. Chu Hongba stroked his chin, contemplating. True, subtracting the 50,000 owed to me, there isn't much left. Ning Fan Tuklet Derisivedi. Are you trying to provoke me? Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I heard from Old Sue that you stirred up some trouble in F32 district and can't return for the time being? Indeed, I killed a researcher, Ning Fan remarked nonchalantly. But it's not a significant issue. As long as one is willing to spend money to smooth things over, it should be resolvable. Having experienced so much, Ning Fan realized that the incident involving Yang Beihai was not as grave as he had once imagined. With sufficient funds, everything could be made right. At the very least, one could muster up the courage to approach Song Kai and converse with those in F32. Are you interested in remaining in F21? Chu Hongba could not resist extending an invitation. Join me for a meal. If Huizi and Xiao Fei are willing, they may accompany us. No, thank you. Ning Fan almost immediately declined, smiling as he shook his head. If we switch to another place, Wild Dog's home will cease to exist. Very well. Chu Hongba was not one to linger on matters. He rose, patting Ning Fan on the shoulder. In the future, if there are tasks in the district, I will introduce you, so you can earn enough money to return and treat your mother's illness. Thank you, Brother Chu. No need for formality. Chu Hongba stretched lazily. Shall we continue? Let us proceed. Ning Fan picked up the broken sword. The sooner we clear this up, the sooner we can find peace of mind. Throughout the day, they finally managed to cleanse the periphery of the soul returning basin. Despite having mentally prepared themselves, there was still a sense of disappointment when they confirmed that neither Lin Chuan nor Song Kai-sun was among the eerie individuals. On the return journey, Ning Fan's vehicle was still occupied by 5 people, the trio from Wild Dog's home, along with Su Ben and the unconscious Xiao Yu. Thank you. Suddenly, Xiao Fei spoke without warning. Ning Fan was taken aback, realizing she was addressing him. What? Xiao Fei turned her gaze to the window. Since their disagreement 3 days prior, they had exchanged no words. Now, her first statement was one of gratitude, leaving Ning Fan somewhat bewildered. Noticing her silence, he smiled. You're welcome. Xiao Fei turned to him, her eyes filled with conflicted emotions. Ning Fan, curious, asked, Sister Fei, do you have any instructions? Please feel free to speak. Let me think it over. Xiao Fei glanced out the window again, lost in thought. On their way back, they passed the eerie gathering once more. But this time it did not stop. However, compared to 3 days ago, the gathering was evidently more lively, with dozens of cars parked outside. Upon returning to F21, Ning Fan immediately sought out Song Kai. Song Kai appeared somewhat more haggard than before, his smile diminished. Brother Song, in his office, Ning Fan expressed his apologies. I'm sorry, we couldn't find anyone. It's all right. Song Kai forced a smile and waved his hand. I was merely hoping for a glimmer of hope. Finding someone would be divine favor, while not finding anyone is to be expected. In truth, Song Kai had already anticipated the outcome since their return. What about your captain, Lin Chuan? He wasn't found either? Yes. Ning San Siket. Very well. Then let us take a break and rest in F21. Song Kai appeared disinterested. Ning Fan stood up and, after a moment of contemplation, said, Brother Song, regarding the funds for supplies, once we are more financially stable, forget it. It's a small amount. Song Kai interrupted Ning Fan directly. You should keep it for your use. Consider it a gift from me to you. Ning Fan did not insist further. The supplies represented a significant sum. There was no need to cling to pride. Thank you, Brother Song. Just as Ning Fan was about to leave by opening the door, Lao Su Dipat, Ning Fan paused, suddenly turning back, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed at Song Kai. With a bitter smile, Song Kai remarked, He has indeed left, but he is not dead. Only then did Ning Fan breathe a sigh of relief. Where has he gone? He inquired. Song Kai gestured upwards. Ning Fan looked up, his expression shifting slightly. To the upper city? Indeed, Song Kai replied with a grimace. He has returned to assume his role as the lord of the upper city. Ning Fan understood that Song Kai's words were merely an expression of discontent. There was a bond of camaraderie between the two old friends, and with Lao Su's departure, Song Kai felt a sense of sorrow. Does Dabin know? Perhaps. He remains unaware. Song Kai said earnestly, You should speak to Dabin. I'm afraid that rascal might cry in front of me, and that would trouble my heart. Very well, Ning Fan agreed without hesitation. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he could not help but ask, Brother Song, do you think Lao Su will return? Song Kai was taken aback. After a brief pause, he sighed. It seems unlikely. Chapter 73. The new captain. 5 minutes later, Ning Fan emerged from the office building. Xiao Fei and Huizi awaited him at the entrance. Ning Fan recounted his recent conversation with Song Kai. Both were somewhat taken aback upon hearing the news about Lao Su returning to the city. What about Dabin? Huizi inquired. I intend to recruit him into the Wild Dog Society. Ning Fan seemed to have contemplated this beforehand. While we do not yet fully understand Dabin's capabilities, one thing is certain, he is not weak. Moreover, I believe he possesses commendable character. Since we were ambushed by Su Bei, I have been considering the absence of a member with ranged abilities in our group. Had we had someone positioned for an ambush at that time, perhaps? Ning Fan hesitated to continue. Would he be willing? Huizi asked. I believe it's feasible. If you both agree, I will approach him, Ning Fan replied with confidence. Huizi shrugged. I have no objections. Dabin is a good person. They both turned to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei pursed her lips. Since their return journey, her eyes had flickered with hesitation, as if contemplating something significant. Fei Jia, do you think it's inappropriate? Ning Fan, sensing her silence, asked directly. To their surprise, Xiao Fei stated, Ning Fan, you should take on the role of captain of the Wild Dog Society. Both Ning Fan and Huizi were momentarily stunned. The hesitation in Xiao Fei's gaze gradually faded, replaced by a solemnity. I am not speaking out of anger, nor is this an impulsive decision. Xiao Fei gazed deeply at Ning Fan. I acknowledge that I have been overly emotional in some decisions. However, through my observations during this time, I find your thought process to be much clearer. No, Fei Jia, this joke has gone too far. Ning San protested. Let me reiterate, I am not joking. Xiao Fei insisted earnestly. Take Chu Hongba, for instance. Prior to our collaboration, we had established an agreement where the Wolf Alliance would take the lead in decision-making, and we would follow. Yet, the final tactical execution adhered to your strategy. This indicates that Chu Hongba acknowledges your planning capabilities. Even now, I still find your plans somewhat ruthless, but it is undeniable that we have minimized our losses in this operation. Therefore, in every aspect, you are more suitable for the captaincy than I am. I do not wish for my mistakes to lead the Wild Dog Society into ruin. Ning Fan frowned, feeling troubled. Fei Jia, do not use age or experience as excuses. No one is born a leader. Xiao Fei sighed. To be honest, since Chuan Ji's departure, being captain has been exhausting. Previously, I never had to consider what I should do. Chuan Gu would give me directives, and I merely needed to fulfill my responsibilities. However, since assuming the role of captain, my thoughts have been consumed with how to ensure the stability of the Wild Dog House, and whether my decisions may affect others. To be frank, I am not particularly meticulous. Rather than devising plans, I prefer to resolve issues with a blade in my hand. Ning Fan, don't you think that much of what Huizi and I have accomplished during this period has largely been orchestrated by you? With a smile, Xiao Fei remarked, in truth, I seem more like a nominal captain, so why not let you take the reins, allowing me some peace while you can showcase your talents? Ning Fan could discern that Xiao Fei was sincere. Throughout their journey, or rather since their divergence of opinions, she had been contemplating this matter, and now, after considerable reflection, she had chosen to voice her thoughts. Kid, don't refuse, Huizi said, patting Ning Fan's shoulder. In fact, I have high hopes for you. Suddenly, Ning Fan felt a weight upon his shoulder, not from Huizi's gesture, but from a sense of responsibility that had settled there. Having joined the Wild Dog House for less than half a month, and already being endorsed as captain by 2 veterans was indeed a source of pride. Yet, it also came with a burden that may never be lifted. All right, I feel relieved. Xiao Fei smiled, her expression radiant. She even winked at Ning Fan, saying, "From now on, lead us well, Captain." Xiao Fei offered Ning Fan no opportunity for refusal. From that moment forth, the Wild Dog House would be under Ning Fan's command. Ning Fan could hardly fathom that just half a month ago, he had met Lin Xuan for the first time in District F32 and, after much effort, had managed to join. Now, he stood in Lin Xuan's stead. In truth, Xiao Fei relinquished her captaincy at this juncture precisely because they had failed to locate Lin Xuan in the Soul Return Basin. Though reluctant to accept it, the Wild Dog House indeed needed to adapt to a life without Lin Xuan. "Captain, the Ben is joined. I agree, you should speak with him." Xiao Fei appeared remarkably at ease. As for Qiao Yu's situation, take your time. I am in no hurry. She did not wish to place excessive pressure on the newly appointed captain. All right. Ning Fan exhaled deeply. Rest assured, Fei Jia, I will find a way regarding your sister. Half an hour later, Ning Fan arrived at the entrance of Su Zhang's quarters. He gently knocked on the door, which was unlatched, allowing him to enter. Inside, Su Bin leaned against the bedside, a massive crossbow beside him. "You're here?" Su Bin cheerfully waved to Ning Fan. "What did Uncle Song say? Didn't he get upset about not finding his son, did he?" "Not at all. He not only didn't he make things difficult for me, but said those supplies were a gift," Ning Fan replied, striving to maintain a light demeanor. "Your Uncle Song, well, he's quite generous," he added. Su Bin raised an eyebrow. "Is he taking advantage of me?" "Ha ha ha. Brother Song told me to call him that. If you have a problem, take it up with him." Ning Fan settled into a relatively clean spot to sit. Su Bin cast a glance in his direction. "Before my father departed, did he seek you out?" Ning Fan was taken aback. Su Bin chuckled. "You have come to discuss this matter with me, haven't you?" Ning Fan tilted his head, gazing at Su Bin for a while. "Sometimes, I truly cannot discern whether you are genuinely foolish or merely pretending to be wise. To hell with it. Am I a fool in both aspects?" Su Bin retorted with a playful curse, then sighed. "Ever since he asked me to accompany you out of the district, I knew he was leaving." Ning Fan was certain that Su Bin was not foolish. This seemingly simple-minded fellow possessed a clarity of thought. "My father, oh, he was so stubborn." Su Bin scoffed. "So many years have passed. What is there to cling to? Why must one return to embrace death?" As he spoke, Su Bin's eyes reddened. With his departure, after 18 years of nurturing and care, who could I turn to for gratitude? Chapter 0074. A fortuitous discovery indeed. This iron-headed fellow comprehends everything. I am, in fact, not my father's biological child. Su Bin gazed at the colossal crossbow and said languidly, "Are you aware of this matter?" Ning Fan hesitated slightly before nodding. "I know. My father intended to conceal it from me, but I had already discovered the truth." Su Bin sighed. "I am tall and handsome, while he is slender and dark. Did he truly believe I would remain oblivious?" Ning Fan remained silent, continuing to sit quietly across from Su Bin. "You've come this time to recruit me, haven't you?" Su Bin abruptly shifted the topic. Ning Fan did not digress. "Yes. Are you interested? I have a condition." "What condition?" "If the opportunity arises, accompany me to the upper city." A spark ignited in Su Bin's eyes. "He has cared for me for 18 years. If he were still alive, I would provide for him in his old age. And if he has passed, I would see to his burial." "Agreed. Then I shall join." Su Bin was decisive, promptly giving a clear response. "Excellent. I welcome your addition in my capacity as the captain of the Wild Dog House. From now on, we shall share the same table." Ning Fan imitated the gesture and extended his hand. Su Bin paused. "Captain, isn't your captain Sister Qiao?" "Now it is I." Ning Fan smiled. Su Bin stared at him for a while and mumbled, "Your little group consists of just 3 members, and you're already engaging in power grab? Get lost. It was Sister Fei who voluntarily appointed me." Shortly thereafter, Ning Fan summoned Xiao, Fei, and Huizi to join them. Thus, Wild Dog House not only changed its captain, but also welcomed new members. May I say a few words? Ning Fan felt somewhat unaccustomed to his new role. "You are the captain. Speak if you wish. Who could possibly stop you?" Huizi chuckled. Ning Fan gradually adopted a more serious demeanor. "The Ben, since you have confirmed your intent to join us, we need a fundamental understanding of your capabilities." "Ah, all right." Su Bin nodded. "I am quite formidable. The three exchanged glances. Unimpressed. Can you be more specific? Ning Fan patiently inquired. Su Bin pouted. To be specific, I am an archer, and my spirit attendant is called heavy artillery. Classified as 100 souls level. The three's eyes widened in astonishment. Although they had previously witnessed Su Bin's strength and knew he was far from weak, they had not anticipated that this iron-headed fellow's spirit attendant was indeed at the 100 souls level. Did that not place him on par with Su Bei and Chu Hongba? Ning Fan's eyes sparkled. Xiao Fei and Huizi understood the implication in his gaze. We've struck gold. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Su Jiang often took him out for excursions, and Su Bin likely encountered more spirits than most. Now, let's share our circumstances as well. Ning Fan appeared quite excited. Sister Fei's spirit attendant is named Flower Dance, classified as 10 souls level, excelling in combat with formidable assassination and siege capabilities. Hui Ji's spirit attendant is named Shadow, a singular soul level entity, adept in ambush, interrogation, and control. As for me, although Ning Fan has already established that Jian Wuchou does not qualify as a spirit attendant, he nonetheless introduced him for the sake of Su Bin's understanding. Jian Wuchou, a singular soul level entity, yet my spirit attendant is rather unique, as he can be utilized within the confines of the spirit confining artifact. Goodness, how impressive. Su Bin suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder you can slay the eerie beings within the spirit confining artifact. It turns out you can play dirty. Please speak properly. Ning Fan felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed that future tranquility might elude him. With Huizi's incessant chatter and Su Bin's propensity for loose lips, peace appeared to be a distant dream. Now that we have a basic understanding, allow me to outline our team's forthcoming direction. Ning Fan adopted a serious demeanor, directing his gaze towards Xiao Fei. Sister Fei, I will diligently investigate your sister's situation during this period. I have a friend who possesses some knowledge about spirits. I shall consult her shortly. Very well. You are the captain. Proceed as you see fit. Currently, Xiao Yu is temporarily settled at the location of the Wolf Alliance, thanks to a generous offer from Chu Hongba to assist. Additionally, Ning Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment. I have taken on the role of a traveler to earn money for my mother's medication. Hence, I intend to accept more tasks to accumulate enough funds to return and ensure her recovery. You may utilize the team's funds for now, Xiao Fei interjected. First, let's get her treated, and we can repay later. Huizi concurred. I have no pressing expenses myself. Finally, all three turned their attention to Su Bin. Su Bin raised an eyebrow. What are you looking at me for? I have but one request. Ensure that I am well supplied with exquisite delicacies. Ning Fan expressed his gratitude towards the trio. All right, I shall not feign modesty any longer. That evening, after everyone had returned to their respective rooms to rest, Ning Fan sat on the bed in his hotel room, retrieving the phone that Wen Kai had previously given him. The phone contained only one number, labeled as Sister Kai. He dialed the number, and it rang for quite some time. Hello, came Wen Kai's voice from the other end. Ning Fan felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. Sister Kai, it's me. I know. Wen Kai's tone was somewhat cold. Ning Fan, concerned, inquired, Sister Kai, is everything all right on your end? Has something happened? Wen Kai remained silent. Ning Fan pressed on. Do you need my assistance? No need, she replied curtly. I have nothing more to discuss. I will hang up now. Please refrain from contacting me in the future. Sister Kai, I apologize. It's not that I haven't wanted to reach out. Spare me the excuses. Wen Kai interview. Her voice firm. Who do you think I am? Ning Fan felt a pang of guilt. After all, Wen Kai had shown him considerable care during his time in District F21, and he had indeed let her down. Just as he was about to offer further explanations, the voice on the other end transformed into that of a man. Xiaodong, is it you they captured? Ning Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Who are you? I am Zhang Wenshun, the squad leader of the Dark Residents in the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone. The man's voice carried a hint of mockery. Your beloved is quite the person. Even on the brink of death, she couldn't bear to sell you. Ning Fan gripped the phone tightly, its ringing producing a series of sharp sounds. What have you done to Kai Jia? Heck curious, are we? Zhang Wenshun sneered. Come to District F27 and see for yourself. With that, He ended the call without further ado. Ning Fan's expression was as still as a stagnant pool. Silently, he tucked the phone away, donned his clothing, and slung the broken sword across his back. He felt a feverish heat coursing through his body, a restless agitation simmering within. Su Bei has connections. I cannot provoke him. Your people took Su Bei away, and I endured it. But now you leave me no choice. Then no one shall live in peace. Ning Fan exited the room and knocked on the doors of Qiao Fei and Hui Zi. As they emerged, both wore expressions of bewilderment. What happened? We need to find a bin. Assemble everyone. What's going on? Hui Zi rubbed his bleary eyes in confusion. Back to District F-27. It's time to spill blood. Ning Fan's face remained stoic, his eyes igniting with an inferno of fury. Chapter 75. Home. Do you understand? An hour later, the four individuals from the Wild Dog Society had settled into the vehicle. Hui Zi yawned while driving, and Su Bin sat in the back seat, cradling a massive crossbow. If I had known, I would never have joined you. Not even a complete sleep allowed? Ning Fan remained silent, devoid of the spirit for jest. Once he calmed down, he could surmise the situation in F-27 district. It appeared that after Su Bei returned to the Tri-Union Cooperative Zone, Su Wanjun noticed his injuries and, upon inquiry, learned of the grievances he endured in F-27 district. Thus, the esteemed Su commander had dispatched someone to seek justice for his son. As the captain of the observers, Wen Kai was naturally the primary target and received particular attention. What troubled Ning Fan the most was the unimaginable torment Wen Kai must have endured, yet she still refrained from revealing his whereabouts. Only Wen Kai knew that Ning Fan had ventured to F-21 district. If she confessed, they might have already come for him. Regardless of her prior care for him or her current protection, Ning Fan had to go. To Bin. Upon reaching F-27 district, you will enter first to assess the situation. Ning Fan instructed Su Bin in the back seat. You are unfamiliar with it. Understood. Su Bin shrieked. Fei Jia, you will enter second. Visit the black market and inquire about selling weapons. See what they have to say. All right. And what about me? Hui Zi turned to ask. You will accompany me back to F-32 district, Ning Fan replied softly. Hui Zi paused. What do we need to return to F-32 district for? We are wanted in the area. No worries. We won't linger long. Just wait for me outside. Ning Fan's eyelids twitched slightly. I need to deliver some medicine to my mother before we leave. Medicine? A special medicine? Yu exclaimed, astonished. Where did you acquire that? I inquired while I was in F-32 district. There's a special medicine in the research institute. You intend to rob the research institute. This time, it was not only Hui Zi who was shocked. Even Xiao Fei stared at him wide-eyed. I might not survive this trip to F-27 district. If I die, my mother will be beyond saving, and I don't have time to slowly gather money. Ning Fan's voice was hoarse. Being chosen by the upper city was my first path. If not chosen, joining the Wild Dog Society to earn money for medicine was the second path. But if I cannot earn the money for medicine within 6 months, robbing the research institute becomes the final resort. This was a plan Ning Fan had contemplated long ago. However, the reasons for ultimately choosing this last path differed vastly from his earlier intentions. If I survive, I will bring my mother to F-21 district, and we will re-establish the Wild Dog Society's name. But Ning Fan looked at Xiao Fei with guilt. If I die, Fei Jia, you must take the mantle of the Wild Dog Society's leader. It was evident to all that Ning Fan was approaching this trip to F-27 district with a resolute determination to fight against fate. Jiao Fei and Hui Zi were witnessing Ning Fan's fury for the first time. This anger stemmed partly from Wen Kai, but more significantly, it was a culmination of all the repression he had endured over time, finally ignited by this trigger. The disdain from the upper city, the injustice faced by the Wild Dog House, and the frustration of capturing Su Bei without the means to punish him. These emotions had remained unprocessed within Ning Fan, festering quietly until they could no longer be contained. Jiao Fei furrowed her brow tightly. You don't intend to let us accompany you to rescue him? This is my own affair. Ning Fan replied with a nod. The opponent is the dark residents of the 3 Unified Cooperation Zone. He recalled the oppressive sensation brought on by Yi Liang and the sight of Deputy Meng being killed without any response. He had received kindness from Wen Kai, yet others had not. There was no need to drag everyone down with him. Zhao Fei's expression darkened. Captain, you still do not grasp the significance of the wild doghouse emblem. Ning Fan was taken aback. Zhao Fei continued, we have interacted with numerous teams of practitioners, such as the Wind Slayers, Skeleton Brigade, Battle Bears, or Wolf Alliance. Have you not gleaned anything from these names? To be honest, Ning Fan had not given it much thought. He merely believed that they were named for their appealing sounds. However, at that moment, Huizi gazed ahead and remarked in a subdued tone, we are called the Wild Dog House. Ning Fan felt a stir of emotion. Zhao Fei patted him on the shoulder. Home, do you understand? But Jia, no mobu. Zhao Fei smiled gently. When the time comes, we will follow your lead on what to do. If you insist on acting alone, then we will proceed as we see fit. But without your plan, we may face greater risks. Indeed, Zhao Fei was compelling Ning Fan. If you do not take us with you, we will venture on our own. That will be far more perilous. Thus, for our safety, you must include us. Ning Fan felt a tinge of sorrow. In this wretched world, encountering so many friends who were sincere was a source of contentment for him. All right, he affirmed with a firm nod. Once you gather the information, we will convene at the previous cave. Good, Zhao Fei smiled. Throughout the journey, aside from the driving Huizi, everyone else quietly rested in the vehicle. Each individual understood the risks associated with this mission. Seasoned practitioners knew how to maintain their composure. Finally, they arrived near Zone F-27, and Su Bin and Zhao Fei disembarked. Be careful. I have no idea how many people from the 3 Unified Cooperation Zone are in the area. Don't attract attention. Ning San Gaotionet. Rest assured, Su Bin replied, pulling out a thick stack of solar notes from his pocket. I'm going to act like a lord. This money had been given to him by Ning Fan. Now that they had decided to seize medicine from the Research Institute, money seemed of little consequence. Separated from the two, Huizi proceeded forward for approximately 4 hours until they finally arrived outside the boundary wall of Zone F-32. Ning Fan disembarked and instructed Huizi to wait for him. Returning to Zone F-32 enveloped Ning Fan in a surreal nostalgia. The last time he departed from here was after vanquishing Yang Beihai. During this interval, Ning Fan could distinctly sense the profound changes within himself. Approaching the entrance, he slid 1,000 salas through the window. The guard was not the same one whom Lin Chuan frequently tipped. A young lad, are you? The guard, visibly pleased upon receiving the payment, promptly opened the door for Ning Fan without further ado. Ning Fan nodded in gratitude. As he stepped into Zone F-32, he was met with that familiar scent, somewhat unpleasant yet undeniably comforting. Hey, are you one of us from Zone F-32? You look a bit familiar. The guard idly initiated conversation. Ning Fan chuckled softly indeed. Born and raised here. Well, young man, it's impressive that you've managed to return alive from the wilderness. I have high hopes for you, the guard exclaimed with a grin. Ning Fan chose not to engage in extended conversation. Just as he was about to make his way toward the Research Institute, he suddenly noticed a decaying wooden plank discarded in a pile of refuse by the wall. Seeing no one was paying attention, he approached, retrieved the plank from the trash, cleaned it, and tucked it in his bosom. Chapter 0076. Separate Actions, Little Brother. Your appetite is truly impressive. In a fine dining establishment located in District F-27, Su Bin set down his enormous crossbow onto a nearby chair and indulged heartily in a succulent beef rib. The savory juices dripped onto the table, enticing those at the adjacent table to swallow with envy. His table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, eliciting envious glances from onlookers. While many could afford such delicacies, it was rare to witness anyone consuming them with such fervor. It was as if he were savoring his last meal. Boss, your dishes are remarkably delicious, far superior to those from my side. Su Bin mumbled appreciatively. The proprietor beamed with pride. Of course. I learned from my father since childhood. If you asked me to prepare local cuisine, it would likely be no different from others. But when it comes to the refined dishes, I am unparalleled. He gave himself a thumbs up. Su Bin nodded vigorously. Indeed, impressive. Hey, brother, by your tone, are you not a local of District F-27? The boss, intrigued by Su Bin's lavish demeanor, inquired further. I hail from District F-54, Su Bin replied nonchalantly. I came here to rest and purchase some medicine for the journey. What kind of medicine? the boss asked. Su Bin raised an eyebrow, gnawing on a lamb leg as he responded. What's the matter? Do you have acquaintances? Absolutely. I've been around here for my whole life. While I may not have accumulated much, I do have some connections. The boss patted his chest. I need hemostatic and healing types. Plenty of them. Su Bin wiped his greasy mouth. The boss paused. Little brother, what are your intentions? Planning to risk your life? Better safe than sorry. Money in hand is merely paper. It won't help if you're dead. Su Bin declared grandly. The boss chuckled. That is indeed true. After a moment, the boss glanced around cautiously before lowering his voice. However, acquiring such medicine has become rather challenging. What? In such a large district, there's a shortage of medicine? Su Bin scoffed. You just claim to have connections. Are you boasting? The boss's face flushed as he quickly clarified. No. If it were any other time, I could certainly procure it. But things have been tight lately. Tight? Is your district particularly stingy? Why all the fuss over a bit of medicine? How should I put it? The boss took a seat beside Su Bin, lowering his voice further. There have been some recent developments in the district. What kind of developments? Su Bin, intrigued, set down his half-eaten lamb leg. I've only heard whispers, the boss said conspiratorially. But it seems our district's monitor has attracted the attention of a significant figure. Ha ha ha. What kind of figure could that be? The royal family from the upper city? Su Bin replied dismissively. The boss raised an eyebrow. What about the leader of the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone? Would you say that as significant? Tri-Union Cooperation Zone? Su Bin was intrigued. How could the district's monitors provoke such trouble? It was said that the monitors had previously apprehended a man who happened to be the son of one of the three prominent families. Now, they were facing retaliation. The boss sighed. Isn't this an unwarranted disaster? If someone disrupts the order within the district, it is only natural for the monitors to act. Should they first inquire about one's background before making an arrest? Su Bin also expressed his dissatisfaction. Isn't that the case? The folks from the three prominent families are truly unreasonable. They're simply abusing their power. Who can blame them for being so formidable? In District F, even the central authority must yield to them. Do we dare challenge them in our small corner? The boss scoffed. This has always been a struggle for survival. Even cockroaches and rats insist on ranking themselves. How were the monitors retaliated against? Were they all killed? Su Bin refrained from commenting on the boss's words and continued to inquire curiously. The boss shook his head. I don't know. But I heard this morning that 2 corpses were thrown out of the monitor's office building. Their faces were so mangled that they were unrecognizable. So audacious? To retaliate right at the monitor's building? No wonder there's anger. Our esteemed leader doesn't even dare to utter a word. Damn it. How pathetic. Su Bin urged softly. Keep your voice down. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The boss realized he had become a bit too agitated and lowered his voice again, casting a grateful glance at Su Bin. Brother, how about after this meal? You head to another district to collect medicine? If luck is not on your side and you encounter those rascals, you could easily be slashed while minding your own business. Initially, the boss aimed to profit from Su Bin. However, as their conversation progressed, Su Bin's eyes twinkled and he smiled. All right, thank you. Saying this, he placed 1,000 salas on the table. The boss was taken aback. Young brother, that's too much. Not all. The taste is worth it. Su Bin hoisted the heavy crossbow and exited the restaurant. At the same time, Huizi had parked his vehicle about a kilometer away from the wall of District F32, nestled in a small grove. His position allowed him to observe the main entrance closely. Should Ning Fan emerge, he would be ready to assist immediately. Huizi's expression was stoic as he toyed with a dagger, constantly exhibiting various tricks. Originally, he intended to enter the district with Ning Fan, but he had been declined. On one hand, Huizi had a modest reputation in District F32 and could easily be recognized. On the other hand, Ning Fan was merely procuring arms and ammunition, and any commotion would likely only attract the attention of the executors. However, if Huizi were to deploy his spirit servants, it would inevitably involve the monitors as well. Ultimately, Huizi felt it prudent to remain there and handle the support. He pondered with a hint of worry. I wonder if this kid will manage. Once we earn some money, I must buy a phone. Just then, a rumble echoed nearby, and flashing lights illuminated the area around Huizi. Startled, He quickly concealed himself behind a tree. A vehicle approached and came to a halt. Wheezy furrowed his brow tightly, gripping his dagger with resolve. The car door swung open, revealing a man clad in a gray trench coat. "Brother, there's a car here," the trench-coated man remarked to someone inside. "There's no one around." "But the engine is still running," came a deep voice from within the vehicle. "If there's no one here, it's unclaimed. Let us take it." For a band of wanderers, a car is an indispensable asset. Moreover, Wheezy's vehicle was originally purchased by Song Kai, undoubtedly a luxury. Hidden behind a tree, Wheezy's expression darkened. If the car would be stolen while Ning Fan remained inside, escape would be impossible. However, if he chose to confront them now, claiming ownership of the vehicle, it would be equally inappropriate. He was alone, while they formed a complete team. If the car was indeed unclaimed, they could simply drive away. Yet, if it had an owner, albeit just one, they could resort to theft. Most critically, Wheezy was certain that the moment he revealed himself, the opposing team, regardless of their interest in the vehicle, would not treat him with kindness. After all, the man in the trench coat belonged to the Slashing Wind Corps, a former rival of the Wild Dog House. Chapter 77. The heist. The man in the trench coat exclaimed in astonishment. This vehicle is filled with treasures. He had already slipped into the car, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the abundance of supplies stacked within. The Wind Slashing Brigade had been established for quite some time, yet they had never experienced such wealth. Curiosity piqued. The others disembarked and peered into Wheezy's vehicle, their expressions betraying glimmers of avarice. "Brother, is there any risk involved?" The trench-coated man inquired of a shorter, yet remarkably formidable figure. This robust individual was none other than Zhao Jinsong, the leader of the Wind Slashing Brigade. At that moment, Zhao's gaze was fixated on the supplies, unable to divert his attention. After a moment's hesitation, he scanned the surroundings to ensure they were alone. "Let's move the supplies," he declared, unable to resist the tantalizing allure. As a wanderer, he was accustomed to gambling with his life for profit. Danger was an inherent part of the trade. The wealth contained within this vehicle was undoubtedly worth the risk. One of the members, puzzled, asked, "Brother, are we leaving the vehicle behind?" Indeed, Zhao Jinsong possessed a degree of prudence. While he coveted the vehicle, he recognized the potential for it to attract unwanted scrutiny. Thus, he resolved to forsake the car, knowing that seizing this cache of supplies would yield tremendous gains. Meanwhile, Wheezy remained concealed in the shadows, watching as the members of the Wind Slashing Brigade eagerly transferred the supplies to their own vehicle. Gritting his teeth, he fought to suppress his frustration. Had they intended to abscond with the vehicle as well, he would have fought tooth and nail to stop them. However, upon hearing Zhao's decision to leave the car behind, Wheezy wrestled with his emotions but ultimately chose to swallow his pride. His primary concern was ensuring that Ning Fan could be swiftly retrieved upon his emergence. Watching the Wind Slashing Brigade depart, laden with their ill-gotten gains, Wheezy finally stepped out from behind a tree. "Damn it, they cleaned us out completely." Ning Fan stood on a dimly lit street, striving to stabilize his tumultuous emotions: nervousness, anxiety, excitement. He lifted his gaze to the illuminated third floor of the Research Institute and steeled his resolve. Gripping the weathered wall, he ascended like a gecko towards the window. Reaching the ledge of the third floor, Ning cautiously peered inside and spotted a man dozing on the sofa. Silently, he slid open the window and gracefully leaped inside. The sound of his landing was subtle, yet the man stirred slightly, blinking open his eyes. Upon noticing Ning's presence, he jolted awake, completely alert. But Ning was swifter. His battered sword was already poised at the man's throat. "Hush! Don't utter a word," Ning commanded, his face partially obscured by a ragged cloth and a cap. "I hope you cooperate. Otherwise, I have other means to ensure your silence." His voice was cold, though tinged with a slight tremor. This man was the director of the F-32 District Research Institute. The director's face appeared somewhat pallid, his eyes flickering with palpable terror, clearly still disoriented from his slumber. Nevertheless, he nodded. "Friend, what do you intend to do?" The director inquired softly. "Do we know each other?" "Where is the special medicine?" Ning Fan's voice was hoarse. The director's gaze momentarily faltered. "You are insane? The special medicine costs 1 million sola. Even in the main district, that is no trifling sum. Moreover, This is a research institute. Anyone daring to scheme for the special medicine here must be mad. Indeed, mad. Ning Fan replied indifferently. Madmen are capable of anything. The director sensed Ning Fan's resolve, yet he continued to frown. My friend, there is indeed a special medicine in the institute, but it is meant for the director general. Even if you were to seize it, you could not escape F32 district. Given your voice, you cannot be very old. Thus, I suggest you leave now, and I will pretend nothing has occurred. Live well, and do not risk your life. Ning Fan did not appreciate the director's counsel. Without medicine, how can one live well? Ning Fan's gaze shifted. Do not delay my time. I do not wish to kill innocent people. The director sighed. The special medicine is not with me. It is in the insurance room on the second floor. Ning Fan furrowed his brow, noting the sharpness in Ning Fan's eyes. The director added, such a precious item. How could I possibly carry it on my person? Can you open the insurance room? Ning Fan asked. The director nodded. I can. How many people are outside? I am uncertain. At this hour, many senior researchers have yet to arrive, perhaps 4 or 5. Where are the security guards positioned? Typically, there are 3 or 4 on the first floor, with 2 in front of the insurance room. Very well, let us proceed. Ning Fan seized the director, casually donning the lab coat hanging nearby. The director felt the dark sword concealed within the coat pressing against his waist. Should he dare to act out of line, that sword would surely plunge down. Fortunately, their path was devoid of other individuals. Descending to the second floor, they traversed a long corridor, and Ning Fan spotted the 2 security guards as described by the director. Director Chun, what brings you here? The guards initially greeted cheerfully, yet soon sensed something amiss. Despite Ning Fan's lab coat, he wore a hat, kept his head lowered, and his face was obscured by black fabric. A glimmer of intensity flashed in Ning Fan's eyes, and before the guards could react, he lunged forward. Bang! Bang! The 2 guards collapsed instantaneously, having previously slain no fewer than 300 enigmatic beings. Ning Fan's speed and swordsmanship had significantly improved. Confronted with 2 guards unable to summon their spirit companions, it was all too effortless. The director was momentarily stunned, astonished that this youth possessed such formidable strength, far surpassing ordinary human physicality and reflexes. No wonder a single person wielding a sword dares to storm the research institute for medication. Fortunately, there was no resistance just moments ago. Child, think it over once more. The director spoke with profound earnestness. Once you step through this door, there is no turning back. I have long since lost my path of retreat. Ning Fan pulled the director closer. Open the door. Thank you. The director sighed, produced a key, and turned the combination. The door swung open. Ning Fan pushed the door wide, ushering the director inside. The director rummaged through a corner for quite some time before retrieving a metallic box. He opened it, cooperating to unveil its contents. Inside lay a syringe filled with a verdant liquid. Yes, the miraculous medicine. Ning Fan could hardly conceal his exhilaration. Since the tender age of 6, all his endeavors had been directed toward acquiring this very vial. He never anticipated that once he chose to take a risk, it would be so effortlessly obtained. How ironic, he mused. Child, the director attempted to speak further, but suddenly felt a tightening around his throat, followed by darkness enveloping his vision. Ning Fan rendered him unconscious. He secured the metallic box and dragged the 2 unconscious security guards into the safe room, shutting the door behind him before hastening away. He returned to the 3rd floor and descended through the window, discarding his hat and the obscuring black cloth. Ning Fan sprinted down the street, his excitement palpable. His hands clutched the metallic box within his coat, an exuberance he could not suppress. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. At last, my mother will be saved. In less than 20 minutes, Ning Fan beheld that familiar alley and that weathered wooden door. That is my home. Chapter 0078 EM Sore. Sister Chow, what have you found out? On a street outside the black market, Su Ben sat on a wooden crate, while Xiao Fei leaned against the wall opposite him. Wen Kai had garnered considerable respect in the black market, and after her capture, many went to the monitor tower to exert pressure. Xiao Fei maintained a stern demeanor. However, it proved futile. and several individuals from the Santong Cooperative Zone were also apprehended. The information I gathered is quite similar. The Santong Cooperative Zone has taken control of the monitor tower, and all the monitors are confined within. Those who managed to escape are all dead. Su Bin rarely revealed a grave expression. This task is quite challenging. The influence of the Santong Cooperative Zone is far too great. Even the commander dares not intervene, allowing them to rampage within the district unchecked. With only 4 members of the Wild Dog House, how can we proceed? Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow. Are you contemplating withdrawal? Fine, I won't stop you. Are you cursing me? Su Bin retorted, dissatisfied. What do you mean? Are you bullying the newcomers? I never said I wouldn't go through with it. Is it forbidden to express a sentiment? Xiao Fei ignored him. Sister Xiao, I believe that recklessness is not an option, let alone whether we can match the strength of those from the Santong Cooperative Zone. Even if we were to prevail, should the commander fear backlash and send someone to eliminate us, we would be left with no way out. Xiao Fei agreed with this sentiment, as she too had been considering this possibility. The commander's stance remains ambiguous. The situation in District F-27 is even more intricate than they previously anticipated. Let us wait, Xiao Fei pondered. When the time comes, I'll inform the captain and let him decide. Meanwhile, inside the monitor tower, Deputy Commander, I've received word that someone seems to be probing into the monitor's affairs outside. A man dressed in the Santong Cooperative Zone uniform sat in a chair, legs crossed, swaying slightly. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the man raised an eyebrow. Oh, is it the one who captured the young leader? It seems not. It doesn't team match our intelligence. Then let us not concern ourselves with it for now. The man smiled. Debts have their owners. Whoever captures the young leader will face the consequences. With that, his smile deepened. We must adhere to reason. Outside the door, Ning Fan adjusted his clothing. The fabric still bore remnants of blood left by the slain demon. After some rudimentary treatment, the color had faded considerably. A gentle smile curved his lips. Finally, he eagerly pushed open the door. A foul odor invaded his nostrils. Ning Fan's smile faltered slightly. The stench was pervasive throughout the lower city. Anyone living here would be accustomed to it. However, the odor Ning Fan now detected was somewhat different. It was a putrid smell. Mom, I'm back. Although his mother had been in a comatose state since the outbreak of the miasma, Ning Fan always greeted her upon returning home. No one responded. This was quite normal. Xiao Zhe lazy. Ning Fan called out to 2 of his friends once more. His decision to leave in peace stemmed from the presence of these 2 companions, who provided him with a sense of security. Yet, there was still no response. With a sense of finality, Ning Fan pushed the door open and stepped into the room. The odor grew increasingly overpowering. His gaze fell upon his mother's bed, which lay bare, adorned only with a pristine white sheet. Mom. Ning Fan's smile had yet to fade. Where is she? Why was she not on the bed? He swallowed hard, struggling with his anxiety. Mom. His smile remained, albeit contorted. Xiao Zhe. Lazy. Where are you? He rushed to the bedside, even checking beneath the bed. There was no one. The acrid stench was suffocating. Kneeling by the bed, he finally discerned that the foul odor emanated from behind him. A sense of foreboding welled up within him. He seemed to recall the source of that smell. He turned his head in a daze. In the corner of the room lay 2 corpses, long since decayed. Though their forms were beyond recognition, Ning Fan knew them. Xiao Zele. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. He could hardly utter their names. His body trembled violently. He could barely maintain his kneeling position. Why? His pupils constricted. A metallic box fell to the ground with a sharp clatter. Ning Fan stared at the solitary metal box, his vision blurring. The special medicine. I had it. His voice quivered with a sob. I just wanted them to take care of my mom. Why? Did they have to die? His mother was gone. 2 lifelong friends, dead. What could have led to this? Who would harm them? Who would target a woman in such dire health? He was at a loss. Ning Fan truly could not comprehend. He tore the white sheet from the bed and crawled to the bodies of his friends. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ning Fan wept uncontrollably, his body racked with spasms. He draped the sheet over them, supporting himself on the ground. His head bowed low. I'm sorry. Beyond apologies, he knew not what else to say. He could only think that if they had not been caring for his mother, perhaps they would not have perished. Xiao Fan. Suddenly, A woman's anxious voice called from the doorway. Ning Fan turned abruptly. The woman recoiled in fright, taking 2 steps back. The dim light of the room cast shadows. And in that instant, she beheld a pair of blood-red eyes. Ning Fan recognized her as well. Aunt Wu. She was a neighbor, someone who had watched him grow up. Ning Fan was gentle and kind, always courteous to those in the community, earning the affection of all who knew him. At that moment, Aunt Wu did not step inside, but the terror etched on her face was unmistakable. Aunt Wu, do you happen to know something? Ning Fan rose from the ground, grasping at the words as though they were a lifeline. Where's my mother? Aunt Wu glanced around as if fearful of being overheard. Once assured that no one was in sight, she grasped Ning Fan's hand. Xiao Fan, I saw Sister Fong being taken away. A chill ran down Ning Fan's spine. Though he could not comprehend why someone would abduct his mother or what purpose it would serve, he believed Aunt Wu would not deceive him. Aunt Wu, please tell me more. Ning Sun bleated. Aunt Wu felt a pang of sympathy for the boy. Xiao Fan, do not worry just yet. At the very least, Sister Fong has regained consciousness, and it seems those 2 individuals did not intend to harm her. Regained consciousness? Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. Aunt Wu nodded, yes. I witnessed her walking alongside those 2 individuals? Who? I do not know them either, Aunt Wu whispered again. However, I overheard others discussing their attire and the peculiar scent they carried. They do not appear to be from the lower city. Chapter 0079, Thud. Thud. Not a resident of the lower city? Then, they must be from the upper city. An inhabitant from the upper city came to my home and took my mother away? Why? Suddenly, a thought struck him. That bloodline test report. It bore neither the bloodline of the upper city nor that of the lower city. And that broken sword. These items were all left to him by his mother. Ning Fan felt a tumult in his mind. The sudden turn of events had robbed him of his capacity for coherent thought. The various clues seemed utterly impossible to integrate. Xiao Fan, Iemisuri. That woman had a weapon at her waist. I didn't dare to intervene. Aunt Wu's face was etched with regret. Ning Fan shook his head. It's not your fault, Aunt Wu. Thank you. The mere fact that Aunt Wu was willing to share this with him was already a considerable risk. Who among ordinary folk would wish to involve themselves in such murky affairs? Aunt Wu, I need some time alone, Ning Fan said, his demeanor distant. Aunt Wu sighed, child. Do not let your thoughts spiral into despair, nor should you become ensnared in your own mind. At the very least, Sister Fong is still alive. Yes, I know. Thank you, Aunt Wu. Ning Fan sensed that Aunt Wu was striving to instill hope within him. After closing the door, he sat quietly in his room. The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed. After about 20 minutes, he rose and carried the bodies of his 2 friends to the small courtyard at the back of the house to bury them. Throughout the process, Ning Fan remained silent, his tears having long since dried. Returning to his room, he searched thoroughly, ensuring there was no message left for him before he picked up the metal box and clutched it to his chest, ultimately stepping out of the room. Before long, Ning Fan found himself back at the gate of the regional wall. The guard engaged him in idle chatter, but he offered no response. After exiting the area, Ning Fan had not walked far when a car pulled up beside him. Huizi jumped out of the vehicle. Hey, why are you alone? Where's our mom? I don't know. Ning Fan got into the car. Huizi paused, noticing something was amiss with Ning Fan. Those eyes, they were vacant, devoid of life, as if his spirit had vanished. Captain, what's wrong? Huizi inquired with concern. Mifine. Ning Fan's voice was flat, lacking any inflection. Let us go to Zone F-27 and rescue Sister Kai first. Are you sure? Huizi remained skeptical. Ning Fan numbly nodded, sure. Seeing that he could not extract any further information from Ning Fan, Huizi resolved to follow his lead. By the way, Huizi hesitated. When you entered the zone earlier, our supplies were stolen. Ning Fan slightly lifted his eyelids and glanced at Huizi. Then, mechanically, he turned to survey the interior of the vehicle. The once half-filled cargo was now conspicuously empty. Who stole it? Damn, what a stroke of bad luck. While I was waiting for you in the woods, that gang from the wind-slashing brigade happened to pass by. They saw our supplies in the vehicle and just carried them off. At the mere mention of it, Huizi felt a surge of anger. Ning Fan nodded slightly before opening the car door. Huizi was taken aback and hurriedly grasped his arm, exclaiming, What are you doing? I am retrieving our supplies. Ning Fan replied with a cold gaze. And along the way, I shall eliminate the Windslayer Guild. Huizi could hardly believe his ears, struggling to comprehend whether the person before him was indeed Ning Fan. His eyes were filled with an unsettling chill, and when he spoke of annihilating the Windslayer Guild, there was not a trace of emotion. Ning Fan, what has happened to you? Huizi felt a twinge of panic. Ning Fan maintained his stoic expression, though tears began to cascade down his cheeks, creating an eerie sight. Whoever steals from me shall face dire consequences. Within the confines of Zone F32, at the Windslayer Guild stronghold, it was a stark contrast to the Wild Dog House. All members of the Windslayer Guild resided together to facilitate their missions. Zhao Jinsong had long harbored a dream to elevate the Windslayer Guild to the most prestigious group in Zone F32. A formidable team must possess a stronghold, after all. Ignoring the objections of his comrades, Zhao Jinsong invested a fortune to purchase a spacious estate near the regional wall, constructing several rooms in the process. At that moment, the courtyard of the stronghold overflowed with supplies, and all members gathered around, their faces alight with excitement. Wow, brother, we truly struck gold this time. It's all excellent gear, a man exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Hemostatic agents, restorative potions, and look at this, tranquilizers. You can't even find these on the black market. Compared to Zone F21, supplies in Zone F32 were relatively scarce. Moreover, these provisions had been personally arranged by Song Kai, ensuring many were items difficult to procure in the market. Zhao Jinsong crossed his arms, lifting his chin, reveling in the flattery from his brothers. It's all thanks to Brother Zhao. A quick jaunt outside has brought back a mountain of wealth. An alluringly dressed woman chimed in. Brother Zhao, how should we handle these goods? Sell what we don't need on the black market. Zhao Jinsong had already formulated a plan. Retain only a small quantity of hemostatic and restorative medicines. In his view, if someone were to sustain an injury on the road, they could bear it until they reached safety. There was no need to squander resources on excessive supplies. Live life with a sense of pragmatism. There is no need for sentimentality. The others voiced no dissent. Let us sell them. After all, we could divide the earnings later. All right, for now, we shall refrain from accepting any missions. Zhao Jinsong clapped his hands. Everyone, let us expedite the processing of these supplies. However, exercise caution. We must not leave any traces that could lead back to us. In truth, Zhao Jinsong harbored reservations about this shipment of goods. It was evident, even to the most naive, that the original owner of these supplies was not an ordinary individual. Should they inadvertently provoke a significant figure, they would find themselves in a perilous situation. Rest assured, we possess specialized channels for handling such matters. A man, brimming with excitement, commenced sorting the supplies. Just then, two resounding knocks echoed from the yard gate. Bang! Bang! The crowd froze momentarily, and Zhao Jinsong, ever the cautious one, hastily instructed his men to move the supplies indoors. Bang! Bang! Another two knocks followed. Zhao Jinsong exchanged a glance with the man in the trench coat. The man approached and opened the grand door. A young man stood expressionless outside. Zhao Jinsong lifted his eyelids, sensing a flicker of familiarity in the youth's face. Apologies, but we aren't taking on any new jobs at the moment. Zhao Jinsong quickly offered with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Brother, try elsewhere. This young man was none other than Ning Fan. Seemingly oblivious to Zhao Jinsong's words, Ning Fan stepped forward, entering the courtyard. Zhao Jinsong's smile began to fade. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Oh, I remember now. You're that kid who asked me for help with Huizi. Zhao Jinsong lowered his guard, completely dismissing Ning Fan, and ambled forward. Have you gathered enough money? But it's too late now. Haven't you heard? Wild Dog's Den has disbanded. Chapter 0080. Kill. Ning Fan and Zhao Jinsong had indeed crossed paths once before. Initially, Lin Chuan had tasked Ning Fan with inflicting harm on Huizi. Aware that his own strength could not possibly injure Huizi, Ning Fan had promptly sought out Zhao Jinsong to inquire about the price. Reflecting on it now, it seemed as though a considerable amount of time had passed. Zhao Jinsong likely could not have imagined that the young man before him had now ascended to the position of captain of the Wild Dog clan. Enough, kid. We're busy here. No time to entertain you. Zhao Jinsong waved dismissively at Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan's gaze shifted to those behind him. A few members had just moved half of the supplies and, upon seeing a boy, chose not to conceal them. Those items are mine. Ning Fan raised his hand, pointing towards a member cradling a package of medicinal supplies. Zhao Jinsong was taken aback, and the other members became cautious. This batch of goods was highly sensitive. If word got out, no one could guarantee they wouldn't encounter trouble. What do you mean, kid? Zhao Jinsong's expression darkened as he glared, his hand resting on the large knife at his waist. A child this small was merely a source of amusement. Yet, before he could devise a plan to intimidate, Ning Fan struck. The broken sword sliced through the air, leaving a fleeting shadow in its wake. Zhao Jinsong's face froze. He felt a chill at his neck, soon replaced by warmth. Zhao Jinsong attempted to speak, but as he opened his mouth, he felt something lodged in his throat. It was blood. With a splatter, blood erupted from Zhao Jinsong's neck. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, desperately clutching his throat in a futile effort to stem the flow of blood. Yet, it was a futile endeavor. Blood seeped between his fingers, staining his sleeves, and soon his chest was soaked in crimson. Ning Fan walked past him, utterly indifferent to his struggles. The members of the wind-slashing team stood in stunned silence. As practitioners, they had witnessed death before, yet the scene before them was a jarring experience. They had never seen anyone exhibit such cold indifference while committing murder. Throughout the ordeal, Ning Fan did not so much as blink. His eyes lacked the rumored chill. They were hollow, indifferent, devoid of emotion. Bang! Zhao Jinsong fell to the ground, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. The sound jolted everyone back to reality. You son of a... The man in the trench coat lifted his collar, preparing to draw his weapon. Ning Fan leaned slightly forward. In a single step, he appeared before the man in the trench coat. The broken sword was thrust once more. It pierced the man's throat. The man's body stiffened as Ning Fan retracted his arm, drawing back the sword and flicking away the blood. Next, the members of the wind-slashing team, roused from their stupor, brandished their weapons, ready to retaliate. However, even so, 3 individuals were mercilessly slaughtered by Ning Fan without any resistance. The psychological disparity was overwhelmingly vast. Unable to summon their spirit servants, they stood no chance against Ning Fan. At last, spirit servant, Gale, someone has summoned a spirit servant. Although the use of spirit servants was prohibited in this area, who cared about such trivial rules when faced with imminent death? Failing to use a spirit servant would surely result in death. However, employing one would allow for communication with the monitors. Ning Fan shifted his gaze towards the man who had summoned his spirit servant and swiftly advanced towards him. The man's spirit servant also enhanced his speed, allowing him to leap back 2 steps and evade Ning Fan's sword strike. Damn it, do you really think we can't retaliate? In a brief span, 5 members of the Gale Cutting Squad had already perished. Only 4 remained alive. Now fully aware of their dire situation, they hastily summoned their spirit servants, preparing to counterattack Ning Fan. Ning Fan offered no response to the man's roar. In the instant the man evaded, Ning Fan stepped forward once more. Spirit servant, swamp. Suddenly, Ning Fan felt the ground beneath him become viscous. With each step, he experienced a sense of sluggishness. Spirit servant, firework. A burst of flame shot towards Ning Fan. The reputation of the Gale Cutting Squad was indeed well-earned. Initially, Ning Fan's decisive strikes had caught them off guard. Coupled with their apprehension about the prohibition on spirit servant usage, it had allowed him to easily dispatch 5 of them. Now, however, their lives were on the line, and the intensity of their resistance had naturally heightened. Observing the flame distancing itself, Ning Fan switched his grip on the sword and slashed at the fire. The flame split in 2. The woman who had summoned the firework was momentarily stunned. She had never witnessed anyone severing flames with a sword. Yet the next moment, she smiled. She saw the man using Gale had circled behind Ning Fan, dual daggers in hand, leaping high to strike at his shoulders. Ning Fan, still expressionless, seemed oblivious to the imminent threat from behind after cleaving through the firework. Just as the man was about to succeed, A look of exhilaration spread across his face. However, his dual daggers halted just a mere 10 centimeters from Ning Fan's shoulders. Ning Fan reversed his grip on the broken sword, thrusting it back to pierce the man's heart. Gale. Ning Fan did not turn around, but instead fixed his gaze on the woman who had summoned the firework. His blade was far swifter. Another life claimed. The Gale cutting squad was now down to 3. The remaining 3 wore expressions of sheer dread. Even after summoning their spirit servants, they had still fallen prey to this young man. What was even more unsettling was that they could sense no aura of a spirit servant emanating from Ning Fan. Whether he lacked a spirit servant or simply chose not to use one, both possibilities were enough to instill fear in them. Brothers, you have already killed quite enough. Continuing this conflict will yield no benefit to anyone. The man who had released the swamp suddenly spoke. I will return your belongings. Just like this, is that acceptable? It is not cowardice, but rather an acknowledgement of futility. The wind-slashing group is on the verge of disintegration. If the battle persists, he cannot guarantee his own survival. Furthermore, even if you were to kill Ning Fan, what would be the consequence? Everyone is striving to survive. We merely collected these items because they were abandoned, and if they belong to you, we can simply return them. Although the man appeared to be seeking peace, the vigilance in his gaze never wavered. Before Ning Fan could respond, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance. The roar of engines echoed, accompanied by the sound of numerous footsteps. The man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Brother, the monitors have been drawn here. Otherwise, let us settle this now. He was not lying. Ning Fan understood that such a ruckus would naturally attract attention. Moreover, considering the timing, the incident involving the stolen antidote must have already come to light. Thus, those approaching were not merely monitors. There might be enforcers as well. Noticing Ning Fan's hesitation, the man assumed he had genuine concerns and intended to persuade him further. However, Ning Fan moved once more. Chapter 81. Farewell. District F-32. The man was utterly unprepared for the fact that, despite his heartfelt reasoning and emotional appeals, this deranged youth would still resort to violence. Though the swamp had a certain influence on Ning Fan, the man's distraction diminished its effect compared to before. In the blink of an eye, Ning Fan struck again, severing another life with his broken sword. Until his last breath, the man's eyes were filled with confusion. Why? The monitors were nearly upon them. Yet this child's first instinct was not to flee, but to continue his slaughter. What profound enmity could provoke such actions? Was it merely the theft of some supplies? Nearby, a woman who had been using fireworks stood in shock, as did another man, equally paralyzed by fear. They could no longer muster any semblance of resistance. A minute later, within the Windslayer group stronghold, bodies lay strewn across the ground. Ning Fan quietly entered the room, discarding the supplies into the vehicle belonging to the Windslayer group. He could hear the commotion outside growing ever louder. The monitors were imminent. Ning Fan took his seat in the driver's position, his gaze utterly tranquil. With a roar, he slammed the accelerator, and the vehicle shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, bursting through the door. Upon exiting the courtyard, Ning Fan intended to head toward the main gate, only to find several cars blocking his path. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed his vehicle deeper into the district. The pursuing vehicles, upon sighting Ning Fan's car, immediately accelerated, issuing urgent warnings for him to halt and surrender. Yet, Ning Fan remained unperturbed. Not long ago, in District F-27, he had been the hunter capturing Su Bei. Now, he found himself the quarry. Navigating through the alleys of District F-32, he was well acquainted with the area. However, the current predicament was dire, with both the enforcers and monitors in pursuit. Escaping unscathed seemed increasingly unlikely. Resolving to act, Ning Fan sharply turned the steering wheel, guiding the car down the road he knew best, the very road where he had spent 18 years of his life. He could name each neighbor and recall every brick that had witnessed his childhood. As he drove onto that familiar path, Ning Fan did not pause. Instead, he flung open the car door while in motion. He discarded all the supplies from the vehicle, valuable items cascading onto the ground along the way. He could no longer take them with him, so why not share them with everyone? The pursuing vehicles, witnessing this unexpected display, were momentarily taken aback. Yet soon, neighbors who had spotted the scene began to emerge, initially drawn by curiosity. Yes, it's Xiao Fan. Aunt Wu recognized Ning Fan in the vehicle. Observing the cars chasing him and the supplies scattered on the ground, she seemingly grasped the situation. She was the first to dash into the street, starting to collect the fallen medicines. One person took action, and soon, another followed suit. Soon, the once tranquil road became teeming with people. The vehicles in pursuit came to an abrupt halt. A monitor poked his head out and shouted, "Get the hell out of the way. These are valuable items. Gather as much as you can." Aunt Wu called out to her neighbors. After collecting, sell it on the black market. It will be enough to last several days. The monitors roared in frustration, yet the crowd remained tightly packed. Ning Fan burst onto the street, ensuring he had shaken off the pursuing vehicles before turning his direction towards the gate. 10 minutes later, Ning Fan arrived at the entrance of the F-32 district's wall. The guards here were far more formidable than before. Typically, only 2 guards manned the gate, but now there were at least a dozen. All had been hastily assembled, and not far off, several individuals clad in monitor uniforms were scanning the area. When they spotted a vehicle speeding towards them, they appeared taken aback. However, before they could react, the car charged straight for the gate. The guard stationed at the entrance quickly dodged aside, clearing a path. Boom! The vehicle collided with the gate, causing it to shudder. "Damn it! Capture him!" The monitors bellowed in anger. Ning Fan, maintaining his composure, reversed the car a few meters before flooring the accelerator once more. Boom! This collision was even more ferocious than the last. At that moment, the surrounding monitors closed in, and the enforcers appeared, each brandishing specialized handguns, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the vehicle. Ning Fan reclined his seat, obscuring himself completely within the confines of the car. He reversed again. The sound of bullets ricocheting against the vehicle echoed like heavy raindrops. Fortunately, the wind-slashing squad had invested considerable effort into modifying this car, rendering its exterior relatively sturdy. Boom! The third impact finally caused the gate to tremble twice, revealing a narrow gap just wide enough for a person to slip through. The vehicle came to a halt, its front end mangled and emitting plumes of black smoke. One of the enforcers raised his hand, prompting the others to cease fire. The atmosphere was thick with tension as all eyes were fixated on the car. From their vantage point, they could not discern the situation inside and were oblivious to Ning Fan's fate. The leader of the enforcers exchanged a glance with the monitor leader, and they nodded in unison. Subsequently, the group moved closer to the vehicle, eager to discover what manner of audacious madman this was. However, just as they were about to encircle the car, Ning Fan abruptly sat up inside. Ignoring everyone present, he made a beeline for the gap. "Damn it!" he asked, trying to escape. The group panicked, having underestimated Ning Fan's speed. He had already calculated the distance, leaving them merely 2 seconds to react. They failed to seize the moment. As they advanced, Ning Fan had already squeezed through the gap, fleeing to the outside. "Captain, what should we do?" The member of the monitor, with a face full of resentment, inquired. The captain remained silent. However, the captain from the executors let out a cold snort, his gaze narrowing as he observed Ning Fan squeezing through a gap. In the wilderness, Huizi anxiously smoked in the car. Upon hearing the sound of a collision, his eyes widened in alarm, and he started the vehicle. As long as he could catch sight of Ning Fan, he would be ready to extract him without delay. Ning Fan did not keep him waiting long. As Huizi drove, closing in on the perimeter wall within 500 meters, he spotted Ning Fan emerging through the gap. "Captain, get in." Huizi flung open the car door, ready to welcome Ning Fan. Ning Fan, upon seeing Huizi's vehicle, sprinted towards it with urgency. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, echoing through the wilderness. Ning Fan's body was abruptly sent flying, landing on the ground in a sprawled position. Huizi's eyes turned bloodshot. "Ning Fan!" He witnessed, in horror, the moment the gunfire erupted, a burst of crimson mist erupted from Ning Fan's chest. Chapter 0082. The escape. Huizi's eyes were bloodshot, nearly stepping into the fuel tank. Clang, clang, clang. He swiftly maneuvered the vehicle to shield Ning Fan from the impending bullets. The air around the car was thick with dust and smoke. Huizi did not halt. Instead, he flung open the door of the driver's seat and leaned out. Spirit guardian, shadow. The car's lights illuminated Huizi, casting his silhouette onto the ground. That shadow seized Ning Fan and pulled him into the vehicle. Immediately, he yanked the steering wheel, hurtling in another direction. Damn it, Ning Fan, don't scare me like that. Huizi is vision bleuhed. Yet he recklessly guided the car towards the unknown. You've just become captain. Big Ben, Xiao Fei, and I are counting on you. If you die like this, who will dare take on the captaincy? Damn it, is the position of Wild Doghouse captain so cursed? Whoever takes it dies. Huizi spoke fervently to Ning Fan, spitting as he did. He was oblivious to his own words, merely hoping for a response from Ning Fan. Cough, cough, cough. Finally, Ning Fan, who had been flung into the passenger seat, erupted into a fit of violent coughs. A spray of fresh blood splattered against the windshield. Huizi abruptly turned to gaze at Ning Fan, whose complexion had turned somewhat pale. Are you all right? Concern flickered in Huizi's eyes, though overshadowed by exhilaration. At least Ning Fan was still alive. That bullet was aimed at my heart. Ning Fan coughed again, finally weakly responding, I nearly died. As he spoke, to Huizi's astonishment, Ning Fan retrieved an object from his embrace, a piece of decayed wood, with a hole embedded in its center. Holding the wooden board tightly, Ning Fan revealed, it's the sign of Wild Dog House. It absorbed part of the bullet's force, saving my life. Where did you find it? Huizi regarded the decayed wood with a complex expression. In the junkyard. Ning Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The Wild Dog House is watching over us. Huizi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into tears of laughter. Damn it, you really know how to touch a person's heart. Ning Fan stared intently at the wooden board. After a long while, he exhaled deeply. Yujiu, let us head to the cave to regroup with Fei Jia and Big Ben. Huizi nodded, deliberately steering clear of the F-32 area as he drove towards the cave. All of wind-slashing squad. Not a single one left. Ning Fan stated calmly, they've all been slaughtered. Huizi's heart trembled. How ruthless. It was hard to fathom that less than a month ago, this boy was soft-hearted and naive, who had just fired. Most likely the executors. Ning San replied softly. I've encountered the monitors. They typically refrain from using firearms and seldom venture outside their zones. The executors must have set up an ambush outside, ready to strike as soon as I emerged, acting as a secondary line of defense to eliminate me. Huizi felt a shiver coursing through his body. This lad, in such a dire situation, could still maintain such a calm analysis of the circumstances. It was somewhat frightening. His transformation was remarkable. Ning-san, if you prefer not to answer, you need not. Huizi could no longer restrain himself. Your mother. I truly have no idea where she has gone. Ning Fan was aware of what Huizi was about to inquire. However, she is not at home. Then she must still be alive. Ning Fan's expression remained impassive, but both my brothers have perished. Huizi fell silent, refraining from further comment. Ning Fan continued, because I am the one who died. Ning-san. Yujiu. Ning Fan turned his head towards the direction of District F-32. This place holds no aspirations for me anymore. What are your plans henceforth? First, let us rescue Sister Kai. Ning Fan's gaze deepened. I cannot think too far ahead for the time being. I only hope to protect more of those I cherish, so I do not have to regret again. Very well, my brothers will accompany you. Huigo. Ning Fan looked at Huizi. You're also one of those I care for. Huizi was taken aback, then chuckled. You are somewhat nauseating. Before long, Huizi had driven the vehicle to the entrance of the cave. Upon hearing the sound of the approaching car, Xiao Fei and Su Ben, who had been waiting there, immediately emerged. Seeing Ning Fan's pale face, his chest stained with blood, Xiao Fei exclaimed anxiously, Ning Fan, are you injured? It's nothing, let us speak inside. Ning San replied nonchalantly. The four of them sat within the cave as Ning Fan recounted the events that had just transpired. A silence enveloped the cave. So, your mother may have been taken by those from the upper city? After hearing the account, Xiao Fei furrowed her brow tightly. What connection does your mother have with the people from the upper city? I do not know. Ning Fan shook his head. What is certain is that I am not from the upper city. I do not possess even a drop of its bloodline. The report stated it quite clearly. Then what do you intend to do? Shall we go to the upper city and search? Su Ben remarked with enthusiasm. He had originally intended to venture to the upper city to find his father, and now, with Ning Fan's mother seemingly taken by those from the upper city, they shared a common goal. Do you think before you speak? The upper city is not your family's lavatory that you can simply visit at will. Huizi scoffed. Just because we cannot go now does not mean we will not be able to in the future. We must find a way. Su Ben retorted. Huizi wanted to say something further, but after a moment of hesitation, he remained silent. De Ben is correct. Ning Fan interrupted the group. We will certainly go to the upper city, but not at this moment. I know nothing of my mother's whereabouts or why she was taken. It is not that I am unconcerned, but at present, worrying will accomplish nothing. It is utterly disheartening. Once we return to District F21, I will inquire with Brother Song. He should know how to reach the upper city. After we understand the situation, we can devise a plan, which is surely better than indulging in fruitless speculations at this juncture. At this juncture, Ning Fan's gaze sharpened. What we must contemplate now is how to extricate Sister Kai from her predicament. Xiao Fei and Su Ben commenced to share the intelligence they had gathered in District F27. Upon hearing that the Triumvirate Cooperative Zone had brazenly occupied the monitoring tower, Ning Fan's brow furrowed. Li Jiang was frightened. Ning Fan remarked softly, "Who is Li Jiang?" "The district chief of F27. You are acquainted with the district chief of F27? Huizi expressed his surprise. Ning Fan remained silent. In truth, their acquaintance was superficial. They had merely crossed paths when Su Bei was apprehended. The individuals from the Triumvirate Cooperative Zone were wreaking havoc within the district, and Li Jiang must be aware of it. Yet, in light of the occupation of the monitoring tower and the wanton slaughter of its personnel, he has not taken a stand. His stance is unequivocal. He would rather sacrifice the watchers of F27 than offend the Triumvirate Cooperative Zone. Chapter 0083. You make me sick. The three individuals remained silent, their gazes fixed on Ning Fan. He stared at the flickering flames, his fingers rhythmically tapping on his thigh without a discernible pattern. Currently, the information at their disposal was scant. He was entirely unaware of the number of people in the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone or their capabilities. Although Su Ben and Xiao Fei had ventured into the zone to gather intelligence, they were cautious not to attract undue attention under the watchful eyes of the inhabitants. Was there another avenue to explore? Ning Fan gradually narrowed his eyes, fervently exhausting his mental faculties. How could he leverage the existing resources at hand to create an advantage? Suddenly, his fingers halted. He abruptly gazed outside the cave. The three, already intently awaiting Ning Fan's decision, immediately heightened their vigilance upon noticing his sudden change in focus. "What's wrong?" Xiao Fei inquired. Ning Fan rose to his feet. "Let us go." "Where to?" "District F27. Ning Fan glanced down at the bonfire, then removed his coat and tossed it onto the flames, extinguishing it. Though the three were oblivious to his intentions, they followed him out of trust. Once in the vehicle, Huizi drove toward District F27 as per Ning Fan's instructions. Throughout the journey, Ning Fan refrained from offering any explanations. His thoughts were still in disarray. He required more time to contemplate the feasibility of their forthcoming plans. Lost in contemplation, he even lost track of time until Huizi turned to him. "Captain, we have arrived." Before them loomed the entrance to District F27. Regaining his focus, Ning Fan instructed Su Ben, "Go communicate with the guards." "Understood." Su Ben exited the car and returned after handing the guards 2,000 sola. The gate swung open, allowing the vehicle to enter. Under Ning Fan's direction, Huizi drove the car to the front of an inn. They disembarked and checked in. The four convened in a single room. "Captain, isn't it a bit perilous to enter like this?" Su Ben asked, unusually serious. "Isn't this rather conspicuous?" "It is entirely normal for people to come and go within the zone. Even if the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone had extensive reach, it could not monitor every individual entering the premises." Ning Fan replied calmly. "As long as we refrain from actions that might attract their attention, there should be no issue." "Then, how shall we gather intelligence?" Su Ben queried in confusion. "No need to gather intelligence." Ning Fan gazed out the window. This time, not only Su Ben but even Xiao Fei and Huizi were bewildered by Ning Fan's rationale. Ning Fan retrieved a metallic box from his pocket. "Su Ben, Go seek out the owner of that fine dining establishment we visited before. Inquire if he has any connections that could handle this item. What is it? Su Bin asked. A special medicine. This item has become futile for Ning Fan at this point. Xiao Fei furrowed her brow, aware that all of Ning Fan's previous endeavors had been for this very purpose. Yet now, with the disappearance of his mother, it had lost its significance. It was difficult to fathom the emotions concealed beneath Ning Fan's tranquil exterior. Are you truly going to sell it? For now, yes. And once it's sold, in the present moment, the role of money seems rather insignificant. Who are we waiting for? Ning Fan licked his dry lips, waiting for reinforcements. Reinforcements? The three of them were taken aback simultaneously. We still have reinforcements? Su Bin felt a surge of curiosity. Who? In the interrogation room of the monitoring office. When Kai sat with her arms crossed, her expression cold as she regarded the person before her. On the table lay an exquisite dish. Get out with that, Wen Kai said firmly to the individual in front of her. The person's face darkened. Captain Wen, have a bite. I told you to get out. What's wrong? Have you grown accustomed to being a sycophant? Can't comprehend human language anymore? Wen Kai snapped. Captain Wen, there is no need for this. The man clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I'm just trying to survive. Damn it. Wen Kai scoffed. Old Meng was right. You are indeed a natural-born coward. I truly regret only allowing Ning Fan to break one of your legs instead of letting him finish you off. The man was Li Hui, the monitor who had once had his leg broken by Ning Fan. His face flushed with anger, especially when he heard Ning Fan's name, his eyes flashing with deep hatred. Captain Wen, he is an outsider. Li Hui's expression turned icy. Back then, you sided with an outsider to have him break my leg. Don't you think that was wrong? When Kai narrowed her eyes, you will never understand in this lifetime. Taking a deep breath, she added, just get out. Your presence disgusts me. Li Hui was on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust. At that moment, the door swung open, and a man clad in the uniform of the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone entered, wearing an unappealing smile. Not eating? Captain Zhang. Upon the man's arrival, Li Hui immediately bowed. Forcing a smile, Captain Wen has no appetite. This man had previously spoken with Ning Fan. He was Zhang Wenshun, the leader of the 7th Division of the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone. No appetite? That shouldn't be the case. I've tried it, and it's quite delicious, Zhang Wenshun remarked, eyeing the beautifully presented dish on the table before turning to Li Hui with a grin. Did you spoil her appetite? Li Hui's smile faltered. Zhang Wenshun chuckled as he ruffled Li Hui's hair. You do look rather unpleasant. All right, you may leave. Li Hui forced a smile, bowed to Zhang Wenshun, and limped out of the room. Captain Wen, can you at least look at me with a more pleasant expression? Zhang Wenshun settled into a chair opposite Wen Kai, crossing his legs. You're not much better than him, Wen Kai replied, her demeanor serious. Stop wasting my time. If you wish to inquire about Ning Fan, it's impossible. If I had anything to say, I would have said it already. Zhang Wenshun remained unfazed. Indeed, I understand. Our Captain Wen is exceptionally righteous, stronger than any man. Is your purpose for coming here merely to exchange such drivel? Wen Kai raised an eyebrow. Let's just have a casual chat, Captain Wen. You see, I truly harbor no ill intentions. I am treated to delectable meals every day, yet you refuse to partake. You cannot hold me accountable for that. Zhang Wenshun gestured towards Wen Kai's chest, remarking, even your bosom appears to have diminished due to hunger. Even if it has shrunk, it is still larger than your mother's. Wen Kai retorted defiantly. Zhang Wenshun narrowed his eyes, but Wen Kai merely smiled. What is the matter? Can't resist the urge? Are you contemplating punishment? Come on, then. That would be unwise, Zhang Wenshun replied, his smile returning. Captain Wen, you are merely provoking me. Wen Kai's expression dimmed slightly as Zhang Wenshun leaned in closer. When we entered, we had already established rules with Li Jiang. In terms of the monitors, I can handle them however I please, but you are off limits. Wen Kai's gaze sharpened, and Zhang Wenshun, noticing her reaction, smiled even more broadly. I had initially thought that old fellow had rejuvenated, perhaps seeking some youthful company. However, upon further inquiry, I discovered Zhang Wenshun's eyes gleamed with realization. Captain Wen's father is from the General District, isn't he? Chapter 008, 4 Reinforcements. Wen Kai trembled slightly, and her reaction delighted Zhang Wenshun even more. Ha ha ha, Team 1. No, I believe it is more appropriate to address you as Miss 1, as it sounds more courteous, he remarked, tilting his head. Your father is a distinguished researcher at the General District, highly regarded even by the district governor. If we were to cause you any harm, it would lead to significant complications. The General District might have to intervene. Su Tong merely intended to provide a bit of relief to Xiao Tong without stirring too much trouble. Fortunately, you encountered me and not some reckless fool. Zhang Wenxuan's smile brimmed with mockery. Otherwise, if by chance Miss Wen were to be injured, would she not suffer greatly for her low profile? Wen Kai shot a furious glare at Zhang Wenxuan, realizing he had seen through her intentions. She was deliberately trying to provoke him. Should she sustain any injury, the General District would inevitably intervene. Despite the substantial influence of the 3rd District Cooperative in District F, their relationship with the General District was one of mutual concession. I grant you face, and you must not slap mine. If the daughter of a distinguished researcher were to come to harm, even Su Wanjun would find it difficult to account for. Li Jiang, the district governor of F27, was acutely aware of Wen Kai's status, which is why he had given prior instructions to Zhang Wenxuan before he entered the district. Useless. Wen Kai cursed, still unwilling to relent. However, Zhang Wenxuan found amusement in her ire. Miss Wen, your insults are quite charming. Taking a deep breath, Wen Kai ceased her verbal sparring. At this juncture, she understood there was little she could do. Zhang Wenxuan was no fool. All she could do was hope that Ning Fan, that young man, would not act foolishly and truly come to rescue her in F27. However, if he did not come, Wen Kai felt she might not be as pleased as she anticipated. Damn, when did I become so twisted? In the wilderness, 6 vehicles stood parked in the desolate expanse. A few individuals had already disembarked, standing by the vehicles. In the distance, 2 figures approached at a brisk pace. Captain, there is a cave ahead. One of them expressed with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. There are signs of someone having rested here. And look at this. A bloodstained jacket was handed over. The captain took the garment and, after a moment of reflection, nodded with a cold smirk. It's him. The other individual pointed to the tire tracks on the ground. They made their way towards the F27 district. Get in the vehicle, the captain commanded with a wave of his hand. The group piled into the vehicle and departed swiftly. Wait, who exactly are the reinforcements? Su Bin was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Have you contacted Brother Chu? In Su Bin's view, the only group deserving of the title reinforcements could only be the Wolf Alliance. They had both strength and connections, after all. Yet, Ning Fan shook his head. There's no need to drag Brother Chu into this risky situation. If Ning Fan were to reach out to Chu Hongbo, it was highly likely that he would agree to assist. Not for any other reason, but because Su Bin was part of Wild Dog House. Even though he was fully aware of the coercion at play, Chu Hongbo would still arrive. Not Brother Chu. Who is it then? Su Bin grasped his scalp with both hands. Moments ago, within the cave, a thought had struck him. Ning Fan had no intention of prolonging the suspense. I did not employ a spirit attendant in Area F32, yet the monitors still came to apprehend me. The roles of the monitors and executors are distinctly delineated. Those who utilize spirit attendants are pursued by the monitors, while those who create chaos without their aid are captured by the executors. Although the members of the Wind-slashing group later resorted to spirit attendants, I did not. Yet, a multitude of monitors still arrived. The vehicles chasing after me included both monitors and executors. Furthermore, a significant number of monitors were stationed at the area gate. Is it possible they are placing undue emphasis on me? The commotion caused by Ning Fan was undeniably considerable, yet it hardly warranted a full-scale mobilization. Even the executors ventured outside the area to set up ambushes in advance. When they apprehended the A-level wanted criminal Su Bei, only the monitors were deployed in Area F27. The executors did not even reveal themselves. Such an anomaly compelled Ning Fan to ponder further. The answer came to him swiftly: the special medicine. The previous director had mentioned that this medication was prepared in advance by the head of Area F32. Ning Fan had stolen the special medicine, thereby infringing upon the head's interests. Thus, the joint capture by the monitors and executors was not due to Ning Fan's heinous nature or extreme crimes, but rather a direct order from the head to retrieve the special medicine. So, What you mean is, they will continue to pursue you. Hui Zi's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. Ning Fan nodded. At the entrance of Area F-32, you rescued me, and many witnessed it. Among the executors, there are certainly experts in tracking. Our vehicle's tire prints are rather distinctive, making it easy for them to trace its path. Moreover, I left my jacket in the cave. Once they locate the cave, they can ascertain the direction of pursuit and follow accordingly. At that moment, Ning Fan's action of placing his jacket atop the fire had been observed by all three. They assumed he discarded it due to its dirtiness, unaware that he was leaving a trail for those who followed. This lad, the reinforcements you mentioned, are the executors from Area F-32? Xiao Fei pressed for clarification. Ning Fan affirmed. Indeed, they should locate Area F-27 quite soon. However, I do not comprehend. Xiao Fei furrowed her brow. Even if the executors from Area F-32 arrive, what difference will it make? They are here to capture you. And with another group of enemies, wouldn't that complicate matters further? It won't be easy for them to enter. Ning Fan replied with a smile. Area F-27 will not permit them entry so readily. Huh? Why? Ning Fan replied in a contemplative tone. Because something is currently unfolding here that Li Jiang wishes to keep hidden from the outside world. The three instantly understood. The monitoring building has been seized by the people of the Santong Cooperative Zone. Furthermore, these individuals are wantonly violating the regulations within the area. Although it is often the case that the majority of the district leaders choose to endure in silence when faced with the Santong Cooperative Zone. Ning Fan's eyes gleamed with realization. Everyone enjoys watching a spectacle, yet no one wishes to become the subject of ridicule. From Li Jiang's perspective, the fewer people who are aware of the disgrace of being subjugated by the Santong Cooperative Zone, the better. Indeed, Hui Zi snapped his fingers. If the people from F-32 district were to enter and witness the blatant disregard the Santong Cooperative Zone shows towards Li Jiang, where would his dignity be left? Ning Fan's smile deepened. From the viewpoint of the enforcers in F-32 district, it is audacious that someone has brazenly stolen the special medicine and, after fleeing, was rescued by a vehicle of considerable value. They merely took a brief respite in a cave before seamlessly entering F-27 district. The enforcers have ample justification to enter the district and apprehend the individual. Yet, such a reasonable request has been met with outright refusal and even fierce resistance. Thus, this situation has taken a rather twisted turn. As Ning Fan articulated this, Xiao Fei understood. They would suspect that the thief of the medicine is connected to Li Jiang, perhaps even that Li Jiang orchestrated it. Chapter 0085. Martial law in the entire region at the entrance of Zone F-27. 6 vehicles emblazoned with the emblem of the F-32 enforcers had come to a halt. A man with a crew cut approached the gate. Brother, we are the enforcers from Zone F-32. A fugitive has fled to your jurisdiction. Could you kindly open the gate? The man spoke courteously. The guard inside scrutinized him, glancing back at the vehicles behind. A fugitive? The guard inquired, puzzled. What kind of fugitive? Someone who stole a few items from our zone. The crew-cut man replied with a smile. The guard, however, remained unmoved, denying them entry. The man tilted his head, questioning. Brother, what's the matter? Do you doubt our identity? With that, he produced a strangely designed firearm. This is a specialized weapon for enforcers. Surely this will suffice as proof? Upon seeing the gun, the guard hesitated momentarily. Please wait a moment, he exclaimed before retreating to report the situation. The crew-cut man furrowed his brow, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. How foolish are the guards of Zone F-27. What's the situation, Defoe? A vehicle door swung open, revealing the captain who had previously cornered Ning Fan, his expression composed. The crew-cut man, referred to as Defoe, turned to him and replied with a grimace. I have no idea. It seems they are reporting to higher-ups. He gestured to his temple, adding, these guards don't seem very sharp. Enough, the captain whispered. They're just doing their jobs. It's only natural for them to be cautious, given the number of vehicles we've brought. Let's wait. Defoe shrugged, offering no further comment. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, the enforcers grew increasingly impatient. Ordinarily, a simple verification with Zone F-32 would suffice for their passage. Such occurrences were not unprecedented and hardly warranted such an extended delay. Defoe, inquire again. The captain finally expressed his displeasure. Hey, Defoe rapped on the gate, brother. What's going on? Are we to be left waiting out here? The window opened, revealing not the previous guard but an older man, his expression devoid of warmth. I apologize, but currently, Zone F-27 is under martial law. You brothers should return in a few days. Defoe was taken aback, his frustration surging. Wait, what's the meaning of this? Are we not allowed entry? This is the directive from the commander, the man replied coldly. However, you need not worry. During this period, no one will be permitted to leave the zone. If the fugitive you seek enters, they will undoubtedly remain trapped here. Martial law? A directive from the commander? What could have transpired in Zone F-27? He turned to the captain, who, not far away, had clearly heard the explanation. The captain's brow furrowed deeply. After a moment's contemplation, he alighted from the vehicle and approached the gate. Greetings, my brother. My name is Hanyu, the captain of the executioners in Zone F-32. The man inside the door cast a glance at him. Liu Ziqiang, captain of the executioners in Zone F-27. Hanyu was taken aback, raising an eyebrow. The captain of the executioners has come personally? It must be significant trouble in the zone. Captain Liu, since we are engaged in the same line of work, communication should be much more convenient. Hanyu smiled and spoke softly. It is the case that we have lost something exceedingly valuable in our zone. We have tracked it here and are certain that the thief is within your jurisdiction. This matter has garnered considerable attention and importance from our commander, who has issued a strict order. We must return both the individual and the stolen item. We have no choice. Who would willingly venture out? It is far more comfortable at home with one's wife and children. Wouldn't you agree? Therefore, let us enter. If you feel our numbers are too conspicuous, we can proceed with 3 vehicles, capture the individual, and leave immediately without causing you any trouble. What do you think? Hanyu's demeanor was exceedingly polite. However, after listening to his lengthy discourse, Liu Ziqiang shook his head. I'm afraid I must reiterate. This is an order directly issued by our commander. Hanyu's smile froze on his face, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed. Yet Liu Ziqiang continued. You are correct. We are all merely carrying out orders, and we must comply. You have your mission, and I have mine. Faced with the lack of courtesy from the other party, Hanyu's smile finally vanished, replaced by a chilling expression. Captain Liu implies that if we wish to enter, we must have our commander inform your commander. Then so be it. Should our commander issue the order to grant passage, I will immediately open the door and cooperate with you in apprehending the fugitive. Liu Ziqiang promptly shut the window. Outside, Hanyu's face was shrouded in clouds. Within the zone, the guards watched Liu Ziqiang with caution. Captain Liu, weren't there others who entered previously? This guard had initially feared that the number of people was excessive, prompting him to report to the higher-ups. When this situation reached the ears of Commander Li Jiang was quite troubled. The executioners from Zone F-32 were here to apprehend someone. Since they were here to capture an individual, they would undoubtedly investigate some information within the zone. At that time, the matter concerning the forced requisition of the monitoring office by the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone would likely not remain concealed. Therefore, under no circumstances could he allow them to enter. Li Jiang did not wish to become the subject of ridicule. Of course, the so-called lockdown of the entire zone was merely an excuse for the other party. Others could still enter the zone. For Zhang Wenshun's objective was to draw Ning Fan in. If entry were denied, how could Zhang Wenshun's plan proceed? Outside the door, Da Fei stood beside Hanyu, grumbling. This Liu Ziqiang is exceedingly arrogant. Isn't? We are all captains of executioners. What right does he have to be so haughty? This remark only added fuel to the already raging fire within Hanyu. Captain, shall we? Before Dafin could finish, Hanyu took out his phone and dialed number. Commander, we've encountered some trouble. Once connected, Hanyu spoke with a tone of discontent. The personnel in Zone F-27 refuse this entry. Refuse entry? Why? The commander was evidently taken aback. They claim the entire area is under lockdown. There was a prolonged silence on the other end. After a while, the commander responded in a low voice. Did they explain the reason for the lockdown? No. They merely stated it was an order from their commander. By the way, The person who came to negotiate with me was the captain of their enforcement team. Han Yu's tone grew increasingly indignant. They didn't show me a shred of courtesy, not even opening the door. We spoke through the window. The commander could sense Han Yu's dissatisfaction. Are you certain that individual has entered zone F-27? Absolutely. Han Yu asserted confidently. I have not lost a single lead. There is no alternate route. Very well, I understand. Han Yu quickly inquired, Commander, will you reach out to their commander? Me contact him? The commander scoffed. A fugitive from our district has fled to theirs, and we are expected to plead for our right to apprehend him. So the commander implies. The entire area is under lockdown? Then how did the thief manage to enter? Who is the lockdown truly for? The commander's voice grew chillingly cold. Han Yu, if you're utterly convinced that the individual is inside, then proceed and force your way in. Chapter 0086. Chaos unleashed. Though Han Yu felt quite indignant at the moment, he had not anticipated the director's unwavering resolve. Director, are you really going to force your way in? If we must, let us proceed boldly. Once we reach the central district, we shall have the justification on our side. When one is in the right, what is there to fear? The director asserted firmly. Rest assured, should any issues arise, I shall take full responsibility. Very well. Han Yu gritted his teeth. But what if they retaliate? Retaliate? Do they dare to? The director narrowed his eyes. Let me ask you this. Even if our district were in utter disarray, would we allow anyone to enter and apprehend individuals without resistance? That seems unlikely. Han Yu sensed something amiss. The director snorted coldly. So tell me, why would they prefer to engage in a confrontation rather than allow us entry? Han Yu began to piece together a notion, though uncertainty lingered. The director, however, was unencumbered by such hesitations. They're all in cahoots. Xiao Fei and her companion's eyes sparkled with understanding. Indeed, based on Ning Fan's speculation, it was highly plausible that suspicions loomed over District F-32. Li Jiang indeed sought to conceal certain matters. However, the officials in District F-32 would not fathom that what Li Jiang aimed to hide bore no resemblance to their own concerns. Such discrepancies in information could potentially ignite a conflict. This, as Ning Fan termed it, was the so-called reinforcements. After hearing this, Hui Zi was left speechless. It took him a moment before he mumbled, such academic prowess truly makes a difference. Even the enemy can be turned to our advantage. While admiration for Ning Fan shone in Xiao Fei's gaze, she remained perplexed. I can't help but feel that the director of District F-32 wouldn't act so resolutely over a mere special drug. Hui Zi had already disengaged his mind, and upon hearing Xiao Fei's question, he turned directly to Ning Fan for answers. Ning Fan replied casually, 1 million is not an insignificant sum, even for the director. Indeed, it is considerable, yet it seems excessive for a director to escalate matters so dramatically over 1 million. Rizzi murmure. That is your perspective. As this million does not belong to you. Ning Fan lightly drummed his fingers on the table. The director of District F-32 originally possessed the special drug and is now aware of its location. Why would he need to spend his own money to procure another? Moreover, in his mind, even if the situation escalated, he would be justified. Thus, he harbored no fear of complications. Most crucially, regardless of how severe the conflict became, even if all executors were eliminated, he would suffer no loss. Ning Fan scoffed. It is not his son or relatives who perish, merely a few executors. If necessary, new ones can be recruited. However, the million for the drug would indeed come from his own pocket. Xiao Fei felt a chill run down her spine. Not due to the inherent dread of the situation, but because she suddenly realized that Ning Fan had truly discerned the nature of humanity within this world. Alternatively, one might assert that he had long since discerned the truth, yet a ray of sunshine had persistently illuminated the darker aspects of his existence. However, with the mysterious disappearance of his mother and the tragic demise of his brother, that glimmer of light had also faded. Even amidst the conflict between District F-32 and District F-27, it seemed excessive to resort to lethal violence, did it not? Hui Zi continued to inquire. Not necessarily. Su Ben interjected before Ning Fan could respond. Conflicts between factions often commence with verbal altercations. Once tempers flare, who cares for the consequences? The initial impulse is to strike out with abandon. Indeed, at the onset, there may be a semblance of rationality, utilizing one's own rationale to blame the opposing side. Yet, once casualties arise, both parties become blinded by rage. In the hearts of those who remain alive, who can claim to be devoid of bitterness. Ning Fan nodded in agreement. Moreover, regardless of which faction, each believes they have their leader backing them. Xiao Fei's beautiful eyes sparkled with understanding. So, you imply that casualties will occur among the enforcers from both sides? Precisely, and it is possible that the toll will be heavier than we anticipate. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. Once casualties emerge, then, District F-27 will descend into utter chaos. Huizi grasped Ning Fan's ultimate objective. Ning-san, what do you intend to do amidst the turmoil? Ning-san's millet. To pull off a significant heist. Bang, bang, bang. A resounding thud reverberated from the door of the district walls. The window opened once more. I have not received any orders from the leader to open the door. Lu Ziqiang's impatience was palpable. Brother, I have been exceedingly clear in my words. His response was not verbal, but rather the ominous muzzle of a firearm. Brother, I have no desire for further pleasantries. The gunman, the sullen-faced Han Yu, commanded, open the door. Are you insane? Lu Ziqiang could hardly fathom the audacity of the opposing side, brandishing a weapon directly at him. Our leader has stated that if you do not allow us entry, we may employ any means necessary. Han Yu's tone was frosty. On the count of 3, if you do not open the door, I will fire. 1. Han Yu offered Lu Ziqiang no chance for hesitation, his voice rising sharply. 2. Just moments ago, he had lost face before his subordinates, and now had to reclaim it. Although the enforcers of District F-32 were somewhat apprehensive, they were more invigorated than fearful. I don't believe you dare. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Lu Ziqiang's ear. Lu Ziqiang felt a resonating buzz in his right ear, the deafening noise threatening to shatter his mind, leaving him in a daze. Brother, as an enforcer yourself, you must know how easily such devices can misfire. Han Yu's expression was one of reckless bravado. I cannot even guarantee where the next bullet will land. Do you dare to test it? Lu Ziqiang pressed his hand against his ear, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Han Yu. Han Yu scoffed, tilting his chin and aiming the gun at Lu Ziqiang's forehead, pressing it forward. 3. Open the door. Lu Ziqiang suddenly bellowed. He observed that Han Yu's finger was already resting on the trigger, although he found it hard to believe that Han Yu possessed such audacity to shoot him. The commander of the execution squad, it was evident that Han Yu had received the directive from the district chief of Zone F-32, exuding an air of invincibility. Lu Ziqiang saw no reason to gamble with his own life. Upon Lu Ziqiang's command, the guards, without a hint of hesitation, immediately opened the gates. Han Yu smiled arrogantly, waving his hand to his subordinates. Enter the district. Capture them. The executioners of Zone F-32 climbed into their vehicles, boldly driving 6 cars into Zone F-27, as if they were triumphant heroes returning from battle. Han Yu trailed at the end of the procession, retracting his firearm, and with a smile directed at Lu Ziqiang, said, "Thank you for your cooperation, brother." Lu Ziqiang's expression resembled that of someone mourning a death in the family. In front of Han Yu, he took out his phone and dialed Li Zhang's number. "Chief, the executioners from Zone F-32 have entered." Li Zhang's voice on the other end was clearly shocked. "What? Didn't I instruct you to block them? They fired upon me." Lu Ziqiang gritted his teeth, and it was directed at me. Chapter 0087. Who is the hunter? Han Yu sat in the car, crossing his legs and casually smoking a cigarette, his chin held high. In this confrontation, he had certainly earned a significant amount of face. The several enforcers beside him were practically elevating him to the heavens. When compared to District F-32, District F-27 undeniably had its disparities in both environment and scale. Yet now, they were audaciously dancing on the faces of their rivals. The sensation was exhilarating. With reason, one can traverse the world. Without it, one struggles to take a single step. Meanwhile, Dafone was still lamenting the limited resources at his disposal. We came to apprehend individuals. Why should we be denied entry? They're merely creating unnecessary discomfort for themselves. How about now? Aren't we teaching them a lesson? A broader smile spread across Han Yu's face as he waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. They are merely doing their jobs, and life is not easy for anyone. There is no need to be upset. Look at our Hanga, how magnanimous. Dafeng continued to flatter him. Han Yu cleared his throat. All right, since we are here, let us attend to the matter at hand. We must capture the individuals and retrieve the items. If the people from District F-27 have any grievances later, we will have evidence. With that, Han Yu arranged for 6 vehicles to search for clues. Dafeng was assigned to another car. At that moment, Dafeng sat in the passenger seat, nonchalantly gazing out the window. This District F-27 ISN T much better than our F-32. Just as shabby, he remarked. The enforcer driving chuckled. It's merely larger in size. I feel it's not even as good as our F-32. Dafeng smirked. I think so too. I don't see what is so superior about these people. Pretentious fools. Brother Dafeng, where are we heading first? It's my first time here too, if you ask me. Who should I ask? Dafeng exhibited none of the humility he had shown before Han Yu, instead casually gesturing ahead. Let us just wander around for a bit. As the driver navigated aimlessly through the streets, after several minutes, they entered a narrow lane. Hey! The driver suddenly leaned forward. Brother Dafeng, look at that car. At the end of the small road, a vehicle riddled with bullet holes was parked. It looked somewhat familiar. Dafeng's eyes brightened. It's our chance to shine. He confirmed that it was indeed the car they were searching for. Stop the car. Search the vicinity. Be cautious. Dafeng immediately assigned tasks. The vehicle contained a small team of 4. Aside from him and the driver, there were 2 others in the back seat. All 4 exited the car, drawing their firearms in preparation to locate their target. However, the moment they stepped out, they sensed something was amiss. The rear door of the car swung open. A young man sat inside, wearing a cheerful smile as he observed them. The young man had a bandage wrapped around his chest, with a hint of blood seeping through. You, Dafengi Hikwog Nizid, Nigfa. Ning Fan raised his hand in greeting. You've chased quite a distance. Good work. An ominous premonition spread through Dafeng's heart. This young man seemed to be awaiting their arrival. Clearly, I am the hunter. Before Dafei could comprehend the situation, a chilling voice echoed from a nearby alley. Spirit Guardian, Flower Dance. A figure darted from the shadows. The executor at the rear had not yet reacted when an excruciating pain suddenly struck his back. With a splatter of blood mist, he collapsed, his mouth gushing crimson as his eyes brimmed with resentment. Damn it, there's an ambush. Dafei shouted an obvious realization. Yet, from atop a nearby 2-story building, a hearty laughter rang out. Ha! Aren't you clever? Spirit Guardian, heavy artillery. Boom! The executor's vehicle was struck and erupted into a fiery explosion, hurling the 3 surviving executors against the nearby walls. Xiao Fei, with her eyelids lowered, took a step forward, reaping another life. Cough, cough, cough. Dafei spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a heavy pressure in his chest. Witnessing the brutal demise of another teammate beneath the Tang knife ignited an overwhelming will to survive, unleashing an extraordinary strength within him. He clumsily rose to his feet and leapt through the nearest window. Inside, he searched frantically and, as fortune would have it, discovered a back door. While running and coughing blood, Dafei maintained his pace, bursting through the back door and swiftly reaching a main street. Spotting several people nearby brought him a fleeting sense of relief, yet he did not dare to relax. Until he reunited with his comrades, he could not afford to stop. Finally, after 5 minutes of frantic running, he spotted a vehicle emblazoned with the insignia of his regional executors. To his elation, he recognized the driver as Han Yu. Brother Han. Dafei dashed toward the car as though he had found salvation. There's been an incident. The vehicle screeched to a halt, and Han Yu, equally astonished, emerged. What's going on? That kid ambushed us. Dafei's face turned ashen. All my brothers from the unit. They were slaughtered. What? Han Yu's expression darkened ominously. In less than half an hour since entering the district, they had already lost a whole team of brothers? Stop trembling. Tell me what happened. Dafei recounted the harrowing events in fragmented phrases. Upon hearing the details, Han Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean they use spirit guardians? Yes, and their spirit guardians are formidable. Dafei recalled the unknown entity that had obliterated their vehicle, still haunted by the memory. However, As Han Yu absorbed this information, his thoughts drifted to another pressing concern. He gazed in the direction Da Fei had come from, and the storm clouds on his face grew denser. This group was employing spirit guardians within the district, yet the monitors of Zone F-27 remained oblivious? My goodness, Dabin, that arrow was quite fierce. In a damp, dust-laden room, Huizi exclaimed animatedly to Su Bin, I was just about to leap out and shoot you right back. Su Bin, with a hint of arrogance, proclaimed, of course, I have already asserted my prowess. Just moments ago, after ambushing Dafin, the 4 members of the Wild Dog Alliance hastily proceeded to this pre-selected safe haven. Ning-san, should we still take action against the enforcers in Zone F-27? In Huizi's perspective, Ning Fan intended to dispatch a few more enforcers in Zone F-27 after dealing with those in Zone F-32, thereby sowing chaos among them. However, Ning Fan shook his head, stating, there is no need. From here on, we merely await developments. Await? Indeed, await. Ning Fan licked his lips and continued, we have deployed spirit attendants. What would normally ensue? Xiao Fei swiftly responded, the monitors would hunt us down. Prekiseri, Ning Fan noted. But what are the monitors in Zone F-27 doing? The trio's eyes sparkled in unison. They are confined by the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone. They are utterly incapable of emerging to restore order. Yet the enforcers in Zone F-32 remain oblivious to this critical information. Moreover, the situation in Zone F-27 will not be clarified. Rather, they'll go to great lengths to conceal it. Ning Fan's smile deepened. The consequence of such a scenario is that mutual suspicion will only intensify. The stage has been set for them. How they choose to enact this drama is entirely up to them. Chapter 0088. Malice breeds courage, Captain. There has been a disturbance outside. Inside the monitoring office building, a man bowed before Zhang Wenchun and said, I've heard that someone has summoned a spirit servant. Oh. Zhang Wenchun raised an eyebrow. Who is it? Currently, we do not know, the man replied respectfully. I just inquired and learned that it is an escaped convict from District F-32. Soon, the man recounted the information he had gathered. Zhang Wenchun pondered for a moment. This situation seems rather coincidental. In such a sensitive period, it is only natural for Zhang Wenchun to contemplate further. We must identify this group of fugitives and ascertain if they are indeed the individuals we seek. Very well. Additionally, it will be prudent to investigate the enforcers in District F-32 to see if that brat is among them. Understood. After a moment of thought, the man added, Captain, Li Jiang just called again, inquiring how long we intend to make a ruckus. He mentioned that his patience is limited. Zhang Wenchun was taken aback, but quickly responded with a casual smile. Do not pay him any mind. The man hesitated to argue further, yet Zhang Wenchun scoffed. If he truly had the guts, he would have kicked us out long ago. He has endured this long, and now he dares to make threats? Who is he trying to intimidate? I need a reasonable explanation. Han Yu, accompanied by Defong, sought out Lu Ziqiang. Lu Ziqiang had his ears bandaged. Although the bullet had not struck him, the impact had indeed injured his ear. Faced with Han Yu, who had caused him such disarray, he displayed no cordiality. An explanation? I presumed you came to provide one. Lu Ziqiang pointed to his ear. Shouldn't you clarify this gunshot? My man is dead. Han Yu's eyes burned with rage. He died in your district. Lu Ziqiang paused, then sneered. I told you not to come in, yet you didn't believe me. Whom can you blame? Go to hell. Suddenly, Defong brandished his gun, aiming it at Lu Ziqiang. If you keep playing games with me, do you believe I will blow your head off right now? Han Yu did not intervene. He too was furious. However, this time, Lu Ziqiang seemed utterly unfazed by the weapon aimed at him. Hearing the commotion, a throng of enforcers in uniform rushed in, each brandishing their weapons, pointing them at the encircled Han Yu and Defong. This is my territory. Lu Ziqiang's expression darkened. You think you can act tough without consequences? A hint of tension flickered in Han Yu's gaze, yet he did not betray his anxiety. What do you mean? My meaning is quite clear. Lu Ziqiang narrowed his eyes. I do not desire conflict, yet I am not afraid of it. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand, disarm them. A group surged forward immediately. Han Yu's expression contorted with fury. Do you dare? What do I have to fear? Lu Ziqiang slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, "You dared to fire a gun right next to my ear. Do you think I wouldn't dare disarm you? Do you take me for your father? Must everything revolve around your whims?" The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, heavy with a palpable sense of foreboding. The enforcers from Zone F-27, acutely aware of their captain's prior misfortunes, acted without hesitation, even inadvertently delivering a couple of blows to Dafeng and Han Yu during the disarmament process. "You have your leader, and we have ours," Lu Ziqiang declared, hands clasped behind his back. It was his turn to assert dominance. "Our leader has made it clear. If you do not wish to accept our courtesy, then let us tear it asunder." Indeed, Li Jiang had voiced such sentiments. The events in the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone had already incited his ire, and now the enforcers from Zone F-32 were meddling as well. Did they truly regard F-27 as a public restroom, a place for anyone to relieve themselves? Han Yu's teeth ground together in frustration. In his view, he was in the right, and after entering, he had lost a brother. More critically, it was the spirit user who had taken his comrade's life. Lu Ziqiang had yet to provide any explanation, instead opting to disarm them. He recalled the words of their leader during a previous phone call. If F-27 resorted to force, it could only signify one thing. They were in collusion with the fugitive. "You F-27 are playing a dirty game." Han Yu gritted his teeth. "What is this? Now that you've suffered, you resort to insults? Quite pathetic." Lu Ziqiang dismissed him with a cold snort, instructing, "Escort the brothers from F-32 out of the area." The crowd surged forward, violently shoving Han Yu and doffing away. Han Yu found himself forced into a vehicle, while other enforcers from F-32 had also gathered. As they witnessed their captain and doffing being taken away, their tempers flared. Yet, what awaited them was the brutal treatment from the F-27 enforcers. With Han Yu captured, his subordinates dared not act impulsively, curling up to protect themselves from the blows raining down upon them. Amidst the chaos, Han Yu, with his head pressed down, felt a fierce glint in his eyes. This was intolerable. His brother had fallen to a fugitive who released spirits, and F-27 had not even feigned concern. The monitors had not shown themselves. If they were cast aside like this, it would be an affront to his dignity. Once F-27 sent the fugitive away and administered the special drug or relocated it, their grievances would be utterly in vain. The lives of those fallen brothers would have been lost without justice. Without evidence, there could be no recourse. Thus, fury surged within him. "Damn it, no one should be treated this way." Han Yu bellowed, rousing his brothers. "Let us take them down." The enforcers of F-32, already on the brink of fury, had refrained from acting solely due to the lack of Han Yu's command. Now, with the captain's orders, what hesitation remained? They drew their weapons in unison. Lu Ziqiang was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that Han Yu would be so reckless. However, in the instant the guns fired, chaos erupted. Han Yu seized the opportunity to break free, snatching a firearm from his subordinate, his eyes ablaze with rage as he charged toward Lu Ziqiang. "Did I not warn you that guns are prone to misfire? Be more cautious." Bang! A burst of crimson erupted from Lu Ziqiang's brow, and he collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Han Yu, still contorted in fury, fired several more shots into Lu Ziqiang's lifeless form. Finally, after this release of pent-up rage, a semblance of rationality returned to him. He needed to find those responsible, even if it meant death. He was determined to unearth those scoundrels. He understood that the only way to resolve this escalating chaos was to capture the culprits. Otherwise, dire consequences loomed. Meanwhile, at the headquarters building, Li Jiang gripped the phone, his face ashen. "What? Lu Ziqiang is dead?" Yes. The F-32 district has gone mad. Their captain has killed team leader Lu." The voice on the other end was evidently startled by the sudden turmoil. "What in the world?" Li Jiang Sata. "What's the current situation over there?" "They've all scattered. It seems they are hunting for a fugitive." Hunting for a fugitive? This fugitive had stolen their leader's prized possession. To pursue him, they dared to kill the captain of the enforcers? Li Jiang was baffled. Why such an uproar over a mere theft? "Commander, what should we do now? If they manage to take him away like this, what will happen to the reputation of the F-27 district?" Li Jiang bellowed, "Mobiliser all les enforcers." Those scoundrels from F-32. For everyone we encounter, let them meet their end. Chapter 0089. Something is amiss. The outside world was filled with a cacophony of noise. Zhang Wenchun furrowed his brow as he listened to the clamor beyond the window. The man who had previously reported to him mentioned that the enforcers from 2 districts had engaged in a fierce altercation. Zhang Wenchun pondered this for a moment. Suddenly, he rose from his seat and made his way to the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation chamber, Wen Kai maintained her frosty demeanor. This time, Zhang Wenchun did not smile. "Your little pup seems to have arrived," he remarked. Wen Kai's gaze sharpened, but she quickly scoffed. "Do you think you can deceive me? He is not foolish. How could he possibly? Not only is he not foolish, but he is also quite astute," Zhang Wenchun replied, a subtle smile creeping across his lips. "I am curious about the method he employed to create such chaos in the district." Wen Kai's eyes bore into Zhang Wenchun's, and at last, she realized he was not lying. This young man intended to incite disorder, drawing their people out to seize an opportunity to rescue her. Zhang Wenchun's tone remained neutral. "I must admit, your bond with him is truly enviable. I have heard you have not known each other for long. Such profound feelings. How enviable indeed." Wen Kai fell silent, her voice stifled by apprehension. She feared that even a single misstep in her words could unveil Ning Fan's vulnerabilities to Zhang Wenchun. Ning Fan had arrived. Wen Kai felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. Yet, overshadowing her joy was an overwhelming concern. Could he truly contend with Zhang Wenchun? Zhang Wenchun gazed toward the door, lost in thought. However, if we remain silent and do not intervene, what other tricks might he conjure? Indeed, chaos reigned within the district. In District F-27, nearly 100 enforcers were mobilized, each exuding an air of lethal intent. Their captain had been slain, murdered by outsiders within their own territory. Who could possibly endure such a slight? In the general headquarters, Li Zhang's countenance was grim as he paced restlessly in his office. He had regained some composure compared to earlier, yet beneath this calmness lay an unsettling discomfort. Something about this situation felt profoundly wrong, though he could not pinpoint the exact source of his unease. District F-32 had suffered a theft, with the culprits fleeing to District F-27. Upon the arrival of the enforcers from F-27, the fugitives had resorted to using spirit servants, resulting in the deaths of several enforcers. Suddenly, Li Jianmalta, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He discerned the crux of the issue. Why did this group of fugitives, after stealing, choose to flee to District F-27? If there were no cooperative agreement with the Santong district, the local enforcers would undoubtedly collaborate to encircle and capture the criminals. Thus, did this not mean that the fugitives had effectively trapped themselves in a dead end? Unless this band of fugitives was acutely aware of the cooperative agreement. Moreover, they were clearly well informed. Additionally, their audacity to use spirit servants in the district indicated that they knew the monitors were currently incapacitated. This group was targeting the Santong Cooperative Zone. Li Jiang was engulfed in a wave of goosebumps. It was that young man. He recalled the child from the earlier scheme to capture Su Bei. Their encounter had been fleeting, and Li Jiang could hardly remember the child's features. He understood that everything Zhang Wenchun had orchestrated was to lure that child in. Yet, he doubted the child's audacity to come. But now that child had indeed arrived. Not only had they come, but they had also deceived everyone. With this thought, Li Jiang swiftly picked up the phone. However, just as he was about to dial, a series of muffled thuds echoed from outside. Li Jiang glanced towards the door, his portly frame instinctively recoiling a step, his eyes brimming with astonishment. His mind buzzed. All the enforcers had been dispatched to encircle and eliminate the enforcers in F-32 district, leaving scant protection within the building. And outside, bang, the door was thrust open. A young man entered, a bandage wrapped around his chest. "Hello, Commander Li Jiang," the young man greeted with a smile. "Commander, the situation in F-27 district has escalated beyond control. Han Yu is hiding in an alley, urgently calling his commander. They've mobilized all enforcers to hunt us down." "Hunt down?" "Yes. They've abandoned even the pretense of excuses." Han Yu's emotions were tumultuous, anger, resentment, and fear intertwined. He had just witnessed their enforcers shoot to kill without uttering a single word after locating their target. And he had personally slain Lu Ziqiang. Their animosity towards him was undoubtedly intensified. He was in a state of panic. Damn it, this is outrageous. The commander spoke sternly. Have you apprehended the fugitive? Not yet. Han Yu hesitated before quickly adding. However, we did manage to gather some information. Today, a young man is indeed seeking buyers for a special drug. Before Han Yu entered the district, someone had reached out to potential contacts to sell a special drug. That person was Su Ben at Ning Fan's behest. The reason behind this was simple. He aimed to establish the fugitive's presence in F-27 district. With this information, the commander's confidence visibly surged. All right, I will contact the headquarters immediately. Damn it. I want to see just how lawless F-27 district can truly be. The commander's voice was low and resolute. However, whether or not to contact the headquarters and how to punish F-27 district mattered little to Han Yu at that moment. Commander, what should we do? Rest assured, as soon as we receive news from the headquarters, I will inform you at once. Just hold on a little longer. The commander reassured him. But Han Yu felt utterly bewildered. Commander, did you not hear what I just said? All the enforcers in the district are hunting us down. We cannot hide for much longer. Do not worry. News will come soon. The commander abruptly ended the call. Han Yu stared at his phone. His features contorted in distress, his teeth chattering, emitting a constant clicking sound. Meanwhile, after hanging up, the commander hesitated for a moment before decisively dialing the headquarters. During the course of describing the situation to the headquarters, the commander grew increasingly agitated. By the end, he was nearly shouting into the phone. My people have all perished in Zone F-27. What does this mean? Huh. Those operatives, each one personally selected and meticulously trained by me. Their deaths feel like daggers piercing my heart. They are all gone. They, well, like my children. I will not tolerate this. If I do not receive an explanation from Zone F-27 today, I will personally lead a team to seek retribution. If you have the guts, then kill me too. I cannot remain calm. If I do not obtain fair and just compensation for today's events, then I shall relentlessly oppose Zone F-27 from this day forth. None shall fare well. With that, the commander hung up the phone abruptly. His fervor gradually subsided. You dare to steal from me? Just wait and see how I peel your skin away. Chapter 0090. A grand scheme you. Who are you? Li Jiang Rakunisa Ningfan. Yet he could hardly fathom that this child would appear in such a place. Previously, Ning Fan had confided in Xiao Fei and the others, proclaiming his intent to orchestrate a significant upheaval amidst the chaos. The individual before him, the Chief Li Jiang, was precisely the target of his ambitions. No one could have anticipated that Ning Fan had meticulously crafted this grand spectacle, inciting such turmoil, with the ultimate goal being the chief of District F-27, Li Jiang. Such audacity transcended mere boldness. It was sheer madness. It seemed that Chief Li Jiang had forgotten my name. Ning Fan slowly stepped forward, extending his hand. I am Ning Fan. Are you out of your mind? Naturally, Li Jiang would not shake hands with Ning Fan. Out of my mind? Perhaps. Ning Fan's smile deepened. Would you care to converse with a madman? Li Jiang discerned that the child before him had matured significantly since their last encounter. The mockery in that smile, coupled with the calmness in his gaze, reflected an utter lack of trepidation. Confidence and composure radiated from him, rendering Li Jiang nothing more than a mere plaything in his eyes, easily manipulated. What exactly do you intend to do? Li Jiang admitted to feeling flustered. He had never encountered anyone capable of stirring such chaos in not just one, but two districts. Perhaps the Santong cooperative area could manage such a feat, but this child could not possibly wield that much influence. He understood the capabilities and positioning of several individuals within the Santong cooperative area. Ning Fan's thoughts were clear. I would appreciate it if you could provide me with a comprehensive dossier, Chief Li Jiang. Even though he had already surmised Ning Fan's intentions towards the Santong cooperative area, hearing him articulate it filled Li Jiang with astonishment. This child possessed an audacity that was truly remarkable. Is there a problem? Are you attempting to intimidate me? Li Jiang endeavored to maintain his composure. Why do you believe I would cooperate with you? You will, Ning Fan replied with another smile, subsequently opening the door. Outside, Two guards and his driver lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Ning Fan gestured towards them, having played such a grand game. Do you really think I would hesitate to eliminate a chief? Li Jiang's flesh quivered, the terror in his eyes unmistakable. He had assumed that Ning Fan had merely incapacitated the guards, but the stark reality revealed his misjudgment. This boy was indeed unhinged. Ning Fan was making a statement. Blood had already been shed. There was no turning back. From this moment forth, whether Li Jiang wished to or not, there was no escape from the path laid before him. This child was ruthless. In the next instant, Ning Fan's broken sword rested upon Li Jiang's shoulder, mere centimeters from his neck. Chief Li Jiang, do not attempt to stall for time. I shall not grant you that opportunity. Li Jiang's heart raced once more, for Ning Fan had accurately anticipated his thoughts. You are no match for the Santong cooperative area? Li Jiang gasped heavily, child. You're still young. The broken sword sliced across Li Jiang's neck, abruptly halting his sermon. Since you are unwilling to converse with me, Ning Fan remarquet indifferently, I shall seek another to engage in dialogue with you. Before Li Jiang could react, Ning Fan seized him by the collar, dragging him downstairs and forcefully ejecting him from the headquarters building. Even outside, Li Jiang refrained from shouting. He understood that any sign of noncompliance would result in Ning Fan's sword arriving before he could. A vehicle awaited outside, Li Jiang's car. Ning Fan opened the door and unceremoniously tossed Li Jiang inside. In the driver's seat sat Hui Zi, with Su Bin occupying the passenger seat. Once Ning Fan squeezed into the back, Hui Zi turned his head, smiling at Li Jiang. Director Li Jiang, what a pleasure to meet you. Unfortunately, the district is in disarray, and this is the only vehicle no one dares to inspect. I hope you don't mind my borrowing it. Shortly thereafter, Li Jiang found himself brought to the room where the Wild Dog Society had previously taken refuge. He surveyed the surroundings, inwardly frowning. He had no prior knowledge of such a place existing in Zone F-27. Hui Zi stood atop a stool, tilting his head as he twisted a light bulb, which soon illuminated the room. Hui Zi grinned, satisfied that there was electricity. Li Jiang's shadow danced across the wall as Ning Fan sat directly opposite him, leaning forward with his forearms resting on his legs. Director Li Jiang, during our previous encounter, I found you quite admirable. When Yi Liang took Su Bei away, you expressed your anger, but chose to suppress it for the sake of Zone F-27. Yet now, your people have been murdered. Li Jiang's body trembled at the words. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes. The same mess. Your rivals have defecated twice upon your head. Li Jiang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ning Fan glanced at his fists and scoffed. Are you enraged because of the Tri-Union Cooperative Zone? Or is it my harsh words that offend you? You cannot escape from Zone F-27. Li Jiang replied in a low voice. Try it. Ning Fan shrugged. For instance, capturing you. I merely wished to test that, and now it seems I have succeeded. With that, Ning Fan cut off Li Jiang's opportunity for further banter, his countenance darkening. The same question remains. The information regarding the individuals in the Tri-Union Cooperative Zone. Provide it to me, and if I refuse? Li Jiang struggled to maintain his dignity. He accepted the bullying from the Tri-Union Cooperative Zone, but a child. Hui Zi, you take over. Ning Fan interrupted Li Jiang's self-indulgence. Hui Zi nodded, approaching with a sizable piece of rag in hand. Li Jiang felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of what awaited him. I'm sorry, Director Li Jiang, Hui Zi said, prying open his mouth and forcefully cramming the rag into it. Li Jiang attempted to expel it, but felt as though his jaw might dislocate, rendering him utterly powerless. In the next instant, his eyes became bloodshot, wide open like copper bells, and beads of sweat poured from his forehead. Hui Zi's dagger had plunged into his shadow. Indeed, Hui Zi had unleashed his spirit attendant. Originally, the monitors possessed specialized instruments to detect the release of spirit attendants within designated areas. However, the monitors were now under control, and the instruments lay unused, leaving no one to come to his rescue. General Li Jiang, do not hold back. Whenever you wish to speak, just let me know. Ning Fan stated calmly, leaning against the wall. Li Jiang glared at him, his neck swollen with flesh, yet still betraying the bulging veins. Hui Zi pressed down further. Li Jiang's body tensed, attempting to struggle, but he found himself utterly immobilized. His shadow was ensnared by Hui Zi, rendering his true form powerless. He exerted every ounce of strength to blink at Ning Fan, attempting to convey his intent. Ning Fan tilted his head. Do you wish to speak? Li Jiang longed to nod, yet his neck felt rigid beyond measure. He was on the verge of desperation. He was resigned, yet unable to express it. Huizi, it seems he wishes to speak, Ning Fan remarked to Huizi. Huizi raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Then why not inquire? Go ahead. With that, Huizi withdrew the dagger and produced a rag. Li Jiang collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his body writhing in agony. The torment was unlike anything he had ever experienced in his life. General Li Jiang, do you still remember my question? Ning Fan crouched before him, looking down from a position of superiority. In Li Jiang's gaze, there was a new element, fear. He dared not regard this boy with any contempt. There, squad leader. His name, Zhang Wenshun. Chapter 0091. Pressing forward speak of matters unknown to me. The name Zhang Wenshun is familiar to Ning Fan. They had previously conversed over the phone. After a brief moment of regaining his composure, Li Jiang divulged all that he knew, fear evident in his demeanor. The individual wielding the dagger exhibited terrifying prowess. From Li Jiang's description, it was revealed that the sub-team within the Santong Cooperative Zone comprised 8 members. Led by Zhang Wenshun, their objective was straightforward, to exact retribution on behalf of Su Bei. Zhang Wenshun was classified as 100 souls level, yet his capabilities remained a mystery to Li Jiang. As for the other 7 members, Li Jiang speculated they were likely of a higher 10 souls level. Within the Dark Residence, even the lowest-ranked members were not of single soul level. Currently, the entire team had congregated within the monitoring tower, where Wen Kai was also present. When Wen Kai's name was mentioned, Ning Fan's pupils visibly constricted. Sister Kai, what is her current situation? With a stoic expression, Ning Fan fixed his gaze upon Li Jiang. Although he appeared as tranquil as a still lake, Li Jiang could sense the simmering anger within him. She is unharmed. Li Jiang's lips turned a shade of purple. Zhang Wenshun would not dare to harm her. Ning Fan raised an eyebrow. Dare not? Are you unaware of Wen Kai's true identity? Li Jiang was taken aback. In his view, how could Ning Fan have gone to such lengths to rescue Wen Kai without knowing her identity? If he truly was unaware, was it worth such risk for a mere woman? What is her identity? Her father is the chief researcher of the General District, Wen Xiuyuan. The 4 members of the Wild Dog House were momentarily stunned. Wen Kai's father was indeed affiliated with the General District. This revelation astonished Ning Fan, yet simultaneously, it brought him a sense of relief. As long as Sister Kai was safe, that was what mattered. Child, truly, you need not take such tremendous risks. Li Jiang lay on the ground, exhausted. Even if you hadn't come, in a few days, Zhang Wenshun would have released Wen Kai. Ning Fan looked down at Li Jiang from his elevated position, his gaze making Li Jiang uncomfortable. He would release Sister Kai, but what are the other monitors? Ning Fan inquired, his tone indifferent. Do they also have formidable fathers? Li Jiang's chubby face quivered. I understand now. Ning Fan chuckled. Whether they live or die is of no concern, is it? Li Jiang trembled further. He found it difficult to comprehend the intentions of this child, uncertain of what he would do next. All he knew was that he was in a precarious situation. I'm also doing this to protect Zone F-27. You need not explain so much to me. For me, as long as Sister Kai is unharmed, the rest. Our connections are shallow. Ning Fan rose to his feet. Mr. Director, I must borrow something from you. Within the monitoring tower, in the interrogation room, Zhang Wenshun remained seated across from Wen Kai. Between them, on the table, lay Wen Kai's mobile phone. Silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere remarkably oppressive. Since Zhang Wenshun discerned that the chaos outside was somehow linked to Ning Fan, he had not left the confines of the room. He awaited Ning Fan's arrival, convinced that such a commotion would undoubtedly draw him in. Suddenly, the phone rang. Wen Kai swiftly reached for it, but Zhang Wenshun was quicker, seizing the receiver and directly connecting the call. Xiao Kai, a warm voice resonated from the other end. Zhang Wenshun paused, then activated the speakerphone. Hello, Dr. Wen. On the line was none other than Wen Kai's father, the esteemed chief researcher of the Central District, Wen Xiuyuan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wen Xiuyuan's tone became more intense. Is this Commander Su's doing? Captain of the 7th Division, Zhang Wenshun. Where's my daughter? She is well, Zhang Wenshun replied. We hold Miss Wen in the highest regard, ensuring she receives 3 hearty meals daily. When Shiyuan's voice dropped, laden with gravity. Release her. Zhang Wenshun furrowed his brow. Ning Fan had already arrived. At such a critical juncture, he could not possibly release her. Mr. Wen, you're not my superior, Zhang Wenshun replied softly. I heed only the commands of Commander Su and General Luo. Huh, a dog of Su Wanjun, well-trained indeed, Wen Shiyuan retorted coldly. Zhang Wenshun's expression darkened. Dr. Wen, is this how you choose to speak? Is it excessive? Wen Shiyuan's voice turned sharp. A creature that barks, obeys, and can bite. What else could it be but a dog? Zhang Wenshun cast a grim glance at Wen Kai, who smiled in response. Dad, stop scolding him. If you get too worked up, he might just bite me. Do you think he dares? Wen Shiyuan engaged in a banter with Wen Kai, his concerns seemingly absent. If it were Su Wanjun or one of the 3 generals of the Dark Residence before you, I would indeed have to tread carefully. But a mere division captain, his tone shifted ominously. If he dares to show his teeth to my daughter, I'll personally ensure that I break every tooth in his lineage. Zhang Wenshun's countenance fell into a stony silence, gripping the phone so tightly that it creaked ominously. Zhang, what was it? Zhang Wenshun. Oh, whatever your name is, take good care of my daughter. Wen Shiyuan continued casually. Expect a call from Su Wanjun soon. With a decisive click, the call ended. Zhang Wenshun glared at the grinning Wen Kai, a fleeting desire to unleash his fury upon her crossing his mind. Yet he refrained, fully aware of the implications. Wen Shiyuan was not one to make idle threats. Should Wen Kai sustain even the slightest injury, anyone connected to Zhang Wenshun would face dire consequences. Su Wanjun would not risk a complete fallout with the Central District over him. Zhang Wenshun was acutely aware of his limitations. Alas, what a wasted effort. Wen Kai shrugged nonchalantly. Captain Zhang, if only you had a bit more time. You might have awaited Ning Fan's arrival to rescue me. What a pity. My dad is impatient and cannot bear to see his precious daughter confined for so long. She realized that Su Wanjun's call would likely come soon. At that moment, Zhang Wenshun would have no choice but to retreat. Ning Fan would be safe. Zhang Wenshun glared at Wen Kai, his eyes filled with resentment. Even if I were to leave, I would ensure that scoundrel meets his demise first. If Zhang Wenshun had come to District F-27 on a mission, his animosity towards Ning Fan had now transformed into a matter of personal vengeance. He dared not retaliate against Wen Kai. However, he understood that eliminating Ning Fan would inflict considerable distress upon her. That was sufficient. Do you dare? What is there that I would not dare? Zhang Wenshun rose, roaring in defiance. Just as the two were on the verge of an argument, the phone rang once more. Wen Kai paused, then smiled. Your master is calling. She too rose, stretching languidly, showcasing her exquisite figure. Finally, there are no dogs barking around me. How refreshing. I must return home for a proper bath. Yet, in the next moment, her smile faltered. Zhang Wenshun held up his phone, directing the screen towards her. Wen Kai's gaze fell upon the name displayed. Heartless wretch. Chapter 0092. Are you foolish? Wen Kai's expression shifted dramatically. This foolish child. Couldn't he just wait a little longer? Once Su Wanjun made the call, everything would be resolved. In stark contrast to her anxiety, Zhang Wenshun was almost beside himself with joy. It was fate. With a sense of resignation, Zhang Wenshun answered the call. However, before he could utter a word, Wen Kai shouted into the phone, Ning Fan, don't worry about me. Zhang Wenshun is leaving immediately. He wouldn't dare touch me. Please don't be foolish. Zhang Wenshun furrowed his brow, swiftly exiting the room and locking the door behind him. No matter how much Wen Kai pounded on the door, he remained unresponsive. Little one, now that you're here, won't you come out to meet me? Zhang Wenshun endeavored to maintain a semblance of calm. If Ning Fan truly decided against coming due to Wen Kai's warning, he would be utterly helpless. At that moment, a murderous intent enveloped his heart. His breath grew heavier. His eyes clouded with darkness. He awaited Ning Fan's response. With such commotion outside, wouldn't he care to take a look? Finally, Ning Fan spoke. Zhang Wenshun trembled with excitement. I'm coming out. Who will take care of your sister Kai? The corners of his mouth gradually lifted, The district is too chaotic. I must protect her, and I must thank you." Upon hearing that Wen Kai was safe, Ning Fan's demeanor became significantly more relaxed. "No need for thanks. It's what I ought to do. Don't you want to see how she is faring now? I just heard her speaking. Her voice was robust, so she should be fine." Ning Sun took it. However, Zhang Wenshun's brow tightened. This was bad. The kid heard her. "It's been a while since we last met. I truly miss her." At that moment, Ning Fan uttered a line that left Zhang Wenshun in shock. "Since you dare not come out, I shall come in." Click. The call ended. Zhang Wenshun stood frozen in place. He said he would come in? Why? Knowing full well this was a trap, and now when Kai had warned him she would soon leave, why would he still choose to enter? This was illogical. Suddenly, Zhang Wenshun dashed to the window. He spotted Ning Fan, who was tucking his phone into his pocket. He then raised his head, directing a radiant smile towards him. He pointed to himself, then to Zhang Wenshun upstairs. Finally, he swept his hand across his neck. Zhang Wenshun understood Ning Fan's implication. "I'm coming to kill you." Having completed his gesture, Ning Fan proceeded toward the entrance of the observer building. As he stepped into the lobby, he was immediately met with a heavy stench of blood. The floor was stained with large patches of blood, remnants that, despite a cursory wash, had largely seeped into the ground. The inhabitants of the Tri-Union Cooperation Zone had transformed the observer building into a scene of horror. Soon, Ning Fan noticed the doors of the adjacent rooms swinging open, revealing individuals emerging from within. Spirit Guardian, imprisoned. Spirit Guardian, iron chain. Ning Fan felt a sudden tightening of his body, and immediately, chains appeared around him, binding him firmly. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, ensnared. The two individuals finally approached him. Raising his head to look at them, Ning Fan maintained a smile upon his face. "Two control-type spirit servants? Your captain has certainly shown me considerable respect." One of them, with a stern expression, stepped on Ning Fan's face. "Child, don't be too reckless. It could cost you your life." The man grasped the back of Ning Fan's collar and dragged him towards the third floor. Zhang Wenshun sat in the office on the third floor, reclining with his legs crossed. Upon seeing his subordinate drag Ning Fan in, a smile finally blossomed on his face. Perfect timing. The phone rang. It was Su Wanjun. "Release him." Su Wanjun's voice carried a hint of displeasure. "Let that girl with the last name go, and dispose of the others." "Captain Su," Zhang Wenshun teased, looking at Ning Fan, "I've captured someone from your ranks." "Oh, just caught him?" Zhang Wenshun proudly declared. "He is currently bound like a dog before me." Su Wanjun's mood seemed to brighten somewhat. "Very well, take care of him as well." "Understood, Captain Su." Zhang Wenshun hung up the phone and then leaned forward to smile at Ning Fan. "So, are you here to kill me?" "Ah," Ning San replied nonchalantly. "Have you figured out?" Zhang Wenshun narrowed his eyes. "How exactly do you intend to do that? Stare me to death? You don't know my strength. Why do you think I would fear you?" Though Ning Fan lay on the ground, he turned his head to glance at those surrounding him. "Is this all you brought to avenge your captain? Just a handful of weaklings?" Bang! A member of the sub-team kicked Ning Fan hard in the lower back. "You little brat. Mind your words." The others wore expressions of anger. This kid was already restrained, yet still dared to provoke them. Was he courting death? Zhang Wenshun eyed Ning Fan with some confusion. This boy was certainly not foolish. But why did he not exhibit a trace of anxiety? Could it be that he was unaware of his current predicament? That seemed unlikely. Or perhaps his strength was such that he deemed them unworthy of concern. That, too, was improbable. If he truly possessed such strength, he could have barged in directly. Why go through such trouble and create such a ruckus? Just as Zhang Wenshun pondered this conundrum, a clear voice suddenly resonated from the interrogation room. "Spirit servant. Amber." Boom! Wen Kai, enveloped in a soft yellow glow, burst forth from the interrogation room. Her eyes were filled with a complex array of emotions. Worry, heartache, but more than that, overwhelming gratitude. This boy truly came. In that moment, when Kai's eyes began to glisten, her gaze reddening. "You foolish boy," she scolded Ning Fan. "Did you not hear what I just said? They cannot do anything to me. Why must you be so stubborn?" When Kai's petite frame trembled with excitement. "You, a mere child, what are you playing at? Trying to be a hero? Do you even possess such capability? Why are you acting so foolishly at this moment when you usually have sharp mind?" Wen Kai exclaimed, stamping her feet in frustration. However, upon seeing her, Ning Fan, who lay on the ground, was not incensed by her scolding. Instead, he smiled sincerely. What are you laughing at? How can you still find humor in this situation? I'm about to be driven to despair by you. Wen Kai threatened to snatch the phone from Zhang Wenchuan's hands, determined to call her father. She had to ensure Ning Fan's safety. Yet, Zhang Wenchuan was well prepared and deftly evaded her grasp. Miss Wen, do not be hasty. Once I have dealt with him, I shall return your phone. You dare. Wen Kai's spirit guardian erupted with fury. Just as she was about to confront Zhang Wenchuan, Ning Fan finally spoke. Sister Kai, it's truly wonderful to see you running, jumping, and berating others. Wen Kai was taken aback, gazing at Ning Fan in confusion, but soon realized something was amiss. Ning Fan exhibited an unsettling calmness. He was not fearful at all. I know they do not dare to harm you, yet I still came. Ning Fan's smile remained unwavering. You treated me kindly back in District F-27. I remember that. As he spoke, his expression gradually darkened, and his gaze shifted toward Zhang Wenchuan. Therefore, if you have suffered any grievances, I must avenge you. Chapter 0093. I have come to end you. When Kai felt a pang in her nose and burst into tears. Have you grown out your fur? What do you want? Are you trying to woo me? She understood that this was not the time for such frivolities. Yet Ning Fan's words had indeed touched her heart. You little rascal, how come you have so many tricks up your sleeve? You're quite skilled, she sobbed. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenchuan was on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust. These two individuals hardly regarded him at all. I genuinely wish to enjoy some playful banter with you. Zhang Wenchuan approached Ning Fan with a stern expression. However, I have changed my mind. As he spoke, Zhang Wenchuan extended his hand, summoning his spirit servant, chasing fate. A long sword gradually materialized in his palm. At this sight, Wen Kai ceased her weeping, her beautiful eyes flashing with terror. An advanced 100 souls level. Previously, Lin Chuan had mentioned that once a certain rapport with a